Chapter 51. A large training ground in the Central Plains Theater. All the Special Forces soldiers who signed up for the Panlong squad gathered together. There were more than 50 people in total. 20 people were selected in the Central Plains Theater, and 100 people were selected nationwide. Then 45 people were finally selected. Everyone gathered here is a soldier king, who has experienced hundreds of battles, killed enemies and shed blood. Such people tend to be a little arrogant. When Shirhao, Wang Ping and Laura walked in, they stood there without moving. Shirhao sat on a chair next to them, and signaled Wang Ping and Laura to start. Laura walked up and ordered everyone to line up, but these more than 50 people were careless, and stood sparsely in the middle of the venue, not in a line or a row. Laura walked directly to the middle and pointed casually with her hand. You, get out of the line. There were 5 people in total, following Laura to the front of the team. At this time, Laura turned around and glanced around and said, "You don't accept it, right? The 5 of you come together." After that, they started to fight. "Laura, if you want to find a training, I will arrange a group challenge for you from Panlong number 1 to number 5. How about it?" Shirhao said on the side. Laura felt a sour taste in her teeth after hearing this, not because she was afraid that she couldn't beat those 5, but because those 5 were too mean now, and they were no less than Mickey. "Don't stand there. Clean up the ground over there. Don't delay the business." Shirhao continued. Laura looked at the barbell and scattered barbell plates over there, walked over and installed the barbell plates one by one on both ends, which added up to about 250 kilograms. Then she easily lifted the barbell with her left hand, held a 25-kilogram barbell plate in her right hand, and jumped on tiptoe as she walked. If it wasn't for maintaining the dignity of an assistant coach, she might have twisted her body. She threw the barbell plate high up with her right hand, then trotted over to catch it while holding the barbell. The 50-odd people were stunned, and suddenly heard the command of assemble blasting in their ears. The 50-odd people lined up neatly in a few seconds, like a conditioned reflex. After Wang Ping finished lining up, he said, "Welcome the captain of Panlong Brigade to speak." Amid the warm applause of the crowd, Shirhao stood up and motioned everyone to stop, saying, "Everyone, why are we here?" After a pause, he continued, "It's not to show off your courage, not to compete for the limelight. I think your realm is not so low." Several people in the team looked ashamed, and their heads were imperceptibly lowered. I hope you have read the content of the selection of Panlong team members carefully. This time is different from the past. You need to sacrifice yourself. Your life will change fundamentally, and then you will gain powerful abilities. But ability means responsibility. Do you understand? Everyone shouted, "I understand." Shirhao said to Wang Ping and Laura, "Let's start." Laura gave an order, "Target the second classroom, turn right, and march in step." Hearing the order of the violent beauty, everyone's eyelids jumped and did not dare to hesitate. After everyone sat down in order in the second classroom, Wang Ping began to distribute the test papers. Everyone opened the test papers and saw that there were only 5 questions, all of which were open questions. 1. Write about your dearest person and describe the impression they have on you. 2. When a car rushes towards a helpless little girl, what do you do? 3. Give you a task to let you stay alone in a deserted place for 10 years. Are you willing? 4. A mission is at a critical moment, but your comrade in arms is injured and lying beside you. What do you choose? 5. Can you resist the temptation of delicious food? There is no time limit. You should answer the questions according to your heart. I need to know your truest thoughts. Write more. Shirhao said softly while standing on the podium. It is no problem to let this group of people go out for a 10-kilometer cross-country run, but when they picked up the pen, they suddenly felt their heads go blank. They frowned one by one. There was also a guy who was about the same size as the big guy. He accidentally bit off the pen with a click. Wang Ping gave him a pen and said calmly, "There is another one after biting it off." The guy took the pen and couldn't help twitching his mouth. As time passed, everyone slowly thought and wrote. One person took the lead, and others began to hand in their papers one after another. The remaining few people continued to think hard. 2 hours later, the last person handed in his paper. Looking at the empty classroom, he said apologetically, "Sorry, I thought too much." Wang Ping and Laura began to prepare to organize the next selection. Shirhao sat there looking at the test paper, and saw that these steely men also had a tender side. "Lulu, my dearest daughter, when I was little, you forgot me every time I came back from a mission, hiding behind me and not letting me hug you. When I was about to leave for another mission, you clung to me and cried bitterly. Mom, you have more white hair. I know you always just said lightly that it would be nice to have a grandchild to take care of, and you wouldn't worry about me no matter how far I went. Although you just mentioned it briefly, I know you wanted to, but you couldn't urge your son to get married like other parents. I would run over and save that little girl without hesitation. This is also the answer of most people. If I could become a Superman, my first choice would be to stop the car, but I'm not. I don't know if my speed can save her, but I will still rush over at my fastest speed. Staying in one place for 10 years should be more lonely than being in prison, right? But as long as the country needs it, I'm willing. For 10 years, I plan to cultivate immortality there, which is the moment of retreat. The mission is my responsibility, and I regard my comrades as my life. I will save him to a safe area, and then fight with my life to complete the mission I should complete. I will stand in front of my comrades, and I will destroy all the enemies. I like food, especially Sichuan cuisine, but I only regard them as appetizers after completing the mission. Compressed biscuits and canned beef are my delicacies. I never get tired of eating them 3 times a day. Delicious food? A lot? I only know steamed buns, rice, and dishes in the army cafeteria. Sherhao looked at the test paper and felt a lot of emotion. There is no standard answer to this, but it can peek into a person's personality, hobbies, attitude towards family and friendship, and ability to respond. This test paper will be given to Wang Guiyong and 10 other generals to grade. The lowest and highest scores will be removed, and the average score will be taken. There is no standard, just based on intuition. Wang Ping and Laura took everyone to the training ground just now, and asked everyone to stand in accordance with the classification of machine gunner, scout, sniper, communication soldier, demolition expert, and assaulter, and then began the assessment. Machine gunners are good at strength, and the subjects of the assessment are sniper skills and fighting skills. Fighting skills are to fight with Laura in actual combat, and count the number of knockdowns within the specified time. Scouts and demolition soldiers are tested on sniping skills and fighting skills. Snipers and communication soldiers are tested on strength and fighting skills. Assault soldiers are tested on blasting skills and sniping skills. Everyone thought they had heard wrongly, and the test content was all about their own shortcomings. Everyone who was originally full of confidence suddenly wilted. When Sherhao led the Panlong team to perform the mission, he found that the Lingshan-level bionic robots themselves were powerful. There were many situations where they acted alone or in pairs when performing the mission, so he required that the people he selected should not have too big shortcomings. For example, the pigeon was a communication soldier, but he trained him to have good fighting skills. Of course, the pigeon was abused by Xiao Kun. Those who can come here are the best in their own specialties, so there is no need to compete for the best one. The preparations before the 50+ people came were in vain. There was no other way. They put all their efforts into the assessment. They were not afraid of their relatively weak abilities, and risked their lives. When the assessment was halfway through, Laura became tired. In order to ensure the fairness of the assessment, Wang Ping could not be replaced, so Sherhao asked her to replenish her energy through the electric switch. She replenished her energy twice during the entire assessment. In the afternoon, Laura became extremely tired and had to go to the lounge to rest. The assessment lasted another day. In the end, 20 people were selected based on the written test scores and practical tests. Sherhao wrote the selection process and results into a report and reported it to Wu Yi that night. Wu Yi and his team were also studying the selection methods of the other 3 battle zones. When they saw that Sherhao's method was very novel and in line with the actual situation, they adopted it without modification. After the selection of Panlong team members was completed, Sherhao came to Haosher Bionic Technology Building and saw Su Wuqing and Xie Guangyun coming out of the building. Xie Guangyun saw Sherhao and hurried forward and said, "Hello, General Sher, we are here to collect evidence today." Sherhao asked, "Is it about Li Daxiong? How is the progress?" Xie Guangyun said, "This time we came because of Lu Jiaoshu. When we interrogated him, he said that he hid the complete set of human-animal gene fusion technology information in a secret place, and it would be exposed to the world soon. We went to the village in the suburbs and searched the underground 2 or 3 times, but found nothing, so we could only try our luck on the negative 4th floor here." Speaking of this, Xie Guangyun's phone rang. He looked at the number and apologized to Sherhao before answering. His face became uglier and uglier as he listened to the phone. After hanging up the phone, he said to Sherhao, "LV Jiaoshu confessed. He put the human-animal gene fusion technology information into a website mailbox and set the automatic sending function. When Lu Jiaoshu did not log in for several consecutive days, it would be sent to the designated recipient. Our investigators logged in as soon as they got the email account password, but the email had been sent to 32 mailboxes, both domestic and foreign. Once the human-animal gene fusion technology is leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. After Xie Guangyun finished speaking, he immediately said goodbye to Shi Hao. I have to go back to deal with this matter. I leave first. After listening to this, Shi Hao felt that the matter was more serious and said, I go with you. The higher-ups attach great importance to the case of Lu Jiaoshu. He has caused too much harm. Now there is a problem here, and I am also responsible. After I understand the situation over there, I can report to the higher-ups. Xie Guangyun and Shi Hao got in a car and went straight to the Los Angeles Police Headquarters. Chapter 52. Los Angeles Police Headquarters. The investigator was reporting. 25 of the 32 emails sent have not been downloaded yet, and the mailbox operator has been coordinated to withdraw them. Lu Jiaoshu chose to tell the truth after the email was sent out in order to take revenge. He said that we destroyed his research and he wanted to bury the world with us. Of the 7 emails sent out and downloaded, 3 are in China, 2 are in the United States, 1 is in the European Union, and 1 is in the Russian Federation. The real name addresses of the 3 domestic emails have been found, and people have been sent over. In addition, we have contacted our permanent staff at Interpol to track down the 4 foreign emails and destroy them as soon as possible. Shi Hao reported the situation to Wu Yi, and then sat there quietly waiting for news. More than an hour later, the news came back that 2 of the 3 domestic emails were received by genetic experts from a domestic college and a research institute, and they have been destroyed. The owner of the other email is Feng Yinchuan, an assistant researcher in the genetic laboratory of a research institute. After receiving the email, he immediately reported the case to the nearby police station, and the email was also destroyed. Of the 4 emails from abroad, Interpol found the addresses of 3 of them in time and rushed over to destroy them. The address of 1 email was shown in the Russian Federation attachment. After investigation, it was found that the email owner was killed when Interpol arrived, and the email content showed signs of being copied. The owner of this email, like Lu Jiaoshu, was a crazy researcher of human-animal gene fusion technology. After preliminary investigation, he should have been killed by a modified person. Shi Hao asked the investigator, is it easy to copy the downloaded content? The investigator answered truthfully, although we can check the traces of forwarding emails and transferring, there are some means to cover up these traces. This undoubtedly cast a shadow on everyone's heart. Director Xie received instructions from above and announced the order. The city will check the compliance and legality of all colleges and scientific research institutes' genetic research projects. This investigation will be carried out nationwide. In addition, we must pay close attention to the owners of these 3 mailboxes in China, just in case. 2 kilometers outside the border of the Russian Federation, a young man named Ilef was lying on the ground covered in dust, watching the underground city that filled him with nightmares being surrounded by the police. He held a micro-storage device in his hand and slowly crawled away. The high temperature of nearly 50 degrees had no effect on him. Shi Hao saw that the matter could not be completely saved. After communicating with Director Xie, he explained the situation to Wu Yi, and then reluctantly returned to the Hausher Biotechnology building. It was noon, and Su Wuqing went to the cafeteria for lunch. He asked the direction of the cafeteria and walked over there. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Su Yuan and Yang Shui were standing there. Xiao Ji also had a big dog, which looked like a German shepherd. The dog stood next to Yang Shui, and it seemed that it was Yang Shui's bionic pet. Xiao Ji, come on, call me brother, and I will protect you from now on. Oyster said to Xiao Ji proudly. Xiao Ji said angrily, you are just strong, but don't forget the last sentence, simple-minded. Su Yuan and Yang Shui were both angry and amused when they heard the conversation between the 2 dogs. As Oyster and Xiao Ji became more and more familiar with each other, the 2 dogs quarreled with each other every day. After Xiao Ji finished speaking, without waiting for Mulu to speak, he said, don't forget, I'm number 1. This sentence was like a critical hit. Mulu felt frustrated and leaned towards Yang Shui and stopped talking. Xiuji's factory number was number 1, and Mulu was one of the second batch of trial products, numbered 4. Every time Mulu tried to show off, Xiuji would use this killer move, and it was always successful. It's like when Penguin Chat software became popular across the country decades ago, my number was 6 digits, and your number was 7 or 8 digits, then you would be depressed for a long time, which reflected the problem of seniority from the side. Su Yuan saw Shi Hao coming and greeted him happily. Su Wuqing, Lin Yunxian, and other managers talked about work while eating, and the 2 of them came out first after eating. Shirhao saw the performance of Shuji and Molu, and the two of them didn't know what was going on. It seemed that they had to ask Su Wuching later. After a while, Su Wuching and a few others came out and saw Shirhao busy greeting them. "Dad, I want to invite you to come and introduce you to everyone during the company meeting. What do you think? Haoshir Bionics Technology is Shirhao's company. It's not appropriate for company employees not to know the boss." Shirhao hurriedly declined. "I'm still in the army now, it's not appropriate, and I don't care about things here, so forget it." Su Wuching said, "Then tell me when it's convenient. Considering the safety of the company's technology and collagen stones, the company's security system is going to be replaced with a new one. At that time, I will issue you a full authority card." Shirhao did not comment, but changed the subject and told Su Wuching about the scene he saw Xiaoji and Oyster just now. Su Wuching smiled and said, "In fact, this matter has to start with the concept of pet social interaction you mentioned. In order to highlight the social function, but not feel abrupt, we set up the concept of friendliness for bionic pets. The more times bionic pets meet, the more they come into contact with each other, and the more they communicate with each other, the friendliness will increase to varying degrees. In addition, if their owners are close to each other and are good friends, the friendliness between their bionic pets will also increase. As the friendliness increases, the way they communicate will change." Shirhao also said it based on his own temporary thoughts at the time, but he didn't expect that Su Wuching and his team would realize it. He then asked Su Wuching, "How is the project going now?" Su Wuching saw that they were still standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, so he said, "Let's go to the office and talk on the way." Shirhao looked around and felt that it was not appropriate to talk about things here, so he walked side by side with Su Wuching to the office building. Lin Yunshan and other staff members returned to the office. Su Yuan and Yang Shui saw that they were all busy with work, so they took Xiaoji and Oyster to the fountain next to them to play in the water. Su Wuching said as he walked, "Now 10 sales and display centers are ready for use. Prosthetic limbs for display have been produced. The first training of sales staff ended 3 days ago, and they have arrived at their respective work posts in the past few days. The underground -4th floor has begun to be decorated. We have contacted Yin Country Moon Mining. After the security system is installed and the -4th floor is decorated, they will send people to inspect it. After the inspection is passed, we can receive a large amount of collagen stones." Shirhao heard this and said, "Although the collagen stone market has been liberalized, it is still a national strategic material. No problems are allowed in terms of safety. We need to recruit highly qualified veterans to be responsible for security work. In addition, when renovating the warehouse on the 4th floor below ground, sensors or other anti-breakage and anti-destruction systems must be installed inside and outside." Su Wuching continued, "The wall is inlaid with a 10-centimeter alloy plate, and sensors and electromagnetic induction alarm systems are embedded under the alloy plate. Security personnel monitor and patrol 24 hours a day." After listening to this, Shirhao felt that this was all he could think of, and expressed his agreement. Su Wuching continued to introduce. After the announcement of the simplified bionic robot project, many people came to consult, but the collagen stone is not in place at present, and the project is still in the trial production stage. Shirhao said, "Based on the function, try out several more robots, especially space civilian robots." Su Wuching said a little embarrassedly, "Will the cost be too high in that case?" Shirhao stopped and said seriously, "Now Su Yin has begun to commercialize the lunar base. If we don't hurry up, we will be overtaken by Europe and the United States, which will be very passive. Based on the experience of the past few decades, we must speed up, and we must also strengthen the patent application work in related fields. This point must not be ignored. The two of us don't have much experience in this area. I will call Wang Yukai to send a few professionals to assist. The robot trial production work will focus on space civilian use first. After the trial production, it will be handed over to Su Yin, and he will arrange the test." Su Wuching listened to Shirhao's words, and began to be nervous and serious from the bottom of his heart. He said, "I will arrange to accelerate these tasks today. The work on the bionic pets is all ready. There are 11 trial products in total. All tests are okay. We have filed with the relevant departments. After obtaining the production license, we will start formal production and sales. The first batch plans to sell 550 in each sales center." Shirhao thought of Xiaoji's trump card "I am number 1 at this time," and added the popularity of penguin numbers decades ago, so he said, "Let's start with 10,000 for the sale of pet codes, 0 to 9,999 for internal use, and auction for good numbers." Su Wuching's eyes lit up when he heard this, and after Shirhao's reminder, he thought that he could still play like this, And he was also happy. Shihao asked, "How is the integration with Tianming Entertainment going?" Su Wuqing said helplessly, "The integration is not very smooth. We are short of staff. The former executives of Tianming Entertainment hold some shares, and there are serious internal cliques. Tianming Entertainment has no real industry, and is all about brains. In addition, Tianming Entertainment is located in Shangjing City. The management of Tianming Entertainment is relatively chaotic, performance evaluation is unreasonable, more work may not necessarily get more pay, and the working atmosphere is very bad." Shihao frowned and said, "When encountering such things, you must use thunderbolt methods. The key is to choose a good leader. First, internal investigation, all those who encounter corruption will be handed over to the police. If they have stocks, the company will buy them back at the market price. Those who have no major problems will continue to be employed, and those who are not suitable for the position will be transferred. As for the work status, first of all, they will be divided into 3 batches for rotation military training, each for 10 days, and 3 consecutive rounds of closed military training. During the military training, a scoring system will be implemented. If they are at the bottom of 2 rounds, they will be unconditionally dismissed and compensated according to regulations. After the military training, a skills competition will begin. Talents with excellent skills will be rewarded and reused. Key positions will be recruited through competition, and rewards and punishments will be clearly defined. As for the leader?" Shihao lowered his head and thought for a while, and asked Su Wuqing, "Wasn't Lin Yunshan the director of the textile factory before? How has she performed recently?" Chapter 53. Su Wuqing listened to Shihao asking about Lin Yunshan's situation and answered with satisfaction. If it weren't for her, the problem of bionic pet accessories might not have been solved yet. She worked until 11 or 12 o'clock every night during this period, and finally mastered the textile technology of bionic pet accessories, and after experiments, she also integrated collagen stone into it. The amount of collagen stone used in the production of accessories is about 1/5 of the amount used in manufacturing bionic pet bodies, which can be regarded as a great achievement. Shihao was very impressed that Lin Yunshan could achieve such great results in a short period of time. Outside said, "Then let her go to manage Tianming Entertainment, what do you think?" Su Wuqing heard it, slapped his head and said, "I am not confused by the situation, this arrangement is very suitable." Shihao continued, "You go and ask her for her opinion, if there is no problem, let her prepare, and then go to take office, and at the same time give her equity rewards. You need to find professionals to design a general plan for the equity reward plan and implement it in Hausher Bionics Technology and Tianming Entertainment." After Shihao and Su Wuqing talked about work, Su Wuqing went to discuss the details of various tasks with Li Lianwei. Shihao called Wang Yukai to tell him about the patent application of Hausher Bionics Technology. Wang Yukai also knew the importance of this matter, and immediately arranged for several people to report to Hausher Bionics Technology. Shihao saw Su Yuan and Yang Shui were still playing there, so he went over to play with them for a while, and also got to know Xiaoji and Oyster better. Then Shihao started to wander around. After all, he was the big boss of Hausher Bionic Technology. He had never founded a business before, but now he had his own business, and it was a listed company. It would be a lie to say that he was not happy. Li Daxiong and the Fujino family have devoted a lot of effort to the Daxiong group. The entire office park is quite large. The 18-story comprehensive office building is built in the front facing the street. Going back is the cafeteria and sports field. There is also a large open space with grass planted on it. That is the reserve land. There is also a small park between the office building, sports field and office building. There is a fountain in the park. That is where Su Yuan and Yang Shui just played. Daxiong Group originally involved in real estate, finance, building materials and hardware, but the business was very ordinary. Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing decided to keep only the real estate business, sell the finance and building materials and hardware business, and focus on bionic prosthesis and bionic robots as the main business. The bionic pet project was handed over to Tianming Entertainment. Shihao walked around and came to the door, and saw a beggar-like man and a security guard arguing. Shihao asked the security guard what was going on. The security guard saw that this was the big boss that the head of the security department had shown everyone a photo of, and that they must remember. He saluted and said, "Boss, sir, this person insisted on going in to find someone, but I can't let him in this state." The security guard said in embarrassment. Su Wuqing was afraid that the security guard didn't know Shihao. If he came to his company and couldn't even get through the door, it would be ridiculous, so he gave a death order to the head of the security department requiring every security guard to be able to recognize Shirhao. Shirhao walked towards the man. When he got closer, he saw that his clothes and pants were very dirty, but not torn. His hair was messy, his eyes were swollen, and his beard was untidy. He asked, "I am the leader of Hausher Bionics Technology. Who are you looking for here?" "My name is Yang Mingyu. I'm looking for my wife Lin Yunshan." After Lin Yunshan moved out, Yang Mingyu's life was completely messed up. He had no money. He had to cook rice, noodles, and other edibles in the house with water. But the gas was out the day before yesterday, and the gas stove could not be turned on. He didn't know how to cook. He was hungry for 2 consecutive days, and couldn't stand it. He asked the neighbors for information. The neighbors couldn't bear to see him like this, so they told him that Lin Yunshan seemed to have gone to work at Hausher Bionics Technology. He walked all the way here and asked for a cake and a bottle of water on the way, otherwise he couldn't walk. Shirhao knew the situation at Lin Yunshan's home, so he said, "Although it's your family affair, I still advise you not to drag them down." When Yang Mingyu heard what Shirhao said, he sat on the ground and said with a sad face, "I don't want to, but I just can't control my brain and my hands." Shirhao saw this and said, "What's the point of you sitting at the door? Otherwise we won't be polite." Although Yang Mingyu was idle and addicted to gambling, he was timid and afraid of trouble. He didn't dare to speak loudly to Lin Yunshan at home. Lin Yunshan saw his pitiful appearance, so she didn't have the heart to divorce him. Shirhao's natural majesty frightened Yang Mingyu, and he said with a trembling lip, "Brother, I'm really hungry, I don't want to stay here." Shirhao sighed and said to the security guard, "Help him to the chair over there, and go to the cafeteria to get him some food." Hausher Bionic Technology is in need of people, and Lin Yunshan is about to take up a position in Tianming Entertainment. However, if Yang Mingyu's problem is not solved, Lin Yunshan will still be affected. Shirhao understands that a family without peace will not prosper, so he also sat down and said to Yang Mingyu, "Are you still determined to see Lin Yunshan?" Yang Mingyu nodded quickly and said, "If she doesn't go back, I can't eat." Shirhao was so amused when he heard his answer. This guy still hasn't realized the seriousness of the problem. I don't know if his brain circuit is too strange or he is stupid. He has no choice but to call Lin Yunshan out and see how to solve it. Shirhao called Su Wuqing, explained the situation, and asked him to call Lin Yunshan out. At this time, Su Wuqing and Lei Liangwei were talking with Lin Yunshan about Tianming Entertainment, so he went directly to the gate with Lin Yunshan. Yang Mingyu was chewing 2 buns at this time. Seeing Yang Mingyu's appearance, Lin Yunshan couldn't help turning her head to wipe away the tears that were about to fall. She had never asked Yang Mingyu to do any work before. Over time, Yang Mingyu developed the habit of asking for clothes and food. It was also Lin Yunshan's fault that she was too virtuous and patient. Later, the family was ruined. Yang Mingyu slowly had whatever he had to wear and eat. He also knew his faults. He was submissive at home and didn't dare to speak loudly. When Lin Yunshan got angry, he just sat still. After a few years, raising a dog will also develop family affection. Lin Yunshan couldn't bear to divorce. This time, she moved out temporarily for Yang Shui's safety, and she didn't have the idea of divorcing Yang Mingyu. Shirhao saw Lin Yunshan coming over and said, "It's hard for a judge to judge family affairs. I didn't want to get involved, but I can't stand your situation. Let's discuss a solution today." Lin Yunshan took the water brought by the security guard and handed it to Yang Mingyu, saying, "Can't you wash your clothes by yourself? Can't you cook something for yourself?" Yang Mingyu said, "I can't. The gas stove at home can't be turned on, and I can't boil water." After that, he continued to eat the buns, and said while eating, "This bun is much more delicious than boiled cabbage." Lin Yunshan stood up and said apologetically, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry to cause you trouble." Looking at the way they looked, Shirhao estimated that they couldn't get divorced. Besides, he didn't want to persuade people to divorce, so he asked Lin Yunshan, "Is there any way to solve his gambling problem?" Lin Yunshan said, "I also looked up a lot of information and asked some doctors, who said that it can be solved through genetic modification. It should be possible to re-edit the genes, but I found several hospitals, and they said they didn't have it. They said that this technology is relatively advanced and not popular. In addition, the price is not affordable for us." Shirhao heard that as long as there is a way, he immediately called Wu Ruinfa to consult about this matter. Shirhao explained the situation, and Wu Ruinfa said it was a piece of cake and immediately introduced Shirhao to the relevant research institute in Los Angeles. After Shirhao finished the call, he came over and said to Lin Yunshan and Yang Mingyu, "I can help him find a place for genetic modification. Do you have any opinions?" Yang Mingyu immediately said, I go. Now I have no money to gamble, and I feel bad all day. As long as it makes me feel better, I'm willing to do anything. Lin Yunshan looked at Shihao expectantly and said, Really, that's great, we are willing to go. Shihao didn't hesitate and immediately asked Su Wuqing to arrange a car. He took Lin Yunshan and her husband to the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute. Wu Ruinfa had already greeted Director Zhang here. The genetic modification went smoothly and was completed in half a day. After the modification, Yang Mingyu changed completely. His eyes were much clearer and his physical fitness was greatly improved. However, he was far behind Su Yin and others. What he accepted was a simplified version of genetic modification. He came over and bowed deeply to Shihao first, then to Lin Yunshan, and said, Yunshan, I'm sorry, I have been a burden to you and Xiaoxua in the past few years. I won't talk big, just wait and see my actual actions in the future. Shihao was very happy to see the obvious effect, and said to Yang Mingyu, I can arrange a job for you at Hausher Bionics Technology, what do you think? Shihao is now like a grandfather next door, who likes to worry about others. Yang Mingyu said to Shihao, Thank you, Mr. Shi, I have lived in vain for the past few decades. I want to live my life to understand it myself. If it really doesn't work, I will go to Mr. Shi to help me with a smug face. After saying that, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Shihao didn't insist, this result was already very good, he let Lin Yunshan and Su Wuqing go first. Lin Yunshan said, Mr. Shi, I don't need to thank you for your kindness, I won't let you down. Having solved the biggest worry, Lin Yunshan felt relieved. After they left, Shihao asked Director Zhang of the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute, Gene modification is so obvious, why is it not popularized? Director Zhang said, For many reasons, the country is cautious about the civilian use of genetic modification, but we have already promoted it in the Drug Rehabilitation Center, and the effect is immediate. I think the restrictions on civilian use will be gradually relaxed. Shihao and Director Zhang talked about some issues related to genetic modification, and then said goodbye. He still had to rush to the Northern War Zone headquarters in Kyoto City to select team members. After Shihao returned to the Central Plains War Zone headquarters, he immediately boarded the disc-shaped aircraft with Wang Ping and Laura and flew to Kyoto City. When the disc-shaped aircraft stopped, a soldier came up to greet him and said, Hello, General Shi, Commander Lei is already waiting in the conference room. There is an important meeting waiting for you to attend. Chapter 54. The soldier took Shihao to a flying car and took off immediately after sitting down. Wang Ping and Laura had someone else to receive them. After the flying car stopped, the man led Shihao straight to the meeting room of the Northern Theater Command. The holographic projection conference system in the meeting room had been turned on. Wang Guiyong, Wu Yi, and Lei Shiyu were sitting on both sides of the conference table. Lei Shiyu had a few more white hairs on his head compared to 35 years ago. He had bronze skin and still looked like a middle-aged man. His face was as serious as before. He was sitting there with a frown on his face. When he saw Shihao coming in, he stood up and shook Shihao's hand twice, patted his shoulder, and motioned him to sit down without saying anything. There were two other people he didn't know. At this time, Wu Yi introduced Shihao to everyone, and then introduced him to Shihao. These two are Commander Kuang Yi of the Xinjiang Theater and Commander Zhong Ziyu of the Southern Theater. When introducing them, everyone nodded to each other and said hello, and then stopped talking. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. After a few minutes, a figure appeared on the main seat. Shihao looked carefully and found that it was Liang Wenshan, the vice chairman of the military commission. It seemed that the level of this meeting was very high. Shihao adjusted his sitting posture slightly. After sitting down, Liang Wenshan announced, Let's start the meeting. The situation is very serious. Let's not talk nonsense. You should explain the situation one by one. Starting from Lei Shiyu according to the seating order, he said, There are problems with two research institutes in Kyoto City. The first one is the Special Glass Research Institute. The special glass of this institute is used to make the space dome and the Qianquan cover used in the lunar base. A first-level researcher who has worked in the institute for 5 years used a fake passport to illegally leave the country and was discovered. After investigation, it was found that the storage chip he carried contained a large amount of special glass technical information and experimental data. We suspect that he is a spy planted by the U.S. Federation in the institute. The case is under trial. Shihao only knew the exact name of the special glass umbrella and glass cover at this time. There is another person who is a researcher at the Ion Engine Research Institute. After the incident at the Special Glass Research Institute, we began to deploy investigations in key units. During the investigation, We found that this person's file was suspected of being forged. After further investigation, his identity as a spy has been confirmed. We also found that he has a large amount of technical information and experimental data. We have arranged for the Northern Theater Command and relevant research institutes and colleges to conduct a comprehensive investigation. The situation in the Northern Theater Command and Kyoto City is roughly like this. After listening to Lei Shiyu, Liang Wenshan said, this investigation should be carried out nationwide, and the Northern Theater Command. Two have appeared in just a few days, indicating that the situation is quite serious. Other war zones must start investigation as soon as possible. The other people responded immediately. Received, an investigation will be carried out immediately. After Lei Shiyu finished his report, Wang Guiyong continued, 3 stray cats suddenly attacked and injured people in Los Angeles an hour ago. Combined with the harm of the Liu Jiaoshu case, the Yulong team and the Tinglong team responded quickly and hunted all these stray cats. After investigation, it was found that these stray cats had been genetically modified using the Liu Jiaoshu gene fusion technology. An hour ago, Shihao was on his way to Kyoto City. At the same time as the stray cat attack, someone anonymously posted information about human-animal gene fusion technology on the internet and detailed the fusion process, equipment used for fusion, and precautions for fusion. The person compiled these contents into a tutorial, and the authenticity is being investigated. At that time, in order to retaliate, LV Jiaoshu spread the human-animal gene fusion technology by email. 3 people in China received the email. We just investigated these people, and found that Feng Yinchuan, an assistant researcher at the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute, was missing. His body was found 1 meter underground in the dormitory. He had been dead for more than a year. The missing Feng Yinchuan was a fake, and the human-animal gene fusion information on the internet should have been posted by him. We have instructed relevant domestic websites to completely delete content related to human-animal gene fusion, but some content is posted on foreign websites with foreign domain names and cannot be deleted. Seeing Wang Guiyong finish speaking, Liang Wenshan said, it is really wrong for the Liu Jiaoshu incident to ferment so much, but now that things have come to this, we have to consider how to make up for the loss. After everyone reports the current situation, we will discuss solutions. Liang Wenshan signaled Wu Yi to continue reporting. There are no accidents in the Yunnan-Guizhou war zone at present, but we have arranged for the Yulong Squadron and the Tinglong Squadron to be ready for rapid response at any time, and other departments to take precautions. Liang Wenshan said after listening to Wu Yi, don't take it lightly. There are all kinds of people near your border, and forces of all sizes are entrenched here. These are all unstable factors. Wu Yi expressed his position. Said, we will immediately strengthen security precautions near the border. Kwang Yuni of Xinjiang New Theater reported, for well-known reasons, Xinjiang New Theater has not been peaceful, and this time is no exception. A group of terrorists on the border launched a terrorist attack on nearby villages and towns 2 days ago. This time, they also used several semi-bionic robots, which are the same model as the robots that General Shi encountered in Kunjin. We used laser cannons to blast them all into slag. We have placed a lot of monitoring equipment near the border, which are relatively secretive. In addition, there are many microcrawler robots and bird monitoring robots, which can detect the movements of terrorists earlier and take precautions. Except for some losses of cars and houses, there are no casualties. As long as they dare to come, I guarantee that they will never return. Liang Wenshan continued, there is no problem for you, Kwang Depeo, to guard the border, but you have to be careful. This time they use semi-bionic robots, and they may have a backup plan. You must be on guard. If there is a chance, you must take the initiative to attack. Kwang Yuni laughed and said, the leader is thoughtful. I will follow the instructions when I go back. Zhong Ziyu began to report the situation in the southern theater. The coastal areas in the south have been harassed continuously in the past month. The enemy took advantage of the night to let animals or robots made of liquid metal sneak into densely populated areas, attack pedestrians during the day, create chaos, and then quickly escape to the beach, jump into the sea and disappear. The Dragon U team ambushed and captured a cheetah-shaped liquid metal animal. After evaluation, its combat power is no less than that of our Dragon U team members. After comprehensive analysis from many aspects, this is very likely. It was planned by the Kingdom of Rhea. Only Rhea in the world focuses on the research of liquid metal, and has already used it for military purposes. The coastline is too long, and we cannot deploy comprehensive defenses. In addition, from the perspective of the combat power of animals and robots made of liquid metal, we have too few personnel with equal combat power. I am worried that we cannot effectively curb the opponent. Liang Wenshan continued, this is indeed a problem. On the one hand, we must completely eliminate the harassment of the opponent, and on the other hand, we must form a crushing trend in combat power. This needs to be studied carefully. At this time, Wang Guiyong raised his hand to indicate, and after getting affirmation, he said, just now, Director Zhang of the Luo City Gene Research Institute conducted an evaluation test on the human-animal gene fusion technology, saying that the fusion process and recommended equipment on the internet are real. If everything is complete, a person who does not understand gene fusion can also operate it. Everyone's heart sank when they heard Wang Guiyong's words. Liang Wenshan said, this will be very troublesome. If it is not handled well, the people will have no peace. More than a month ago, the United States sent a delegation to say that we have captured the B-52 asteroid, which is the wealth of all mankind. They asked us to share the Hausher, see Mingshire and collagen stone. I have never seen such a shameless person, Liang Wenshan said while slamming the table in anger. They also blamed them for bringing the B-52 back to Earth if General Shi hadn't launched the attack rashly 35 years ago. Liang Wenshan said, looking at Shi Hao, and then said, General Shi has been floating in space for 35 years. I thank you on behalf of the people of the whole country. After saying that, without waiting for Shi Hao to say anything, he continued angrily, we immediately refuted their fallacy. They finally said they wanted to buy these 3 resources, and we rejected them all. No one expected such a thing to happen, but for the shameless former life-owned country and the current United States Federation, everyone is accustomed to it. Their theory is that what's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. It's your honor if I rob you, and it's unacceptable for you to take advantage of me. Now we have a lot of Hausher, silica stone and collagen stone, which will make them feel uneasy. Our bionic robot technology is becoming more and more mature, and collagen stone can be supplied in large quantities. They are afraid that the gap in combat power will become larger and larger, breaking the current balance. We are accelerating the commercialization of the lunar base, which will make them afraid of falling behind in the space competition, and then falling behind step by step. It is easy to understand why there have been so many strange things recently. The desire of foreign races to disrupt China will never die. But so what? We will just fight back when the enemy comes, and cover the water with earth. Liang Wenshan also crawled out of a pile of dead bodies, so he has never been afraid of anything. The current problems in the southern theater are, first, calling on quantum reconnaissance satellites to conduct a dragnet search of the nearby seas from the coastline. Liquid metal animals and robots must have been dropped by ships, and then swim ashore. Quantum satellites can monitor both under and on the sea surface. If one time doesn't work, try twice, even 100 times or 1,000 times, we must catch these bastards. As for the human-animal gene fusion technology, it has been published on the internet. It is not realistic to intercept it through the internet. We must strictly control the reagents and equipment used in genetic experiments, do a good job of registering and managing these items, and let the relevant departments strictly supervise them. We need to discuss the improvement of combat power and other issues. Let's express our opinions. General Shi, you have led the Panlong team to achieve impressive results. I think you should have the most say. You speak first. Liang Wenshan directly called on Shi Hao to speak. Chapter 55. Shi Hao cleared his throat and said, first of all, I would like to make a suggestion. Can we invite gene fusion experts, liquid metal experts and robot experts to attend the meeting and let them express their opinions, and then we can discuss a permanent solution. When Liang Wenshan heard that this was indeed the case, he asked the staff to arrange for relevant experts to attend the meeting. While waiting for the experts to take their seats, their meeting continued. Shi Hao continued to speak, after returning from space, I have never forgotten the mysterious, gorgeous, and deep space. The goal has always been there, but I didn't expect so many things to happen recently. Today also made me understand the truth. Before fighting against foreign enemies, we must first stabilize the country. If the country and the family are gone, there is no point in doing anything. Liang Wenshan said, space is also our country's goal. Recently, our country has accelerated the construction of the lunar base and the Mars base. But some people don't want us to get what we want, and they are making trouble everywhere and making plans everywhere. We are already in the game, so we have no choice but to give it a try. Shi Hao said firmly, yes, since we have entered the game, how can we stay out of it? I will do my best to defend my country. Then Shi Hao reported on his recent work and gave a detailed explanation of the current situation of the Panlong team. Although Hausher Bionics Technology is a company in which he has a private stake, he also explained the work progress and work plan without reservation. 20 minutes later, Director Zhang of the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute, Wu Ruinfa of the Yunnan Guizhou Second Research Institute, and Wang Yimin, a senior researcher at the Kyoto New Materials Research Institute, came in one after another. When they saw clearly that everyone sitting in the conference room had a look of astonishment on their faces, these research institutes were a combination of military and civilian, and they often dealt with people in the army. They could not recognize all of the people there, but they knew their military ranks, and they knew Liang Wenshan, who was once called Falcon. Liang Wenshan started with the issue of human-animal gene fusion and asked Director Zhang directly. The human-animal gene fusion technology has been posted online and has spread. I wonder if you have any suitable suggestions. Whether it is feasible or not, you can talk about it. Director Zhang used to wear glasses, but later restored his vision through genetic modification. But he did not change his habit of holding his glasses down before speaking. He put his index finger near his eyes, and rubbed the corners of his eyes up and down, and said, "We just did an experiment based on the tutorial that person posted on the internet, and used related equipment to easily complete the fusion. Our test subjects are stray cats." At this time, Liang Wenshan said, "We are going to increase the control of related reagents and gene fusion equipment. Do you think we can control this matter?" Director Zhang said, "Because humans are relatively large in size, the equipment required is also relatively large, and it is relatively easy to control. For stray cats or even smaller animals, such as mice, the equipment required is relatively small. If it is easy to disassemble and reassemble, it is estimated that it is difficult to control, even if a set of parts are printed with a multidimensional laser printer for assembly." Director Zhang's words are equivalent to saying that the control equipment has no effect. He looked up at Liang Wenshan and continued, "But we have an idea that we should be able to find people or animals that have undergone human-animal gene fusion or animal-animal gene fusion. Because we haven't tried it, it's hard to say whether it works." Liang Wenshan heard that there was a way, and hurriedly urged him, "Go ahead, as long as there is a way, I will coordinate with various departments to implement it as soon as possible." Director Zhang continued to speak slowly, because after the fusion, whether it is a human or an animal, there are animal genes that do not belong to it. We think that if we use animals such as dogs to identify, we may find abnormalities. As for dogs, cats or other animals, which animal is better, we have to judge through experiments. From past experience, dogs will be more competent, but how to train them is a problem. Everyone thought it made sense, and Wu Ruinfa spoke up. "Perhaps we can try using bionic animals, and maybe they can do the job, so we can solve the problem of training." Then Wu Ruinfa explained the manufacturing principle of bionic pets. They are similar to Lingshan-level bionic robots, but they have different appearances, and the fused memories and genes are different. Liang Wenshan immediately asked Director Zhang to fuse a few more stray cats. For safety reasons, he sent a dragon riding team to do security work, and also asked to prepare a few ordinary cats, dogs, and geese, which are known as bullies in the countryside, to cooperate in the testing. Shihao called Wang Ping and asked him to take Ah Hu and another bionic dog in the Second Research Institute to the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute immediately. After arranging things on site, we started discussing liquid metal animals and liquid metal robots. Wang Yimin from the Institute of New Materials said, "Liquid metal has good ductility and can form the desired shape under the control of the built-in chip. Its control core is still similar to that of metal structure robots. It is driven by batteries, and the built-in ductile wires are also extended to various parts to transmit and feedback information." 2 years ago, researchers from the country of Riyadh published a related research paper in a foreign scientific journal. The structure of liquid metal is difficult to be destroyed. Even if it is destroyed, it can still rely on its own liquid-like fluidity under the control of the chip to repair or restore its shape. But it does not mean that it is invincible. If you use a magnetic storm bomb to destroy its chip and core, it will slowly pile up on the ground like a puddle of mud, or you can use a laser gun to burn it through, and then burn the chip and core inside, and the effect is the same. Wang Yimin knows a lot about liquid metal. When this new material was first launched, it caused a sensation and attracted widespread attention from the scientific community. Their research institute also purchased some for in-depth analysis. Zhong Ziyu said at this time, "These animals and robots move very quickly, and it is difficult for ordinary soldiers to aim." According to the description of witnesses, the movements of these robots are very similar to the legendary ninjas. Wang Yimin said, "Liquid metal itself is metal. Can the guidance system lock it? As far as I know, there is a kind of micro-guided missile that is not much bigger than a sniper rifle bullet. Can the magnetic storm bomb also be made like this and installed with a micro-guidance system?" Zhong Ziyu slapped the table excitedly and said, You are not to say that you are cultured people. This method comes one after another. I will arrange the test immediately. Liang Wenshan was very happy to see that 2 problems were solved, and asked everyone to start discussing the issue of improving combat power, saying, the international situation is very serious now. They are using tricks frequently. They don't want to cause trouble for us. We don't bully others actively, but we can't let them bully us. Since they are here, we have to fight back and crush them to make them remember for a few days. In view of this, we must greatly and massively improve our high-end combat power to cope with the current and future severe situation. At this time, Shihao was the first to speak. Speaking of high-end combat power, we can't avoid the Panlong team. I will talk about my feelings after leading the Panlong team to complete several tasks. Compared with ordinary people, the Panlong team has no practical significance. Take the recent mission as an example. After training, the Panlong team members can easily knock down the semi-bionic metal robot mentioned by General Kwang with their bare hands. If they rely on special daggers and laser guns, they can easily crush them. When we were capturing LV Jiaoshu, we encountered leopards, tigers, wolves, hyenas, elephants, rhinos, and other types of human-animal genetically modified people. They are also very powerful. The fusion genes are different, and the characteristics they show are also different. The current Panlong team members can easily knock them down with bare hands, and can easily crush them with daggers and laser guns. We have never fought against liquid metal animals and robots. If the Yulong team can capture it, I think the strength of liquid metal animals and robots is about the same as that of human-animal genetically modified people, and we can easily crush them. Currently, the members of the Panlong team are all Lingshan level. I personally think they can be regarded as the current high-end combat power. Shihao expressed his thoughts. After listening to Shihao's summary, Liang Wenshan said, but now there are only a few people in the Panlong team, which is a bit weak. We need more people to meet the demand. How can this be solved? Shihao looked at Wu Ruinfa and said, this depends on General Wu and Director Wu. Wu Yi said, we are currently screening and initially preparing to form 5 Panlong teams, with a total of 45 members. Liang Wenshan said, if there weren't so many things happening recently, 5 would barely be enough. Now at least 20 Panlong teams are needed to meet the requirements. Wu Yi thought about it, and turned to Wu Ruinfa. Director Wu, if 20 Panlong teams are formed within a month, can it be done? Wu Ruinfa said embarrassedly, Generals, we are just a scientific research unit, not a manufacturer. It is not realistic to manufacture a large number of Lingshan-level robots in the short term. Wu Ruinfa said here, and turned to Shihao and said, but how sure bionics technology? It should be possible. Shihao didn't expect that the ball would be kicked back to him, and said, Director Wu, how sure bionics technology can only conduct trial production at present? I heard from Su Wuqing that the equipment seems to be able to only produce a simplified version of the Huangshan-class robot. Wu Ruinfa said, in fact, the equipment is similar. Your equipment program is set to produce only a simplified version of the Huangshan class, but I can upgrade the program and produce the Lingshan class without any problem. Liang Wenshan looked at Shihao eagerly and said, Shihao, you are really a lucky star for Yin country. Any problem can be solved by you, haha. Liang Wenshan laughed and continued, I have a bold idea to merge Haoshur Bionics Technology and the Second Research Institute, and select a business-related military enterprise to participate in the equity, but the operating rights, management rights, and decision-making rights will still belong to Haoshur Bionics Technology. What do you think? The more capable, the more work. Of course, this is just an idea. After the meeting, I will find relevant companies to evaluate the feasibility. Chapter 56. Wu Yi first stated, although the Second Research Institute is dual use for military and civilian use, it is actually still under the management of the Yunnan Theater. When the project was established, it was just for the research of military bionic robots, and no one thought about it too much. In addition, the laboratory is relatively old. To be honest, if you want better development, General Liang's proposal is the most appropriate. Wu Ruinfa said, I have no opinion here. No matter where it is, as long as it does not delay my research, it will be fine. Of course, I also hope that the research results of my team members, and I can bring more benefits to the people and the country. I will obey the arrangement unconditionally. Shihao didn't expect that he would have to deal with Haoshur Bionic Technology again for a meeting. Originally, Haoshur Bionic Technology was established just to build a prosthetic factory for Su Wuqing and find a way to make a living. Unexpectedly, it became a listed company by chance. Now if the reorganization can be successful, it will be ranked in Los Angeles and even the whole country. However, the progress is too fast, and the personnel and experience are a bit behind. At this point, I don't want to think too much, just let it go, and said, as long as it is beneficial to the country, I have no objection. If the plan is feasible after evaluation, I will do my best to promote the reorganization and contribute to the national defense cause. Liang Wenshan looked at him and smiled and said, this is for you to make money, don't make it like a heroic sacrifice. Bionic robot technology is very important to our country. We are very relieved to have you take the lead. After the reorganization is successful, I will apply to the military and Haoshar Bionic Technology to jointly build a national bionic robot laboratory. Now that the problem of mass production of Lingshan-level bionic robots has been solved, the next thing to consider is the selection of candidates. How are the results of your recent selection? Liang Wenshan then asked about the expansion of the Panlong team. Wu Yi continued. The selection work in the Central Plains War Zone has been completed. General Shi reported 20 places. Today, General Shi went to the Northern War Zone to select team members. The registration work in other war zones has been completed. The original plan was to initially select 100 people from the 5 war zones, and then screen out 45 people. Now it seems that the plan needs to be changed. Liang Wenshan said, select according to the indicator of 200 people, but the standard cannot be lowered because of the large number of selection places. The specific operation plan is determined by you. If there are not enough places, select people from the Yulong squad to upgrade. The selection of the Central Plains War Zone was handled by Shi Hao. With some experience, he thought about it and said, once anyone is selected, they will control a body with extremely strong combat power. This is a double-edged sword, so in the Central Plains War Zone. When selecting for the district, I paid special attention to the tests of character, morality, ethics, family and friendship. If the personality is extreme, stubborn or unkind, I personally feel that it is not suitable. It is not that these colleagues are bad, but that they may have problems when they change their bodies and environment and are under pressure. So General Liang said that the standards cannot be lowered. I agree with it. Judging from the data of the Central Plains Theater, selecting 20 people out of 50 is already the limit. Whether these 20 people are all suitable or not, they still need to pass the second round of tests. Wu Yi heard Shi Hao's words and echoed, I read General Shi's selection process and methods and think they are very good. I suggest that other military districts should also select according to this standard. Wu Yi displayed Shi Hao's report on the holographic screen. After reading it, Lei Shiyu said, Haozi, your selection method is really unique, but it is indeed more suitable for the selection of Panlong team members. I support it. Kuang Yuni and Zhong Ziyu both expressed their agreement. Liang Wenshan also thought it was good and said, this standard can be promoted. In this case, it is estimated that there is still a shortage of 100 people, so 100 people will be selected from the Yulong team for upgrading. The expansion of the Panlong team must be completed within 1 month, and combat power will be formed after 3 months. Is there any problem? Wu Yi and Shi Hao stood up at the same time and said, no problem. Lei Shiyu and others stood up and said, fully cooperate. At the end of the meeting, Liang Wenshan turned back and emphasized that the issue of human-animal gene fusion must be resolved as soon as possible. After everyone discussed the details, they announced the adjournment of the meeting. After the meeting, Wang Guiyong rushed to the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute to promote the detection of human-animal genes and animal-animal genes after fusion. Wu Ruinfa began to arrange people to upgrade equipment at Haoshar Bionic Technology in Luo City, and began to prepare bionic materials for Lingshan-level robots. The workload of manufacturing 200 Lingshan-level bionic robots is huge and needs to be started as soon as possible. The staff of the entire Second Research Institute and the auxiliary robots began to work in circles. Wu Yi began to promote the selection of Panlong team members in the Southern Theater, Yunnan Guizhou Theater, and Xinjiang Theater. Kuang Yuni began to make combat deployments and prepared to attack the terrorist base directly. Zhong Ziyu used micro-guided missiles to test the captured liquid metal cheetah. The results confirmed that it can indeed be locked with missiles, but the damage caused by ordinary missiles hitting the cheetah slowly disappeared after a few minutes. The cheetah can complete self-repair. After being hit by a magnetic storm bomb, as Wang Yinmin said, the cheetah fell to the ground and slowly turned into a pool of mud. Seeing the obvious test results, Zhong Ziyu ordered the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute to work overtime to develop guided magnetic storm bombs. Shi Hao and Lei Shiyu left together. The notification of the selection of players in the Northern Theater was issued at the same time as the Central Plains Theater. The registered players have gathered today. The two of them are ready to go to the scene together. Shi Hao notified Wang Ping and Laura to rush to the training ground on the way. Because the boss of the Northern Theater, Lei Shiyu, was present, no one dared to make a rash move. The selection process went smoothly. There were a large number of applicants here, 80 people, and 30 people were selected based on their scores. These people were notified to report to the Yunnan Theater a week later. At night, in the office of the commander of the Northern Theater, Shi Hao and Lei Shiyu sat on the sofa and chatted. Lei Shiyu always had a serious expression, but he was very good to his subordinates, and he considered everything very carefully. He had no bad habits and devoted all his body and mind to his work, so Shi Hao admired and respected him from the bottom of his heart. Captain, thank you for taking care of Zheng Xian and her daughter. Shi Hao learned from Shi Shirui and Wan Guiyong that Lei Shiyu helped Zheng Xian a lot with housing, work, and Shi Shirui's schooling. After listening to Shi Hao's words, Lei Shiyu continued, I am ashamed. I heard from Lao Wan what happened to Shi Shirui some time ago. If you hadn't come back in time, Shirui and Wucheng would have suffered. It was all my fault. He was very familiar with Shi Shirui and Su Wucheng. Lei Shiyu asked someone to match them up. After he was transferred to the Northern Theater, he would occasionally contact Shi Shirui and the others, but it was always inconvenient when he was not around. Shi Hao hurriedly said, They are all adults, how can I still trouble you? When you were in the army, you took good care of each of us. I remember it in my heart and always think of it in space. Shi Hao was very emotional when he said this. Lei Shiyu raised his hand and gently patted Shi Hao's shoulder and said, My biggest regret is that I didn't insist on letting Zheng Xian cure the disease. At that time, there was a gene therapy with a cancer cure rate of more than 80%, but Zheng Xian said that she had raised Shirui, and she could explain it to you in the past, so she insisted on not continuing the treatment. In this way, Shi Hao and Lei Shiyu talked about the past, family, friendship, former comrades and life in the special forces, and unknowingly a night passed. The two of them took a nap for more than an hour, and Shi Hao said goodbye and returned to Los Angeles. He wanted to go to the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute to see the test results. He didn't say it, but he felt guilty in his heart that the Lu Jiaoshu incident was not handled well. At the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute, Shi Hao, Wan Guiyong and Los Angeles Public Security Bureau Director Xie Guangyun were all sitting in the conference room, listening to Director Zhang talk about the test results the night before. Director Zhang turned on the holographic projection screen, which was playing a goose's reaction after seeing a stray cat with tiger genes. In an iron cage, after the cat appeared, the goose realized that something was wrong and felt a little uneasy, but still pounced on the cat. In an instant, the cat bit its throat, and it fluttered a few times before it stopped moving. Director Zhang paused the video and said, After the experiment last night, we found that ordinary cats, dogs and geese will have abnormal reactions to the stray cats with fusion genes. Ordinary cats are frightened and tremble, lying on the ground and dare not move. Ordinary dogs will keep barking when they see stray cats, and they will retreat while barking, and dare not move forward. The behavior of geese is what you just saw. After Director Zhang finished speaking, he opened another video. In this video, Ahu was in it. When the stray cat with fusion tiger genes appeared, Ahu barked at it twice, and then rushed towards the cat. The stray cat also roared and rushed towards Ahu. The stray cat was knocked out by Ahu at the moment of contact, and then Ahu jumped over like lightning and stepped on the stray cat under his feet. The cat opened its mouth and wanted to bite Ahu, but it couldn't reach it. Ahu kicked the stray cat in the cage like a ball. This violent performance completely subverted its image of a mangy dog. The second video shows a bionic dog that looks like a Kunming dog. This was created by Wu Ruinfa and Ahu at the time. As expected, another stray cat with tiger genes was easily bitten to death by the Kunming dog. The test results prove that bionic dogs are effective against stray cats with fused genes. At this time, Shi Hao said, Director Zhang, are all the gene-fused animals you use stray cats? Director Zhang looked at Shi Hao and said, Yes, there are a total of 5 stray cats that have been fused with tiger genes. After listening to Director Zhang's answer, Shi Hao asked, If it is a dog that has been fused with cheetah genes or hyena genes, will it have stronger attack power than a cat? Director Zhang said, There is indeed such a possibility, General Shi. I understand what you mean. In the next few days, we will use cats and dogs and other common poultry and pets to perform various fusions, and then conduct tests to obtain more convincing data. After listening to Director Zhang's talk, Shi Hao, Wan Guiyong, and Director Xie walked out and talked. Wan Guiyong said, Here we only conduct animal-animal gene fusion experiments, but what if a person with human-animal gene fusion appears? Chapter 57. It would be great if there was a human beast gene that could transform humans. At that time, in order to prevent future troubles, those few were all killed. Shihao said with a bit of regret. Who would have thought that Lu Jiushou had such a strong ability to cause trouble, and he could still cause so many troubles after being caught? After listening to them, Director Xie smiled and said, I have a way. Do you want to hear it? Shihao and Wang Guiyong looked at him at the same time, which meant, hurry up and tell me, don't bullshit. When Director Xie saw their expressions, he didn't keep them in suspense and said, do you still remember Li Daxiong? Wang Guiyong immediately asked, could it be that Li Daxiong also merged animal genes? What animal did he merge? He hid it well, and didn't reveal his tracks at all. Shihao also agreed, yes, the human-animal genetic modification we have come into contact with has obvious human-animal characteristics, but Li Daxiong can't see it. Xie Guangyun motioned for the two of them to sit down on the chairs in the hall, and said, according to Li Daxiong's account, he merged the genes of foxes. He himself has. He is over 80 years old. When he merged the fox gene, he also modified the human gene, repaired damaged cells, and made the body cells grow backwards. Now he looks only in his 40s. According to his confession, it is not certain whether it is because of the genetic modification or because the fox itself is not so bloodthirsty, but it is certain that he became smarter and more cunning after merging the fox gene. I wonder if this is a characteristic of foxes. Shihao listened to Xie Guangyun's description of Li Daxiong's situation, thought for a while, and said, no matter what the reason is, we have to test what method can be used to identify human-animal genetically modified people, because Li Daxiong is a serious criminal. It is definitely not suitable for the Genetic Research Institute. Director Xie, what do you think is a better arrangement? Xie Guangyun said, there is a place over there in the prison, but we have to trouble Director Zhang to send someone over. The three of them discussed the details, and then sent someone to invite Director Zhang over and explain the situation. After listening to it, Director Zhang agreed to go over there to do the experiment. Then Director Xie arranged a person to specifically connect with the Gene Research Institute, and Wang Guiyong sent several members of the Yulong team to ensure the safety and smooth progress of the experiment. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Liang Wenshan sent someone to inform Shihao that a listed military enterprise in Luo City agreed to participate in Haoshi Bionic Technology Company, Limited after evaluation, and asked Shihao to send someone to contact the specific matters. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Shihao really feels a little overwhelmed now. After receiving the notice, he immediately rushed to the Haoshi Bionic Technology building and summoned Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing to a meeting. At the meeting, Shihao explained the whole story in detail, and finally explained the current issues to be dealt with. First, to issue additional shares to this military enterprise in Luo City, someone must be sent immediately to contact the securities company and this military enterprise. Second, upgrade the bionic robot production line, and be able to produce Lingshan-level robots for the military as soon as possible. Third, complete the renovation of the collagen stone warehouse as soon as possible. A large amount of collagen stone will be transported here for the production of Lingshan-level robots. Su Wuqing said, the security system of the Haoshi Bionic Technology building has also been installed and is currently being debugged. The negative fourth floor is mainly used to install several metal plates. We have dug up the top, and the inside has been adjusted according to the size. The alloy plates can be transported here for installation tomorrow. The installation is expected to take 2 days. After listening to Shihao's talk, Wang Yukai frowned and thought for a long time before saying, as for the private placement, I have no opinion. I can arrange someone to promote this work today. With a military background, I, Wang Yukai, will have more face when I go out. Wang Yukai will definitely be happy to have more thighs to hug. But Haoshi Bionics Technology has just taken over Daxiong Group, and has not yet fully digested it. The prosthetic limbs, bionic pets and civilian bionic robots projects are also on the verge of being launched. We only have one production workshop now, and the workers are not yet skilled in operation. These problems must be sorted out one by one. But I still say that I will cooperate with you unconditionally no matter how you arrange it, General Shi. Shihao was overwhelmed when he heard Wang Yucai's analysis. He agreed with enthusiasm during the meeting in Kyoto City. He did not expect that there were so many problems to be solved. He thought for a while, and said, wait for me for a few minutes, I will call Director Wu. Shihao came to an empty room and talked to Wu Ruinfa on the phone for more than 10 minutes, then returned to the small meeting room with a relaxed look, and said to Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing, Director Wu is already preparing the materials for the production of Lingshan-level robots. The people he sent yesterday have already started upgrading the production equipment, and the upgrade can be completed today. At this point, Su Wuqing interrupted and said, "Yes, I received them yesterday." After they arrived, they started upgrading the equipment. They didn't rest all night, and are still working now. They are too dedicated. I don't know how they can handle it. Sure Hao explained. Some of the researchers on Director Wu's side have genetically modified bodies. They can go without sleep for 10 days, or half a month. Director Wu also said that he would send all the operators of the Second Research Institute to operate the equipment to meet production needs. We were originally going to hand over the bionic pet project to Tianming Entertainment. Now we can suspend it, and let Lin Yunshan go over to reorganize the company. After the reorganization is completed, we have basically completed the production tasks assigned by the military. As for the prosthesis, the exhibits have been made. We can display and accept reservations normally. After the Lingshan class robot is produced, we will work overtime to produce the prosthesis. The simplified version of the Huangshan class bionic robot will be put on hold for the time being and discussed later. What do you think of this arrangement? Shi Hao said, and looked at Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing. Wang Yukai said, I have no objection to this arrangement, but I have a few ideas to share with you. Do you think they are feasible? Tianming Entertainment's office is located in Shangjing City, more than 100 kilometers away from Luo City. At that time, Daxiong Group attacked Tianming Entertainment because of the relatively close distance. Since we need to reorganize on a large scale, we might as well move Tianming Entertainment's headquarters to Luo City. There are still so many empty workstations in the Haoshi Bionic Technology building, which is easier to manage. Shi Hao and Su Wuqing expressed their opinions and agreed with Wang Youcai's proposal. In addition, after such an adjustment, Haoshi Bionics Technology has a heavy strategic task, but our foundation is very weak. Daxiong Group originally wanted to poach people from listed companies and then transfer profits overseas by improper means. There are not many real management talents. I want to transfer Li Liangwei back and appoint him as the general manager of Lofeng Group and Shi Xiaorui as the deputy general manager. Lofeng Group will be managed by them. I have focused on Haoshi Bionics Technology in the past year. Wu Cheng is still the general manager. I will participate in the work as the chairman and will borrow from Lofeng Group. How do you think of transferring some capable people over here for a year? Shi Hao himself knew that he could only stay in Los Angeles for a few days before leaving, and he couldn't rely on him. Su Wuqing had no experience, so Wang Youcai's arrangement was the most suitable, but he was afraid that it would be a bit inappropriate to promote Shi Xiaorui to the deputy general manager of Lofeng Group. So he said, Wuqing and I have insufficient experience in managing enterprises, and I have military affairs to deal with. I fully agree with Mr. Wang's arrangement, but isn't it too abrupt for you to promote Xiaorui to the deputy general manager of the group? Can she do it? Wang Yukai sat up straight, patted his thigh and said, Boss sure, Xiaorui has made the performance of the Los Angeles sales center the best in the country in such a short time, and has created a perfect training system for the sales center employees. Now I am promoting this training system she created nationwide. She is capable and hardworking, and has inherited your excellent genes very well. Wouldn't it be stupid if I didn't use such a talent? Wang Yukai also praised Shi Hao. Shi Hao was relieved when he heard that. At this time, Su Wuqing said carefully, Dad, I still want to ask you about the genetic modification of Director Wu's subordinates. Do you think I can also do it, so that I have enough energy to deal with more work? Shi Hao had thought about letting Shi Xiaorui and others undergo genetic modification before, but he didn't want to disrupt their lifestyle, so he gave up. When he heard Su Wuqing talk about this topic today, he said, Genetic modification technology is now relatively mature, but it has not been promoted for civilian use. Su Yen has undergone genetic modification. When they captured the asteroid, they didn't sleep for 30 days. They supplemented with special concentrated nutrient solution every day to supplement nutrition, relieve fatigue, and repair damaged cells. After ordinary people undergo genetic modification, their cells will grow inversely. Their physical fitness will be maintained at the peak state, and their various abilities will be comprehensively improved. It is precisely because this technology is too against the sky and has a great impact that it has not been released for civilian use. Wang Yukai heard it, and immediately said without waiting for Su Wuqing to speak, Then is it possible for us to apply for a few places? He also wanted such a good thing. If Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing wanted to undergo genetic modification, he would not object. At present, the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages. He said, You should consider it carefully. This modification is irreversible. If you really want to undergo genetic modification, I can apply for 4 places, 2 for each of you, 1 for you, Mr. Wang, 1 for your wife, and 1 for you and Xiaorui. Don't let your wife start to despise you when you two become young again. So you should go back and discuss it with your wives first. If there is no problem for the four of you, I will apply. This matter must be kept confidential. After listening to Shirhao's words, the two of them discussed the remaining details and ran away immediately. Needless to say, they went to discuss it with their wives. In less than an hour, Wang Yukai and Su Wucheng called back and said they agreed, with excitement in their voices. Shirhao called Wu Yi to consult about genetic modification. Wu Yi agreed to help him apply in the name of the Second Research Institute. Immediately, the Second Research Institute was merged into Haoshi Bionics Technology, and genetic modification for Wang Yukai and Su Wucheng was a piece of cake. For outstanding national talents, special talents, people who have made great contributions to the country, and those in important positions, as long as they are willing, the country will open up quotas to them. These people are the country's wealth and the pillars of the country, and they deserve special care. At this time, Wang Guiyong called and said that the Gene Research Institute worked hard all night last night and conducted many experiments, and the results of the animal-to-animal gene fusion came out. Chapter 58. The Gene Research Institute stores various plant and animal genes. Director Zhang and his team conducted experiments by fusing various ferocious animal genes with cats and dogs. The test results show that Ahu and another bionic dog can identify and easily defeat cats and dogs that have been fused with animal genes. But Ahu and the bionic dog cannot identify cats and dogs that have been fused with genes of other milder birds and animals such as chickens, ducks, and horses. This is probably because they do not have the bloodthirsty characteristics of ferocious animals. Director Zhang and his team also conducted experiments in the first prison of Los Angeles City, with Li Daxiong as the target. Ahu and another bionic Kunming dog were not identified. The staff analyzed Li Daxiong's genes and found that there were indeed some fox gene sequences in them. This result is a mixed blessing. The good news is that animals with highly harmful ferocious animal genes can be identified, but the worry is that they cannot be identified completely. Human-animal gene modification and animal-animal gene modification may be out of control. After listening to Wang Guiyong's explanation, Shirhao thought for a long time, then said hello to Wang Guiyong and left Los Angeles for Kyoto. After arriving at Lei Shiyu's office, he said directly, "Captain, I want to talk to General Liang. Can you take me there?" Lei Shiyu did not ask what to talk about, and started to make arrangements directly. 2 hours later, Lei Shiyu took Shirhao to the gate of a historic courtyard. The base of the wall was covered with green moss, and the wall was covered with rare gray tiles. Walking into the courtyard, there were green plants and flowers everywhere. There was an old locust tree in the middle of the courtyard. The ground was very flat and clean, and the road was paved with red bricks. Liang Wenshan was sitting under the tree reading a book. When he saw Lei Shiyu and Shirhao coming in, he asked them to sit down. Liang Wenshan asked the guard to pour tea, and suddenly remembered that Shirhao was a bionic robot. He smiled and said, "Drinking tea is about artistic conception. Xiaoshi has traveled in space for 35 years, and he must have tasted everything." Shirhao said with emotion, "There is no sky or earth in space, only depth and nothingness. Only by counting everything in memory can we grasp the reality of living." After listening to the conversation between the two, Lei Shiyu joked, "It seems that I am destined to be a rough man. General Shi and I can't talk about this poetic and picturesque thing, haha. Haha, then let's live back to the present. I have wanted to talk to you for a long time, but it has never been a coincidence. Let's have a good chat today," Liang Wenshan said to Shirhao. After listening to Liang Wenshan, Shirhao directly recounted the test results of the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute. At the end, he said worriedly, "If the animal-animal gene fusion and human-animal gene fusion cannot be completely controlled, the current world order may be broken. Now only animal-animal gene fusion is artificially carried out. If someone releases the fused animals into the wild to reproduce naturally, the consequences are unpredictable. Of course, whether they can reproduce and the consequences of reproduction can only be known through experiments. Whether it is humans or animals that fuse with wild beasts, they will become bloodthirsty. This type of modified humans and animals can be identified by trained dogs, but if the fusion is a relatively docile bird or beast, there is no way to do it at present, unless genetic analysis is performed one by one, which is unrealistic." Liang Wenshan and Lei Shiyu listened to Shirhao's analysis, and their faces became more and more serious. Liang Wenshan drank a sip of tea and said, "The development of this matter is indeed a bit unexpected, but if there is no Lu Jiaoshu, there will be other Wang Jiaoshu. This is the inevitable result of the development of human science and technology. Since we can't stop it, we can only find a way to deal with it. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it. Yin country has experienced so many ups and downs in the past 100 years, but it is still getting stronger and stronger. It is these ups and downs that have made us what we are. Lei Shiyu said to Shi Hao, based on my understanding of you, I specifically asked you to meet Vice Chairman Liang today. It is impossible that you only want to analyze the harmfulness of the matter. Do you have a way to deal with it? Liang Wenshan heard Lei Shiyu's words and continued, Shi Hao, just say whatever you want. Shi Hao adjusted his sitting position and said, since we cannot completely prevent it, I think the first thing is to take the initiative, and the second is to improve our and the people's protection capabilities. We humans cannot identify the harmful modified humans and animals, but we already know that bionic dogs have this ability and can defeat them. When the first Panlong team was formed in the Second Research Institute, I asked Director Wu to develop a bionic dog for the convenience of investigation. It is the bionic animal that Director Wu mentioned. It is called Ahu. This bionic dog has given us great help in carrying out the mission. Its original form is a police dog that is about to retire. Its memory, consciousness, and thinking are transferred to the bionic brain of the bionic dog, and then its genes are fused with the bionic dog to create it. In addition, our Hausher bionic technology has created a simplified version of the bionic pet based on this technology. This one uses a built-in intelligent program instead of memory dump. Our researchers have also developed a hidden function that is passively triggered. When the owner is in danger, it can be strengthened for a short time and then protect the owner. The bionic pets made by Hausher technology have a master recognition program. A pet can only recognize the owner once and will not betray. Before coming here, I also consulted Director Wu. The bionic dog after dumping the memory can also perform the master recognition operation. This can be achieved through gene editing. Liang Wenshan and Lei Shiyu listened motionlessly. They didn't expect Shi Hao to come up with so many things not long after he came back. Liang Wenshan said, you mean to popularize bionic dogs and bionic pets? Shi Hao replied, the simplified version of bionic pets has been tested multiple times, and there are no problems. It has been reported to the relevant departments for filing and obtained a sales license. This kind of pet is no different from ordinary pets. Even the owner cannot instruct them to actively attack other targets. The hidden function will only be passively triggered when encountering danger. There is no problem with large-scale sales, and it can also play a role in protecting the people. Bionic dogs like Ahu, I think they should be called combat pets. They can assist the military and police in performing tasks. In the initial stage, they can be tried and promoted in the Panlong Brigade. If there is no problem, then large-scale promotion. Liang Wenshan listened, tapping the armrest of the chair with his fingers. After listening to Shi Hao's talk, he said, the bionic pets and combat pets you mentioned are indeed a good idea. They can be taken care of by both civilians and the army. You stay here for the next 2 days. I will immediately notify relevant experts to come to Kyoto, and we will hold a seminar. After listening to Shi Hao's idea, Lei Shiyu was shocked. If combat pets become popular, the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers will be greatly improved, and the way of fighting will also change, even involving the issue of combat deployment and upgrading of equipment for troops. Military strategists care a lot about the issue of spears and shields. If there is a good spear, there must be a shield that can compete with it. If there is a strong shield, there will be a spear that can break the shield. After being shocked, he said, if the concept of combat pets is really popularized, I think it will definitely not be limited to dogs. There should be many forms, right? Shi Hao also thought about this issue, and said, I think with the development, the form of battle pets will be diversified. As for the specific development, I can't say. Liang Wenshan said, if battle pets are really popularized, they will definitely evolve gradually, just like ordinary animals may now evolve into animals with 2 or even multiple genes. It is this evolution that forces the emergence of battle pets. The devil is 1 foot high, and the way is 10 feet high. Let it go. Shi Hao and Lei Shiyu saw that they had talked about things, so they said goodbye and left, and returned to the headquarters of the Northern Theater Command to wait for the convening of the seminar. The next morning, experts from all over the country arrived, and the seminar officially began. At the beginning of the meeting, there were fierce collisions of various opinions and no concessions. That night, there were 2 stray cats that injured people. Everyone looked at the photos and videos sent over, from silence to indignation, and finally accepted the fact that the development of science and technology and the development of the times are unstoppable. They agreed to the project of battle pets, and then began to discuss various related rules, laws, and other contents. The seminar ended successfully 3 days later. From then on, battle pets entered the stage of history. Since the human-animal gene fusion and animal-animal gene fusion technology were put online by the forces behind the scenes, stray cat attacks and injuries have occurred one after another. The Yulong Squad and the Tinglong Squad have become firefighters, and they quickly maneuver to catch cats wherever something happens. This passive situation is a headache for the top leaders. After the War Pet seminar ended, the top leaders ordered the production of bionic dogs based on the Kunming dogs. Each city will be equipped with 10 dogs in the initial stage, and cities where attacks occur will be given priority. As soon as the order was given, Shihao rushed back to Yungue City without stopping. Wu Ruinfa was overwhelmed after hearing the order. The 200 Lingshan-level robots of the Panlong team and at least 200 bionic dogs in the initial stage required a large amount of production equipment and personnel. Luo City has a strong industrial foundation. After Wang Guiyong's coordination, a military equipment manufacturing enterprise focused on the production of Lingshan-level robots and bionic pet manufacturing equipment. Bionic robot researchers were selected from national research institutes to be trained at the Second Research Institute to prepare for production. The Haoshur Bionic Technology College and Stone Warehouse has been renovated, and the first batch of collagen stones has been shipped from the moon. After Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing underwent genetic modification, they planned the factory, recruited and trained personnel day and night. Considering the military nature of the Second Research Institute and the importance of the National Bionic Robot Research Center, Wang Yukai redemarcated a large piece of land from the Laughing Group to build this research center, and established a military robot production workshop and a combat pet production workshop, and equipped with special warehouses, comprehensive training grounds, staff dormitories and other ancillary facilities. The Haoshur Bionic Technology Building specializes in the development and production of civilian projects. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Even the Bionic Pet project, which was originally stagnant, has spare capacity to advance. The first batch of 500 bionic pets can be delivered as scheduled. 5 space civilian robots have been trial produced and have been shipped to the Yen Kingdom Moon base. All work is progressing in an orderly manner. On this day, the first batch of 150 selected team members reported to a training base in the Yunnan Guizhou Theater. The Central Plains Theater originally had 20 people. As a result, after Wang Guiyong finished the meeting, in order not to fall behind other military regions, he went back for a second mobilization and selection, and said 10 more people, with 30 people in each military region. Shihao and Lu Wei are deploying work for the 8 members of the Panlong team. The second round of selection is mainly led by Wang Ping and Laura, assisted by a dragon controlling team, and other personnel have made the final revision of the Panlong team training outline and are familiar with the training outline. After the new Panlong team members arrive at the base, they will be instructors. At this time, Shihao's phone rang. It was Wu Yi calling. He said anxiously on the phone, Wu Ruinfa was kidnapped 5 minutes ago. I'm on my way to the Second Research Institute. Come over soon. After that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 59. Shihao immediately stood up and said, Director Wu has been kidnapped, the plan has changed. Mickey was struck by lightning when he heard what Shihao said. He jumped up from his seat and ran out. Lao He wanted to reach out to stop him. Shihao stopped him and said, Wang Ping, take Ahu and follow, watch Mickey, and don't let him get into trouble. Wang Ping heard this and ran out immediately. Lao He, hey you, Wu Feng, Xi and Gu, Laura, take the selected team members, divide into 5 teams, 30 people in each team, block the station, airport and main traffic arteries. Big Guy and I will go to the Second Research Institute together. Captain Lu, you order all the Yulong team members to act separately and carry out the overall dispatch work. Not a single bird can fly out. Yes, resolutely complete the task. Everyone stood up and saluted and responded. Laura and the other 5 people took the military Airbus and flew quickly to the training ground. A few minutes later, they took 30 people into the air and rushed to the station, airport, port and main traffic arteries respectively. The 5 dragon-controlling teams of Panlong Base also set off from Panlong Base by flying cars at the same time. Wu Yi dispatched all the Speed Dragon, Tinglong, and dragon-controlling teams stationed in Yungue City. The entire Yungue City was surrounded like an iron barrel. For a time, the various forces that infiltrated Yungue City were in a panic. Wu Ruinfa may not know how valuable he is. Shihao and Wu Yi know the weight of Lingshan level and Taishan level bionic robots, especially the combat pets that are about to appear. In recent days, more than 20 bionic robot experts have been selected from all over the country for training at the Second Research Institute. One of them is a spy from the Raya country. He has been lurking in the original unit for more than 5 years. After training and actual operation here, he found that the big fish was here. He also knew that Wu Ruinfa and his team were about to go to Luo City to mass-produce Lingshan-level robots. He felt a huge threat. In order to disrupt the production plan of Lingshan-level robots, he contacted the undercover personnel of the Raya country in Yungue City. Wu Ruinfa called an old friend in Yungue this morning. He wanted to visit him before going to Los Angeles. The spy had installed a bug in Wu Ruinfa's office. After hearing the news, he immediately contacted the undercover personnel in Yungue, waited near the Second Research Institute, and took the opportunity to kidnap him. At this moment, the spy and the 8 people who met him were hiding in the basement of an abandoned factory in the western suburbs of Yungue. This was their base in Yungue for many years. There were a lot of daily necessities and drinking water reserves inside. One of them went outside to get a glimpse of the situation and was scared back by the outside noise. After the people inside found out the situation outside, they decided to hide in this basement for 10 days and a half months. For Wu Ruinfa's treatment, the first plan is to kidnap him back to the kingdom of Raya. There are not many such talents in the world. The second plan is to kill him if he can't be kidnapped back. It doesn't matter if both sides are destroyed. This can cause huge losses to the kingdom of Yin. They had been in Yungue City for several years, and this base had not been discovered, which gave them more confidence. They tied Wu Ruinfa up, gagged him, and left him alone, preparing to feed him only once a day and water once to ensure that he would not starve to death. Mickey did not lose his sense of proportion. He ran to the gun room immediately after leaving the meeting room to bring his equipment. At this time, Wang Ping also rushed over. The two of them took Ahu and flew to the Second Research Institute without saying a word. When they arrived at the Second Research Institute, in Wu Ruinfa's office, Mickey saw the bug that was found, and slammed the table with his hands. His eyes turned red. Wang Ping asked Ahu to sniff Wu Ruinfa's clothes, and then signaled Ahu to track the target. Seeing Ahu run out, Mickey and Wang Ping quickly followed. Ahu followed Wu Ruinfa all the way to 500 meters outside the Second Research Institute. The flying car he was riding crashed here, and the rotor was damaged. There were already soldiers guarding here, and the surrounding environment was destroyed. The kidnappers sprayed chemical reagents around to disrupt the surrounding smell information in order to countertrack and prevent the police dog from finding the target. Ahu circled around the crashed flying car for several times, tried to search in 2 directions in the middle, ran out for dozens of meters, and then turned back, continued to circle around the flying car, sniffing everywhere. Mickey saw Ahu like this, and became more and more anxious. His mind became more and more confused, and his eyes became more and more red. Ahu ran out for the 3rd time, and this time, he did not hesitate. Wang Ping and Mickey saw this, and quickly chased him out. Wang Ping signaled Ahu to speed up. The two of them and the dog ran wildly on the road, jumping over obstacles, bypassing high buildings, and passing shuttle buses, and taxis, attracting the attention of passers-by. They ran all the way to a large industrial area, and Ahu stopped outside an abandoned chemical plant and lay still. This chemical plant covers an area of about 200 mu. There are workshops, warehouses, and office buildings in the plant area. A choking smell hits the nose. Ahu's nose is no longer effective here. Wang Ping reported the situation to Shi Hao, and then began to take Ahu around the factory wall. After a circle, Ahu lay there motionless. Wang Ping said to Mickey, "It seems to be in this factory area, but Ahu can't find the exact location." When Shirue got into trouble, Shi Hao taught Mickey that rescuing hostages must be quick, and every second counts. A second later will increase the danger of the hostages. The moment Wu Ruinfa was kidnapped, Mickey felt that the sky had fallen. The only person he could call a relative in the world was Wu Ruinfa. Mickey's eyes turned red at this moment, his mind was upset, and he couldn't help shouting "ah" twice, and then ran into the factory area. Wang Ping saw this, and called Ahu to follow him. He caught up with Mickey and said, "We can't alert the enemy to prevent Director Wu from having an accident." When Mickey heard the 3 words Director Wu, his mind became clearer and he stopped. Wang Ping continued, "There is no way now. We can only search one building at a time." Wang Ping reported the situation and location to Shi Hao, and then took Ahu and Mickey to conduct a carpet search of the factory area. Building by building, floor by floor, every corner, the 2 people and the dog did not let go. Time passed bit by bit, and night gradually came. Shi Hao also came to the factory area with the big guy. Shi Hao looked at Mickey, whose eyes were red, and whose body was trembling slightly. He put his hands around his head, stroked Mickey's hair, and whispered in his ear, "Mickey, Director Wu will be fine. He can make so many Lingshan level and Taishan level robots. He is so powerful. Don't worry, we will rescue him soon. At this time, Lao He brought Xiao He, another bionic Kunming dog, over. In order to speed up, Shi Hao asked the bionic dog to recognize Lao He as the master, and Lao He was named Xiao He. Wang Ping, Mickey and Ah Hu went together, and Lao He, the big guy and Xiao He went together. They started searching again. When Ah Hu's group searched a building in the middle near the wall, they slowed down and crouched down slightly to move forward. Wang Ping and Mickey also crouched down quickly when they saw this. Ah Hu walked to a position close to the wall and stopped moving. After Wang Ping carefully observed, he went in and saw that the house was empty, but Ah Hu still didn't leave. Wang Ping understood that there was a basement here. Wang Ping signaled to retreat, then reported to Shi Hao and called a multifunctional reconnaissance vehicle. In order not to alert the enemy, everyone else stayed in a nearby building. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Wang Ping set off with the intelligent robot. Mickey insisted on following him, but Shi Hao persuaded him to go back on the grounds of ensuring Wu Ruinfa's safety. An hour later, Wang Ping put the flying insect robot in through the hole he had made. The carrier pigeon activated the flying insect robot, and the situation in the basement was clear at a glance. Wu Ruinfa was tied to an iron pipe in the corner with something stuffed in his mouth, and the 9 kidnappers were lying and sleeping in a mess. Lao He calculated the amount of explosives and placed the explosives above the corner opposite Wu Ruinfa. After the explosives were placed, Mickey was already waiting in the safest position closest to the explosives. Shi Hao signaled Laura and the big guy to follow Mickey. After a loud bang, a big hole appeared, and gravel and dirt fell. Mickey held 3 flying spikes in one hand and threw them at the kidnappers before they landed. He took out a dagger and slashed wildly. For a while, blood, arms, and ears flew everywhere in the basement. Mickey saw a figure sneaking towards Wu Ruinfa, holding a short dagger in his hand and preparing to stab Wu Ruinfa. Mickey kicked the ground with his legs and flew straight out between the man and Wu Ruinfa. The dagger stabbed Mickey and broke with a click. Mickey stabbed the man frantically with the dagger, once, twice, 3 times. 10 times. He stabbed mechanically, growling in his mouth, his eyes bloodshot, and he tightly protected Wu Ruinfa behind him. Mickey, he's dead, stop. Laura shouted at Mickey, but Mickey turned a deaf ear and didn't stop. At this time, Shi Hao jumped down, took Mickey's dagger and removed Mickey's equipment, but Mickey's hands were still making assassination movements. Shi Hao silently carried Mickey on his shoulders and jumped out of the cave. Laura and the big man untied Wu Ruinfa and carefully escorted him up. On the way back, Mickey kept biting and beating Shi Hao and was completely in a state of madness. Everyone was worried when they saw Mickey like this. Back at the Second Research Institute, Wu Ruinfa immediately turned on the equipment to put Mickey into a deep sleep state, but no matter how he fiddled with it, the indicators showed that Mickey could only enter a shallow sleep, but this could calm Mickey down and stop moving around, but the brainwave curve on the display was still a mess and disordered. Wu Ruinfa sat beside Mickey like this and watched all night. The next day, the staff advised Wu Ruinfa to sleep for a while, lest his body could not bear it. Wu Ruinfa said, Xiao Wang, help me prepare, I want to undergo genetic modification. It is impossible to say that I am not scared after being kidnapped yesterday. He was rescued, but Mickey had this situation. He is now physically and mentally exhausted, but for Mickey, Wu Ruinfa decided to undergo the same genetic modification as Su Yin. In order to save Mickey, he must stay in the best condition. Chapter 60. The next day, the general command of the Yunnan-Guizhou war zone. Today, the whole city is still under martial law. When we checked yesterday, we encountered several suspicious people who forged documents and wanted to leave the city. We followed the clues and found several foreign forces lurking in Yunnan-Guizhou city. Some hidden forces were frightened and revealed clues. We have been keeping a close eye on them. Wu Yi was talking on the phone with Shi Hao. Shi Hao said, if necessary, the Panlong squad can be dispatched at any time. Wu Yi continued, Ah Hu and Xiaohe played a big role yesterday. You have a heavy task now. Hurry up and establish the Panlong squadron, so that we will not be so passive. The selection work has started today. The final number of places can be determined in the afternoon. The next step depends on the progress of Director Wu. In addition, Mickey's condition is not very good. Mickey's condition has not improved yet, and Shi Hao is a little worried. Mickey has not undergone human memory dumping. He is completely artificial intelligence. We must pay attention to the accident yesterday. If in case. Wu Yi did not say anything else, but Shi Hao knew it in his heart. After Shi Hao and Wu Yi finished their phone call, they arranged for Wang Ping and Laura to be in charge of the final selection, and others to assist in finalizing the personnel as soon as possible, and then came to the underground laboratory of the Second Research Institute. Shi Hao saw that although Wu Ruinfa looked serious, he was in good spirits. He was wearing a white coat and recording various data. After recording, Wu Ruinfa stopped and greeted Shi Hao. Shi Hao asked, "How is Mickey's condition?" "Not very good." Wu Ruinfa replied softly. His brain waves were still very disordered, and his face showed a trace of worry. Shi Hao said, "Director Wu, Mickey has not transferred human memory. Now this situation has occurred, and the higher-ups are very worried. If it does not get better in the long term, I am afraid." Wu Ruinfa heard what Shi Hao said, and said anxiously, "Mickey's condition is only temporary. I will never give up on him, and I will definitely cure him." Shi Hao said, "What I mean is not only for Mickey, but also for robots of Lingshan level, and above that will not have human memory and consciousness control in the future." Wu Ruinfa listened to Shi Hao's words, shook his head and said, "Give me time, I can do it." Just as Shi Hao and Wu Ruinfa were talking, Mickey's brain waves fluctuated more violently, and one of the fluctuations was particularly obvious, very abrupt, and very smooth. Seeing this fluctuation, the staff immediately called Wu Ruinfa over. Wu Ruinfa was very excited after seeing it, and immediately shouted to Mickey, "Mickey, Mickey." Following Wu Ruinfa's shouting, the fluctuation appeared again. "General Shi, did you see that? This wave is the main wave band of Mickey's brain. When I called him, he was able to give a normal response. You have to give me some time, I will definitely cure him." Wu Ruinfa pointed to the brain waves printed by the EEG detector, and said to Shi Hao excitedly. Seeing this, Shi Hao also leaned over and said to Mickey, "Mickey, you performed very well in rescuing Director Wu this time. You remembered and did what I taught you before. It is your responsibility to protect your loved ones. You did a good job and cooperated with the treatment. Everyone in the Panlong team is waiting for you to return to the team." When Shi Hao spoke, the detector also responded. Seeing this, he felt much more at ease. He didn't want Mickey to get into trouble. After Shi Hao left, Wu Ruinfa asked the staff to add 2 more recording instruments, one to record the conversation between Wu Ruinfa and Mickey, and the other to record the feedback information from Mickey's brain after receiving the conversation. Then Wu Ruinfa sat there and kept talking to Mickey. Wu Ruinfa started from his childhood memories, talked about the fun when he was a child, from elementary school, middle school to college graduation, and talked about his first love. Although Wu Ruinfa did not get married, it did not mean that he did not understand the love between men and women. After Wu Ruinfa finished talking about himself, he started talking about his relatives, from grandparents to parents and brothers and sisters, talking about family affection, and the feeling that blood is thicker than water. Talk about classmates, friends, and everyone he can remember, and talk about his impressions of them. Talk about his learning process, his understanding of various subjects, and all the way to the fields of genes and bionics that he studied, the history of scientific development, and the social progress that science can bring. After the genetic modification, Wu Ruinfa's mind was extremely clear. He told Mickey one thing after another, and he was completely immersed in it. He didn't notice that the brainwave disorder shown by the detector was gradually weakening and returning to normal. 2 days and 2 nights passed, and Wu Ruinfa was still saying, "Mickey, I don't have a child, but I have always regarded you as my child. The day you were created, I suddenly felt much more fulfilled in my heart. If you can call me Dad, I will have no regrets in this life." "Dad." A faint voice came from his ear. Wu Ruinfa was startled after hearing it, and then said self-deprecatingly, "Look at me, I am still hallucinating." "Dad, you are not hallucinating." This time, the voice was weak but very clear. Wu Ruinfa turned his head, and saw Mickey opening his eyes, and smiling, and looking at him shyly, and stood up excitedly. "Mickey, you finally woke up." Wu Ruinfa hugged Mickey, who sat up. Mickey whispered, "I heard everything you said to the captain. I was scared. I was afraid that you didn't want me anymore. The captain told me that it was right to save my relatives, and I killed the bad guys. I really wanted to tell you, but no matter how I shouted, no one responded to me. I felt colder and more scared. When you sat here and talked to me, I suddenly felt very safe and happy. Slowly, I was no longer cold or scared. My body became stronger and stronger. I broke free from the nightmare and woke up." Wu Ruinfa asked the staff to remove the equipment and said to Mickey, who was lively and carefree again, "Mickey, go back to Panlong base, so that General Shi and the others won't worry." Mickey hugged Wu Ruinfa's arm, leaned his head on Wu Ruinfa's shoulder and said, "Dad, I stay with you for a while. Can I stay here to protect you? I'm afraid the bad guys will come again." Wu Ruinfa pushed Mickey's head away, pretending to be angry and said, "No child wants one. Having a child is so annoying. Go quickly. General Wu has sent a Tinglong team to the Second Research Institute. Don't worry. Now General sure needs manpower. Go back quickly." Mickey reluctantly left the Second Research Institute. Wu Ruinfa has become much more energetic since the genetic modification, and regretted not taking this step earlier. He immersed himself in analyzing Mickey's data in the past few days. Panlong Base Training Ground. Shihao was giving a speech to the 132 new members. 8 of them failed the second round of tests, and returned to their original units with regret. "You are here for the responsibility and honor. Are you ready for the challenge?" Everyone shouted, "Always be prepared." When the voices fell, a crisp report sounded. Shihao saw that it was Mickey and immediately ordered, "Return to the team." Mickey ran into the line and stood behind the pigeon. Shihao continued, "You will be divided into 8 teams next. The 8 here are the temporary captains of each team. They are also the instructors, and will teach you separately." Shihao pointed to the team of Wang Ping and said, "Because you have not yet received the memory dump and gene fusion work, you will first conduct physical training and training in some subjects while waiting. Each team will take it back." After the speech, each team began daily training. Shihao walked up to Mickey and said, "It's good to be back. They all missed you. Lead the team to train well." There was not much nonsense, but Mickey felt Shihao's care from the bottom of his heart. After arranging things here, Shihao immediately took a car to the Second Research Institute to find Director Wu. Because of Mickey's matter, some work has been delayed. The Los Angeles Military Equipment Production Plant has already produced the equipment of the bionic robot, and has transported it to the new workshop of Hausher Bionic Technology for debugging. It is currently working overtime to produce the equipment for combat pets. Shihao found Wu Ruinfa at the Second Research Institute. As soon as they met, Wu Ruinfa told him a good news. Mickey has a blessing in disguise this time. Through the data analysis of the past few days, it was found that through appropriate education and guidance, coupled with his self-breakthrough, he has developed human-like thinking consciousness. Now we can be sure that Mickey's bionic brain has generated a lot of positive consciousness, and has generated its own unique memory. This memory is generated by the autonomous evolution of what I've said. We can develop a fuzzy algorithm based on this change, which can be implanted into the bionic robot brain in the future to restrict their behavior. There is also good news. Didn't you ask me some time ago whether it is feasible to convert a person's memory into data, and then implant it into the bionic brain? It seems feasible at present. In addition, according to the detailed level of memory data, we can set a fuzzy algorithm between 2 adjacent memories, so that this bionic brain can autonomously restore or create its own memory. Shihao asked Wu Ruinfa about Zheng Xian's matter, and now Wu Ruinfa has found a solution. After hearing this, Shihao felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He used to just think about it, but now he has the urge to let Zheng Xian be reborn, but he still rationally controlled himself, and said that he would talk about it after the technology is fully mature. Shihao exchanged opinions with Wu Ruinfa on the recent progress of work. Wu Ruinfa was almost ready. On the day he was kidnapped, Wu Ruinfa just wanted to say goodbye to his old friend and then go to Luo City. Unexpectedly, an accident happened halfway. Shihao went to the general command of the Yunnan-Guizhou war zone to find Wu Yi and reported Mickey's situation, and Wu Ruinfa's next plan. Finally, it was decided that Panlong Base would send 2 dragon-controlling teams to escort Wu Ruinfa's team to Luo City. The 132 Panlong team members, and the 48 selected dragon-controlling team members will undergo memory dump and gene fusion work in the newly built military production workshop of Wang Yukai and others in Luo City. After the fusion is completed, 20 Panlong teams will be formed. After Shihao returned to the base, Lu Wei found him and said, "I followed you on several missions, and I could only watch from the side. I felt very uncomfortable that I couldn't charge into battle. In the base, there are a total of 5 people, including me, who have applied for quotas to join the real Panlong team. Do you think it's okay?" Chapter 61. Captain Lu, now is the time to recruit people. I definitely agree with your request. With 1 more Lingshan level person in the base, our strength will be stronger. I will report your application directly to General Wu, and we will follow the selection process for the other 4. What do you think? When Lu Wei heard Shihao agreed, he was very happy and said quickly, "No problem. For safety reasons, we must strictly follow the regulations for selection." Shihao immediately called Wu Yi to explain Lu Wei's request. Wu Yi said, "No need to report. I can approve his application here. Just received news today that the Russian Federation and the former Mongolia, a town on the border nearby, was attacked by a genetically modified human animal. The two richest brothers in the town were killed, and their money was looted. The next morning, a package full of money was found on the gate of the town's orphanage. The country urged us to speed up the expansion of the Panlong Brigade and give us the maximum authority. We will give money and people. The only requirement is to quickly form an iron army that can do anything to protect the safety of the people and the country of Yin." Shihao understood that after the first attack, there would be a second attack. It would spread like a plague. After receiving Shihao's affirmative answer, Lu Wei immediately arranged the next step of work and asked the other 4 people in the base to go to Wangping for assessment. Those who could come to Panlong base were selected from 100 miles away, and all 4 people passed Wangping's assessment. The next morning, the 2 Yulong teams of Panlong base escorted Director Wu's team and supplies throughout the journey. Wangping and others led 132 new team members to Luo City on a military transport plane. Wang Yukai divided 1/5 of the Lofeng flying car production plant, and the military set it as a military restricted area. Of course, the country gave Lofeng Group a lot of financial compensation. After Wu Ruinfa's incident, Wang Guiyong sent 3 Tinglong teams to stay here permanently, and the 2 Yulong teams from Panlong base also settled down after arriving. Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing have not slept since the genetic modification, and take concentrated nutrient solution every day to replenish their physical strength. The military bionic robot and military bionic pet workshops are transformed from the old workshops. Lingshan-level robot production equipment has been installed, and bionic pet production equipment has also been installed one after another. The Scientific Research Center, special warehouse, employee dormitory, and indoor training ground are all modularly constructed. It is estimated that it will take more than 30 days to design and build. When the memory dump and gene fusion of more than 180 people are completed, these can be put into use. When Shihao is not present, Wang Ping arranges daily work. His experience and qualifications are enough to convince everyone. While waiting for fusion, he led everyone to participate in the construction of the factory in addition to training, which greatly increased the construction speed. Wu Ruinfa's team members, including Wu Ruinfa himself, all operated the equipment and worked at full capacity to manufacture Lingshan-level robots. During this period, bad news continued to come. 2 more attacks occurred on the Russian Federation border. One targeted a wealthy man who was unkind to his wealth, and the other was an internationally famous drug lord. Without exception, all the money was looted after the attack. An orphanage and a church that adopted orphans received big gift packages. There were also attacks in Europe. This time, the human-animal genetically modified people directly killed and robbed, which was of a bad nature. At the former U.S.-Mexico border in America, a Mexican drug lord attacked the U.S. border guards using human-animal genetically modified humans, purely for retaliation. The U.S. military quickly sent people out to clean up, but the result is unknown. The southern coastline of Yin country is still harassed by liquid metal animals and robots. The southern theater used quantum satellites to find a carrier submarine, and the other party had escaped when the warship arrived. There were stray cat and dog attacks in 3 cities in China. All cities ordered the cleanup of stray cats and dogs, but the stray cats and dogs that were genetically modified by beasts were planned to be released by people using cars. This move did not play any role. The Tinglong team and the Yulong team patrolled and put out fires everywhere every day. The smoke of war rose everywhere, and the attacks that appeared one after another stimulated the nerves of every country, and Yin country was no exception. Shihao, Wu Ruinfa, Wang Yukai and others were busy day and night. On this day, Tianming Entertainment began to sell bionic pets, mainly in 3 varieties, Chihuahua, German Shepherd and Labrador, a total of 500. After the holographic projection advertisement was released, citizens could also interact with bionic pet dogs through projection advertisements. After understanding the functions of bionic pet dogs, it caused a national sensation. August 8, 2071, Sunny, my father queued up all night and bought me a yellow Labrador. It looked cute and could even talk. I was startled when it spoke, but I instantly liked its soft voice. If my father hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a real dog. Until now, I still don't believe it is a bionic pet dog. I named it Bubu. It follows me wherever I go, and it can also help me with my homework. A 10-year-old girl recorded her feelings in a diary on the day she received her birthday gift. Another 14-year-old boy said, "Oh my god, this sheepdog is so cool. I will be angry if anyone says it is fake." Compared with it, Other metal pets, smart pets, and pseudo-bionic pets are just rubbish. It is number 10222, and it is very cool to take it out. Mingzai is so arrogant all day long, but his is only number 10389, haha. A man wearing glasses is a quantum engineer. He is not good at speaking. When interviewed by reporters, he said, "I queued for 2 days and bought a chihuahua." What? You said chihuahua is not suitable for a grown man like me. There is no way because it is number 10010. Other numbers are too far back. I am very sensitive to numbers, so I chose it. You asked me if I had a girlfriend? I didn't have a girlfriend before I bought it, but Huzi, my bionic pet dog, went to chat up with a goddess I had a crush on for a long time. Since Huzi started chatting up with me, I have never hugged him until now. But I think it is worth it to have a beautiful woman hugging me when I sleep at night. She hugs Huzi, and I hug her. On the 3rd day after the release, a national sensation occurred. A high school student in Kyoto City took his bionic pet dog Labrador out to show off. When he walked to a street corner, a mutant stray cat rushed out. The Labrador changed its normal docile state and roared and barked at the mutant stray cat, then pounced on it and fought with the mutant stray cat. The fight lasted for several minutes. The Labrador had one leg bitten off by the stray cat and was covered with bruises, but it persisted until the dragon riding team arrived. The high school student cried bitterly while hugging the Labrador. His parents tried to seek help from Tianming Entertainment. It was repaired 2 days after returning to the factory. After the incident was exposed by the media, the whole country began to focus on Hausher Bionic Technology and Tianming Entertainment in Los Angeles. There was an endless stream of people coming to the sales center for consultation. Tianming Entertainment had a large number of reporters interviewing every day. Many companies from all over the country came to Tianming Entertainment to discuss agency rights. Tianming Entertainment had no choice but to issue a notice stating, "Bionic pets do not sign agents. All sales are made by the sales center under Hausher Bionic Technology." Every Friday morning at 9 o'clock is a media reception day. Lin Yunshan's head has exploded these days. Seeing Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing full of energy every day, she is very curious. After asking clearly, she pestered Su Wuqing to help apply for genetic modification. Shihao quickly agreed. On the same day, Lin Yunshan's genetic modification was completed, and she was full of energy and happily devoted to the massive amount of work. The manufacturing work of Lingshan-level robots has been fully launched, and the gene fusion work is also proceeding in an orderly manner. Wu Ruinfa finally has some free time, so he discussed the selection of combat pets with Shihao and the Panlong team. Wang Ping has a mangy dog named Ahu, Lao He has a Kunming dog named Xiao He, Shihao chose a Chinese native dog, De Gu chose a Tibetan Mastiff, He Yu chose a Cane Corso, and Wu Feng chose a Dogo Argentino. After communicating with Wu Ruinfa, the carrier pigeons chose 2 carrier pigeons and 3 owls that are good at camouflage and easy to monitor. Mickey chose a stone cat, which looks like a small leopard from a distance. Laura chose a king cobra for easy movement and made a pet bag around her waist to put the king cobra in it. The eyes of these pets are integrated with pathfinding and video surveillance. That day, Lei Shiyu called Shihao and said that Minister Liu of the Ministry of Education wanted to visit him and asked if he was free. Shihao was also puzzled because he had nothing to do with the education industry, but he still agreed. 2 hours later, Minister Liu and his entourage arrived in Los Angeles. Shihao arranged to meet at the Hausher Bionic Technology building. After the two sides met, Shihao did not say polite words, but asked directly, "Minister Liu, I wonder if I can help you. Please tell me." Minister Liu said politely, "General Shi, you also know that September 1st is the opening date for all schools in our country, but now many cities are attacked by mutant stray cats and mutant stray dogs. We are very worried about the safety of schools after the opening. The bionic pets sold by your company some time ago have been tested and can indeed identify and resist such mutant cats and dogs, so I would like to purchase a batch of bionic pet dogs from your company on behalf of the country to ensure the safety of schools." Shihao heard Minister Liu. When he heard the words of the director, he remembered that Su Yuan also reported to Yangui University of Science and Technology on September 1st, so he said, "Minister Liu, I wonder how many of these bionic pet dogs you need." Minister Liu was obviously well prepared and said directly, "Currently, the attacks of mutant stray cats and dogs are concentrated in cities. We will first equip urban schools, and then equip rural schools. In the initial stage, we plan to purchase 50,000. In addition, we also encourage students to bring bionic pet dogs to school. One more bionic pet dog means more safety. Shihao heard that the number was a bit too much, and said embarrassedly, Minister Liu, I can't answer you now. I have a meeting in the afternoon, and will call you back as soon as I confirm it. Chapter 62. When Minister Liu heard this, he said, You guys have a meeting. I wait for your news here. It was an imminent issue involving the safety of tens of millions of students. If it wasn't resolved immediately, he wouldn't be able to rest assured. When Shihao heard what Minister Liu said, he immediately called Wu Ruinfa, Wang Yukai, and Su Wuqing, explained the situation, and asked them to come to the meeting immediately. After everyone gathered, Wu Ruinfa first said, From a technical point of view, bionic pets are actually simplified versions, and it's not difficult to produce them. The 50,000 that Minister Liu needs are mainly guard dogs, which can weaken social functions and increase recognition and guard functions. In addition, the physical strength, toughness, and triggered attack power of guard dogs can be appropriately increased. We can define them as bionic guard dogs. With the military bionic pet production equipment we just installed, we can produce 500 a day and 15,000 a month. If we start adding equipment now, it is estimated that it will take 1.5 months to produce 50,000. Shihao asked Minister Liu, in view of the special situation this year, can the school stagger the start of school? We will deliver in batches. Minister Liu calculated and said, There are about 15 days before the start of school. We can arrange for the elementary school to start on the 15th. Wang Yuhai said, Mr. Su, I want to calculate the price based on the material cost plus labor and loss, without adding any profit. I can also subsidize some from Laughing Group. Shihao said, The price is what Mr. Wang said. We don't want any profit, and there is no need for subsidies. Everyone here is for the future of the motherland, and I am no exception. Su Wuqing thought for a while and said, In order to speed up, I suggest choosing the Mexican hairless dog as a model for manufacturing, without auxiliary materials. Because of the bionic pet, Su Wuqing has looked up a lot of pet information. Wu Ruinfa said, This is a good suggestion. The production speed can be improved. Shihao said, That's it. The production of bionic pets for external sales will be stopped during this period. I will ask the Public Relations Department to issue a notice to explain the situation. After the meeting, Minister Liu happily returned to Kyoto and prepared to issue a notice to stagger the start of elementary schools, middle schools, and universities. In addition, all school security guards will be trained to prepare to receive bionic guard dogs. After the meeting, Shihao called Wu Yi to explain the situation and apologized. I took the initiative to postpone the production of combat pets. After all, the safety of students is the most important. If the higher-ups want to hold me accountable, I am willing to take full responsibility. Wu Yi immediately said, The situation changes too quickly every day, and we cannot follow the plan rigidly. Your arrangement is very suitable, and I will report it to the higher-ups. The announcement of Haoshur bionic technology disappointed those who were eager to buy the second batch of bionic pet dogs, but it received a lot of praise. I can't buy bionic pets, but since Haoshur bionic technology is so loving, I will buy a few of their stocks to show my support. What? Daily limit. If I can't buy Haoshur bionic technology, Tianming Entertainment will work too. Well, I'm still slow. By the way, Wang Youcai's Laughing Group is also a listed company. Hurry up, it's a close call, it just hit the daily limit after I bought it. Shihao and Wang Yukai had never expected that the 50,000 bionic guard dogs would not make any money, but the stock price rose for 5 consecutive days. They had never expected that this was just the beginning of the rise of Haoshur stocks. After this incident, Haoshur companies continued to gain popularity. Bionic pets, bionic robots, and new military enterprises were all on the headlines of the financial news. Further digging revealed that it was the global general agent of collagen stone. All the experts were crazy about recommending it to the public. Since Wu Ruinfa said that he could edit memories and implant bionic brains last time, Shihao would record down any things about Zheng Xian that he remembered whenever he had nothing to do, and also asked Xiaorui and Su Wuqing to write down the Zheng Xian in their memories. When he went home to see Su Yuan, he also gave Su Yuan this task. That day, Shihao was writing his memoirs when Wu called and said, Recently, some villages and towns on the border between the Russian Federation and the former Mongolia have been attacked more and more frequently. Some of them were the first wave of human-animal transformations, and the others were newly emerged human-animal transformation forces. They began to kill innocent civilians and rob at will. Now there is a trend of spreading to our country. The above means to use unofficial means. How about you take a few people there? Shihao thought for a while and said, Now that LV Wei's memory dump and gene fusion work has been completed, he is currently undergoing recovery training. I will take Wang Ping, Mickey, Hey you and the big guy there. Laura, Lao Hei, Wu Feng and Xi and Go will stay at home to help LV Wei train new team members. After listening to Shihao's selection, Wu Yi said, you guys will leave the country separately and gather in Yuchuo City as tourists. There is no space dome protection there, and the area is shrinking rapidly. It is said that the underground city is very large and someone will receive you there. Shihao has learned about the international situation and the conditions of the original major cities. He has also read the information about Yuchuo City. Because it is located between China and Russia, the former Mongolia only symbolically retains the government agency to declare sovereignty, but there is no real management. It is basically an anarchy. It is currently an internationally famous drug and arms trading center. The underground arena, there is also a major feature, and many rich people go there to place bets. Shihao asked again, what should we do there? What degree should we grasp? Wu Yi said, remember that you are unofficial, and it is all personal behavior. You should pay attention to a man named Ilef. He is the leader of the first wave of human beast transformation people who attacked the town. According to investigations, they did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. The few robberies were all robbing the rich to help the poor. This person himself is an orphan, so it is easy to understand that he gave a large sum of money to the orphanage every time. The human beast transformation people have entered the stage of history, and it is irreversible. You can consider meeting him. You can decide what to do specifically. After listening to Wu Yi's explanation of the situation, Shihao continued, Su Yuan will start school in a few days. I will send her to Kyoto City, and then leave the country from Erlian City. All combat pets and weapons and equipment will be sent to Erlian City. Everyone will be equipped and leave the country secretly from there. After Shihao and Wu Yi hung up the phone, they went to the newly built training ground to find LV Wei and Wang Ping and others. After a few days of training, LV Wei's body can move freely. They found a classroom to hold a meeting and arranged the next step of work. Wang Ping, Mickey, Big Guy and Hey you set out the next day and arrived in Wutuo City first to investigate the local power distribution and available information of the underground city. Wu Ruinfa, Wang Yukai, Su Wuqing and Lin Yunshan all showed superhuman work efficiency. Everything was progressing step by step. Before they knew it, it was the end of August and Su Yuan and Yang Shui were about to start school. Originally, Su Wuqing and Lin Yunshan discussed preparing a dinner party for Su Yuan and Yang Shui. Su Wuqing considered that Shihao could not eat, and finally decided to go on an outing together this weekend, either to play or to have a picnic. Yang Minyu, who had disappeared during this period, also came with a document bag in his hand. When he arrived, he handed the document bag to Lin Yunshan. Lin Yunshan opened it, and saw that it was the share transfer agreement of Yuyun Textile Factory. The transferor was Yang Minyu. Yang Minyu pointed to the transferee column and said, Yunshan, I redeemed Yuyun Textile Factory. You signed your name, and it is still yours. It turned out that Yang Minyu went to inquire about the situation of Yuyun Textile Factory after leaving Hausher Bionic Technology building that day. Since the textile factory was taken over by others, the takeover did not know how to manage it. Soon, the product quality also had problems, and the number of customers was getting smaller and smaller. Now it is in a semi-stop state, and no one will take over even if it is transferred at a low price. Yang Minyu's father founded the company with his uncle. When his father died, Yang Minyu should have taken over the company. However, he was addicted to gambling and didn't manage it at all. His shares were gradually occupied by his uncle. After the genetic modification, Yang Minyu was like a person who had just recovered from a serious illness. He had confidence and ideas. He went to his uncle to ask for shares, but the matter was done. He signed the transfer agreement in a muddle in order to pay off his gambling debts. In the end, he refused to leave. His uncle knew his character, and was afraid that he would cause trouble. When he heard that he wanted to buy back Yuyun Textile Factory, he asked his secretary to find out the situation and bought it at a very low price, and all the shares were transferred to Yang Minyu. I don't know how to manage it, so I leave it to you. After Yang Minyu explained the situation, he insisted that Lin Yunshan sign. At this time, Su Wuqing saw this situation and said, Yunshan, bionic pet accessories originally need to build a textile factory. There is a ready-made one here, so let Yuyun do all the business. Lin Yunshan said, Ba Su, you have done me a great favor, and I have no way to repay you. If you don't mind, I want to merge this textile factory into Hausher Bionic Technology for free. Shihao considered that Lin Yunshan was going to manage Tianming Entertainment now, so it was okay to merge Yuyun into it, so he said, Wu Cheng, Go back and ask the finance department to calculate the total value of Yuyun Textile Factory and compensate Lin Yunshan with Hausher Bionic Technology shares at a threefold premium. Yuyun Textile Factory will be temporarily merged into Tianming Entertainment for easier management. Shirui was also constantly on the phone. After genetic modification, she was full of energy, and most of the projects were handled by her. Su Yuan watched them talking about work and making phone calls, and pouted and said, "Are you here for a meeting or to have fun?" Shirui put down the phone and said, "Okay, I play with you two top students now. One is from Yanhui University of Science and Technology, and the other is from Tsinghua University. We can't afford to offend you." After that, Shirui asked Lin Yunshan to pick up the kite, and went to fly the kite with Su Yuan and Yang Shui. Yang Minyu ran and played with Xiaoji and Oyster. The family was full of love and friendship. Shihao and Su Wucheng lay on the grass, feeling the breath of nature. This is a famous park in the suburbs. Many families in the city come here in groups of 3 or 5 to fly kites, have picnics, and play football on weekends. Suddenly, Xiaoji and Oyster stopped running and stood there staring at a garbage truck slowly approaching in the distance. As the car got closer, they barked at the car. Chapter 63. Shihao heard the cries of Xiaoji and Oyster, and immediately jumped up and said to Su Wucheng, "You go and protect them, take the speeding car back to the city, and take Xiaoji and Oyster with you." After saying that, Shihao quickly ran towards the garbage truck. He had nothing on him when he came out. He pulled a branch down from the tree while running, removed the branch, and grabbed a dozen pebbles, and put them in his pocket when passing a flower bed. The driver saw that the situation was not good, opened the car door, let out 3 mutant cats and 2 mutant dogs, and then turned the car around and sped away. At this time, the mutant cats and dogs were about to run towards the nearest few people, about 10 meters away. Seeing this, Shihao threw pebbles and hit those mutant cats and dogs. Those mutant cats and dogs turned around and ran towards Shihao in pain. Shihao held the branch tightly in his hand like a dagger, with his thumb against the top, and stabbed it into the neck of the first mutant dog that pounced on him. The dog's neck was pierced, and its head tilted and twitched. Shihao grabbed the mutant dog's leg and smashed it towards the other mutant cats and dogs that pounced on him, knocking them all unconscious with a few hits, and then kicked each of them in the head. After dealing with the mutant cats and dogs, he chased the garbage truck at full speed, calling LV Wei while chasing and saying, "Captain LV, immediately send Laura and a few others with their combat pets to the location I sent you. There are mutant cats and dogs here. Garbage trucks are generally not very fast. Shihao's speed is about 120 kilometers per hour. It took him less than 2 minutes to kill the mutant cats and dogs. Shihao ran at full speed and caught up with the garbage truck in just a few minutes. He jumped onto the roof of the car, came to the top of the cab, squatted down and smashed the front windshield with a punch, and turned over to get in. The driver was holding the steering wheel tightly. Shihao was about to force him to stop and question him, but there was a gunshot, and the man was shot in the head and killed. Shihao hurriedly stepped on the brakes and turned off the engine. When he got out of the car and chased the sniper's ambush position, the person had already run away, and the sniper rifle was not taken away. He walked back to the place where the mutant cats and dogs were killed. Laura, Lao Hei, Wu Feng and the pigeon had already come with their combat pets. Seeing this, Shihao said, "Pigeon, let your pets go out to monitor the area within a radius of 3 kilometers, and ensure that everyone's communication is smooth. Give me your dagger and flying cone. Lao Hei and Laura will track and search these dead mutant cats and dogs as clues. Wu Feng and I will chase the sniper. Let's go!" Lao Hei asked Xiao Hei to sniff the mutant cats and dogs, and then began to track them all the way. First, they tracked the garbage truck, and then followed the way the garbage truck came. Shihao brought Wu Feng's Dogo Argentino to the place where the sniper had been, smelled the smell and started tracking. This is a wilderness. Shihao didn't see the flying car take off just now, so he can basically conclude that the sniper didn't go far. The sniper saw all of Shihao's performance through the sniper's scope. He didn't expect that an action without any risks would encounter a ruthless person. After the sniper, he immediately ran away and hid. The sniper was very confident in his disguise, but when he saw Shihao dispatched a police dog in a short time, he panicked and hated himself for not having the ability to escape underground. Seeing Shihao and Wu Feng getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but run, but he heard the dong 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 sound of running behind him getting closer and closer. He had no choice but to bite the poison hidden in his mouth. When Shihao and Wu Feng arrived, he was already dead. This is a person from Riyadh. The one on his shirt collar is the logo of the Riyadh spy organization Xian Xian Society. Wu Feng said after careful identification, pointing to the mark on the man's shirt collar. After Shi Hao contacted Laura, he and Wu Feng rushed over. Xiao He took them to a farm. Laura released the king cobra and crawled in from the water outlet at the base of the wall. She also contacted the carrier pigeon to let the forest owl fly directly above to investigate. She saw stray cats and dogs in the yard were placed in 2 circles. The king cobra crawled along the crack of the door to a larger room. There were 3 people busy fusing animal genes for stray cats and dogs. The fused mutant cats and dogs were placed in an iron cage by the wall. After investigating several other rooms, no one was found. Shi Hao gave an order and started to act. One of them saw a stranger breaking in, and drew his gun to design a plan. Shi Hao broke his finger with a flying cone, and then called Laura and Lao He to move quickly to pinch the cheeks of the 3 people to prevent them from taking poison and committing suicide. Then he used his hands to pick the poison out of their mouths. As a result, only the one who drew the gun had poison in his mouth. It seems that the other 2 have other identities. Shi Hao asked LV Wei to send a car and people to take these people to the Central Plains War Zone and lock them up for interrogation. After some tricks, several people confessed. The man who pulled out the gun was a member of the spy organization Xianxinxia of the Kingdom of Ria. The other 2 were genetic experts of the Fujino family. The Fujino family had always been upset about the fall of the Daxiong group. When Xianxinxia came to the door, they hit it off. The mutant cats and dogs in Luo City were all released by them. The rest of the things were done by Wang Guiyong and Xie Guangyun. Xie Guangyun was very grateful to Shi Hao. The most troublesome mutant cats and dogs were actually wiped out by Shi Hao. Since Xie Guangyun was transferred to Luo City, Shi Hao has helped him directly or indirectly many times. Since Su Wuqing, Shi Shirui, and Lin Yunshan were all very busy, the task of sending Su Yuan and Yang Shui fell on Shi Hao and Yang Mingyu. Yesterday, Yang Mingyu saw Shi Hao's Superman-like performance, and his admiration for him was like a torrent of water. He took care of everything on the road, no matter how big or small, and was definitely a competent follower, which made Yang Shui feel embarrassed. When reporting, there was a bionic guard dog standing guard at the gate of Yanhui University of Science and Technology and Tsinghua University, and there were 2 constantly patrolling the campus. For the safety of students, the Ministry of Education specially approved the bionic pets of Hausher Bionic Technology to enter the campus, but not to bring them into the classroom. At that time, only 500 bionic pets were sold, and it was rare to bring bionic pets to school. Su Yuan and Yang Shui's Chihuahua and Shepherd Dog attracted many jealous eyes, and left many sad eyes behind. When Su Yuan took Xiao Ji to the cafeteria, a handsome boy with a German Shepherd stopped her and said, "Hello, classmate. My name is Ouyang Xiaojia. You also have a bionic pet. Let's be friends." Ouyang Xiaojia said proudly. "Hi, little one, my name is Obsidian, which means gemstone. I can protect you." Ouyang Xiaojia's pet was as proud as Ouyang Xiaojia. He looked down at Xiao Ji and said. Ouyang Xiaojia pointed at Obsidian and boasted, "My father bought it for me. It is number 10111. There were earlier numbers at that time, but I still like the shepherd dog with leopard number. It's a pity that only 500 were sold, otherwise it would be number 11111. Su Yuan didn't say anything. Xiao Ji walked around Obsidian, looked up at Obsidian and said slowly and clearly, "I am number 1. After carefully identifying it, Obsidian stood there motionless and silent, which hurt the dog's self-esteem. Su Yuan called Xiaoji to follow, and Xiaoji turned back and said, "Handsome guy, if you want to pick up girls, you can't be too arrogant. If you want number 11111, tell her, it will be fine." Su Yuan picked up Xiaoji and walked away quickly after hearing what he said, and knocked on his head fiercely and said, "I'm picking up your head, you're so smart." Ouyang Xiaojia asked Obsidian, "Is what he said true?" "Yes, it's number 1. "My god, this is not scientific. How can there be a number 1? Obsidian only came to his senses now. Ouyang Xiaojia and Obsidian walked towards the dormitory like eggplants hit by frost. They failed to show off, and got slapped in the face. It was too discouraging. When Yang Mingyu heard Shi Hao say that he wanted to stroll around, he nodded in agreement without asking whether Shi Hao wanted to stroll alone or with him. He agreed to stroll together, and the two of them strolled around casually. Although Yang Mingyu was once a rich second generation, he only had a hobby of gambling. He was often complained and criticized by his parents and Lin Yunshan. He did not have the kind of arrogant personality. Although his gambling addiction was cured, his character could not be changed. He did not think there was anything wrong with being humble. Kyoto City still has a deep historical and cultural heritage. The courtyards and alleys still maintain the ancient style, but they have obviously been renovated. Rickshaws are running fast, and the hawking of candied haws is sweet and crisp. Shirhao strolled through alleys and streets one by one. After all, Yang Mingyu has an ordinary body, and the genetic modification is also a simplified version. His calves are spinning. When he arrived at Dashilon, Shirhao slowed down his pace and strolled around and tasted the old brands one by one. Yang Mingyu also found a stone bench to sit down and rest. At this time, a group of people gathered in the middle of Dashilon. Someone shouted, "Master Li, you are back to business." As soon as the voice fell, an old man with white hair and beard came out of an old shop and cursed, "Li Binhui, you are also over 80 years old. You are flirting in Dashilon all day long. What a disgrace. Go back to your hometown and don't pollute the treasures of your ancestors." After saying that, he couldn't help coughing for a long time. I don't know if it was because of coughing or because of anger. A woman in the shop ran out quickly to help him back. The old man said as he walked, "If you are old and not dead, you are a thief. It's a sin." This old man is the 15th generation successor of this old shop. I don't know where Li Binhui came from. Since half a year ago, he has been preparing to come to Dashilon at 11 o'clock in the afternoon, wearing sexy makeup and followed by a group of people. He said that he was doing a special live broadcast of the old shop in Dashilon. After a long time of live broadcasting, he has also gained some fame. Many older people recognize him. Li Binhui was famous all over Yan country more than 50 years ago. At that time, his father was the richest man in the country. After returning from studying abroad, he was crowned as a super-rich second generation. He started a business with the small money his father gave him. However, in their eyes, the small money was something that ordinary people could not earn back in their lifetimes. Shirhao happened to be standing not far from Li Binhui. After a careful look, he also recognized Li Binhui. More than 50 years ago, Shirhao was still in college. He still had a deep impression of Li Binhui, the national husband with a high exposure. 35 years ago, he didn't pay much attention to these gossips, so he didn't know what Li Binhui was doing at that time. I didn't expect that he was so smart at an old age, and still so capable of tossing. Li Binhui looked to be in his 30s, probably genetically modified or by other means. He was about the same age as Wu Yi, but looked much younger than Wu Yi. I don't know if it was because of makeup or skin care. He had bronze skin, wore a white suit with a small collar, had a small mustache on his chin, and wore a narrow-brimmed hat. He was talking to the camera. Li Binhui walked forward while talking. When he was about to reach Shirhao, he stopped, stared at Shirhao, looked left and right, and then walked toward Shirhao. Chapter 64. "Excuse me, where is this gentleman from?" Li Binhui walked up to Shirhao and asked directly. Shirhao was confused but still answered, "From Los Angeles." Li Binhui said with a happy face, "I would like to invite you to my humble home for a chat. I wonder if you can make it convenient for me." At this time, Yang Mingyu also came over and saw Li Binhui and said excitedly, "Isn't this the internet celebrity Li Binhui?" "Hello, hello." He said that regardless of whether the other person agreed or not, he took the other person's hand and shook it. After changing his gambling habit, his thick-skinned nature became more obvious. While shaking hands, he introduced to Shirhao, "This is one of the top 10 internet celebrities of the contemporary era, and he is popular in Yan country." Li Binhui was surrounded by internet celebrities and beauties decades ago, whether they were just trying to get attention or just paying for it. In short, he had no shortage of internet celebrities and beauties. He also ran a live broadcast website, but it went bankrupt due to poor management. Unexpectedly, decades later, he personally did live broadcasts and was doing well. Shirhao looked at Li Binhui, who was expecting, and said, "Sure." After hearing Shirhao's affirmative answer, Li Binhui said, "Please wait a moment, sir." He went over to the cameramen who were broadcasting live and said, "You have made a lot of money in the past 6 months, so you don't have to give me the share today. I won't come again in the future, so take care of yourselves." Li Binhui ignored the voices of retention and regret from the group, and walked straight to the door of the old shop just now, and said, "Old man, I'm sorry, I, Li Binhui, have no intention of disturbing Dazlin, and I won't come again in the future. The road is long, and we will never meet again." After saying that, Li Binhui walked up to Shirhao, made a gesture of invitation, and then walked to the front to lead the way, through several alleys to where Li Binhui lived. It was indeed a humble abode, only more than 20 square meters in size, but it was quite clean. There was a bed that could be folded against the wall, and Li Binhui moved 2 chairs for Shirhao and Yang Mingyu. After sitting down, Li Binhui said, "Sir, I must be very curious about why I invited you to my home so abruptly. For more than half a year, I have been doing live broadcasts at Dashilan at 11 o'clock every day, and I finish on time at 13 o'clock. I am waiting for someone. Shirhao did not speak, and Li Binhui began to talk to himself. This matter has to start with my father. He was also a well-known figure in Yin country back then, but after an investment failure more than 30 years ago, he was old and was forced to hand over the management rights of the company, and finally died in depression. After losing his halo, I realized that I had been running naked. The company was not well managed, the investment was loss-making, and finally only this small house was left. In order to make a living, I started to do holographic projection live broadcasts. After all, I have history and topics. After cooperating with some teams to hype, I quickly became popular, but in fact, it was all superficial. Everyone shared a share, and I didn't make much money, but it was much better than working for a fixed salary. My father left me 3 things. The first one is the failed investment I mentioned. More than 30 years ago, climate change intensified, and the sea level gradually rose. However, he listened to the words of an old Taoist priest who suggested buying a piece of land near the English Channel for the blessing of his descendants. It was a plain close to the sea and a natural harbor. As a result, the land was completely submerged by the sea within a few years after the successful purchase. After all, he left the land to me. Although it was submerged, I would go there every year to check it out. I handled the extension procedures and certificates in time. Every time I went there, I would spend almost a year's savings. The second thing is that more than 30 years ago, when genetic modification technology was still in the experimental stage, he forced me to undergo genetic modification of my body. That was when he was at the peak of his career. He found connections and easily got a place in the trial. He said that he had lived long enough and had nothing to miss in this world. As long as I lived well and lived long, he would be satisfied. Li Binhui wiped his eyes with a tissue. So although I am over 80 this year, my body has not aged, and I am still full of vitality. However, if I had known that life was so tiring, I would not have accepted genetic modification. No matter what the rich second generation was, without money and power, they are no different from ordinary people, and still have to experience the hardships of life. The third thing was also pointed out by the old Taoist priest. He said that I would meet a noble person for the rest of my life at noon one day this year. This noble person asked me to wait in Dashilan, so I started doing live broadcasts in Dashilan at the beginning of the year, telling the stories, history, and cultural inheritance of time-honored brands. Shirhao then realized that Li Binhui had other intentions in Dashilan. Shirhao recalled that Li Binhui said today that she would no longer do live broadcasts in Dashilan, so he asked curiously, "Are you so sure that the noble person is me?" Li Binhui looked at Shirhao and said with light in his eyes, "I look for people and find people in Dashilan every day. I have seen countless people, but after seeing you today, I was involuntarily attracted by your temperament. I don't care whether it is you or not, but follow your heart." Yang Mingyu only understood when he heard this that Li Binhui, who looked so awesome, wanted to follow Shirhao. He felt incredible that he could get an awesome younger brother just by strolling around the street. The surging water in his heart became more and more endless. Yang Mingyu heard what he said was so amazing, so he asked Li Binhui, "Aren't you afraid that the old Taoist priest with a big nose is deceiving you? After all, he has already made a mistake once." Li Binhui replied, "I have admired my father since I was a child. I believe everything he says. Even if the old Taoist priest is not right, my intuition tells me that I can't go wrong by following this gentleman. I am very busy, and I don't think there is anything I can do to help you. What should I do?" Shirhao was helpless. Such a trick could happen even when shopping. Li Binhui said quickly, "I don't ask to follow the master every day, I just hope that the master can show me the way or arrange something for me to do." Shirhao thought for a while, and said, "Why don't you go to Luo City, go to Wang Yukai and Su Wuching of Haoshur Bionics Technology, and tell them that I asked you to go, and what to do specifically depends on their arrangements." Li Binhui said quickly, Okay, I will do what the master said." Shirhao felt a little awkward when hearing the word master, and was about to be called an old man, so he said, "My name is Shirhao, you can call me Mr. Shir, I'm not used to calling you master." Li Binhui said, "Then I call you Brother Hao, take me with you when you return to Luo City this time." He didn't care about Shirhao's age, and just called him like that. "I have other places to go, you and Yang Mingyu go to Luo City together, and let him take you to see Su Wuching." Shirhao thought it was time to go to Wutua City, so he arranged for Yang Mingyu to go with him. Yang Mingyu thought that if he didn't go with Shirhao, he wouldn't lose face by going with Li Binhui, so he said, "No problem, I promise to complete the task. On the same day, Li Binhui and Yang Mingyu took a car back to Luo City. Both of them were rich second generations, and they had a good chat. Shi Hao continued to go north to Erlian City. When he arrived at the Dragon Yu Squadron's base in Erlian City, he received a call from Wu Yi saying, the Russian Federation is also worried that the drug and arms trade in Yudo City will seriously threaten the Russian Federation. In addition, the recent harassment by human-animal genetically modified people has caused them to want to join forces with us. I will ask for your opinion first, and then reply to them. Shi Hao thought for a while and said, no problem, we can join forces with them, but they must follow my command. If not, forget it, we will act separately. Wu Yi quickly communicated with the Russian side, and then replied to Shi Hao, the other party should have learned about your information and readily agreed to follow your command. They will send someone to meet with you today. As for Hao, that afternoon, Shi Hao received a strange call. A female voice came from the phone, speaking in a rather stiff Mandarin. General Shi, this is Katerina from the Russian Federation. General Wu must have explained the situation to you. Because it is not convenient to visit, I would like to ask General Shi to come out and discuss in detail. Shi Hao did not expect that the Russian Federation would send a woman to come over, but he still answered, okay, send me the location. Shi Hao checked the location received by the phone, which showed a park about 2 kilometers away from here. He changed into casual clothes and tied up his dagger and flying spike. After the Los Angeles picnic incident, Shi Hao never left his dagger and flying spike. Now the positioning of civilian mobile phones is accurate to centimeters. Shi Hao walked to the park and easily found Katerina. He saw a chestnut ear-length short hair, a pair of deep blue eyes, a high nose bridge, silver-like skin, a slender waist, and a perfect figure. The 170-centimeter-tall Russian beauty stood there smiling at him. Katerina extended her right hand, and Shi Hao shook hands with her while saying, I didn't expect that the person assigned to partner with me would be such a beautiful woman. I am Shi Hao. Katerina smiled slightly and said, General Shi's heroic performance in space is a role model for us. It is my honor to partner with you. As she spoke, she asked Shi Hao to sit on the bench next to her, and she sat down next to him. From behind, they were no different from other couples in the park who were talking about love. Katerina continued, General, you used to have a metal robot body. If I'm not mistaken, you should have changed into a bionic robot body, right? Actually, our situations are similar. For this reason, I didn't meet in bars, hotels, and cafes. It's a bit strange not to eat or drink in these places. General Shi, don't you mind? When capturing B-52, the whole world was watching. Shi Hao's return was no secret. After he came back, the country did not deliberately cover up his identity. So Shi Hao did not feel unhappy about Katerina revealing the secret of his body. Shi Hao saw Katerina so frankly telling her the secret of her body, and he felt good about it, so he said, this arrangement is good. Next, let's talk about the action plan this time. Chapter 65. First of all, I still want to make it clear that all actions in Yudo City must be under my command. For safety, the initiative must be in one's own hands, and Shi Hao emphasized this requirement. Katerina said, no problem, after arriving in Yudo City, if there is a need for action, I will obtain your consent before proceeding. I just happened to discuss something with General Shi. Some time ago, an illegal group was destroyed in our country. This group was involved in drug and arms transactions, and even had mutant dogs with domesticated animal genes. Their drug and arms suppliers are basically distributed in the former Mongolian territory. We plan to destroy 4 such forces before going to Yudo City. The specific route of action is to leave Erlian City and go east, then go west along the Russian Federation border until near Yudo City. We will take a military high-end flying car, and it is expected that the task can be completed in 2 days. I don't know what General Shi thinks. Shi Hao talked to Wang Ping on the phone in the morning and learned about the progress there. It went smoothly, so he said, okay, our goal this time is to solve the hidden dangers, and it would be nice to clear a few of them, but are we just the 2 of us? Katerina saw that Shi Hao agreed, and said happily, we still have 3 people, waiting near the border of Yen State in Mongolia. Shi Hao said, tonight at 10 o'clock, you send me a location, and we will meet there, and then he got up and went back to the Dragon Yu Squadron's base. Shi Hao packed 2 sets of clothes in a special backpack, disassembled the laser gun, and put it in the backpack, put the bayonet into the sheath, and put it in the backpack, carried a dagger and a flying cone with him, and also a pistol and 2 boxes of pistol bullets, a magnetic burst magazine for the laser gun, 30 magnetic burst bullets, and 3 packs of 90 flying cones, and also brought 5 flying insect robots. 5 reptile robots, and an infrared telescope. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he set off with the Chinese rural dog Jupiter in a high-end flying car. The gravity offset rate of this flying car is 30%, equipped with a large-capacity nuclear battery as a power source, and the interior is arranged according to the military special flying car standard, and the exterior is painted with a civilian flying car. Shihao's combat pet is made based on the Chinese rural dog. It is black and gray, looks like a wolf and a dog, and its eyes are used for monitoring and pathfinding. The monitoring can be connected to the holographic projection watch phone all-in-one machine. Wu Ruinfa redesigned the teeth of this batch of combat pets. The teeth and gums are made of special dagger-like materials mixed with some collagen stones, which not only ensures hardness, but also takes into account the bionic effect. After testing, except for Ahu and Xiaohei, these newly made combat pets can easily bite through 5 cm thick alloy steel plates with their mouths. When Shihao flew over Jupiter on the B-52, he was shocked by the blue vortex and twisted gorgeous patterns on the surface of Jupiter, and was deeply attracted by the dark brown-red spot on Jupiter. His wish was to see Jupiter and the mysterious red spot up close, so he named his combat pet Jupiter. After Shihao showed his pass at the border, he left the country smoothly without any obstruction. He drove eastward for about 10 minutes along the outer side of the border for a few hundred meters, and arrived at the meeting point. Katerina was already waiting here. There was a high-end flying car, with a decent appearance parked behind her, also painted for civilian use. Seeing Shihao get off the car and walk over, she asked his 3 team members to get off the car and introduce them to Shihao one by one, and then they got in their cars and sped towards the first mission target given by Katerina. The first target is the drug trafficking groups. After Shihao and his team cleaned up the drug trafficking groups last time, they fled. Although Yin State has strengthened patrols and control on the border, the scope is limited. When the crackdown was not strong before, the drug trafficking groups blatantly dug underground cities near the border of Yin State and set up planting and production dens. Ever since the 3 drug trafficking groups, including Kunjin, were wiped out by the Panlong team, these drug trafficking groups have gone to places dozens of kilometers away to find places with rich groundwater resources to dig holes and reopen their businesses in order to survive. No matter how big the risk is, there will be buyers and sellers, and as long as there is enough profit, there will be people who dare to take the risk. More than 20 minutes later, Katerina's car stopped, and Shihao also stopped and got out. Katerina said to Shihao, "General Shi, the target of the mission is 3 kilometers away. In order not to alert them, we will run over from here. This drug trafficking group is not large. You can just watch the battle from the side. If there is an accident, I will trouble you to take action." After listening to her introduction, Shihao said, "Okay, just follow your own plan, I will follow behind." Katerina was dressed in black, and her curvy body curves were outlined more clearly, making her run more seductive. She was carrying a military backpack and a bulging messenger bag behind her. The 3 men followed Katerina and ran quickly, each holding a standard laser gun. Shihao observed that their speed was comparable to that of Wang Ping and Mickey, about 80 kilometers per hour. After hearing Katerina's arrangement, Shihao did not bring his battle pet Jupiter, and ran easily behind him, with a bayonet tied to his leg and an assembled laser gun on his back. Katerina and her team did a lot of investigation work beforehand. After running to the location, one of them took out the engineer shovel and started digging quickly. A few minutes later, a big pit appeared, and then explosives were placed. After the explosion, another person threw several things into it. After a few minutes, a piece of land rose up, revealing an exit. A flying car drove out. After Katerina signaled, 2 of them ran over, picked up laser guns, and kept shooting at the cab. The flying car was paralyzed there before it took off, blocking the exit tightly. After more than 10 minutes, Katerina and her team ran back. When they arrived in front of Shihao, Katerina said, "General Shi, all right, let's go." Shihao was confused and asked, "Don't care about it. Are you sure you have cleared it out?" Katerina said, "All the drug dealers inside deserve to die. We use poison gas bombs that are not often used. It is unlikely that the people inside will survive in more than 10 minutes. Shihao was very angry after hearing this. The Russian Federation people are really tough. When the Panlong team was clearing out the drug dealers, they used explosives to blow up a gap and then sent people in to clean it up. Because there might be children in addition to drug dealers, after clearing out the 3 drug dealers, the troops doing the finishing work gathered the children and sent them to Yin country to receive normal education, thus changing their fate." Shihao said to Katerina seriously, "If you use this kind of poison gas bomb later, our joint action will end here. Katerina looked at Sher Hao and said doubtfully, General Sher, you have to understand that they are all drug dealers. It is not excessive to shoot them several times. Isn't the effect of using poison gas bombs different from shooting? Sher Hao said to Katerina, come with me. After that, Sher Hao walked to the pit they blew up and jumped down. Katerina also jumped down. This kind of poison gas bomb paralyzes the nerves of ordinary people, and is ineffective against their bionic bodies. After Sher Hao went in, he saw that there were people lying on the ground. Some were motionless, some were spitting white foam from their mouths, and their bodies were still twitching. Sher Hao took Katerina to look at each room. When they came to the living area, they found more than a dozen women lying on the ground. 2 or 3 of them were holding babies to be fed. It can be seen that a baby was feeding at the time of the incident, but without exception, those babies were motionless with their eyes closed. Katerina squatted down, stroked the face of the baby who had stopped breathing, and hit her head hard with her hand. Sher Hao said nothing, turned his head back to the cave entrance, and jumped up. He was indescribably bored in his mind. He looked at the vast night sky. Although the space was desolate and deep, there were not so many life and death, interests and intrigues. At this moment, he had an extremely strong desire to go to space again. After a few minutes, Katerina came up from below. Her face was serious and her mood was not high, but she didn't say anything. After sending the information of the second target to Sher Hao, she and the team members got on the car and set off. Sher Hao still followed behind in a flying car. The location of the first target was near the former Mongolian city of Daragan, and the location of the second target was near the city of Mata. The target this time was an arms dealer. In places not covered by the space dome, groundwater resources are very valuable. Those places are treasures. The dens of drug trafficking groups and arms dealers are all located in these places. Drugs are a tool for making money, arms are a tool for saving lives, and another way to make money is mineral resources, but these mineral resources exist naturally. Many small countries have lost their sovereignty, or have sovereignty but no power to protect the mineral resources within their borders, and have become fat meat in the eyes of various forces. Those rich and large mineral resources are often jointly developed by Yanhua, the Russian Federation, the United States and the European Union, the sovereign countries to which the resources belong. Small mineral deposits are divided up by major forces. Some small forces will rob as their strength grows. Some of them will rob more after robbing the mineral deposits. When the personnel are dispersed, they will be robbed again. Therefore, arms dealers are very popular. Their customers are mainly drug trafficking groups and various forces entrenched in areas rich in mineral resources. In the past 2 or 3 decades, major countries have stopped the development of traditional firearms. The troops are mainly equipped with various laser guns. Laser guns are strictly controlled and difficult for ordinary forces to obtain. Occasionally, the laser guns scattered among the people can be sold at sky-high prices. These forces like the AK-47 rifle and MP4 rifle that have been popular in the world for more than 100 years. The short gun Desert Eagle is the most popular. Others such as grenades and rocket launchers can be obtained by arms dealers. The car was speeding, and Jupiter suddenly stood up and barked twice. Because the battle pet is the product of memory dump and gene fusion, it cannot communicate with humans through language. Civilian bionic pets communicate with humans through intelligent programs. Sher Hao saw Jupiter's abnormal behavior, and slowed down the car. He pricked up his ears, and heard faint gunshots in the distance. He immediately called Katerina, and asked them to stop. Chapter 66. Everyone stopped the car and walked out. Sher Hao didn't need to explain. In this dead silent night, a gunshot was clearly heard. Katerina was very impressed that Sher Hao could distinguish the gunshot from the wind noise of high-speed flight. She said, General Sher, you are so amazing. No wonder you can become a hero of Yin country. Sher Hao smiled and said, this is not what I heard. It was Jupiter who heard it. Sher Hao pointed behind him while speaking. At this time, Katerina and others realized that there was a dog standing quietly behind Sher Hao. Katerina was surprised and said, General Sher, you brought a dog with you when you went out? That's special. Sher Hao did not explain too much, but said, judging from the sound of the gunshot, it should be from an AK-47, about 5 kilometers away from us. Let's park the car behind the hill and run over. Katerina was now convinced by Sher Hao. After listening to Sher Hao's arrangement, she got in the car and flew behind the hill, parked next to Sher Hao's car, and the 5 people and the dog quickly ran towards the place where the gunshots came from. When they were 700 to 800 meters away, they saw through the infrared telescope that their second target, the underground city of the arms group, was crowded with people, and the gunshots had gradually become sparse. They slowly moved towards that direction and stopped when they were more than 200 meters away. Shirhao took out a flying insect robot and activated it, and it flew towards that direction silently. Soon, images and sounds were clearly transmitted back. They saw a man kneeling there, sweating profusely. The temperature at night was over 50 degrees Celsius. It could be seen that this man had an ordinary body, and would soon die of exhaustion. There were several people lying not far from him. The man panted and said, "Turga, although I am in the arms business, I have never bullied any force by relying on my strength, and I have no conflicts with your caravan. You actually want to destroy us? I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." The one called Turga said, "Jabuha, there is no conflict between you and me. You have fallen into such a situation today. You can only blame yourself for not keeping up with the trend. You will not live to see tomorrow. I am not afraid to tell you, look at my brothers, in such a hot day, they are all alive and kicking, moving freely. Look at your bear-like appearance. This is the difference. Our brothers' bodies have not only undergone genetic modification, but also integrated the genes of various beasts. I integrated the tiger. I integrated the wolf." Turga's men echoed. "I integrated the cheetah," the man said while proudly patting his chest. "We integrated the hyena." The three people standing on the periphery echoed. Turga continued, "Hear me? This is the current trend. Even the dogs we bring are genetically modified. Our goal is to rob money, weapons, and women. We want to form an invincible army. You have a lot of money and guns here. As for women, hey, we men will take care of them for you. Just go on your way with peace of mind." He raised his hand and shot. Katerina saw the image and heard the voice and said, "This arms group is finished. The caravan is our last target. I didn't expect to meet it here." According to intelligence, the tameable mutant pets traded on the market are provided by them. This caravan has a history of more than 100 years. It was originally a gang formed by a group of robbers who robbed on horseback. The name is still used today. Turga is one of the three leaders and ranks second. Shirhao asked Katerina, "Do you have a sniper rifle?" "Yes." One of them answered quickly. Shirhao said, "There are 7 or 8 people outside, and it's hard to say how many people are inside. Let's kill Turga first and see what happens. Then kill as many as you can. Give me the gun." After hearing Shirhao's order, the man quickly took out the parts from his backpack and started to assemble them. Soon, a light sniper rifle was handed to Shirhao, which was loaded with carbide bullets with strong penetrating power. Shirhao raised the sniper rifle in the posture of holding a rifle. After a slight aim, he heard a bang and Turga fell to the ground. Then 3 gunshots were heard, and 3 more people fell to the ground. At this time, everyone else quickly ran to hide behind the flying car or behind the stone. After hearing the news in the underground city, more than 20 people rushed in, each with a dog. From the video, it can be seen that these dogs are much stronger than the mutant cats and dogs that appeared in the city. Shirhao didn't expect the caravan to be so powerful. He saw those people release more than 20 mutant dogs, and the dogs rushed towards them. He returned the gun to Katerina's sniper and shouted, "Run." The 5 people and the dog turned around and ran away immediately. The speed of those mutant dogs was about the same as Katerina's, but slower than Shirhao. While running, Shirhao gave orders and pointed to a high ground about 700 to 800 meters away and said to the sniper, "Go to the high ground. I will circle with these dogs, and you will come to snipe and kill." After hearing the order, the sniper and the deputy sniper immediately ran towards the high ground. Shirhao led the dogs in circles and deliberately slowed down. When one of the dogs was about to rush in front of Shirhao, Jupiter jumped forward, opened his mouth and bit the mutant dog's throat. After shaking his head twice, he let go and ran away. The mutant dog fell to the ground limply. Jupiter knew that he was outnumbered, so he turned around and ran back. Shirhao held a laser gun and killed the 2 dogs that followed Jupiter directly. Katerina and another team member followed suit, holding up a laser gun and killing 1 dog each, then continued to run near the high ground. When they reached the bottom of the high ground, Shirhao and his 3 men and Jupiter began to circle around. At this time, 2 sniper rifles had been set up on the high ground. Shirhao and his team had just killed 5 dogs, and there were 18 dogs chasing them. The caravan also chased them, and they were already visible to the naked eye. At this time, the sound of shooting from the 2 sniper rifles continued to ring out, and a dog fell down every time a gunshot was fired. When there were only 8 dogs left, Shirhao, Katerina, and the 3 of them stopped, and Jupiter turned around and pounced on the closest one. The other dogs had already approached. Shirhao pulled out a dagger and a bayonet and stabbed them into the skulls of the two dogs. He didn't have time to pull out the dagger and the bayonet, so he grabbed a dog's leg with his bare hands and threw it to the ground. With the sound of a broken bone, the dog also fell to the ground. Katerina and one of his team members killed one dog each, and Jupiter bit one of the remaining two to death. Katerina and her team killed one dog together. Sherhao pulled out the dagger and bayonet from the heads of the two dogs and wiped the blood off the dogs. At this time, the caravan members came over. More than 20 people looked at the more than 20 dogs that were still full of energy just now and killed dozens of Jabuha people in a few minutes. When they lay motionless on the ground, they didn't know whether to go forward or retreat. At this time, a fat man standing in the middle said, "Brothers, don't be afraid. We have guns in our hands. We may not be able to kill them with more than 20 guns. Let us avenge our second brother." They were holding weapons that had just been robbed from the arms group. Sherhao saw that two of them were holding laser guns. Sherhao whispered to Katerina, "Let the sniper kill the two with laser guns. You two take care of the four on the right. I take care of the rest. Keep the fat man in the middle alive." After that, Sherhao fired 6 flying spikes with both hands. Jupiter rushed into the crowd like lightning. After a round of shooting with sniper rifles and laser guns, 5 people fell to the ground. One sniper bullet hit a Candied Hawes. Sherhao's 6 flying spikes hit the caravan bandits in the face. 6 people rolled on the ground with their faces covered. Jupiter rushed through the crowd. The others fired in a panic, but failed to stop Jupiter. Instead, they injured 2 of their own people. While they were stunned, the second round of shooting with sniper rifles and laser guns was finished. Another 4 people fell to the ground. At this time, Sherhao had already stabbed the fat man's leg with a dagger. The remaining 4 or 5 people started to run back. One of them was caught by Jupiter, and the rest were dealt with by Katerina and her group. Sherhao grabbed the fat man by the belt and lifted him up, shouting to Katerina and her group, "Let's go." After that, he quickly ran towards the arms group's hideout with the fat man. While running, he asked, "Fatty, how many people are there over there?" Sherhao ran at high speed, and the fat man's lips trembled. They came here with great ambitions, but now they were carried like chickens, and they were scared. He said in a trembling voice, 5, 6. 2 minutes later, when they were about to run to the place, the 5 or 6 people over there were observing the side with telescopes. Seeing the fat man's miserable appearance, they immediately got on the flying car and ran away. When Sherhao and his group ran to the entrance of the underground hideout, there was no one up there. Sherhao threw the fat man to the ground and asked, "What's the situation down there? Are all the people dead?" Fatty quickly replied, "We cleared out those who dared to resist and tied up the remaining workers. Our boss is planning to let these workers make guns for us. Women and children can be sold and locked in a room." After listening to Fatty's story, Sherhao threw Fatty in from the entrance first. Seeing no movement, he walked in himself. Jupiter and Katerina followed in one after another. After entering, there is a parking lot. After entering through a door in the parking lot, there is a hall. The hall is filled with various machine tools and metal parts. There are several large boxes on the wall, which are all freshly made AK-47 and MP4. There is a locked door. After opening it, it is found that it is a warehouse. In addition to rifles, there are also pistols, sniper rifles, grenades, and rocket launchers. Judging from the number, it can equip a company. This Jabuha is a mechanical engineer from Mongolia. As the Earth's environment deteriorates, he began to privately manufacture guns with good quality and fair prices. The scale is getting bigger and bigger. This person is very low-key and never provokes other forces. As a result, he was destroyed by the horse gang. The law of the jungle is no exception. Going further inside is the design room, with several computers and piles of drawings, as well as offices and reception rooms. The production workers were tied up by the horse gang and sat or lay on the floor of the office. The living area is very narrow. In a locked room in the living area, Sherhao found more than a dozen women and children. Sherhao found a middle-aged worker who could speak Chinese. After asking, he found out that some of them were originally from Mongolia and some were from Yin. They were recruited to make money. After arriving here, they were placed under house arrest. Jabuha told them that they had to work for 3 years before they could leave. This place is very close to the northern war zone of Yin. Sherhao directly contacted Lei Shiyu to explain the situation. Lei Shiyu promised to send someone to take over immediately. On the one hand, he wanted to take the people away and settle them down. If they stayed here, they would either die or go back to their old jobs. This was not what Sherhao wanted to see. On the other hand, These weapons and equipment must be disposed of. After the arrangement, Sherhao looked at the fat man's bleeding leg, asked the workers to find some trauma medicine and gauze to bandage him simply, and then made a stool for him to sit on, and continued to interrogate. Tell me about the situation of the horse gang. Why do you have so many beast animal genetically modified dogs and human animal genetically modified people in your horse gang? The fat man said, one day, a man named Feng Yinchuan, who claimed to be a genetic expert, came to see our boss. Chapter 67. After Feng Yinchuan arrived at the caravan, he showed our boss the battle videos of the transformed stray cats and dogs, and the transformed humans. Our boss was very hesitant at first, but there was a white Russian named Ilef in Yudo City. He was a transformed human. He led his men to attack several towns in the Russian Federation recently, and made a lot of money, which made us envious. The boss picked 2 volunteers from his men to conduct the transformation experiment. Feng Yinchuan first genetically modified them, saying that it could solve the sequelae of human-animal gene fusion. Then one of them was fused with the genes of a wolf, and the other with the genes of a leopard. After the transformation, their physical fitness improved a lot. The 7 or 8 of us were no match for them at all. Usually, their performance was the same as that of ordinary people, with no adverse reactions and no sequelae. The most important thing is that they don't. If you are afraid of the heat, you can go out in the wild during the day or at night. The fat man wiped the sweat from his face and continued. We saw that the effect was so obvious, so we all accepted the transformation and found many dogs to transform. After we completed the transformation, Feng Yinchuan suggested that we go out to rob the gangs, quickly strengthen ourselves, and then set up an army. Sherhao heard this and signaled the fat man to stop and asked, how many people did you bring this time? Where is your boss? The fat man said, this time, our second brother led the team with more than 30 people and more than 20 dogs. My eldest brother and third brother went to Wutuo City and took a dozen people to the arena over there to participate in the fight, hoping to make a fortune. After the transformation of the caravan, they successively destroyed 3 nearby major forces. The boss, He Chu, was confident and wanted to make a fortune in the Wutuo City arena. Sherhao also learned that the third target that Katarina was going to was also eliminated by the caravan, so he changed his plan and went directly to Wutuo City, while Katarina contacted the headquarters and sent someone to destroy the caravan's lair. At dawn, 2 Tinglong teams came with several air buses and air trucks. The 2 captains saluted Sherhao and began to hand over the work. Sherhao said to them, this fat man will be interrogated again when he returns. You can handle other matters on your own. The 2 saluted again and responded, yes, General. After explaining the next plan to Katarina, the Tinglong team sent a car to take them to the hill. Sherhao took Jupiter on the car and took off. After a night of tossing, he was a little tired and began to close his eyes to rest. The speed of the flying car was much slower than the saucer-shaped aircraft at the Panlong base, about 700 kilometers per hour. After more than an hour, the flying car intelligent control system prompted that it was about to arrive in Wutuo City. Sherhao looked out the window and saw several buildings on the ground. The whole area was a square with a side length of about 3 kilometers. There was a glass dome with a diameter of more than 200 meters in the center. There were 2 buildings and a small garden below. There were not many flowers and plants in the garden, but the little bit of green in the yellow-brown mountains made people feel relaxed and happy. There were many rows of seats in the park, which were full of people. There were 4 circular glass domes, with a diameter of more than 30 meters in each corner of this square area. There was a building under the dome, which was the entrance to the underground city. Each of the 4 glass domes had 2 corridors extending out, 50 meters long and about 15 meters wide. The 2 corridors were vertical, and all kinds of flying cars or cars were parked under these corridors. At this time, the flying car's intelligent control system said, since Wutuo City is a no-fly zone, we are now starting to land. As the voice fell, the flying car began to slowly land, and then automatically parked in an empty parking space. Sherhao left Jupiter in the car and got out of the car. After getting out of the car, Katarina and the others nodded to Sherhao and walked straight to the entrance of the underground city. They would contact each other through the quantum encrypted communication channel in the future, and now they would act separately in Wutuo City according to the plan. Sherhao waited for about a quarter of an hour, and Wang Ping came over. This guy copied Dan Shizen's outfit and walked to Sherhao and said, Captain, let me introduce the situation here. The entire Wutuo City is a no-fly zone. Although the Mongolian state has lost its national strength, it attaches great importance to sovereignty. The 2 buildings in the middle are their nominal presidential palace, but the president does not live here. There is only a comprehensive government management agency stationed here. There are laser cannons arranged around. Once an aircraft breaks into the city, it will be shot down. The electricity of the entire underground city is maintained by 2 small nuclear power plants. The underground city is divided into 4 areas: living area, commercial area, material support area, and entertainment and leisure area. These 4 entrances correspond to the corresponding areas. The ground is under the management of the Mongolian state, and the underground has a city lord. There is no law in the underground city. It is a competition of fists and money. As long as the city lord pays taxes to the Mongolian state on time and in full, the city lord is the king of this underground city. Wang Ping introduced the situation of Yudo City in detail. Shi Hao pointed at the garden over there and asked, "Mengua is not bad, they even built a garden." Wang Ping sniffed and said, "People can't stand not seeing the sun for a long time, both physically and mentally. That garden is charged to enter, for sunbathing, and is charged by the hour, 10,000 Yuan currency per hour." Shi Hao smiled and said, "They really know how to make money. Tell them not to call me captain here." Wang Ping understood what Shi Hao meant, so he said, "Then call me Brother Hao." Seeing that Shi Hao did not object, he sent a message to Miki, "Hey you and the big guy." After sending the message, he took Shi Hao to the entrance of the dungeon. Wang Ping walked to the registration window and handed in a card. After coming over, he handed the card to Shi Hao and said, "This is a global anonymous bank card. The password is your birthday. I registered here, and it can be used as an ID card for the dungeon. The city lord here requires a minimum deposit of 500,000 Yuan currency to enter the city. I deposited 5 million for you as a backup. Yuan currency is a hard currency here." Shi Hao said in surprise, 5 million. "Where did you get so much money?" When they set out, each of them only brought 2 million in reserve funds. Wang Ping laughed and said, "This is all earned by Miki and the big guy, Captain. Oh, Brother Hao, don't worry, it's not stolen, you will know later." Shi Hao was very curious, but didn't ask in detail. The two took the elevator down from the entrance. Wang Ping introduced, "This is the entertainment and leisure area. There will be a fight soon. Let's go directly there." On the way, Wang Ping continued to introduce the underground city to Shi Hao. The entertainment and leisure area includes casinos, arenas, and other entertainment venues. There are also dance halls, billiard halls, and bathing centers. The service content is complete. There is nothing they can't provide except what you can't think of. All types of transactions are carried out in the commercial area. In addition to daily necessities and clothing, shoes and hats, there are also drugs, guns, and even human transactions. The material support area is like a large warehouse and a simple factory. Some semi-finished products, such as gun parts, can be assembled here and then pulled to the commercial area to sell. The living area has ordinary housing and guest rooms. This is a complete micro-city system. The various areas of the underground city are connected by passages. In the center is a circular hall with a staircase in the middle leading directly to the ground garden. Outside the hall is a driveway with a width of 2 standard driveways. Except for the city lord, who has a special vehicle, everyone else relies on unmanned shuttle buses. All shuttle buses are intelligently dispatched by the quantum computer in the computing center. After getting off the elevator, Wang Ping pressed the call button near the elevator. 2 minutes later, a shuttle bus drove over and set the destination to the gladiatorial center. Soon the shuttle bus stopped in front of a large poster of an ancient gladiator. At this time, a waiter ran over quickly, bowed slightly after seeing Wang Ping, and said, "Hello, Brother Ping, please come in." Wang Ping signaled Shi Hao to go first, and the waiter quickly led Shi Hao inside. Wang Ping followed Shi Hao with an arrogant 8-character step. After entering, you can directly see that the center is a gladiator arena with a diameter of more than 30 meters. There are seats around the arena, which are full of people. The entire venue has 6 entrances and exits, and the seats are also divided into 6 fan-shaped areas. Each area has 2 VIP boxes, and there are a total of 12 VIP boxes. In order not to affect the atmosphere of the scene, the boxes are semi-enclosed, surrounded by low walls on the left, right, and back, without a roof, and completely open in front, with a wide field of vision. Wang Ping led Shi Hao directly to one of the boxes and sat down. Mickey, Hey You, and the big guy sat on the seats casually. When they saw Shi Hao coming, they immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Shi Hao, and then shouted in unison, "Hello, Brother Hao." The fight hadn't started yet, and the venue was quite quiet. This shout attracted everyone's attention. Shi Hao's eyelids jumped at the shout, but he still acted like a big brother. He raised his hand and waved it down twice, meaning for them to sit down. Then he sat down in the middle seat, and Mickey and the others followed suit. Wang Ping sat next to Shihao. Shihao said to Wang Ping jokingly, "It seems that you guys are doing well here and living a comfortable life." Wang Ping blushed and laughed without answering. At this time, the venue was basically full. Wang Ping whispered to Shihao to introduce the various forces in the box. Next to our left is Ilef. Their people have been living in this underground city recently. According to your instructions, we deliberately chose the box next to him. Right opposite us is the city lord of the underground city, Hude. That is his private box. This person is not simple. He looks kind, but he has intervened in drugs, arms, and human trafficking and is cruel. It is said that anyone who challenges his position as city lord has been killed by him. Shihao looked in the direction that Wang Ping pointed, and saw a slightly fat and slightly bald middle-aged man looking in their direction. Wang Ping continued to introduce. The first person on our right is. Wang Ping was interrupted by a harsh voice just as he said this. In the third box on the right, a man with tattoos all over his body whistled at a beautiful woman wearing leopard print who had just walked in, and said obscenely, "Beautiful woman, how about sitting here with me? My thighs are lonely." As the obscene man spoke, his younger brother laughed wantonly. Shihao looked closely, and saw that the eye-catching leopard print woman was Katarina. Chapter 68. Wang Ping stood up slightly, and looked over there and said, "That is the 5th-ranked gold medal gladiator in the Wudo arena, named Wu Ri." After entering the door, Katarina and her 3 men were about to walk to their seats in the stands. When they heard the provocative voice, they turned around and walked up the stairs to the box. Wu Ri whistled proudly again. When there were 2 steps left, Katarina rushed up and punched Wu Ri in the abdomen. Before Wu Ri could react, she grabbed Wu Ri with both hands and lifted him up and threw him under the stands. The whole action was done in one go. When Wu Ri's younger brother next to him was about to take action, he was thrown off the stands one by Katarina's 3 men. After finishing, Katarina and the other 2 dusted off the chairs and sat down. Katarina said loudly in Russian, "Knowing that my sister didn't have a good seat, you took the initiative to give me the box. You're not too stupid, haha." Wu Ri knew that he had met a tough opponent, and he and his group of younger brothers left the arena in disgrace. Seeing this scene, Shihao asked Wang Ping, "Is this the 5th-ranked gold medal gladiator you mentioned?" Wang Ping said awkwardly, "This person is a genuine gold medal gladiator, with an ordinary body, who fought his way up step by step with his fists. This woman's skills are no less than Mickey and the big guy, and she is completely different from that gladiator. Today is going to be lively. This is the first time I've seen that woman, and I don't know where she came from." Wang Ping continued to say with emotion. Shihao didn't explain specifically, and was prepared to explain when necessary. When everything calmed down, a host came out from the center of the arena. He looked at Katarina and said, "Welcome this beautiful lady to the Yudo arena. What is your name, please?" Katarina responded loudly, "Kana." The host looked around the arena again and shouted in a sonorous voice, "Welcome Miss Kana, the wonderful fight is about to begin. The first fight is a beast fight. The 2 to appear are Ilef's gladiator dog Bolkan and Askin's gladiator dog Dakyu. You can place bets now. The betting time is 5 minutes. The fight will start in 5 minutes. Askin is a gladiator agent with more than a dozen gladiators and gladiator dogs." The holographic images of Bolkan and Dakyu were projected into the air of the arena, and there were some data such as dog breed, appearance, and record next to them. Bolkan is a Caucasian Shepherd dog with a record of 0, and Dakyu is a Mastiff with a record of 12 wins. They are both large and aggressive dog breeds. Wang Ping told Shihao, "If you like it, you can place a bet." He pointed to the betting machine on the armrest next to the seat, which showed the odds. The odds for Bolkan were 1 to 1.5, and the odds for the big ball were 1 to 0.4. Shihao asked Wang Ping, "How are the performances of Ilef's other gladiators?" Ilef often sent his men to fight in the past few days, but this is the first time he has sent a gladiator. Wang Ping thought for a while and replied, "Then buy Bolkan for 1 million. After Shihao finished speaking, Wang Ping took Shihao's card and put it next to the betting machine, entered the betting amount, and clicked confirm to automatically deduct the money. After Wang Ping helped Shihao with the operation, he also bought Bolkan for 1 million. Soon the 5 minutes were up, and the metal railings on the walls surrounding the arena slowly rose up, about 3 meters high together with the walls. 2 gladiator dogs were also released into the arena, and because of the bets, there were constant fanatical shouts from all around, with everyone shouting the name of the dog they had bet on and cheering for it with all their might. Dakio had won 12 games in a row. When he first came out, he had an invisible arrogance. Bulkin walked slowly and easily towards Deikyu. As the distance got closer, Deikyu gradually showed a look of fear on his face, while Bulkin was still walking slowly. Deikyu began to retreat, 1 step, 2 steps, until he retreated to the root of the wall. At this time, Bulkin suddenly accelerated, rushed over and bit Deikyu's neck. Deikyu's body was dragged by Bulkin. At first, it twitched violently, and slowly stopped moving. This battle surprised everyone. Only Aleph knew that Bulkin had undergone genetic modification and integrated the genes of tigers. He placed a heavy bet of 5 million on Bulkin, and easily won 7.5 million in this battle. Shi Hao and Wang Ping each made 1.5 million. But more than 90% of the people here bought Deikyu to win, and lost a lot. The city lord Hude looked at Aleph, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He lost all the 10 million he bet on Deikyu. Shi Hao now understood how Wang Ping and his team made money. The big guy slapped his leg in annoyance. He bought 500,000 big ball wins and lost money. Mickey whispered to the big guy on the side, "Captain, oh no," when his brother however made a mistake. This battle ended calmly. The host came in again and said, "Although the process of this battle was not so intense, we saw the growth of a new star. I believe it will make us money. Let's go to the second game. Turn on the challenge mode. Your gladiator dog can challenge Bulkin at will. The rules of the Yudo Arena are that the opponent at the beginning of the first game is designated, and the next game is a challenge to the winner of the previous game. If the winner of the first game wins the second game in a row, he will get 1 point, and can choose to rest or continue to accept the challenge. Winning 2 games in a row will get 4 points, and winning 3 games in a row will get 8 points. The points reward for each consecutive win is twice the previous one. All gladiators or gladiator dogs are ranked according to their points. The big ball just now ranks 3rd among the gladiators. If gladiators or gladiator dogs other than the top 10 can successfully challenge the top 10, they can also get corresponding additional bonuses. Bulkin will get an additional bonus of 7 million in this game. The horse gang's henchman challenged Aleph's Bulkin. At this time, a voice came from the ordinary stands on the left. The boss of the horse gang, Hichu, stood up and said, Hichu's father was from Mongolia, and his mother was from Yen. Since the man who called himself Feng Yinchuan reformed their horse gang, his ambitions have become bigger. This time he vowed to make a name for himself in Wutua City, and make some money to recruit soldiers and expand his strength. At this time, Hude said to Hichu, "Boss why are you sitting over there? You came to Wutua to see me, so I have to arrange a private room for you." Hichu bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Hude. I just arrived today. It doesn't matter whether I book a private room or not. If the henchman wins, I will treat you to a drink." Heh, the toad yawned so arrogantly. "Aleph, I bet 30 million on Bulkin to win, let him use all his strength." A voice came from the 4th private room on the left. Wang Ping introduced that it was a big drug lord Sunev, originally from Ukraine, and most of the area west of Wutua City was his territory. Hichu looked at the box and sneered, "Sunev, I bet 50 million on the horseman to win, and if you lose, give me the box, do you dare?" Sunev also replied coldly, "Why not? I had another 20 million to bet on Bulkin to win." Aleph has been making a lot of noise recently, so he has investigated and knows the details of Aleph and his people. Gladiators are genetically modified and genetically fused just like humans. Wang Ping and Mickey asked Shi Hao how to bet. Shi Hao waved his hand and said, "Just watch the show, I won't bet this time." Everyone was puzzled, but they all obeyed the order and did not move. Because Aleph and Hichu both mastered the technology of genetic modification and genetic fusion, Shi Hao couldn't judge which side was stronger. At this time, the fence railings had been raised, and the gladiator dogs Bulkin and Mazai had entered the arena. Mazai was a great white bear dog with a very strong body. This kind of dog is generally calm and composed, but after entering the arena, this great white bear dog began to run around and circle around, appearing extremely irritable. The dogs that Hichu brought to the arena only had their physical fitness enhanced during genetic modification, and then directly merged with the beast gene, without suppressing the sequelae of bloodthirstiness and irritability, and Mazai became extremely bloodthirsty, aggressive, and uncontrollable. Bulkin still moved towards Mazai in the direction of Mazai according to the rhythm of the previous game. Mazai used all his strength to accelerate his huge body towards Bulkin. Bulkin felt the threat and rushed over with all his strength. The two dogs collided with a bang, and Bulkin was knocked away and directly hit the metal guardrail, which was bent. The audience outside the arena kept shouting and cheering, and Sunev also stood up and yelled at Bulkin, "Come on!" After Bulkin fell to the ground, He stood up and shook his head. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs were damaged, but he did not retreat. When the horseman pounced on him again, Bulk had opened his mouth and bit his neck, but he did not bite through his neck as expected. Instead, he was thrown out by the horseman with all his strength, and blood began to spurt out of his mouth this time. Bulkin stood up with great effort this time, using his head, mouth, and all his strength to resist the horseman's attack until he could not stand up. The horseman still did not let him go, and continued to bite him. Blood flew everywhere, and the scene was tragic. There was no target in the arena, and the horseman began to run around the arena in a rage again. Hichu and 2 of his men jumped into the arena, put a special noose around the horseman's neck, and dragged him into the animal cage. After Hichu finished his work, he went directly to Senev's box. Before Senev could say anything, he threw him out. Hichu cursed and said, "You rubbish, dare to challenge my caravan, go back to your nest. 2 boxes have been robbed since the beginning of today. Wuri is fine, but Senev has always been generous, and is a distinguished guest of the Widow Arena." Hudo was a little unhappy about this, but he didn't show it. He tried to reconcile calmly, "Everyone comes to Widow to give me face. Harmony brings wealth. Don't make so many unhappy things." Huda felt very aggrieved. Ilef, who has been famous recently, has stayed here and refused to leave. The 4 people under Shirhao have also become famous recently. The appearance of Katarina, Shirhao, and Ichu today gave Huda a bad feeling. These are all tough guys, completely different from the cats and dogs in the past. Hichu apologized to Hude with a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, Lord Hude. Senev has been giving me a hard time before, and I couldn't help it." Senev didn't expect that the humble and cowardly Hichu would be so bold today. Thinking about the strength Hichu showed today, he didn't say anything and walked out of the exit. At this time, the host appeared at the right time and said to the audience, "The 3rd game will start, Lightning vs. Saber." Hearing the host's announcement, the whole audience was boiling. Mickey stood up from his seat, bowed slightly to Shirhao, and said, "Brother Hao, I be back soon." After that, he jumped directly from the wall into the arena. Chapter 69. Wang Ping quickly explained to Shirhao, "Lightning is Mickey, ranked 9th here. Saber is a veteran of the Russian Federation, ranked 2nd. It is said that he is a subordinate of the city lord. The big guy is called Wait, ranked 10th here. It is all because of my poor management. Please punish me, Captain." Shirhao looked at Wang Ping. Wang Ping was ready to accept criticism. Shirhao handed him the card and said, "All the money in the card is on Mickey win." Wang Ping took the card and quickly operated to bet 6.5 million for Shirhao, and then he also bought 5 million for Mickey win. Hey you! And the big guy also bought 5 million for Mickey win. Mickey and the big guy have been participating in the gladiatorial fights every day recently, and they have won 3 or 4 consecutive games. Their points have increased rapidly. No matter how much blood they vomited or how depressed they were on the first day, they can always win and participate in the gladiatorial fights with vigor and vitality on the second day. There is something strange about this, so Mickey's odds are almost the same as Saber's, both 1 to 0.7. When Mickey and the big guy first participated in the gladiatorial fights, the odds were very high, reaching 1 to 3. Now the odds have come down. In order not to attract special attention from the gladiatorial arena, they do not bet on every game, and sometimes they lose some money to confuse the audience. A gong sounded, and the gladiatorial fight officially began. Saber was a muscular man of medium height, with a hideous scar on his face. He held a Nepalese saber in his hand, while Mickey held a standard dagger equipped by the Yen country troops. This dagger was bought in the commercial district. Mickey's tactics are the same every time. He keeps moving around the periphery. Whenever the opponent approaches, he quickly dodges, keeps his distance, and continues to move around. When the opponent has an opening, he quickly approaches and strikes. Regardless of success or failure, he will retreat. Every action is as fast as lightning, which is how he got the nickname Lightning. Before the first fight, they discussed the strategy in advance. If Mickey and the big guy showed their true strength, the top 5 would not be their opponents. However, in order to participate and make some money, Mickey only showed his speed, while the big guy stood still, fighting with the same attitude and controlling his strength. Mickey made Saber panting and overwhelmed by the fight, and he also showed signs of physical exhaustion. After more than 10 minutes, Mickey saw that the time was almost up, so he accelerated and hit Saber head-on. After the collision, Saber flew out and fell to the ground. Mickey also controlled his body to fly backwards and lay there for a long time. After a while, he struggled to support his body with his arms, and blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Saber curled up after falling to the ground and never stood up again. Mickey won. Sure Hao easily earned 4.55 million yuan. There are now 11.05 million yuan in the card, and Wang Ping and others earned 3.5 million yuan. Sure Hao took the card and thought that this was much faster than robbery. He asked Wang Ping, "Will Mickey play in the next match?" Wang Ping replied, "According to the rules, Mickey must accept the challenge in the next match. The big guy has no schedule today. He will challenge the third-ranked gladiator tomorrow. Mickey will rest tomorrow." "What should we do if someone is scheduled to challenge Mickey the day after tomorrow?" Sure Hao asked. Wang Ping explained the rules of the challenge in detail. After Mickey's match today is completely over, a new ranking will appear. If nothing unexpected happens, he should replace Saber and rank second. All gladiators have the right to rest for a day after the fight that day. After the match that day, anyone who is not afraid of death can challenge the top 10 gladiators. The arena will schedule the fight. If no one takes the initiative to challenge, the arena will arrange the fight according to the order of registration. After Sure Hao understood the rules, he sent a message to Katarina, "Challenge Lightning the day after tomorrow. If you win, he loses. You can bet on Lightning to win in the next game." With such a good opportunity, Sure Hao would not let money go. Recently, his goal in mind has become clearer and clearer, that is, to own a starship and travel in space. Mickey had a 30-minute break and then began to accept the challenge. As for Mickey's miserable appearance, Sure Hao didn't take it to heart at all. No matter how bad their bodies were, they would not vomit blood. This guy did something, but most people would not think about it in this way. After Mickey returned to his seat, Sure Hao said, "Such a good opportunity, you bet all the money in your hands, and we will almost finish after playing for 2 more days." The break time ended quickly, and the information of the challenger appeared on the holographic projection screen. The nickname was Tank. Just hearing the name, you know that he is a heavyweight. A fat man appeared on the screen. Tank is Irev's subordinate, with the gene of an elephant. He saw that Mickey was so badly injured that he couldn't help it. Mickey couldn't wait to apply for a challenge after the last game. It was too late for Irev to stop him. He had carefully observed Mickey and the big guy in the past few days, and knew that this group of people were not simple. He could only tell Tank not to be brave. Mickey staggered into the arena, holding his abdomen with his right hand, and stood there swaying slightly, feeling that he could be blown down by a gust of wind. Tank ran into the arena, his chubby body shook the ground, and he waved to the audience while running. The audience shouted to Tank, "Fatty, crush him. Fatty, I'm optimistic about you. I'm going to buy you for 10 million. At this time, the betting machine showed the odds. Mickey won to 1.2, Tank won to 0.6. Seeing these odds, I have to sigh that Mickey's acting is too similar. If he were to act in an idol drama, he would definitely beat those young actors easily. Needless to say, Sure Hao and Wang Ping all bet on Mickey to win. After listening to Sure Hao's words, Wang Ping bet all his assets, Sure Hao 11.05 million, Yu himself 20 million and helped Mickey bet 20 million. The big guy is still lacking in this aspect. He saved 10 million by winning and losing. Wang Ping gave Sure Hao 5 million, and he had less in his hand, 13 million. The fight started. Mickey stood there motionless, his body still swaying slightly. Seeing this, Fatty was delighted and rushed towards Mickey with all his strength, giving people a sense of easy crushing. When they were about to collide, Mickey moved, easily dodged Fatty, and ran quickly to the opposite side. His speed was a little slower than usual, but much faster than Fatty. When Fatty braked and turned around, Mickey stood under the opposite wall again, still swaying slightly, weak and vulnerable. 20 minutes passed. Fatty ran dozens of times back and forth, panting and sweating. Although he had undergone genetic modification and gene fusion, he couldn't stand such tossing. Mickey still stood against the wall, but his body was not shaking. Fatty changed from running to walking, and his body slowly moved towards Mickey. The audience who bet on Fatty stood there with their eyes wide open and their mouths open, without the desire to shout, while those who bet on Mickey were drowsy, waiting for the end to collect money. Seeing that the fat man had no strength left, Mickey drew out his dagger and made a sprinting gesture. At this time, Iliev shouted, "Brother, show mercy. For the fight to end, one side must fall down." Mickey didn't stop, and his speed increased. He dodged and rushed behind the fat man. He turned around and chopped the fat man's neck with the handle of the dagger. The fat man fell straight to the ground. The fight ended so strangely. Iliev entered the arena helplessly, grabbed the fat man's belt, and dragged the fat man weighing more than 200 kilograms out of the arena. This all-in bet made Wang Ping and his friends a lot of money. Sure Hao had more than 23 million in his card, Wang Ping had more than 28 million, Heiyu and Miki had 44 million, and the big guy had 22 million. The big guy checked the balance in his card again and again, muttering, come on, I'm going to buy a villa for my mother when I go back. Sure, how asked Wang Ping, you didn't participate in the beast fight? Wang Ping replied softly, we didn't expose the existence of the war pets, and they were all left in the car. Sure Hao nodded, then said to Wang Ping, go and sign up, I want to use Jupiter to challenge the henchmen. Such a good opportunity to make money can't be missed. There was no urgent need for money, or a lot of money in China, but it didn't mean that Sure Hao was not interested in money. After a while, Wang Ping came back happily. He Chu was going to fight tomorrow, and he had a stable income again. How could he not be happy? Because Sure Hao had arrived and was about to get down to business, Miki did not continue to accept the challenge. Several people stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, Katerina shouted over here, Lightning, I will challenge you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, she made a provocative gesture of wiping her neck. Miki staggered and almost fell to the ground when he heard this. The audience, who were about to leave, cheered immediately when they heard it. There was going to be a good show. Sure Hao smiled and led the way out. When they came to the exit, a man passed by and stuffed something into Wang Ping's hand. Wang Ping went to a hidden place and opened it. It was a note with crooked Chinese written on it. Please come to Chahar Hotel for a chat, LF. Just after they left, Huda asked his men to invite He Chu to the box. Huda said straight to the point, Boss He, the caravan has been very powerful recently. The whole east has been swept by you. How about coming and working with me? He Chu had already planned before coming. After returning from Wutu City, he started to sweep the west, so he was very rude to Senev. In his eyes, Senev's drug trafficking group was already in his pocket. As for the position of the lord of the underground city of Wutu City, he had also thought about it, but it was not the right time. After hearing what Huda said, He Chu was silent. Huda saw that he was unwilling to accept it, so he said, You don't know what happened to the caravan yet. You can try calling your brother. He Chu heard it, and began to dial the phone with half belief and half doubt. He called more than 10 times, but no one answered. Seeing this, Huda stood up and walked to He Chu's side. He bent down and put his hand on his shoulder and said, Brother, don't call. My spy at the border just sent back a message saying that your place was raided by the Russian Federation Army. Hearing this, He Chu felt like the sky was falling. He used to survive in a humble way, but now, he was strong and wanted to show his strength, but was beaten to death by a stick. Is God playing a trick on him? Huda helped him up with both hands and said, Brother, I will go drink with you. This will be your home in the future. The underground city is about to be in turmoil, so Huda had to make preparations early. In his heart, he had already listed Ilef, Sure Hao and Katerina as enemies. The incident of the caravan was like sending charcoal in the snow. This was the best time to conquer He Chu. Since Ilef made an appointment to meet by passing a note, it means that he didn't want others to find out. Heiyu, Miki and the big guy continued to collect intelligence, and Sure Hao and Wang Ping came to Chahar Hotel. Chapter 70. When Ilef's subordinates saw Sure Hao and the other two coming in, they gestured to them to go to the back. There was a narrow staircase at the base of the wall leading to the underground. After going down, there was a passage with several doors on both sides of the passage. The subordinate opened one of the doors, and found a luxuriously decorated private room. There were 2 people in the private room, Ilef and an old Mongolian man. Ilef stood up and greeted them, saying in his unskilled Chinese, I'm very happy that the 2 bosses can come to the appointment. Sure Hao felt awkward when he heard Ilef's words, so he said, Mr. Ilef, you can speak Russian or Mongolian. While they were talking, the 3 of them sat down around the table. This time, Ilef said in Mongolian, I didn't expect how good to be proficient in multiple languages. I admire you. This is Hashila, the previous city lord of Yudo Underground City. After saying polite words, Ilef introduced the old man to Sure Hao and Wang Ping. Hashila bowed and nodded slightly to Sure Hao and Wang Ping as a greeting, and continued to sit without saying anything. Sure Hao saw this and asked directly, I wonder why Mr. Ilef asked us to come here. Ilef rubbed his hands vigorously, then held them together, as if he had made up his mind, and said, Brother Ping has been here for a while. Although Brother Hao just came today, I have already felt your aura, and I guess Yude will also feel it. I won't ask you the purpose of coming to the Yudo Underground City. I will tell you the purpose of my coming first. Ilef cleared his throat and continued, My brother and I have lived in the Yudo Underground City for more than 10 days, not for pleasure or gambling in the arena. I am an orphan, and so are my brothers. Several of them grew up in the same orphanage. When I grew up, I lived in the orphanage that raised me as a volunteer at night, and went out to work to earn money during the day. However, since the Earth's environment has become increasingly harsh, the orphanage has become increasingly short of funds, and the resources allocated to it have become increasingly scarce. The same is true for the outside world. The direct result of resource shortages is the deterioration of social security, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, and the rich, who are engaged in legitimate business, have moved to inland cities for safety. Those who stay are basically evil forces, or rich people who are unkind. These people buy and sell drugs, military, fire, and population plunder wealth. One night, a group of bastards attacked our orphanage and tied up everyone inside, including the children. We were sent to a small underground city in Mongolia. There was a genetic expert from Ukraine conducting human-animal gene fusion experiments there. We were all used as test subjects. For the sake of those children, I offered to help him and make food for the children in my free time, but every day there were children who died from the torture. Speaking of this, Ilef pulled his hair painfully and continued with a trimmer. One night, the expert received an email from the internet. After reading the content, he shouted, "God help me," then tied me up and tested me according to the above method. At first, I felt uncomfortable all over, but soon I felt full of explosive power, easily broke free from the rope, picked up the knife and killed him. Soon I felt a faint sound coming from the ground, climbed up, and saw speeding cars and cars coming from a distance. I quickly went back to unplug the memory, climbed up, and lay on the ground and slowly left that place. I saw the police logo on the speeding car in the distance, and knew that those children were saved. I found a place to study gene modification technology, recalling every detail of my modification. Not long after, someone else published complete gene modification technology, human-animal gene fusion technology and tutorials. Through animal experiments, I gradually mastered gene modification and human-animal gene fusion technology. I gathered a few orphans who grew up together and showed them my power. They were all envious and accepted the modification. Next, we will eliminate the evil forces that have poisoned the people in several nearby villages and towns. Ilef took a long breath to calm down his emotions, and then continued, "Before killing those people, I will interrogate them." In the end, I learned that the attack on the orphanage that night was instructed by Huda, and he sold us to that guy for experiments. After saying this, he looked at Shirhao and asked, "Do you know the purpose of my coming to the underground city now?" Shirhao replied, "I sympathize with your unfortunate experience, but Huda is so powerful. What are you going to do?" Ilef clasped his hands together slightly, looked at Shirhao with expectant eyes, and said, "I want to ask Brother Hao and Brother Ping to help me." Based on Ilef's words, Shirhao would definitely not tell the truth, and politely replied, "We just came here because of the reputation, and want to make some money in the arena, but I will definitely not ruin your business." At this time, Hashila, who had been silent, said, "There are dozens of women and children locked up in the material support area now, and they will be sold in the next few days. 1/3 of them are Yin people." Shirhao heard Hashila's words and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" Hashila saw Shirhao's reaction and smiled and said, "Hud knows that I oppose him doing these things, and has been wary of me. He has planted many spies around me. Although I am not leaving my house now, I still have many spies. You came to my store today, and he should have known it now, so it is difficult for you to get away." Wang Ping stood up after hearing this, slammed the table, pointed at Ilef, and said angrily, "How dare you to plot against us?" Hashila said calmly, "This idea was proposed by me. I can also see that you guys have other purposes here. Even if you don't come to me, Ilef, and you will meet at any location in Yudo City, and Hud will know about it. It's not as safe as here. Although I am the former city lord, I have a good relationship with the presidential palace of Mongolia. Hud is concerned about me and can monitor me, but he doesn't dare to do anything to me yet. But it's hard to say in the future. He is also studying gene modification and human-animal gene fusion technology. When his subordinates grow up, the presidential palace of Mongolia can't suppress him." Shirhao motioned Wang Ping to sit down and asked Hashila, "If the city lord of Hud is taken down, who will be the next city lord?" Hashila looked directly at Shirhao and said firmly, "The next. I will be the city lord temporarily. I cannot guarantee that drug and arms trade will be completely eliminated in the short term, but human trade will never be allowed again." Shirhao also looked at him and said, "If you want to recruit me, you must completely eliminate drug, arms, and human trade on the day you take over as city lord." Hasjula did not respond immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, "If all drug and arms trades are eliminated, I will not be able to complete the taxation task of Mongolia in the short term." Shirhao leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and said confidently, I can help you solve this pressure through official channels. In addition, if you can manage the underground city well, I can also connect you with the Yin Country Tourism Company to develop tourism projects. Hazjullah smiled when he heard Shirhao's proposal. He stood up and bowed to Shirhao, saying, If your words can become a reality, I will be very grateful. Shirhao also stood up and first said to Elef, We will start the action the day after tomorrow, deploy your men in advance. Then he said to Hashila, When we start the action, we need the city lord to maintain order in all areas of the underground city, and to ensure the safety of the hostages, and to leave evidence of huge trafficking of drugs, arms, and people. Elef and Hashila both made promises. In the city lord's mansion, Huda and Ichu were drinking and chatting. Ichu's mood gradually stabilized. When he was drunk, Ichu called a subordinate over and said, City lord, his name is Feng Yunchuan. He is the one who handled the genetic modification and fusion of all the people and dogs in the horse gang. Now I recommend him to you. If you don't mind, we brothers will follow you. The fake Feng Yunchuan's real name is Ishida Wuliang. He is a core member of Xuanxin society. As mentioned earlier, he killed Feng Yunchuan, then disguised himself as Feng Yunchuan and lurked in a genetic research institute. He still kept a low profile in the horse gang, wearing the clothes of a horse gang brother and following Ichu. After all, Ichu's vision was too small, and his ability could not support his ambition. Ishida Wuliang went to many places, but only the horse gang accepted him. He was also helpless. When Ichu called him over to recommend him to Huda, Ishida Wuliang was very happy in his heart, but on the surface, he was calm and pretended to refuse. Hu's eyes lit up after listening to Ichu's introduction. Just now, his subordinates reported to him that Elef and Halga's gang had gone to find the old man Hashila, which made him feel like a fishbone choked his throat. Today, Elef and Ichu both showed their powerful abilities after genetic modification and fusion, which made him envious. He had also captured 2 so-called genetic experts before, but they hadn't even dealt with a cat so far. Huda drank the wine in the glass and led Ichu and Ishida Wuliang to the genetic laboratory he set up. The genetic modification equipment inside was complete, and all of the latest models. Ishida Wuliang stroked the equipment like he was stroking a woman, and said without raising his head, City Lord, whether you want to modify people or cats and dogs, I can do it. Huda was worried, so he asked Ishida Wuliang to conduct experiments on animals. After 3 consecutive successes, he summoned the gold medal gladiators ranked 1st to 5th. These were all his people. It is conceivable how many shady deals there were in the previous gladiator fights. The second-ranked saber was carried here. Unlike Shirhao's bionic body, the genetic modification and fusion of ordinary flesh is very fast. It is all completed after a few hours, and then adaptive training begins. After all the transformations were completed, Ishida Gora came to Ichu and said, Boss, to be on the safe side, I want to transform the genes of the horseman again to enhance its tolerance. Before going on stage, give it a biological stimulant, and its strength can be doubled, enough to kill the Vulcan yesterday in seconds. Ichu said with a ferocious face, Change it, just change it, let the horseman kill all challengers. The next morning, Shirhao took Jupiter to the entrance of the arena. At this time, the holographic projection advertisement at the entrance of the arena was projecting the sturdy horseman and playing the clip of yesterday's fight. Jupiter stared at the projection and trembled with fear, and kept backing away. Shirhao had to pull Jupiter's ears with both hands to drag it into the arena. The audience who were entering the arena laughed at this funny scene. Chapter 71. Wang Ping and Nikki and several others came to help. Each of them lifted a dog leg and carried Jupiter to the cage in the arena and locked him up. Jupiter lay on the ground with one leg covering his eyes, his body shaking like a sieve. These images were completely captured by the camera in the arena. The images of Ma Zai and Jupiter began to roll in the air. One was majestic, and the other was timid. The host entered the arena and began to introduce today's protagonists, Jupiter and Ma Zai, after an opening speech. First, let us welcome Ma Zai with thunderous applause. He is a strong, fierce, and aggressive Great Pyrenees dog. Yesterday, its brutality is still fresh in our memory. Today, it is destined to continue yesterday's glory. The screen showed Ma Zai hitting the cage roughly, and the cage had been slightly deformed by the collision. Let's welcome Jupiter with warm applause, a cute Chinese rural dog. It was cute. The holographic screen showed it lifting its legs, peeking outside, and then quickly covering them up, continuing to tremble. Even the host lost confidence in it. The host couldn't help it and asked Shirhao in the box, Brother Ping, are you sure you want to let it participate in the fight? Wang Ping didn't expect Jupiter to perform so badly, and didn't know how to answer. Shirhao half closed his eyes and said calmly, "Sure, let's start." The audience on the side also started to make a noise, and the host said helplessly, "Let's start betting." At this time, the betting machine showed that Jupiter's odds were 1 to 10, and Ma Zai's odds were 1 to 0.1, two extreme odds. Shirhao whispered to Wang Ping and the others, "This guy is better at acting than Mickey, bet on Jupiter." Last night, Shirhao returned to the flying car to rest after finishing his work. Wang Ping and his friends still stayed in the hotel in the living area. Thinking of Jupiter's fight the next day, Shirhao said to himself, if Jupiter could act stupid at the beginning, maybe he could make a lot of money. After saying this, he felt Jupiter biting his trouser leg. When Jupiter saw Shirhao looking at it, it made an expression with its tongue hanging down, its mouth twisted, and its eyes rolled up, which made Shirhao laugh. He had seen people with Alzheimer's crooked mouth and slanted eyes, but this was the first time he saw a dog with Alzheimer's crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Jupiter can't speak, but he can understand human language. Then Shirhao talked to Jupiter while cooperating with expressions and movements. After 2 hours of training, Jupiter looked like this when he appeared today. Seeing Jupiter's odds, Shirhao was overjoyed and asked everyone to bet all their money on Jupiter's victory. Shirhao bet 23 million, Wang Ping 28 million, Mickey and Hey You 44 million, and the big guy 22 million, all of which were bet. After the betting was over, the staff opened the cage and the horseman shot out like a sword, but Jupiter shrank back inside and was unwilling to come out. Wang Ping had no choice but to enter the arena and drag Jupiter by its 2 front legs. The audience outside the arena threw bottles, shoes, and everything they could throw into the arena, shouting, "Don't embarrass yourself, dog, get out. Horseman, kill it." Wang Ping dragged Jupiter to the wall, shook his head and withdrew, thinking that this guy could cause more trouble than Mickey. Jupiter looked at the horseman on the opposite side, and quickly stood up and stood against the wall. The horseman rushed over, and when he was about to get close, Jupiter jumped to the side as if frightened, and the horseman's head hit the wall directly. The audience outside the arena were sore, and their bodies trembled when they thought about the pain. The horseman's strength was twice as strong as yesterday. A hole was knocked into the wall. He stood up dizzily, as if he was drunk. He stopped there to relax for a while. After he recovered, he saw Jupiter in the center of the field and began to sprint with all his strength. Every time Jupiter panicked and dodged or jumped, he could just avoid it. After a few rounds, Jupiter got tired of playing and changed his cowardly appearance. He started to speed up and collide with the horseman. In the first collision, the horseman stood very steadily with his weight advantage. In the second collision, the horseman began to stand unsteadily and took 1 or 2 steps back. In the third and fourth collisions, blood splashed, and it was obvious that the blood was from the horseman. The audience outside the field saw something strange. This Jupiter was completely pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. After several collisions, Jupiter changed his tactics again. He rushed over and lay on his side when he was close to Mazai, biting Mazai's legs with his teeth. The first time, Mazai became lame. The second time, Mazai's 2 front legs were broken. He struggled to stand up with his head against the ground. The third time, Mazai fell to the ground with a bang. Jupiter won. Even the dumbest audience now understood that they were set up. For a while, there were constant curses. Bottles, cans, garbage, and shoes flew around the venue again, and people shouted, "Shadow, shadow." Shirhao looked at the extra 0 in his bank card balance. He didn't care about the curses and shouts. He waved his hand and Jupiter ran back to rub against Shirhao to take credit. In this fight, Ilyev and Katerina knew Shirhao inside and out, so they also bet on Jupiter to win. The others were all wiped out. He-Chu and Hugh's faces turned pale. They knew that the strength of the henchmen after taking stimulants had more than doubled compared to yesterday, so they both placed heavy bets. Although the banker in the arena took a commission, Hugh would not pay, but he was extremely unhappy that he was fooled in his own territory. He-Chu lost all his family fortune, so he stood up and shouted at Wang Ping, "You bastards over there, I want to challenge you." Wang Ping was not to be outdone, and sarcastically said, "You can't afford to lose, do you want to get back your dog's face?" Katerina was not afraid of muddy water, and sat there and said loudly, "He-Ju, there is a first come first served, okay? I challenged lightning yesterday, and I will queue up behind." She said this in Chinese, deliberately pronouncing Chu as Zhu, and she was also thinking about Shirhao's arrangement yesterday, and wanted to fight with Mickey to make some money. Hugh looked at the chaotic arena, stood up and said, "How about this, we have a 3-way group fight tomorrow. Each side sends out 3 people. He-Chu and Hugh have more than a dozen people who have undergone genetic modification and fusion, So Hugh wants to use 5 people to contain Shirhao and Katarina in the arena, deal with Ilef's people outside the arena, and then deal with Shirhao and Katarina. Shirhao saw that Hudo was going to show his hand tomorrow, so he said, "We have no problem, but it will be interesting only if there is a prize. I will offer 1.5 billion. Do you dare to follow?" Katarina discussed with several of her subordinates, and said, "We can only get 1 billion. Shirhao looked Katarina up and down, pretending to be a lecher and said, "Including you, I think it can be worth 500 million. Katarina puffed out her chest slightly and said, "I am only worth 500 million? It's a little less, but it's okay. I follow." Huda saw that the two families had finished bargaining, so he said, "I will follow 1.5 billion. In addition, I want to open a separate bet with Brother Hao. I will count your dog as 1 billion. If you lose the dog to me, I will lose 1 billion to you. How about it?" He casually offered 1 billion because he had no intention of giving it, and he was going to grab the dog tomorrow. Shirhao said without hesitation, "No problem, I didn't expect Jupiter to be so valuable in the eyes of Hude's city lord. I made a profit. But I have a question. If one side dies, where can I collect the gambling money?" Shirhao did not distrust the settlement system of the arena, but because this system is for betting and settlement of the whole arena. He also learned that the betting system of the arena is managed by the Mongolian government. The arena only has the right to use it, and it can't even query the data. Hude and his team can't get Shirhao's betting records. At this time, Hashela's voice came from the ordinary audience. "I will be the winner. All the gambling money can be temporarily stored in the public account of the Mongolian government. After the fight, it will be transferred to the winner's account according to the result." Hude hesitated. He didn't expect Hashela to come out of the Chahar Hotel, and said with a smile on his face, "The prestige of the old city lord is unmatched in the underground city. If you are willing to be the winner, I, Hude, will be the first to express my relief." He said this, but 100 horses were galloping in his heart. Shirhao also said, "I agree." Katarina saw Shirhao speak, although she felt that she was not as valuable as a dog in Hude's eyes. She also agreed. Jupiter lay at Shirhao's feet with his tail wagging. 30 minutes passed, and no one challenged him. Jupiter automatically scored 1 point. The next game started. The big guy challenged the third-ranked gold medal gladiator. Before going on stage, Shirhao whispered to him, "Don't win this game. I will come to rescue you after you pretend to faint." Shirhao made this arrangement on the one hand to make some money, and on the other hand to show his weakness to the enemy. After making the arrangements, Shirhao sent a message to Katarina and Ilef. The odds were displayed after the big guy entered the venue. Because Mickey and Jupiter on Shirhao's side were both weird, the big guy's odds were 1 to 0.7, and the third-ranked gladiator was 1 to 1. Shirhao and his friends also helped the big guy bet on the gladiator. At the beginning, the big guy still stood in the center of the venue like a weight. In the past, those gladiators were ordinary people, not strong enough, and didn't feel anything after a few punches. After being beaten for a while today, he felt something was wrong. The opponent had undergone genetic modification and fusion, and his strength was incomparable. The big guy no longer stood there stupidly and got beaten. He started running around in circles. As time went by, he pretended to be exhausted and his pace gradually slowed down. Occasionally, he was hit by a few punches. Finally, as if he was forced into a hurry, he turned around and shouted, and rushed towards the gladiator. The speed was not fast. The gladiator was a circle smaller than the big guy. His body flashed, and the big guy hit the wall and fainted and never got up again. Before leaving the arena, Hude said that he would cripple or kill the big guy. When he was about to go over and do it, Shirhao shouted, "We admit defeat." Then he jumped in and pretended to drag the big guy out of the arena with great effort. It must be said that Shirhao and his gang are all good at acting. They definitely don't need to hire actors to open a film and television company. The balance in Shirhao's cards doubled again. This betting system is controlled by a quantum computer. When betting through the betting machine, the bet money will be temporarily deposited into an account. After the game, it will be automatically transferred according to the result and odds. The audience lost a lot in the 2 fights today, and no one challenged them later, so it ended. The next day, Hude, Hichu, Shirhao, and Katarina came to the arena, but Hude looked around and didn't see Ilef. The box was empty, and He was nowhere to be seen on Shirhao's side. Chapter 72. Hude smiled coldly when he saw this, thinking that it doesn't matter if you are prepared, as long as you are in the Udo underground city, you can't escape from my palm. He gave a few instructions to his subordinates, and the subordinate hurried out. Hashela had arrived at the scene in advance, and brought an official from the Mongolian presidential palace. The three parties had to deposit the gambling money into the official account. He came to be a witness. Katerina also wrote a mortgage contract, and the mortgage was herself. If she really lost, she could redeem herself with 500 million yen country currency within the specified period. Shirhao also wrote a mortgage contract for Jupiter. Unlike Katerina, if Shirhao lost, he could not use money to redeem Jupiter. Hugh paid 2.5 billion gambling money, Shirhao paid 1.5 billion and a mortgage contract, and Katerina paid 1 billion and a mortgage contract. During this period, the man said by Huda came back and whispered in Huda's ear, "City Lord, we contacted all the spies, but we couldn't find the man next to Ilef and Hao Gu." After listening to his report, Huda said, "Send all the brothers out, and we must find and kill Ilef before the end of the fight." At this time, Shirhao's pet Jupiter was lying at the entrance of the arena, staring at the door, and he could see every move of the people in and out. Wang Ping's pet Ah, who was strolling outside a locked door, in the material support area. Mickey's stone cat Brother Leopard was running around on the top of the arena. Through the video that Brother Leopard sent back, we can see that there are many people hiding in the attic on the top, all holding guns in their hands, and the big Tibetan Mastiff God of War is hiding under a table in a utility room in the arena. He Yu named his cane Corso Xiaoju, which is the homonym of Xiaoju. Xiaoju wandered around Huda's genetic laboratory, while He Yu hid somewhere near the laboratory. After Wang Ping's investigation, they found that there was one person missing from each Yu's side, and they judged that it should be the fake Feng Yuchuan, and there was a high possibility that he was in this laboratory. Ilef's people were nowhere to be found. Group fights are not often held, but group fights are a means of checks and balances for Huda. If there are many and mixed forces coming to the Yudo underground city, in order to ensure safety, he will use this method to quickly cut the Gordian knot, eliminate some forces, and then win over or eliminate the remaining forces. Old audiences who often watch the fights like to seek excitement and understand the secrets of group fights. They are not afraid of trouble when watching the show and come early to occupy a favorable position. You can also bet on this fight. The betting machine will show the odds of the three parties. After many group fights, as long as Hude's party participates, it has never lost, so most of the audience will buy Hude's party to win. The current odds are 1 to 0.5 for Hude, 1 to 0.8 for Shirhao, and 1 to 1.2 for Katerina. After the fight ended yesterday, for today's group fight, everyone transferred the money to Shirhao's card. Shirhao directly used the 1.5 billion they won in the big guys game to buy Katerina's team to win. There was no other reason, just because Katerina's odds were high. The biggest bug in this fight is that no one knows that Shirhao and Katerina are in the same group. Even Wang Ping and others don't know that much. Huda's side sent He Chu, the first-ranked gladiator scholar, and the fifth-ranked gladiator Wu Ri. Wu Ri was not ranked high, but he was ruthless and his performance became more outstanding after integrating the beast gene. Shirhao's team sent Wang Ping, Mickey, and the big guy. When they went on stage, Shirhao gathered the three of them together and whispered, "Just now I bet all 1.5 billion on Kana's victory. Do you know what to do?" Hearing Shirhao's words, Wang Ping's eyelids jumped, thinking that the captain was still ruthless, and the same was true for making money. Katerina brought two men to the stage herself. She was not going to go on stage at first, and planned to let Shirhao's people control the situation completely, but Shirhao sent a message saying that they had all bet on their victory, so she decided to go down and control the situation herself. Although they had no money to bet, they must not let Shirhao and his team lose. There were 9 people in the three parties, divided into 3 groups, and standing against the wall in a regular triangle. At first, they were unwilling to take the initiative to attack. At this time, Mickey walked to the middle with a dagger in his hand. The other 2 parties each sent one person to the middle. Hude sent a scholar, and Katerina sent a man. When they were about 3 or 4 meters away from the center, Mickey suddenly accelerated and ran towards Katerina's people. The man hurriedly raised his dagger, and after a pop, Mickey quickly retreated. The man did not chase Mickey, but rushed towards the scholar. Mickey turned around and rushed towards the scholar. The two approached at the same time. After 2 pops, Mickey's dagger stabbed a bloody hole in the scholar's neck. The two did not stop and ran back to their own group. The scholar fell down with his eyes wide open. When Mickey was running back, the big guy came out and ran towards He Chu and Wu Ri along the wall. Katerina also ran over there when she saw this. He Chu fought against the big guy, and Wu Ri said to Katerina, "Hey girl, I will definitely hold you down today." After that, he also rushed out. The big guy left people with the impression of being as steady as a weight, with a stable chassis, but not flexible enough. But now the big guy is walking fast. After he got in front of Hichu, he turned his body behind Hichu and threw Hichu to the ground with a back throw. The big guy and Xiaokuan practiced this move many times. Katarina and Wu Ri fought fast with daggers in their hands. People only saw shadows. After more than a dozen moves, the two separated, and only a cut was seen on Wu Ri's shoulder. Oh, the little girl is fierce, but brother likes it. Wu Ri's bad mouth has not changed because of genetic modification. Katarina did not respond and continued to fight. When they separated again, Wu Ri had another wound on his body. After a few minutes, Wu Ri was already unstable, and was jumped up by Katarina. She kicked Wu Ri to the ground with a side kick, and then stabbed his chest with a dagger. Wu Ri smiled miserably, and wanted to say something to Katarina, but a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground motionless. The big guy here knocked Hichu to the ground. Katarina rushed up and kicked the big guy. The big guy was not prepared, and was kicked to the ground. Seeing that it was Katarina, he quickly pretended to be injured and his fighting power dropped a lot. The two fought with daggers for more than 10 times, and then the big guy pretended to make a mistake. Katarina's dagger passed by the big guy's waist. The big guy crushed the blood bag that he had already caught in his hand, and then fell to the ground with his hands on his abdomen. At this time, Hichu could barely stand up, and wanted to walk up to the big guy and stab him again. Someone in the audience shouted, "Watch your back." But it was too late. Katarina's dagger stabbed him in the back. Hugh stood up angrily because his 3 men were wiped out so quickly, but Ilef had not appeared yet, so he dared not act rashly. Afterwards, Wang Ping and Mickey were surrounded by Katarina and her 3 men. They performed a round-robin battle with bayonets. After more than 10 minutes, not a drop of blood was seen. Compared with the scene at the beginning, it was too harmonious. At this time, Wang Ping and Mickey saw that it was almost over, so they pretended to fail to break through, and were kicked to the ground by Katarina and her 3 men. The 3-party group fight ended with Katarina's victory, and the audience began to shout again, "Black curtain, black curtain." When the fight ended, Ilef appeared alone in the arena. He followed Sherhao's arrangement, and stayed in the flying car on the ground. His men had already put on makeup and mixed into the ordinary audience. When the fight was about to end, he received news from his men and rushed down. Hugh couldn't hold back when Ilef appeared. If he didn't kill these people, he would lose a lot of money and his prestige would be seriously damaged. He gave the order to start the action. At this time, the image sent back by the stone cat showed that the people hiding in the attic began to aim their guns. Sherhao immediately ordered Wang Ping, Ilef and Katarina to take action. I saw several people in the audience suddenly attack Hugh's box. The stone cat started to attack the people in the attic like lightning. The god of war ran out of the utility room and ran straight to the cage of the arena. The image sent back by Ah, who showed that Ilef's 2 men and Hashla's people rescued the hostages together. Wang Ping, the big guy and Mickey got up from the ground and rushed to Hugh's box with Katarina. Shuju and Heiyu sneaked into the genetic laboratory and caught someone to identify the fake Feng Yinchuan, that is, Ishida Wuliang. Ishida Gora found something wrong and released 2 dogs. Shuju dealt with one and Heiyu dealt with another. There was only one door, and Ishida Gora had no way to escape. So he took out a pistol from his pocket. Seeing Heiyu approaching without any panic, he turned the muzzle of the gun and fired 2 shots at his chest. Blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground. The controlled Hugh listened to the howling of ghosts and wolves coming from the top attic, and closed his eyes in despair. Sherhao handed Hugh to Ilef and said, "You can decide how to deal with him." Sherhao did not forget to ask Hassela for money. Sherhao took back 3 billion with the principal, and Katarina took 2 billion with the principal. Because of the 3-way fight, Katarina and others also made great efforts, so they gave them 400 million more. There was still 3.3 billion in the bets in the arena. Not to mention the mission, they made 6.3 billion in money this time. After dealing with Hugh's people in the arena, Sherhao, Katarina and Ilef began to assist Hashla in cleaning up Hugh's spies, controlling the city lord's mansion, and retaining evidence of Hugh's drug trafficking, arms, and population. After Sherhao sent these evidences back to China, China immediately put pressure on the presidential palace of Mongolia, demanding that the other party crack down on these illegal transactions with all its strength, and conduct a thorough investigation of the population transactions involving Yin people. Soon, Hashla received a call from the president of Mongolia, asking him to serve as the city lord for another term for the future of the Udo underground city, and let him have full authority to rectify the underground city, and completely eliminate all kinds of illegal transactions in the Udo underground city. Hao did not ask how Ilef dealt with Hud and his men. When he said goodbye, Ilef said, "Brother Hao, you are my friend forever. I will live in Udo City in the future and take in orphans and raise them." Katerina's beautiful eyes were full of charm. She stared at Hao for dozens of seconds, took out the mortgage contract and said, "Brother Hao, I want to give this contract to you. You are the bond in my mind. See you later." After saying that, without waiting for Hao to reply, she hugged Hao tightly, then stuffed the contract into Hao's arms, turned around and waved her hand, got into the car and sped away. Chapter 73. Hao stood there in a mess, watching Katerina leave, and thought about it, and put the contract away. The bionic body does not secrete dopamine and hormones, and lacks the desire for passion between men and women. However, when the eyes see different types of beauty such as natural beauty, sexy and attractive, and beautiful as a flower, the information will be fed back to the bionic brain, and the brain will produce different emotions. Intuitively speaking, Hao will feel bright and happy when he sees a beautiful woman. This mission was successfully completed. Hao and his 5 people entered the country again from Erlian City. The disc-shaped aircraft, operated by the Intelligent Control System, has flown to the Erlian City Yulong team base to wait. According to Wu Yi's instructions, they will return directly to the Panlong base in Yungue City. Before this mission, everyone had a reserve fund of 2 million. After the mission, they earned 6.3 billion. On the way back, Hao told Wang Ping and others, "This amount of money is too large, so I have to report to the higher-ups. The specific distribution will be arranged." Everyone agreed that the current 6.3 billion is equivalent to 200 million Yinhua currency decades ago. It is not a small amount. 80% of listed companies do not earn that much in a year. Soon they returned to Panlong base. The military bionic robot production line in Luo City was working 24 hours a day. Wu Runfa's team worked non-stop every day. Now 90 Panlong team members have completed memory fusion and physical adaptability training. They were brought back to Panlong base by LV Wei and divided into 10 Panlong teams for regular training according to the training outline formulated by Hao and others. Laura, Lao He, Wu Feng and Xinggu served as instructors to teach the corresponding subjects. Wang Ping, Mickey, Big Guy and He, you will also serve as instructors of their respective subjects after they come back. The Panlong base is now filled with loud military songs and a fiery atmosphere. After changing into new bodies, they are all like tigers descending from the mountains or dragons in the water. "Come on faster, any faster and your arm will be broken." Laura was doing combat training, and a fighter fighting with her was half a beat slower, and was stabbed in the right arm by her training dagger. Don't think you are invincible just because you have changed your body. If you don't work hard and don't have the spirit of death, you are still a bear. Next. At this time, she saw Hao and Wang Ping coming over and shouted, "Salute." Hao didn't go to the middle of the training ground, and said to Laura, "Continue training. Mickey is good at speed and fighting. He will serve as a fighting instructor with Laura." He walked to the center of the field and said pretentiously, "2 people come up." After the 2 soldiers came out, he took a training dagger and motioned for them to take one each, saying, "Come on together, use all your strength. You 2 are like women you haven't eaten." After fighting a few moves with the 2, Mickey said sarcastically that these soldiers have not fully adapted to their new bodies. It's not that they don't want to use strength, but they haven't mastered the skills of exerting strength and have not conducted physical limit training. Laura stood aside and refused, saying to Mickey, "Mickey, you're itching for trouble, right? How about I let you try the strength of a woman later?" Mickey didn't expect that a catchphrase would bring him trouble. He had less than a 50% chance of winning against Laura, so he pretended not to hear it, and suddenly exerted force on his legs to increase his speed. He stabbed the 2 soldiers by changing his body shape, and then he showed the same face when he was doing recovery training for Laura and the others, and said meanly, "You bunch of rookies, you are destined to be cannon fodder when you are pulled out. You have to play with your life and practice in actual combat." Hao was still silent as always. Sometimes, people need to be stimulated in various ways, otherwise he would not have installed the language provocation program for Panlong number 1 to number 5. Wang Ping and the big guy were listening on the side, recalling the scene when Mickey trained them, when they just merged. The big guy said, "Instructor Mickey, how about I practice with you and set an example for these rookies?" Mickey's scalp tightened when he heard the big guy's words, and recalled the painful memory of being attacked by the green beans. He immediately said, "Of course, given time, you will definitely not be weaker than the big guy. Come on." After that, he found an excuse and ran to stand behind Hao, which made Wang Ping and his group smile knowingly. Shirhao said at this time. Everyone, the world situation is very serious now. We must use all our strengths and work hard to train, and we must make it practical and diversified. We must also discover your respective strengths and physical limits in training. I will give you 20 days, and then we will start the mission. Do you have confidence? Yes, the shouts were thunderous and full of passion. Wang Ping and Laura were in charge, and several other people assisted in the comprehensive training. Shirhao returned to the office and found LV Wei to discuss the formation of each team and the selection of team leaders. After these tasks were arranged, he came to the general command of the Yunnan-Guizhou war zone. On the way, he received a call from Ilef, saying that when he was about to bury the bodies of those who were killed yesterday, the body of the fake Feng Yunchuan disappeared. This gave Shirhao a very bad premonition. Until now, he still didn't know the details of the fake Feng Yunchuan. This person was like a ghost, lingering. The fake Feng Yunchuan, that is, Ishida Goryo, had a secret that no one knew. He also underwent human-animal gene transformation and fusion. He fused with a Turbolarian, an animal with extremely strong self-healing ability. When he fired that day, the bullet just avoided the heart, a vital position, and it was a penetrating wound. The bullet did not remain in the body. After falling down, the wound began to heal slowly. In the dead of night, he made up and escaped from the Yudo underground city. Office of the General Command of the Yunnan-Guizhou war zone. This fake Feng Yunchuan first spread human-animal genes and animal-animal gene modification technology through the internet, and then major cities across the country were attacked by modified stray cats and dogs. They also wanted to organize a modified human army in Mongolia, which posed a great threat to us, but also showed that they had far-reaching plans. Combining evidence from all aspects, the Xuanqin Society, a spy organization in the Ryak Kingdom, is the most suspected. Wu Yi said slowly in the smoke. Pandora's box has been opened, and we don't know what will happen next. But fortunately, it won't be long before the expansion of the Panlong team can be completed. Shirhao said worriedly. Wu Yi put out the cigarette, but in the ashtray, and said, the higher-ups are also discussing how to deal with the current situation. We can't just treat the symptoms. A thorough solution should be available in the near future. You just said that you made more than 6 billion yuan this time. You can give 10% of this money as a reward to the team members on the mission, but you have to save it first and distribute it uniformly at the end of the year. You can also follow this method when you encounter such a situation in the future. However, it is strictly forbidden to deliberately affect the mission for the sake of making money. You must not violate our discipline. If a soldier has a problem, the captain will bear joint liability. If the captain has a problem, you and Lu Wei will bear joint liability. Take the remaining funds first. It won't be long before the higher-ups finalize the plan, and this money may come in handy. 2 days ago, news came from Zhongziyu that the harassment of liquid metal robots on the southern coast is still going on. Although they can use magnetic storm-guided missiles to shoot down those robots, and have also shot down 2 of their ships, the coastline is too long, and the robots and robot dogs are fighting guerrilla warfare everywhere, so they are very passive. During this period, through continuous observation by quantum satellites, their base was discovered on the seabed. Commander Zone would like to ask your Panlong squadron to send people to help destroy this base, and prevent future troubles. Since the establishment of their Panlong squadron, they have not performed missions in the water. Shirhao thought for a while and said, give me a few days to prepare, because they have not conducted underwater combat training, and even I can't swim yet. In addition, I have to ask Wang Ping and others to bring out a few assistant instructors. We are leaving, and the training of new soldiers cannot be delayed. Wu Yi said, I will give you 5 days to train. If you give more than that, I guess Zhongziyu will be very upset. After you get there, you can train in the sea for another day or 2. Shirhao immediately agreed. After talking with Wu Yi, he rushed back to the base, and worked with LV Wei to develop an underwater training plan. After changing their bodies, no one in the Panlong Brigade had learned to swim, and they didn't know whether the traditional training methods were suitable. Shirhao said, first find a swimming pool, and go in directly. Anyway, you won't drown. Practice and study at the same time. There is no swimming pool at the Panlong base. Through coordination, the training venue of the military district swimming team belongs to them at night. After Shirhao and LV Wei discussed, they decided to rest and replenish their physical strength from 6 to 9 in the morning. During the day, the selected assistants will be the main ones. Wang Ping and others will assist and guide the assistants to lead the team to train according to the outline. Swimming training will be carried out from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. As a Special Forces soldier, swimming is a necessary subject, but now everyone weighs 3 times the weight of an ordinary person of the same body shape. They are not fat, so it is difficult to float in the swimming pool. A 200-kilogram fat man goes to learn swimming. His body is so big, and there is so much air in his stomach. As long as he masters the skills, he can easily learn. Shirhao and his friends are like skinny people with fat weight, so they don't have enough buoyancy after entering the water. After the big guy jumps into the pool, he is in a free-fall state, and he can't float up no matter how he flutters his hands and feet. Laura's body flexibility is better. She is in a fluctuating state from head to toe, and then her hands and feet cooperate. After a night of exploration and training, she has mastered the rhythm, and can shuttle freely under the water. If you want to float to the surface, you have to speed up the frequency of your hands and feet, and push your body out of the water like a propeller. After Laura practiced well, she started to teach the other people the next night. Shirhao, Heiyu, Wufeng, Mickey and Xinggu are thinner and more flexible. Some can master the essentials in a few hours, such as Mickey and Heiyu, while some can master the essentials in more than 10 hours, such as Shirhao and his friends. But Lu Wei, the big guy, Wang Ping and Lao Hei just couldn't learn it. Either their bodies were stiff or their hands and feet couldn't coordinate the rhythm. Shirhao looked at them fumbling in the water, and shook his head helplessly. Some people can learn to swim in a few days, while some may not be able to learn it in a month. It's purely a matter of genes and talent. Chapter 74. After a night of hard work, LV Wei and the big guy still couldn't learn it. LV Wei had no choice but to go to the equipment research room and discuss with the designers for a long time. They designed a propeller that can be tied to the calf. The middle is put on the leg, and there is a cover around it. There are 8 small propellers around a circle, one tied to each leg, and the switch and speed can be controlled by hand. After a day of rush work, the new equipment began to be tested. After the big guy tied it, he went into the water and turned on the switch. There were 8 small white water columns behind his feet. The big guy gradually began to accelerate. When he was about to reach the edge of the swimming pool, the big guy didn't turn off the switch in time, and he couldn't turn. He was seen with bubbles in his mouth as if he was shouting, "Hey! Hey!" and then he hit his head against the wall beside the swimming pool. The group of people above were almost laughing to death. After several headbuttings, the big guy was able to swim crookedly under the water, and his trajectory changed from irregular to smooth and free. LV Wei and the others also put on the equipment and started training, and soon mastered the essentials. After the trial, the team summarized and improved the equipment, and equipped it with a high-energy battery that can provide power for a month. A portable disposable inflatable bag was also specially made. When the valve is opened in a critical moment, it will be instantly filled with gas to allow them to float to the surface. Each person is equipped with 3 bags, fixed on the upper part of the military backpack. The bionic body does not need additional oxygen supply, so the bulky oxygen cylinder is saved. On the last night, Laura, Mickey and the others also tied propellers, and everyone practiced underwater equipment and tactical exercises. Because the swimming pool was a bit small, the expected effect was not achieved. During the time when Shirhao and his team went to Wutua City, researchers from the Pigeon and Equipment Research Laboratory designed and developed a quantum communication headset, which is as big as a grain of rice, and can be implanted in the ear canal of the Lingshan-level bionic body. When in use, it is activated by the holographic watch phone all-in-one machine, and it is directly turned off when not in use. The direct call distance for single or multiple people is about 10 kilometers, regardless of obstacles, and it can be used underwater without hindrance. If it is connected to the satellite through a quantum communication switch, barrier-free calls can be made anywhere in the world. In the past few days, they have also tested the underwater call of this communication headset. The reception effect is very good, but when people are underwater, water rushes in when they open their mouths, and there is no way to communicate. The pigeon went back to find someone to modify the program, and the position of everyone was displayed on the watch screen through red dots. Underwater, the position of other team members can be judged by the red dots. LV Wei was observing and recording on it. He will compile the outline of underwater training after he returns. In the past 2 days, Panlong Base has begun to plan to build a swimming pool, and the length and depth have been increased by more than 3 times. On the morning of the 6th day, Shirhao took Wang Ping and 8 people and their respective combat pets on a disc-shaped aircraft to Zhejiang and Fuzhou province. After the sea level rose, most coastal areas were flooded. The original Fuzhou province and Zhejiang province merged into Zhejiang and Fuzhou province, and Huajin City was expanded into a provincial capital. Huajin City, the combat command room of the headquarters of the Southern Theater Command. Zhongzi pointed to a large electronic map on the wall and explained, "These places marked with red dots have been attacked. There is no pattern. Each attack lasts only a few minutes, and they retreat after the attack. Our people and ships are scattered in these areas and patrol continuously. We adopt a wait-and-see approach to prevent attacks, but the effect is not good and a lot of manpower is wasted. After unremitting efforts over this period of time, we found and tracked their submarines, but they disappeared at this place. Zhongzi pointed to a place in the sea near the kingdom of Riyah and said, "But from the map, pictures and videos, there is only the vast ocean there, and no islands or land can be seen." After many earthquakes in the kingdom of Riyah, most of the land slid into the nearby sea trench, and now the land area exposed above the sea is less than 1/10 of the original area. Zhongzi saw the puzzled expressions of Shihao and the others, and smiled and said, "There used to be a large island at this location, but it was completely submerged after the sea level rose. We set a fish-shaped reconnaissance robot to conduct close reconnaissance. The outline of the island can be scanned with sonar waves from a few hundred meters away. The entire island is surrounded by infrared, laser, magnetic and other monitors. The reconnaissance robot can no longer move forward. We have arranged some long-distance monitoring on the periphery, and we can see submarines coming in and out. Considering the international impact and the fact that we have no direct evidence, we cannot use heavy weapons, and can only rely on you." Shihao and his friends raised some details for discussion, and then asked Zhongzi to arrange a speedboat. They were going to go out to sea for training. They needed to conduct effective combat training as soon as possible. After the speedboat took them 10 kilometers deep into the sea, Shihao asked everyone to equip the propellers, activate the communication headsets, and then start to go into the water. After going into the water, the body began to sink. At first, they let their feet point downwards and controlled the propeller speed to stop the body from sinking. Mickey tried to turn the speed to the maximum, and his body was pushed up suddenly, and he jumped out of the water like a fish. The seabed is not as flat as a swimming pool. There are water plants, stones, and fish. They have to turn by swinging their hands and feet from time to time, float up, and sink. After several hours of training, they are becoming more and more skilled, and they are swimming farther and farther. The distance between the 9 people is getting bigger and bigger. When the big guy was in the original unit, swimming was his short board. As he became more and more proficient in controlling the propeller, he was like a fish in water and had fun. Unknowingly, the red dot on the watch disappeared. While he was chasing a big fish, he suddenly felt a pain on his back. Without looking back, he turned the propeller to the maximum speed and rushed out. Then he swung his right leg to the right and turned around. He found that 4 people in black were chasing him with long silver knives. He thought he must have been slashed just now. The big man was wearing a protective suit specially made for the Panlong team, and the knife did not cut through. The big man wanted to call for support in a hurry. He opened his mouth and gulped down a mouthful of seawater. He immediately turned on the watch screen. It was pitch black. He couldn't find his teammates, and couldn't figure out the enemy's strength. He quickly turned around and swam forward. After running for a while, he found that if he increased his speed to a certain speed, the opponent would slowly be thrown away. He felt much more at ease, so he deliberately slowed down and hung on the 4 people behind him. He changed direction several times and swam several kilometers in each direction, but the screen of his watch was still dark. He was also dizzy. Finally, he turned on the compass in his watch and found a rough direction to swim. He did not locate the starting point when he came out, so the compass alone was useless. Shihao and Wang Ping and the other 7 people returned to the speedboat, but they waited and waited, but the big man did not come up. They thought something must have happened. They could not find him on the screen of their watch, so they asked the pigeon to turn on the quantum communication switch. Only then did they see that the big man was 30 kilometers away, at a 15-degree angle to them, and was moving towards them in a straight line. When the switch was turned on, the big man's watch also issued a prompt sound, and at the same time, he saw the other 8 red dots, and began to control the speed to pull the 4 people behind him to Shihao and his team. At this time, the big guy put his watch to his mouth and said loudly, "Enemy attack." 4. After saying these 4 words, he drank more than 4 mouthfuls of water. What Shihao and the others heard was, "Enemy, gulp, attack, gulp, gulp." 4, gulp, individual, gulp. Although it was not clear, they understood it. Shihao began to deploy the battle. Carrier Pigeon and Wufeng were on standby on the speedboat. Shihao and Lao Hei's group went forward from the front, Wang Ping and Mickey's group outflanked from the left, and Laura and Hei Yu's group outflanked from the right. The 3 groups adjusted the speed and angle according to the big guy's position and opened the net. The big guy looked at the distribution of the 6 red dots, understood Shihao's intention, and cut in from the middle of the opening. The 4 people were completely unaware. These 4 people are liquid metal robots released by the country of Rhea. The target of this attack is a town more than 10 kilometers away from here. They were ejected from the submarine torpedo tube. Before the ejection, the attack program was activated. They would attack indiscriminately when they met the target, so they would chase after the big guy. When the big guy swam in, the 3 groups of people began to quickly approach the big guy. The big guy braked suddenly, stopped, turned around with a dagger in his hand, and rushed towards one of them. The man held the knife and made a straight stab. The big guy turned off the propeller switch, sank quickly, and then turned it on again, rushed over diagonally, and the dagger hit the man's abdomen like stabbing into dense rubber. Shirhao turned the propeller to the maximum speed, and when he passed over a person's head, he grabbed the long knife with his bare hands. The person loosened the handle of the knife under Shirhao's strong pull, and his body rolled backwards. Shirhao did not slow down, turned around and rushed towards the person, who was rolling towards him. This time, the hand without the knife grabbed the person's ankle. The person tried everything to break free, but couldn't. The liquid metal robot was not very heavy, so it was very flexible in the water. Shirhao rotated his body and dragged the person up to the surface of the water. He came to the side of the speedboat, threw it up, and shouted to the pigeon and woofing, "Tie it up tightly." After saying that, Shirhao sank again quickly. At this time, the big guy, Mickey and Laura stabbed the remaining 3 people in certain parts, but it was useless. Wang Ping, Lao He, and He Yu also added a knife, but it was still the same, it was useless. Seeing this, they formed groups of 2, like Shirhao did, and grabbed the knife, pulled the arms or legs, and dragged the 3 people out of the water. Everyone got on the patrol boat, and tied up the 4 people tightly with ropes. Shirhao came to a person, and lifted his clothes. The exposed skin was silvery white, confirming that it was a liquid metal robot. Then he used a dagger to open a slit in the chest, pried it open with force, and finally found the electronic control core in the abdomen. However, he did not take the core out rashly, fearing that the submarine would find something abnormal after the robot was destroyed and become alert. When Shirhao pulled out the dagger, the slit disappeared completely after more than 10 minutes, and the robot returned to its original state. Chapter 75. Shirhao immediately ordered a quick return. On the way, he called Zhong Ziyu and asked him to send a car to the beach to pick them up, and to contact the intelligent control robot experts to decipher the control program of the liquid metal robot. After arriving at the beach, Zhong Ziyu was already waiting there. He did not expect that Shirhao and his men had captured 4 liquid metal robots in just one day. He rushed over immediately after receiving Shirhao's call. Shirhao said as he walked, "Commander Zhong, we need to find the top experts to see if we can decipher the instructions they received and find the exact location of the submarine. Time is urgent." Shirhao believed that the robots and robot dogs retreated after the attack, and these robots and robot dogs were expensive. The country of Rhea would definitely recycle them, so it was necessary to send positioning information to these robots and robot dogs to let them return automatically. Once the information was deciphered, the submarines waiting to recycle them would be almost naked. Zhong Ziyu understood the urgency of the matter when he heard Shirhao's words, and immediately began to arrange the next work. He drove directly to the Military Region Intelligent Control Research Institute. Many experts had been summoned and divided into 4 groups to study the 4 robots. Xingda contacted the equipment researchers at the Panlong base and asked them to quickly modify the program, add a compass and real-time coordinates to the personnel position display interface, add the function of searching for historical positions and the pinyin typing input function, and completely solve the problems in communication. He also went to the Southern Theater Equipment Research Institute to find a set of quantum communication switch waterproof covers. When he goes on a mission, he can carry the switch into the water without worrying about the problem of losing contact after exceeding the distance. After 3 or 4 hours of hard work, a group finally cracked the control program of the liquid metal robot. All the command information was displayed on a large screen. Lines of code and lines of instructions kept flashing. Shirhao and his team couldn't understand it at all. The group of experts kept looking for patterns in these instructions and grabbing effective information. According to the method of the first group of cracking, the other 3 robots were also cracked. After careful comparison, the codes and instructions of the 4 robots all showed a common coordinate information. Finally, it was determined that this was their return location, which was very likely to be the location of the recovered submarine. During this period, Laura, Mickey, He Yu, and Wu Feng went directly to the submarine base in the Southern Theater to learn submarine driving technology. If the plan goes well, the 4 of them, who are relatively thin and close to each other, will pretend to be liquid metal robots and sneak into the enemy submarine. The 4 people quickly flipped through several submarine operation manuals, and then went into the submarine to familiarize themselves with the submarine structure, various systems, and corresponding operations. During the learning process, they showed superhuman memory and extremely high learning efficiency. Due to time constraints, they did not go out to sea for actual training. After the experts finished deciphering, Laura and the other 2 returned to the Intelligent Control Research Institute. At this time, the experts had already dug out the control core of the liquid metal robot. They were still working, and the information transmission and reception were not affected. Laura and the other 4 put a set of liquid metal robots in their backpacks, and then put on the black waterproof suits of the 4 liquid metal robots. Nothing unusual could be seen from a distance. They set out at dawn. Zhong Ziyu sent someone to drive a speedboat to take them to the sea area near the target. After the sky was completely bright, Shihao led the Panlong team to put on their equipment and go into the water. They brought their own equipment, each with 3 magnetic storm magazines and 3 carbide magazines, equipped with 5 magnetic storm grenades and 5 ordinary grenades. In addition, they brought a number of flying insects and reptile reconnaissance robots, and the big guy and Lao He brought enough explosives. The launching location was 5 kilometers away from the target, and then they swam towards the target. Shihao, Wang Ping, Lao He, Degu and Xingge were waiting underwater 1 kilometer away. Laura took Miki and the other 4 people to remove the propeller and continue to swim forward. After they swam to the designated coordinates, they saw a submarine quietly parked there. At this time, they saw bubbles coming out from a place on the side of the submarine. Seeing this, they swam over there. That was the mission cabin. The door inside was closed, and the door outside was open. After entering the cabin, the door outside was slowly closed. After waiting for a few minutes, the water in the mission cabin was drained and the door inside was opened. Laura and the other 4 walked straight in. A crew member inside saw them and immediately pointed at them and ordered, "Stop! Go back to the standby cabin, stop!" According to the normal process, those liquid metal robots and robot dogs will turn right back to the standby cabin after returning, and then shut down the control core and activate it next time there is a mission. Laura saw this and threw 2 flying spikes to hit the man's vital point. Mickey, Heiyu and Wufeng ran inside at an accelerated speed. Mickey first killed the communicator with a flying spike, Heiyu controlled the captain, Wufeng controlled the operator, and Mickey and Laura continued to clean up other people in the boat. After the cleanup, Laura turned on her watch and reported to Shihao, "Captain, everything is done here, you can come over." 10 minutes later, Shihao took Wang Ping and several others into the submarine and began to interrogate the captain. The man was also very stubborn and swore to die not to tell. Shihao simply knocked him out. The operator witnessed the whole process and was trembling slightly. The dagger was waved in front of him a few times and confessed everything, including the route to enter the base, the password when passing the monitoring line, and the berth of the submarine at the base. After the interrogation, he was gagged and tied to the handrail of the boat wall. They checked the submarine's historical route and confirmed that the information was correct. The submarine had a different structure from the one they had learned. After more than an hour of exploration, they started the submarine and headed for the submarine base. The driving path gradually changed from an S-curve to a straight line. Practice makes perfect. According to the instructions provided by the operator, they passed the cordon without any danger and entered the underwater base from a large circular hole. The entry method was similar to the principle of the submarine mission cabin. The submarine drove into a large water tank. When the hole below was completely closed, a cover plate rose above and the submarine surfaced. They took the things out of the operator's mouth and asked about the general situation inside the base and the process of leaving the cabin. This was an independent berth, only for this submarine to berth. They also learned that there were 10 similar berths in the entire base, of different sizes. Through the observation mirror, you can see that the top of the water tank is relatively rough. After the excavation, it was not finely processed. There is a cement floor next to the water tank. A dozen meters outside is the door leading to the center of the base. This door is also excavated. There is no door on it. The whole space is very humid and wet. At this time, there were 3 people outside busy with their work. Wang Ping leaned out from the top exit and called the 3 people to come to the boat to help move things. Although reluctant, the 3 people still came over. Wang Ping was born in reconnaissance and has strong language skills. With the ability of Lingshan-level photographic memory, he can speak various languages fluently and speak very authentically. The 3 people climbed up the ladder put down by Wang Ping one by one. As soon as they entered the submarine, They were knocked unconscious by the palm knife. Wu Feng and the pigeon stayed behind in the submarine. The pigeon was mainly to ensure the safety of communication. Wu Feng started the submarine to respond when necessary. The other 7 people changed into the uniforms of the Rayon Navy, put on backpacks, and put all the equipment such as propellers in the backpacks. According to convention, the submarine captain will report to the command center of the underwater base, leaving them with little time to act. The entire underwater base has a command room, ammunition depot, intelligent control laboratory, dormitory, training room and submarine berth, etc. The energy is maintained by a small nuclear fusion reactor. The country of Ria has spent a lot of effort, and the entire island has been hollowed out. Shihao and his party walked out of the door. There was a circular square in the middle. There were 10 identical doors around the entire square. 2 or 3 of the doors were larger, which should be the berths for large tonnage submarines. There was a circular building in the center of the square. The operator said that the process of leaving the cabin should be handed in the navigation log here, and the return to the port registration should be carried out. Wang Ping completed the process smoothly. There were some crew members who had just returned or were about to leave standing there in groups of 3 or 2 around the square to chat. Mickey kept greeting the side while walking, looking very familiar. This is his strong point. Seeing Mickey's appearance, the big man relaxed his tense body a little. There is a 20-meter-long corridor across the square. Going forward from the corridor, there is another similar circular square. The command room, training room, intelligent control laboratory, entertainment and leisure room, canteen and dormitory are distributed around the square. There is also an iron gate that is wide and high enough for a car to pass through, which is in a closed state. Wang Ping and He Yu are in one group, Laura and Lao He are in one group, Shihao, the big guy and Mickey are in one group, and they gradually disperse to conduct reconnaissance. When they go to a remote place, they will release a flying insect or crawler robot and activate it, controlling them to fly or crawl to a room or space with a door, such as an intelligent control laboratory, training room, dormitory, etc. for reconnaissance. After nearly 20 minutes of reconnaissance, the structure of the entire underwater base was figured out. There are more than 500 people stationed here, and there are also 5 submarines parked here. Shihao ordered the big guy and Lao He to go to the other 4 empty berths. There was no one there. The large water tank, where the submarine entered, was covered by a pressure plate. Lao He placed sufficient concentrated explosives on the covers of the 4 berths. After everything was done, the 2 of them returned to the submarine to wait, because blowing up a cover alone would not work. The door of the submarine entrance must also be blown up. It was not realistic for the 9 of them to completely destroy the underwater base. They had to rely on the power of nature to let the seawater backflow, and then slowly clean it up. Wang Ping and He Yu placed a flying insect robot and a crawler robot near the command room. When the 2 were operating the robots to enter the command room, 2 soldiers from the Riyadh Kingdom came over, saluted, and then wanted to check their documents. Because the general monitoring room of the underwater base discovered their abnormal behavior. Shihao, Laura and Mickey were near the ammunition depot. At this time, Wang Ping's voice came from the headset and said, "Captain, we may be exposed." Wang Ping pretended to take out his documents and lowered his head and said softly. Chapter 76. Shihao asked, "Where are you?" "We are in the square outside the command room." Wang Ping replied, "I asked Lao He to detonate the explosives to divert attention. You take the opportunity to move over here. We go over to support you now." After that, Shihao, Laura and Mickey ran along the corridor towards Wang Ping and He Yu. Shihao ordered as he ran, "Lao He will detonate the explosives immediately. Wu Feng will start the submarine out of the port. Send the big guy and Lao He outside to blow up the gates of the 4 empty berths." Wang Ping fumbled in his arms for a long time, and heard 4 loud noises outside, boom, boom. The whole space was shaking. The 2 soldiers who checked the documents were stunned. Wang Ping put one of the soldiers' heads with one hand, and wiped the dagger towards his neck. He Yu followed suit and dealt with another one. A quick alarm sounded inside the underwater base. As the 2 soldiers slowly fell to the ground, they quickly moved to the corridor. The whole base was in chaos. Because Shihao and his men came in wearing the uniforms of the Riyadh Navy, they could not distinguish between the enemy and a friend when they ran. Mickey saw this and pointed in the direction of the explosion and shouted, "Stop, where are you running?" He pretended to chase in that direction. The Riyadh soldiers next to him also ran over. As more and more people gathered, Mickey slowly retreated. Shihao and Laura continued to run to the corridor. Mickey retreated to a corner. A lone Japanese soldier passed by. He grabbed the collar with one hand and pulled him over. He knocked him out with a palm and dragged him to the corner behind him to hide. He picked up the Japanese soldier's pistol and fired a shot into the crowd in front. A poor guy in the middle fell to the ground. The crowd began to stir again, like a pot of boiling water, looking for the attacker everywhere. Mickey quickly looked up. After the group looked around, they found nothing unusual. Mickey pretended to look around and slowly moved his position. At this time, the Japanese soldier who was attacked by Mickey woke up and pointed at Mickey and shouted, "He is a spy, catch him." Mickey saw that he was exposed, screamed wow, turned around and ran. Mickey was very fast. The people in front fired a few shots but missed. The defense of the underwater base was so tight that the generals and soldiers of the Rya Kingdom did not think that anyone could or dared to sneak into the base to cause trouble. They were usually equipped with only ordinary pistols. Even if they hit Mickey, it would only leave a hole. Mickey felt pain for a while, but could not hurt him. The people behind him were afraid of hurting their own people, and did not dare to shoot randomly. Wherever Mickey ran, the crowd behind him chased him. A Ryat officer thought that this was not going to work, so he ordered everyone to follow his command, and a few people to guard a place. In this way, the range where Mickey could run became smaller and smaller. Although the Lingshan-class bionic robot was powerful, it could not withstand the attack of dozens of people. Finally, he was forced to run into a bomb berth and jumped into the water tank, whose cover was blown to pieces. The hole outside had not been blown up yet, and there was stagnant water under the water tank. Mickey could not run out. More than 30 Ryat soldiers came in and shot into the water with pistols. Occasionally, a few bullets hit Mickey, but it was not a big deal. After a few minutes, someone brought a laser gun and brought in 2 liquid metal robots and a robot dog. Mickey remembered that there were weapons in his backpack when he was underwater. After all, he had never fought in a war before, so he was still not used to using weapons. He hung both ordinary grenades and magnetic storm grenades on his waist, took out 2 ordinary grenades, and threw them directly without coming out of the water, killing and injuring more than 20 people. The robots and robot dogs jumped into the water when they saw this. The space below was relatively small, and Mickey was gradually surrounded. He did not move, allowing the robots and robot dogs to approach. He held 2 magnetic storm grenades in his hands. When they were about to reach him, Mickey accelerated over and pressed the grenades on a robot and robot dog that rushed in front. After the detonation, the robot and robot dog were in a stiff state and sank to the bottom of the water. There was only one robot left. Mickey used the wall beside the sink to gain leverage, swam behind the robot, hugged its neck, inserted the dagger into the robot's abdomen to open a hole, and then pushed down with his other hand. The robot turned head down, feet up, and belly facing Mickey. He quickly reached into the hole and pulled out the robot's control core. After Mickey finished, he saw more people coming up and immediately opened his watch to type in a message, "Big guy, Lao Hei, help me, blow this side first." Wu Feng had already driven the submarine out, and Mickey saw a few red dots dangling near him, which should be outside this berth. After typing, he swam away from the cave entrance, leaned against the corner, and inserted his dagger into the wall to prevent the seawater from being too strong and washing him away after the gap was blown open. At this time, there were a few splash sounds, and another robot and robot dog jumped into the water. When the big guy and Lao Hei saw Mickey's message for help, they immediately placed the explosives, retreated quickly, and then detonated them. After a muffled sound, the door was blown open, and the seawater rolled in. The soldiers of the Rya country were washed away like rags, and the seawater kept pouring into the underwater base. A Rya country officer in the square looked at the rising water level, ran to the corridor to open a secret door, closed the gate, and saw 2 thick stone doors in the middle of the corridor slowly extending from both sides. When the seawater poured in, the robots and robot dogs were washed away by the strong impact, and Mickey hid in the corner and did not move. After the seawater filled the berth, he swam out of the blown-up hole to help the big guy and Lao Hei. The 3 people quickly blew up 2 more holes. The speed of the seawater pouring in was fast enough, so they gave up the plan to blow up the last hole. Woofing and Xi and Gu stopped the submarine a few hundred meters outside the underwater base and waited for orders. Mickey, the big guy and Lao Hei swam back to the base. The bodies of Japanese soldiers were floating everywhere in the base. After encountering several robots and robot dogs, the 3 people pulled out all their cores. When they swam halfway along the corridor, they were blocked by the stone door and had no choice but to return. The 5 submarines moored in the berth did not close their doors, and were all filled with water. Lao Hei placed explosives in key locations and detonated them. Looking at the other side, After Wang Ping and Hey You killed someone, they quickly ran towards the corridor. After the alarm sounded, a door next to the Intelligent Control Laboratory opened, and dozens of liquid metal robots and more than 20 liquid metal robot dogs rushed out quickly and headed straight for the two of them. Shihao and Laura had already run out of the corridor at this time. They saw a string of silver-white robots and robot dogs following behind Wang Ping and Hey You. They immediately opened their backpacks and took out magnetic storm grenades. Laura did the same. Guns were also raised and shot from behind. Wang Ping and Hey You only felt like their backs and buttocks were constantly bitten by insects. They joined Shihao and Laura in a panic. Shihao and Laura threw the magnetic storm grenade a few meters in front of them. After the explosion, the 20 or so robots and more than 10 robot dogs running in the front immediately stiffened, but under the action of inertia, they were still rushing towards them. Shihao immediately picked up a robot to block in front of him as a shield. Ordinary bullets were not enough to kill them, but too many of them were also very uncomfortable. The robots and robot dogs continued to come forward, and a large part of them were killed by several magnetic storm grenades. Only a few robots were left in the distance. Wang Ping and Hey You pulled out the laser gun from the back of the backpack and installed the magnetic storm bullet. They aimed at the robot's abdomen and started shooting. After a few minutes, all the robots and robot dogs were killed. Suddenly, Shihao felt a dazzling light shooting over, and hurriedly picked up a robot and threw it towards the light. After the light flashed, half of the body of the liquid metal robot melted. If it hits you, it will be disastrous. They looked carefully and saw that several Japanese soldiers pushed out something similar to a laser cannon. The laser just now was emitted from there. Some Japanese soldiers took out laser guns from the armory and rushed over. Shihao said calmly, "You shoot down those laser guns to protect me, and I will deal with the laser cannon." After saying that, he stomped the ground, his body flew into the air, and jumped to the building in the center of the square. He used his feet on the wall to gain momentum, and then jumped to the outer wall. He grabbed a slightly protruding decoration on the wall with his hand, and used the momentum to jump to the Intelligent Control Laboratory again. After landing more than 10 meters away from the Intelligent Control Laboratory, he threw 6 flying cones with both hands, and the Japanese soldier next to the laser cannon fell to the ground with his face covered. Shihao then took out ordinary grenades, and threw 2 of them, then dodged and retreated. After 2 explosions, the laser cannon was blown to the ground. Wang Ping, Hey You, and Laura also used laser guns to eliminate threatening enemies. At this time, there was a booming sound behind them, and the 2 stone doors slowly closed. Looking at the ground, I noticed that the seawater had already covered my ankles. Shihao returned to Wang Ping, Hey You and Laura, and seeing that the corridor was blocked, he said, "Let's rush in and find a way out." After that, he threw an ordinary grenade to clear the way. When the liquid metal robots and robot dogs were wiped out, these ordinary soldiers had no power to resist. Those holding weapons such as laser guns would be cleared out first. The remaining soldiers saw that they were no match for them, so they opened the wide and tall door, and there were 2 laser cannons behind the door. Shihao and his 4 people retreated quickly when they saw this, not daring to face the muzzle directly. The generals and soldiers of the Ryak Kingdom retreated behind the laser cannons one by one, and then slowly retreated with the laser cannons. When they retreated about 20 meters away from the iron gate, 2 thick stone doors appeared and slowly closed. Shihao and his team searched all the rooms carefully, but found no passage leading to the outside world. They also did not find any switches near the 2 stone doors. Lao He and his team pulled the gate from the outside, but there was no response. So they simply blew up the stone door. The stone door was about 5 meters thick, but they tried several times but to no avail. Chapter 77. Big Guy, Mickey, and Old Black were going to go back to the submarine to bring the torpedo over to detonate it, but they were worried that the power was too great and the entire underwater base would collapse, which would make it even more difficult for them to get out. So the 3 of them started digging holes in the stone door with daggers, then placed explosives to detonate, dug holes again, and then detonated again. When they went about 1 meter deep, they found a very thick alloy layer inside, so they had to return empty-handed. Shihao and his men continued to search inside, but found nothing. They collected all the liquid metal robots and robot dogs. These metals were all treasures. In addition, there were a lot of equipment, materials, and drawings in the Intelligent Control Laboratory, including computers. For them, getting out was just a matter of time. If they could take away valuable things, they must take them away. If they really couldn't take them away, they would destroy them. There was a giant fish tank in the Intelligent Control Laboratory. When they were sorting and packing, several high-pitched dolphin sounds rang out, bringing them great comfort. Shi Hao looked up and saw a dolphin in the giant fish tank looking at them. The sound just now was made by it. There are some dolphin-style drawings in the Intelligent Control Laboratory. It seems that this laboratory is making liquid metal dolphins according to the appearance of real dolphins. This dolphin must be their reference. Shi Hao walked to the side of the fish tank and put his hand into the water. The dolphin swam over and touched his hand with its head, then gently bit Shi Hao's hand with its mouth and pulled it into the fish tank. Shi Hao was moved and jumped into the fish tank. Seeing this, the dolphin swam to the back, where there was a natural cave. After entering, it was found that it was a hall similar to a submarine berth, and there was also a water tank for submarines. Shi Hao opened the cover, jumped into the water tank, and swam around in it. He also found the hole for submarines to enter and exit. He thought that this was reasonable. If the stone doors on both sides were all closed, and the danger was lifted, the people inside would not be trapped in it forever. After Shi Hao came out of the water, he immediately notified the big guy, "Hey, you and Mickey, to return to the submarine," and asked Wu Feng to drive the submarine over here. He turned on the switch from the inside and let the submarine in. Just after giving the order, he realized that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he found that the soldiers of the Rya country retreated behind the stone door. Did they have a similar retreat? He immediately changed the order and asked them to bypass and investigate the situation there first. The big guy, Mickey and Lao Hei, put the propeller on their legs and swam around the island. They also found 2 holes for submarines to enter and exit on the other side. After asking Shi Hao for instructions, they blew them up directly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes to make sure that the seawater was full, the 3 of them swam in through the hole and found that it was an ammunition depot, where the laser cannon was stored. Shi Hao ordered them to move away all the useful and movable things, and then divided the explosives in the ammunition depot into 3 parts, and put them in 3 areas respectively. When they were ready to leave, Lao Hei would detonate them remotely. The submarine picked up the valuable weapons from the other side and moved them into the submarine through the mission cabin, and then entered the area where Shi Hao and his team were trapped and began to move equipment, liquid metal, drawings, computers, and other items. Shi Hao sent all the equipment in the laboratory back through holographic projection. Zhong Ziyu asked experts to identify which ones were valuable and usable, and which ones were useless, and classify them. Space and time were limited, so only valuable ones were moved. After more than 2 hours of tossing, Shi Hao received intelligence from Zhong Ziyu that a ship suspected to be from the Kingdom of Rya was approaching this side. Shi Hao and his team immediately entered the submarine and began to evacuate. When evacuating, they also lifted the dolphin into the submarine and temporarily placed it in a large water tank. While they were moving things, Lao Hei had already arranged enough explosives in 3 portions. They drove the submarine to a place 2 kilometers away from the underwater base. When Zhong Ziyu said that the ships of the Rya country were approaching, Lao Hei detonated the explosives. Huge waves suddenly rose in that area. 3 ships of the Rya country arrived, one of which was parked right above the underwater base. After the explosion, it turned upside down. The submarine began to return. On the way back, Shi Hao and his team released the dolphin through the mission cabin to ensure that it would not be affected by the explosion or swim back to the sea area just contaminated by explosives. The dolphin swam with the submarine for a long time until it could not catch up. It is said that the dolphin could be seen frequently in the waters of the Southern Theater Naval Base later. It especially liked to swim beside the submarine. Zhong Ziyu welcomed Shi Hao and his team at the submarine base. As soon as they met, he gave Shi Hao a thumbs up. The problem that had been bothering them for several months was completely solved by Shi Hao and his team in 2 or 3 days. Not only that, they also seized a submarine and some ammunition. According to experts, the equipment and drawings brought back as well as a large amount of liquid metal can help Yin State improve its research on liquid metal. The destruction of the underwater base has brought long-term peace and stability to the southern seas, which is a great contribution. Shi Hao and his team returned to Panlong Base on the same day in a disc-shaped aircraft. After returning to the base, they immediately divided the work and led the new Panlong team soldiers to train. More than 10 days passed, and the combat power of the newly established 10 Panlong teams has been initially formed. That day, Wu called and said that the situation in Xinjiang's new war zone was relatively serious, and Kuang Yuni asked him for help. After the call, Shi Hao and Lu Wei held a holographic projection meeting with Kuang Yuni in the Panlong Base conference room. As soon as Kuang Yuni sat down, he said, "General Shi, I heard that you went to the Southern Theater half a month ago to help Zhong Ziyu completely solve the problem. I also need you here. Shi Hao smiled and said, if there is anything I can help you with, Commander Quan, just tell me. I couldn't guarantee it before, but now I have a lot of people here and they are all idle. Kwang Yuni sent some photos and videos through holographic projection, all of which were pictures of border towns in Xinjiang theater being attacked. At the beginning, we could still cope with it, but recently semi-bionic robots, human-animal genetically modified people, and modified cats and dogs have become rampant. Through investigation, we found that there is a mastermind behind it. I came to you today because I want to pull them out and overturn their nest like the Southern Theater. Kwang Yuni was overwhelmed by the constant attacks recently, and he had no choice but to come to Shi Hao. Shi Hao said, the newly formed Panlong team has completed training in the past 2 days. It's time to go out and practice. I will send the old team members to lead the team to help solve the problem today. Very good. Thank you General Shi for your strong support. After that, the meeting ended. This is the vigorous and resolute style of the military. Shi Hao asked Lu Wei to call Wang Ping, Laura, Lao He, and He Yu to the meeting room. At the meeting, Shi Hao appointed Wang Ping as the general person in charge, Laura assisted, and sent 2 Panlong teams to the mission. Lao He and He Yu each assisted with a group. Because the new Panlong team was not equipped with battle pets, the battle pets of Wang Ping and the other 4 could play a big role in the mission. Wang Ping was a scout. After joining the Panlong team, he was trained to be more comprehensive, mature, stable and experienced. Shi Hao intended to cultivate his ability to be independent. Wang Ping lived up to expectations. After arriving at the Xinjiang New War Zone, he analyzed the attacks on the border of the Xinjiang New War Zone, and discussed with Laura to develop a complete combat plan. Lao He and He Yu each led a group to act separately, and successively defeated several small forces. Then, they followed the clues, and found valuable clues and evidence. On a dark night, they raided an underground city dozens of kilometers away from the border line, and killed or captured several spies from a certain big country. The evil forces in the entire underground city were completely cleared. During the battle, the new team members were not very adaptable. It was a little difficult to fight against the semi-bionic robots that were much taller than them. However, with the assistance of Lao He and He Yu, they defeated the opponent without any danger. The modified humans and modified cats and dogs encountered all had strong strength, endurance and agility. The new team members grew at a visible speed in actual combat. Facts have proved that fighting against modified cats and dogs without the help of combat pets is still relatively passive. When Wang Ping and his team successfully completed the mission and led the team back, half a month had passed, and another group of 90 new Panlong team members also began regular training. The manufacture of combat pets is also in progress, and the types are selected independently based on the pets brought by Wang Ping and his team. Panlong Base has built several new training rooms and increased the number of sparring robots. 10 semi-bionic robots of the Shukuan level are also equipped, and the number of Huangshan level sparring has increased to 100, and the language provocation program has been added. The entire training ground is quite sour. The swimming pool has taken shape. The disc-shaped aircraft and other types of transportation can guarantee one for each Panlong team. LV Wei named the disc-shaped aircraft Flying Disc. The word Pan is intentionally taken from the first word of the Panlong Brigade. The gravity offset rate of the Flying Disc anti-gravity device has reached 55%, and the speed can kill all known aircraft in the world in seconds. The gravity offset rate of civilian high-end flying cars is mostly around 30%. The World Flying Car Standards Association stipulates that the gravity offset rate of civilian flying cars cannot exceed 35%. If the speed is too fast, the police or the military will not have a flying car to catch up, and that would be a big joke. After another half a month, the second batch of Panlong team members gradually took shape, and their combat pets were also in place. In terms of management, Shi Hao gradually let LV Wei and Wang Ping assist. Laura, Lao He, He Yu, Wufeng and Xinga also did more management and instructor work, and the big guy and Miki spent the whole day in the training room beating the new team members. The Panlong Brigade was basically formed, and any mission on Earth could be completed as long as the Panlong squad took action. Shi Hao suddenly felt much more relaxed. He had been away from Luo City for more than a month, and he had nothing to do. He went to the general command of the Yunnan Guizhou War Zone to find Wu Yi and asked for leave to stay in Luo City for a few days. Wu Yi saw him coming and said, "Some time ago, I said that there was a plan to completely solve the current chaos. Now there is a little bit of progress. It just so happens that you are here. Let's discuss it." Chapter 78. The two of them were just like before. Wooey lit a cigarette. Shihao sat there quietly and started chatting. Wooey asked Shihao first, "How do you feel recently?" Shihao curled his lips and said, "I was very busy some time ago. The expansion of Panlong Brigade has been almost completed during this period. Now Panlong Squad can handle any task. Lu Wei and Wang Ping are doing a good job in management. I have nothing to do." Wooey took a puff of cigarette and paused for a while and said, "Neither I nor the superiors thought that you could complete the expansion of Panlong Brigade in such a short time. Of course, there are also factors of pressure from the situation. It is 2 months ahead of our expected time. After Mickey's accident last time, the superiors have some concerns about the safety of robots at the Huangshan level and above. Their abilities are much stronger than ordinary people. Any one of them can deal with a group of ordinary soldiers." Shihao turned sideways and said, "After that accident, Director Wu said that he developed a set of fuzzy algorithm security software based on Mickey's data. How far has it progressed now?" Director Wu has already put that set of intelligent defense system. It has been fully developed and implanted into the Huangshan level bionic brain using quantum encryption. These robots have not integrated human memory, but have fully opened up the learning function. At present, everything seems normal, and there are no problems with the code of conduct and ethical standards. After a period of testing, if it is indeed effective, it will be vigorously promoted. Wu Yi and his team are obviously very concerned about security issues, and are always paying attention to such issues and solutions. After Wu Yi introduced the intelligence system, he stood up and took a document and said, "If you don't come today, I will also find you." This is an appointment document. Several high-quality backbones have been selected from the entire army to do political work in the Panlong Battalion. Li Yunshu is appointed as the political commissar of the Panlong Battalion. This appointment document has not been issued yet, and I need to ask for your opinion first. Shihao took the appointment document and read it, saying, "You are very thoughtful. You let me charge into battle, but I always feel incapable of doing these jobs. LV Wei usually takes care of big and small things. When there is no task, I am more like a hands-off boss. The purpose of my coming today is to ask for leave. There are people in charge of various tasks at Panlong Base, and the training of Panlong Brigade is almost completed. Now we are conducting routine training according to the outline. We will go out when there is a task. I feel that I am too idle." Wu Yi smiled and said, "That just shows that you are too good. In such a short time, you can let everyone perform their duties, and advance in all aspects in an orderly manner. If you are placed in Panlong Base again, it will be a bit of a waste of talent." "What do you think of LV Wei as the captain of Panlong Brigade?" Wu Yi asked after he finished speaking. Shihao became excited when Wu Yi asked this question. At that time, he said that he could leave Panlong Brigade if he found a suitable captain. He immediately said, "So the higher-ups are going to let LV Wei be the captain?" I took his position. He must be suitable. Then can you recommend me a deputy captain? If the candidate is approved by the higher-ups, I can let you go. Wu Yi also knew that Shihao would not stay in Panlong Base for a long time. Now the time has come, so he might as well take the opportunity to solve this problem. Wang Ping, he is now LV Wei's right-hand man. Shihao gave a name without thinking. He was just lazy and had thrown everything to Wang Ping and Laura. Wu Yi took a pen and wrote down while saying, "Then I will report it. LV Wei, the captain of Panlong Brigade, Li Yunshu, the political commissar, and Wang Ping, the deputy political commissar." After finishing writing, Wu Yi leaned back, looked at Shihao and said, "Let's discuss the current situation. The higher-ups have already made a general direction for the current situation. You can listen and give us some suggestions." Shihao stood up and stretched his body habitually, then bent down and said to Wu Yi with a smile, "Old Wu, I was wondering why you let me go from Panlong Base so easily. No, you just set a trap for me to jump in, and then drove me away step by step. Are there any other tricks waiting for me?" When Wu Yi heard what Shihao said, he also stood up and poured a glass of water, saying, "Haozi, I'm considering that it's a waste of talent to let you stay in Panlong Base for a long time. The more capable you are, the more work you should do. The key is that the country needs you. You must be interested in what I'm going to tell you this time." Shihao saw Wu Yi sitting down with a cup of tea. He also sat down and said, "Let's talk about it. When you are alive, you are a soldier. When you die, you are a ghost of the army." Wu Yi blew the tea leaves in the cup and said, "It's difficult to be a ghost of the army. If you agree, you have to leave the army." Shihao jumped up and said loudly, "That won't work. I joined the army after graduation. It's been so many years. What can I do if I don't serve in the army? I don't accept this task." Wu Yi stretched out his right hand to signal him to sit down, straightened up and said, "Don't worry, you just change your external identity, nothing else will change. You can come to me, Wang Guiyong, and Lei Shiyu at any time, ask for anything, and you have to carry out the task. Listen to me, and make a decision. If you really disagree, the higher-ups won't force you." Shi Hao sat down after hearing what Wu Yi said. Because our Yin country is covered by the space dome, the ecological environment has not changed much, and the climate is still relatively livable. But from the perspective of the entire Earth, the environment is still deteriorating. High temperature, heat, and the disappearance of large areas of vegetation have completely destroyed the Earth's temperature control system and are in an irreversible state. If this continues, it won't be long before there will be no place for humans on the Earth, even with the space dome. Wu Yi said worriedly. Human living resources are also in a state of extreme shortage. For example, the paper and wood products we often use have now risen to sky-high prices. The space dome can only cover a small part of the Earth's area, resulting in a sharp increase in the number of people per unit area, which is already overwhelmed. Now, in order to stop Yin's pace of entering space, foreign forces have made human-animal and animal-animal genetic technology public, and used modified traffic cats and dogs to create chaos, making people unstable, and public security has also deteriorated. Now some rumors about the end of the world and the destruction of the Earth have begun to circulate on the internet and among the people, and they are accompanied by video images of areas not covered by the space dome to confuse people. Wu Yi introduced the Earth's environment and continued, recently news came back from the border that in places without space domes, a small number of people are building houses. After investigation, it was found that these are human-animal genetically modified people who are not afraid of high temperatures. This will lead to a vicious cycle and allow more people to secretly carry out human-animal genetic modification. The higher-ups have recently convened various experts to hold seminars and finally formulated a solution to completely resolve the current situation, but this plan may take several years to complete. Hearing this, Shi Hao leaned forward and asked Wu Yi, who was drinking tea, what solution takes so long? Can it really solve the fundamental problems of the Earth? Wu Yi continued, the current problems are mainly concentrated in two aspects. First, the problem of the deterioration of the Earth's environment, and second, the problem of too dense population in the habitable zone. As long as these two problems are solved, the others are minor problems. After EP52 was captured, the current segmentation work is progressing steadily. A large amount of hauser, silica stone and collagen stone have been extracted. The Yin State Moon Mining Company established by Su Yin after arriving on the moon has also explored silica stone mines on the moon. Therefore, the above research has decided to build a large number of space domes to cool down the Earth comprehensively and restore the Earth's temperature control system step by step. In the end, it will be closed into a sphere to completely protect the Earth until the Earth returns to its original appearance. Shi Hao imagined the outside of the Earth covered and was very shocked. The idea of the infrastructure maniac is bold. After the shock, he said, if we cover the Earth, will other countries agree? How can we charge them? Wu Yi said solemnly, if the skin is gone, where will the hair be attached? No matter how difficult this matter is, we must move forward, for ourselves and future generations. We propose that the United States, the Russian Federation, the European Union and India build the space dome with us, each responsible for a part of the area and bearing the cost. Will they agree? Shi Hao was still a little worried. Wu Yi slapped the table and said, even if they don't agree, we will unite some small sovereign countries to promote this plan, and we will bear the cost. This matter is still confidential now, and only our top leaders know about it. We have not yet negotiated with other countries, but sooner or later this matter will be done. We have contacted some sovereign countries that exist in name only. Their people are currently scattered in countries with space domes, or in those underground cities. But there is still a large area without sovereignty, and it is now a barren land. When the space dome is built, it will be a treasure land. When the Earth returns to the state of decades ago, humans will be everywhere on the Earth. Shi Hao began to think in his mind. If what Wu Yi said really came true, the world pattern would change drastically. Would big countries grab land for colonization? Would small countries take the opportunity to expand? Various forces would emerge like mushrooms after rain. These are all problems to be faced in the future. However, in this way, the population pressure of Yin country will be greatly reduced, and the gift from nature will solve the problem of resource shortage. Even if the entire space dome was built by Yin country, those people with ulterior motives will jump out to morally blackmail Yin country, holding up the banner of justice to tie your hands and feet. It is actually a thankless task for Yin country to build a space dome for the Earth, But we cannot do nothing because of these concerns, and finally we will be buried with the earth. Thinking of this, Sure Hao understood Wu Yi's meaning and said seriously, I am willing to accept the mission. No matter where I go in the future or what I do, I will be loyal to Yin country. Chapter 79. Wu Yi smiled and said, I know you won't refuse. You will have a dual identity in the future. Before the plan is announced, we will hold a grand retirement ceremony for you and invite media from all over the world. In the future, you will face the public as a free person. You will be notified by me about the specific time. Let me be frank. The higher-ups consider that bionic robots may have safety risks. They will not manufacture Taishan-class bionic robots unless it is absolutely necessary. So you are the only Taishan-class robot at present. You must return to the team immediately and secretly for any mission that requires you to go out. Yes, I will obey orders unconditionally. Sure Hao answered very straightforwardly. What is my specific mission? Sure Hao began to ask detailed questions. After this disaster, the Earth's population has decreased by nearly 1/3, and the sovereignty of many small countries no longer exists. However, when the Earth's environment recovers, it is expected that the locals will reassert their sovereignty according to the original territory. If they ask our country for help, we will help them rebuild their homes. Wu Yi stood up and paced. We will not take an inch of their land, but that does not mean we are so generous and selfless. We need their support in the international arena, and we need to cooperate with them in many fields to develop the economy. In addition, we can buy or rent land in some key locations to facilitate our actions around the world. The Earth is just a drop in the ocean in the universe. We have built a lunar base, and are building a base on Mars. These make us feel that space is the future of mankind, and the Earth is too small, but it will always be our home and backing, and our harbor to avoid wind and waves. We must build it well, and protect it well. Those greedy countries and forces, as well as those short-sighted countries and forces, are used to robbing and occupying. Their pattern is destined to make them only focus on the limited resources on the Earth. These people are the destabilizing factors of the Earth. We have no intention of harming others, but we must be on guard against them. It is necessary to lay out key locations in various regions of the Earth. Wu Yi said seriously. Everything is prepared, and nothing is prepared. This principle is applicable everywhere. Now the Earth has the opportunity to reshuffle and grasp the cards. How can Yin country let it go? Sure Hao remembered that he had earned more than 6 billion yuan in Wutuo City. According to 10%, he distributed the remaining 5 billion yuan to the people who were on the mission. So he said, You said that day that you were going to let me use the money here? Wu Yi said, Yes, although it is not much, it can still do something. In addition, you have to register a company. We will authorize you to maintain and manage the space dome. As long as it is a space dome built by us outside the airspace of Yin country, you have the right to repair and manage it. Sure Hao smiled happily when he heard Wu Yi's words. With this power, he can tear down anyone's tiles. This is a negotiation weapon. Wu Yi looked at Sure Hao's obscene smile and reminded him, there will be a contract clause in the authorization agreement, which prohibits the use of the space dome to seek any illegal benefits. Only when the other party breaches the contract can the use right be used to counterattack. Sure Hao knew what Wu Yi was worried about. The threat of this thing was no less than that of nuclear weapons. He said, Old Wu, don't worry. I won't do such a thing as giving birth to a child without an anus. I am happy that with this thing, the contract signed abroad will have extremely strong binding force. That's all we have to talk about today. Do you have any questions? Wu Yi asked. Can I go back to Los Angeles today? Sure Hao will be a freelancer most of the time in the future. He is now more eager to go back and see how Haoshire Bionics technology has developed recently. Wu Yi raised the documents in his hand and said, Li Yinshu will report to Panlong Base tomorrow. I will report the appointment of LV Wei and Wang Ping today. No problem, I will send the appointment letter tomorrow. You, the old captain, must make a handover. Sure Hao thought about it, and decided to finish the things here at one time, so as not to run again in the future. He said, Okay, then I will go back to the base first and sort out the recent work to see if there are any loopholes. After that, Sure Hao said goodbye and returned to Panlong Base. Sure Hao found LV Wei and Wang Ping, sorted out the overall plan of Panlong Base again, discussed the training outline, and also put forward some detailed modification suggestions on the equipment and weapons of Panlong team members. After finishing these tasks, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The whole base returned to peace. Sure Hao was strolling in the base alone. He had not visited the base completely for such a long time. He was about to leave, and he felt a little reluctant. When he walked to the outdoor training ground at the westernmost part of the base, he heard a faint cry. He walked over gently, and saw a soldier sitting on the curb, his head buried in his legs, his body trembling. Seeing this, Sherhao coughed lightly. The soldier stood up immediately after hearing the sound and asked, "Who, the command?" When he saw Sherhao, he immediately lowered his head and stammered, "Captain. Captain, why are you here? I'm on duty tonight." I was wrong." Sherhao gently patted his shoulder and asked, "What's your name?" The soldier immediately replied, "Captain, my name is Xia Ran." "This name is very delicate. No wonder you like to cry," Sherhao said jokingly. Xia Ran didn't say anything and lowered his head. Sherhao sat down on the curb and said to Xia Ran, Xia, sit here, I'm fine anyway, let's chat." Xia Ran was stunned for a few seconds and sat next to Sherhao shyly. Sherhao glanced at his face and said with a smile, "I'm curious, our eyes don't shed tears, how can you still cry?" When Sherhao said this, Xia Ran said in a mosquito-like voice, "That's because you haven't reached the point of sadness." Although the voice was small, Sherhao heard it clearly. He smiled and asked, "How old are you?" "I just passed my 23rd birthday." "Don't look at my age. I have been a veteran for 4 years. I came in completely based on my strength." Xia Ran's emotions had stabilized at this time, and he answered clearly, "Yes, many young people at this age have just graduated from college, but you are already a veteran, and you are a special forces soldier selected from thousands of people. You are amazing. It stands to reason that special forces soldiers should not be so fragile, right? Why are you crying?" Sherhao continued to ask. Xia Ran said, "I am on duty tonight. Since I had my memory dump and gene fusion, although my appearance and personality have not changed, I know that I can never be an ordinary person again. When I went back to visit my relatives this year, my mother said that she would start arranging for me to get married in 2 years. But how can I explain to my mother about my current situation? Also, I used to like fried stinky tofu the most. Every time I had the opportunity to go out, I would go to eat it. The fried stinky tofu at the third store on the right side of the Yungue City Central Commercial Street is the most delicious, but I will never have the chance to eat it in the future." At this point, Xia Ran sniffed. "I was on duty tonight. I looked at the darkness over there, and thought about those things. I felt very upset and wanted to vent, so..." Sherhao could understand what Xia Ran said. When he read Zheng Xian's diary and Shirui was kidnapped, he still remembered the upset feeling in his mind. Tears are a way to vent emotions, but they can't do it. They can't eat or drink, and they will never have delicious food again. They don't have the functions that men should have, and they can't enjoy the passion of men and women, so they can't get married. These are the current problems, but their brains have the memories and feelings of ordinary people, and they are also interested in food, sex, and nature. Unfortunately, they can't do it. Sherhao didn't think this was a small problem. He paused and said, Xia, do you know my story?" Xia Ran turned his head and looked at Sherhao and replied, "General Shi's deeds are known to all soldiers in Yin State, and they all take you as an example." Hearing Xia Ran's words, Sherhao said, "I am also an ordinary person. It's just that I did something for the country by chance. Everyone thought I was dead and portrayed me as a martyr. I also got a bargain. I didn't die and came back to gain fame and fortune. The publicity is a bit exaggerated." "Xia, do you often look at the stars?" Sherhao asked Xia Ran a question. "I don't look at them much. Besides, I can't see them clearly. I can only see them flashing in the sky." Xia Ran was completely relaxed at this time, just like chatting at ordinary times. When you have the opportunity to go to space, you will find that the stars are beautiful, and the space is also beautiful. But at the beginning, I saw a dark place, and couldn't tell east from west and south from north. When I was farther and farther away from the earth until I couldn't see them, I felt very confused and desperate. Endless darkness surrounded me and B52. Without a reference point, you couldn't feel it moving. That kind of silence could drive people crazy. Slowly I adapted to that environment. I began to appreciate the beauty of space, the different stars, and recalled my family and the sweet moments with them. In this way, I stayed on B52 for 35 years without moving, and then fortunately returned to Earth and home. Sherhao recalled the days in space, and seemed to be savoring something. At this point, he looked at Xia Ran and said, "Do you know how lucky you are? A few decades ago, the life expectancy of ordinary people was only over 80 years old. Now that biotechnology is relatively developed, the theoretical average life expectancy is only about 180 years old. If you want to travel in space on our starship, you can't fly very far in 180 years, and you can't even reach the nearest star. But after your body transformation, in the Earth's environment, your life expectancy is theoretically infinite, and your stage is in space. Now our home and our country need us to protect them, so you have to stand guard here. In the future, we may have to enter space to protect our Earth and even the solar system. Times are advancing, and technology will develop accordingly. After several years, perhaps your food and your wife will be indispensable. Shirhao seemed to be talking to Xia Ran, and also seemed to be talking to himself. Xia Ran stood up and saluted Shirhao and said, "Captain, I have figured it out, and I know what to do." When he said this, his eyes were full of energy. Shirhao didn't say anything, patted Xia Ran on the shoulder again, and walked towards the barracks. The next morning, Wu brought a heroic female soldier to Panlong base. This woman was the newly appointed political commissar Li Yinshu. After everyone introduced themselves, Shirhao pulled Wu aside and said, "Regarding the 5.7 billion, I have a suggestion for you." Chapter 80. Shirhao briefly talked about Xia Ran's incident last night. He felt that Wu was very timely in sending Li Yinshu to do ideological work at this time. Although no other soldiers had been found to have this situation, it was certain that Xia Ran was definitely not an isolated case. After introducing the situation, Shirhao continued, "These soldiers have made great sacrifices by joining the Panlong squad. We should give them clear service years and development paths. The handover will be today, and these issues will be left to you to solve. I still have 5.7 billion in my hand. I thought about it last night, and wanted to set up a fund with this 5.7 billion. The name is Panlong Fund. I will register a fund company to manage Panlong Fund for investment. When the soldier service period expires, they can all receive a dividend from Panlong Fund. Do you think it's appropriate?" Wu heard. Shirhao did not answer immediately, but paced and thought for 2 minutes, then said, "This is a good thing. I personally agree. In addition, if the Panlong Brigade earns a certain proportion of the profits from the future missions, it can also invest in the Panlong Fund to expand its scale. I have to report the specific proportion and let the higher-ups make a decision." After the two discussed, they came to the meeting room. LV Wei, Wang Ping and Li Yinshu were already waiting there. Under Wu Yi's chairmanship, the personnel appointment and work handover were completed. As for the Panlong Fund, it had not been reported for approval, so it was not announced at the meeting. After the meeting, Shirhao took Jupiter, one person and one dog on a flying disc to Luo City. The flying disc was painted military, so it automatically flew back to the Panlong base after sending Shirhao. Wu Yi has ordered a civilian painted flying disc, which will be delivered in 3 days, and will be used as Shirhao's special means of transportation. In Wang Guiyong's office at the Central Plains War Zone Command, Wang Guiyong and Shirhao were sitting on the sofa chatting, and Jupiter was lying quietly on the ground next to Shirhao. "Howzy, I really envy you. You can go wherever you want, and do whatever you want in the future," Wang Guiyong said with emotion. "It's not as good as you say. Lao Wu gave me a flying disc because he was afraid that I would make mistakes and ensure that I can be on call at any time. But the freedom is indeed a bit better than staying in Panlong base," Shirhao said a little bit. As the commander of the war zone, Wang Guiyong rarely left the general headquarters, and spent most of his time handling various official duties. He missed the feeling of galloping on the battlefield and killing the enemy. He envied Shirhao's war pet Jupiter, and the flying disc that Wu immediately gave him. He straightened up from leaning against the back of the chair, moved closer to Shirhao, and said with a smile, "Howzy, can you give me one of your battle pets? The custom-made flying disc for you was made on my territory, and I can give you a maximum gravity offset rate of 60%. Is that good enough?" Shirhao looked at his appearance, grinned and asked, "You are not going to the battlefield to kill the enemy, and there are so many people outside to protect you. Why do you need a battle pet?" Wang Guiyong put his hand on his forehead, spread his fingers and combed his hair back, leaned back on the chair and said, "I really want to go out and kill the enemy, but it's not allowed. Don't talk so much, just tell me if it's okay? Deal? But there is one more thing I have always wanted to ask you. Can your anti-gravity device be transferred to civilian use? There is still a blank in our country's civilian high-end flying car. I came back this time to see if this can be done." Shirhao has always been thinking about high-end flying cars. Wang Yukai has mentioned it more than once, but he does not have the technology in this area. Now our anti-gravity device has reached a gravity offset rate of 60%. In principle, it can be opened up to 40% for civilian use. I can help you with the specific details. You can discuss with the Anti-Gravity Device Research Institute. I'm doing you this favor, but you must promise to give me the coolest battle pet. At least it can't be worse than yours, otherwise I'd rather not have it. Then it must be the best. What kind do you want? Tell me the conditions, and I let Director Wu get it for you personally. Sure Hao heard that there was a chance. Compared with the anti-gravity device technology, getting a top battle pet was too easy for him, so he immediately agreed. Wang Guiyong heard it, and immediately said, Tibetan Mastiff, a Tibetan Mastiff the size of a calf. He had already thought about it. With a Tibetan Mastiff, the momentum alone would kill everything in seconds. Looking at Wang Guiyong's fiery eyes, Sure Hao called Wu Ruinfa on the spot to arrange the matter. After Sure Hao finished the call, Wang Guiyong said, The combat pets, bionic pets and biodefense guard dogs you produced are really timely. The bionic guard dogs you delivered to the school in early September prevented no less than 10 attacks by stray cats and dogs, protecting the lives of many students. After these shocks, they gave up attacking the school. Sure Hao has rarely paid attention to the work of Haosher bionic technology recently. This is the first time he has heard of what Wang Guiyong said. He asked Wang Guiyong, So which places are vulnerable to attacks now? Wang Guiyong thought for a while, and said, There is no specific pattern now. There are factories, commercial areas, and even our side has had one. The cats and dogs that launched the attack now are different from before. After the dissection by Director Zhang and his team, they found that they were genetically modified before the animal-animal gene fusion. When they were released, a delayed syringe was tied to their necks. It contained a stimulant that would be injected into their bodies about an hour later, and then they would launch an attack. In this way, they released the modified cats and dogs in a hidden place. They may wander a long way before launching an attack, which is much more hidden than before. And there is another bad news. After experiments by Director Zhang and his team, these modified cats and dogs can reproduce. The bred cats and dogs have great mutations compared to ordinary cats and dogs. The specific changes are still being further verified. Things are becoming more and more complicated. If these modified cats and dogs cannot reproduce, they can be killed after being found. If they can reproduce, it means that they cannot be eliminated and killed, and there will be endless troubles. Sure Hao was also annoyed when he thought of this, and said, Will mankind never have peace? Wang Guiyong said calmly, Brian Tofu, one thing subdues another. These cats and dogs will still be dealt with by your bionic guard dogs. Those bionic pets are simplified versions with weaker attack power, but they can still be recognized. A good spear must have a good shield to resist it, and a good shield must have a good spear to break it. This has been the case since ancient times. The bionic pets produced by Haosher bionic technology have the function of protecting their owners. Now it is really hard to find a dog. You will be busy this time when you come back. After hearing Wang Guiyong's explanation, Sure Hao felt less annoyed and said, You are right. The driving force of human history is various contradictions and struggles. I wonder how far this will push the pace of human progress. Wang Guiyong chewed the tea leaves that had just entered his mouth and said, It is not necessarily a bad thing to make humans stronger. You are a typical representative. The two used history to prove the topic of contradictions, and drew out their vision of the future. The development of human civilization is likely to be accelerated by the current crisis. It was late, Sure Hao returned home, and as expected, the house was empty. He sat quietly in the room, reminiscing about the past, and writing all the memoirs related to Sheng Xian. Su Yuan went to college in Kyoto. Shi Xiaorui and Su Wuqing fully demonstrated the attributes of iron men, since they underwent genetic modification. After completing the work of creating Panlong team members, Su Wuqing stayed in the military bionic pet production workshop all day. The bionic guard dogs supplied to the school had been fully produced, but then received orders from security companies across the country. Enterprises, communities, commercial areas, etc. all needed bionic guard dogs to escort, and the demand increased several times. In order to ensure the normal operation and future development of the company, the bionic guard dogs produced for security companies are supplied at retail prices, and the net profit remains at around 30%. The national pre-sale orders for ordinary bionic pets have been scheduled for a month. Lin Yunshan is busy every day. Ordinary bionic pets have now expanded to 5 types. The initial Chihuahua, German Shepherd, Labrador, and Pug and Chinese rural dog have been added. The large number of types, and the need for various auxiliary materials make the production process of bionic pets more complicated. The national exclusive product, the company is also for making money, plus the self-built sales channel directly to the terminal. The net profit of ordinary bionic dog sales is 70%. Wang Yugai stays in the office of Haosher Bionic Technology building every day to coordinate all work. After genetic modification, his physical fitness has become stronger and more energetic, and coupled with the booming career, he took out the diligence and passion when he just started his business. The next morning, Shihao and Wang Yukai learned about the current situation of Haoshi bionic technology through the phone. Feeling that they could not help much, they took a flying car to visit Zheng Xian's grave and sat there for 2 hours. The lover is gone, and the heart and feelings have nowhere to rely on. Shihao secretly made up his mind that when the time is right, he would let Zheng Xian live another life. Let her live out herself, live freely, and he would protect her well. He heard Wang Yukai say on the phone that Tianming Entertainment had a batch of bionic pets on the market today. After noon, he took a flying car and landed on the roof of the Laughing Group's Los Angeles Sales Center. The exhibition center of Haoshi bionic technology is also located here. When he came to the exhibition hall, he saw many people queuing up from the entrance of the exhibition hall, extending for hundreds of meters around the outer wall of the exhibition center. These customers came to receive bionic pets with pre-sale vouchers. When he walked into the door, he saw a small stage in the center of the hall, with lights around the stage, and a Chinese rural dog sitting on its butt in the middle, motionless. Li Binhui stood on the right side of the Chinese rural dog, holding a microphone in his hand. There were several holographic cameras in front of him. Yang Mingyu stood at the edge of the stage with a towel in one hand and a water cup in the other, looking like a standard follower. Chapter 81. Li Binhui was still wearing the clothes he wore when he was live streaming in Dashilon. Seeing that he was live streaming, Shihao walked over. "Look here, everyone," Li Binhui said, pointing to the Chinese rural dog. "This is just the bionic Chinese rural dog numbered 6666. At the request of everyone, Tianming Entertainment has given me the task of the first auction of the beautiful bionic dog. If you support me, type 666. On the holographic projection image on the left side of the stage, various fonts and colors of 6 were jumping there. Thank you to this netizen nicknamed Big Brother. Thank you for the 10 starships you sent. I wish you make a fortune every day and be a groom every night." Li Binhui saw that a local tyrant sent 10 starships as a gift. 1 starship is worth 100,000 Yingua coins, and 10 ships are worth 1 million. He immediately expressed his gratitude. The netizen who used a diamond ring as a light bulb, you said that this native dog is not presentable. I want to refute you. The Chinese native dog has a history of thousands of years, as long as the history of our ancestors. It is also called the Chinese Yingua dog. Mr. Su Dongpa has a poem that says, "The old man talks about the youthful madness, with Huang on the left and Song on the right." The Huang here is the Chinese native dog. I tell you another secret. Do you know our national hero General Shi who came back from space? His war pet is a Chinese native dog. After hearing what Li Binhui said, various dense barrages jumped on the holographic projection image. I want this one. Don't fight with me. Who are you? Go away, I give you 2 million. The standard price of the bionic Chinese native dog is 500,000 Yingua currency. The prices of other types of dogs vary slightly depending on the auxiliary materials used and the complexity of the manufacturing process. Get lost, you're giving 2 million to beggars, I give 10 million. Looking at the heated comments, Li Binhui immediately said, the bidding starts now, the reserve price is 1 yuan, you can enter your price on the right side of the screen, the highest bidder wins. The auction ends if no new price appears in 10 seconds. By the way, this bionic dog numbered 6666 has a 20% higher ability to protect its owner than the others. After saying that, he shouted, the bidding starts. On the holographic projection image, the price kept flashing. Soon the price reached 50 million, which was a lot less than the number that could be used randomly, and this price could buy a nice house. After several rounds of competition, the price exceeded 100 million, and only 5 people were left bidding. Now it is hard to get a bionic pet. There is no other way to buy it except to grab the pre-sale quota through the internet. Those who are powerful or rich use various means to get in through the back door. Lin Yunshan, instructed by Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing, ignores all of them. Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing know Shihao's character and status better, so they bite the bullet and push back these people with connections. After genetic modification, they have a higher level of contact with Shihao, and they are determined to follow Shihao to the end. They really don't care about other people. The function of protecting the owner of the bionic pet is what some people value most, and the beautiful number is also a symbol of status. The 6666 bionic dog is the first one auctioned by Tianming Entertainment, and Li Binhui is a big internet celebrity. Various factors have created this warm atmosphere. The remaining 5 people kept silent and fought with money. The final price was fixed at more than 570 million Yingua currency, which can buy a nice villa. The person who failed in the bidding was furious and typed, "You are so powerful, Tianming Entertainment. Do you believe that I will close your company in a minute?" Li Binhui was once so glorious, and had seen all the world. Seeing this sentence, he said coldly, "If you have the ability, just come, no matter what tricks you use. If you have the guts, tell us and we will take over." After saying this, he immediately put on a smile and said, "Congratulations to this wretched rich second generation for getting the number 6666 bionic Chinese rural dog. We will arrange for someone to deliver it to your door according to the address you left." The Liang family's old house in Kyoto City is an old 4-in-1 courtyard. Liang Wenhui, the second son of the Liang family, sat in front of a quantum computer, grabbed something on the table, and threw it on the ground, with a sinister look on his face. The Liang family is one of the 8 major families in Kyoto. It started out as a real estate business. Now its business tentacles are all over the country, involving finance, medicine, and flying car manufacturing. The flying car factory invested by the Liang family is a joint venture with foreign capital, mainly producing high-end flying cars. When bionic pets were first launched, Liang Wenhui didn't pay much attention to them, nor did he plan to buy one. When bionic guard dogs were all over the country, they began to attract his attention. After learning about them, he also liked them. They didn't need to be fed or raised, and they could protect their owners, just like real dogs. In addition, genetically modified cats and dogs were attacking everywhere at that time. He really wanted to buy one, so he asked the person in charge of the Liang family industry in Los Angeles to find one yukai to try to get a backdoor, but he got a cold shoulder. This time, when he heard that the bionic dog number 6666 was going to be auctioned online, he went to bid. When the price reached more than 500 million, he stopped competing for the price. It was not because he couldn't afford it, but because he felt it was not worth it. He didn't buy it through the backdoor, nor through the auction, so he was angry and made a harsh statement. After all, it was the internet, and there was quantum encryption, and no one knew who he was. Liang Wenhui was not a brainless rich second generation. He was in charge of 1/3 of the family's business, relying on real ability. He didn't give out his name, but it didn't mean that he would give up. After throwing things and venting his anger, his mind gradually calmed down, and he began to search the internet for all the information about Tianming Entertainment. When he learned about the whole story of Hausher Bionic Technologies' annexation of Daxiong Group and taking over Tianming Entertainment and Lanyu Mining, he felt a little fortunate that he didn't impulsively give out his name. Liang Wenhui was fortunate that he was still in the dark. With his keen business sense, he felt that Hausher Bionic Technology and Tianming Entertainment were indeed not simple, and had a good prospect, so he made a decision to secretly acquire a large number of Tianming Entertainment stocks and act as a barbarian to knock open the door of the board of directors. As for Hausher Bionic Technology, he intuitively felt that it would be difficult to swallow it. Liang Wenhui didn't have too many concerns, because there were 3 listed companies in the Liang family's industry that he managed. In his eyes, Tianming Entertainment was just a small-cap stock. It was too small. If it was done covertly enough, it was possible to take it over. Sure how, and the others didn't know that holding an auction would bring such a big hidden danger. After the auction, Li Binhui and Yang Minyu saw Sure Hao standing next to the stage and immediately went forward to greet him. Yang Minyu handed the towel and cup to Li Binhui, moved a chair for Sure Hao to sit, and then stood beside Sure Hao with his hands hanging down. As for Li Binhui, Yang Minyu didn't care. After Yang Minyu quit gambling, his characteristics of doing his own thing and being thick-skinned did not change at all, and he also had a hobby, chasing stars. He didn't chase stars, but idols like Sure Hao and Li Binhui who he could admire, as if this could give him spiritual sustenance. The person he admired the most was Sure Hao. When Sure Hao was not around, Li Binhui could barely serve as a spiritual substitute, serving tea and water and handing towels. When Sure Hao came back, he only had Sure Hao in his eyes. After Sure Hao sat down, he asked the 2 of them to move stools and sit next to him. The others did not know Sure Hao and went about their own business. When Li Binhui sat down, Sure Hao asked him, "How do you feel here?" Li Binhui straightened up and said, "To be honest with Brother Hao, I feel like I have found my home here. I feel comfortable doing anything. Mr. Wang and Mr. Su also know me a little bit, so they asked me to go to the exhibition center to help plan the publicity, and so on. I am sorry that the auction just now made Brother Hao laugh. Maybe it was psychological reasons." Li Binhui was a little nervous and serious every time he saw Sure Hao. After all, he was the noble man he had been waiting for many years to find. Sure Hao smiled and said, "Very good, no one else can sell it at such a high price, but isn't 570 million a bit too outrageous? It's just a bionic dog, and the cost is only a few 100,000 yen country currency." Li Binhui said seriously, This 570 million is equivalent to more than 10 million a few decades ago. This amount is not small but not large. If you asked me to spend 10 million to buy such a bionic dog, I would still pay it. Bionic dog number 6666 is now famous all over the country. If it is managed well, it can bring a great advertising effect. If no one uses it to attract attention, it means that the person who buys it is really rich. Sure Hao didn't expect that there were so many twists and turns behind this. After Li Binhui finished the introduction, he paused and said, "Brother Hao, did you see the words that the man typed out to threaten Tianming Entertainment at the end? What do you think we should do?" When Sure Hao heard him ask this question, he said, "Don't do anything. Just deal with it as it comes." Sure Hao's voice was not loud, but it gave people a sense of ease and confidence. At this moment, there was a noise coming from the door. Sure Hao stood up and walked over there, and Li Binhui and Yang Mingyu also followed quickly. At this time, many people had gathered at the door. A woman's pleading voice was heard. "He is still a child. You should not bother with him." A woman protected a boy about 13 or 14 years old behind her body. The boy had 5 obvious finger marks on his right cheek. His face was red. He stared at the 3 men opposite him stubbornly and said angrily, "Mom, don't beg them like this." They cut in line. It was their fault. They dared to hit people. The woman was dressed in ordinary clothes. Her face was full of anxiety. She scolded the boy harshly, saying, "Shut up. You just talk too much." After scolding the boy, she quickly turned around and apologized to the 3 men. Mothers all over the world are the same. It doesn't matter if they suffer a little grievance or lose face. As long as their children are safe, it's fine. I just spent 50 million to bid for that local dog number 6666 but failed. I'm very angry now. Stop the fucking bothering me. Get the heck out of here. I just take one home to play with today. A young man standing in the middle, about 160 centimeters tall, with pierced ears, a gold ring on his nose, and wearing a floral t-shirt, was cursing and pushing the person in front of him as he spoke. Chapter 82. When Sure Hao was about to make a move, the person in charge of the exhibition center and the security personnel came over. Yang Mingyu was about to go up to him, but Sure Hao waved his hand to stop him and stood still. The security personnel first maintained order, and then the person in charge walked over and said, "Today is the day to receive the pre-sale bionic pets. There are many people. I hope everyone can remain patient, abide by the order, and line up according to the number. Thank you everyone." The young man heard this, and said to the person in charge, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? There are still several directors, and the sons of the directors waiting for me to play cards. Can you afford to delay things?" A follower next to him said immediately, "Everyone in the black and white worlds of Los Angeles doesn't know Brother Lewin. Hurry up and bring out the best bionic pets. We take them to do business. It's important." The person in charge is Su Wuqing's comrade-in-arms, Yi Ruifeng. The Los Angeles Exhibition Center is the largest exhibition center of Haoshi bionic technology. The persons in charge are carefully selected by Su Wuqing, and at least they must have the ability to stand on their own. After listening to what they said, Yi Ruifeng smiled and said, "Forgive me for my ignorance. I have never heard of this Brother Lewin's reputation. Please line up according to your numbers. This Brother Lewin's father is a serious businessman on the surface. He has done many things such as loan sharking, opening casinos, and selling contraband in private, but he is low-key and generous. He does have some connections in the black and white worlds. Brother Lewin relies on his father's relationship to eat and drink for free, act arrogantly, and never fail." One of the followers got angry when he heard this, and picked up a chair next to him and threw it over. They usually eat free meals, and this is how they collect protection fees. Yi Ruifeng saw this and shouted, "Catch the 3 of them." The security guards were all retired soldiers. They subdued the 3 guys in a few moves. At this time, Yi Ruifeng came to the boy, bent down and said, "Little boy, you were bullied. Do you want to fight back?" The boy heard Yi Ruifeng's words and said loudly, "I want to." As soon as the word came out, his mother immediately covered his mouth. Yi Ruifeng didn't continue to talk. He turned around and walked to Brother Lewin and said, "You dare to make trouble here and hurt people. You have to learn a lesson." After saying that, he slapped him in the face. Brother Lewin's cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. He mumbled, "You are looking for death. Wait." At this time, his mouth was still hard. The security captain next to him heard that Brother Lewin dared to talk back, so he poked him in the stomach with a baton. Brother Lewin bent down in pain and stopped talking. Seeing this, Yu Ruifeng asked several security personnel to take the 3 people away, and said to the people queuing at the door, "Everyone, please be patient. We will start registration immediately, and open up to receive your bionic pets." After he was about to turn around and leave, Yang Mingyu stopped him and said, "Manager Yu, this is Mr. Shi." Yu Ruifeng was a little stunned when he heard it, and did not react. After pausing for a few seconds, he quickly walked over and said, "Mr. Shi, I didn't know you were here, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience." After saying that, he turned his head and glanced at the door, and then said, "I was a little impulsive about what happened just now. If it brings any trouble to the company, it's my fault and I solve it." Shi smiled and said, "Manager, you did not insult the prestige of our soldiers. It's right to handle this matter this way. We can't be arrogant, but we can't be without pride. Wu Cheng asked you to be in charge here, and found the right person. No matter what the consequences are, the company will bear them. But I still want to criticize you. Sales is about service. We can't just ignore so many people standing in line outside." Shi pointed to the hundreds of meters long line outside and said, "I suggest you ask the staff to give water to the people queuing outside, and get some snacks and fruits. As for chairs and stools, you can't get so many at the moment, but you could open a few more registration windows to speed up efficiency. In the future, install a number calling system in the sales center, so that customers don't have to wait in line so hard. Add more seats in the hall, and in the square over there, and get some entertainment facilities for children. Don't be afraid to spend money on this." After hearing Shi's words, Yu Ruifeng also realized this problem. He still lacked some experience in this area. He smiled and said, "Mr. Shi is still thoughtful. I will do it right away. In the future, I will pay more attention to these details and learn more management experience in this area." After seeking Shi's consent, Yu Ruifeng trotted to arrange various tasks. Soon, 5 tables were set up in the hall for registration and distribution, and the hall suddenly became lively. Shi walked up to the little boy, touched his head and said, "Little boy, you did the right thing today, but when you are not strong enough, you must learn to protect yourself. Your mother is great. She is willing to suffer injustice just to protect you from being hurt." The little boy looked up at his mother when he heard Shi's words. All the complaints he had about his mother disappeared. He hugged his mother and sobbed softly, releasing the grievances just now. The boy's mother looked at Shi gratefully as he turned and left, and bowed deeply to him with tears in her eyes. Shi asked Li Binhui to find a quiet place, and Li Binhui took Shi to his temporary office, with Yang Mingyu following behind. After the 3 sat down, Shi asked Li Binhui, "Have you been to England this year?" Li Binhui didn't expect Shi to ask this, so he answered truthfully, "I haven't left Ashilon since the beginning of the year, and I haven't made the trip yet." "Are you going this year? What's the current situation of the surrounding area of your land? Will England be sold?" Shi asked. "According to the previous arrangements, I am going to go, but now I will do whatever Brother Hao arranges. Now the land has sunk to the bottom of the sea, there is not even a small island protruding, there is no place to stay, and the sea temperature is high, so nothing can be done." Li Binhui first talked about the current situation of the land. Then he continued, "Every time I go to renew my certificate, the staff look at me like I'm a fool. If someone buys land again, it's already a sea, so they should sell it." Shi said, "I want you to go there as soon as possible and say you want to develop a tourism project. If they sell it, get back to me immediately after finding out the price." Li Binhui was puzzled after hearing what Shi said, but still nodded and said, "Okay, then I prepare in the next few days, and leave. Don't reveal anything when you get there, just act like you did before." Shi urged. "I understand." Yang Mingyu heard their arrangement and immediately interrupted and said, "I want to go too." Li Binhui didn't say anything after hearing what Yang Mingyu said, and turned to look at Shi, because he didn't understand Shi's intentions. Whether it was appropriate to take Yang Mingyu with him depended on Shi's opinion. Shi said to Yang Mingyu, "As long as he is willing to take you, I have no objection." In recent days, Yang Mingyu has been serving tea and handing towels around, which makes Li Binhui feel dependent and intimate. He still hopes to have a companion to go with him, and hurriedly said, "I have no objection." Yang Mingyu sat aside, and did not say anything, thinking about what to prepare for going to England. Shi asked for Li Binhui's bank account, and transferred 10 million yen currency to him as expenses. After finishing the business, Shi couldn't help gossiping when he saw Li Binhui, who was once very popular in Yin country. He asked Li Binhui, "Didn't you run a live broadcast platform back then? When I was in college, I often watched live broadcasts of game battles there. How come it suddenly went bankrupt?" Li Binhui laughed at Shi Hao's question and said, "The longer you live, the more you see, but when you understand everything, it's too late. Did you think I, Li Binhui, looked like a clown? Being ridiculed by the whole country? Did you think I would be exposed after I left you?" Shi Hao thought for a while and said, "I didn't think you looked like a clown at that time, but you gave us the impression that you were rich, had a good father, women came whenever you called, and you rode a bicycle just to experience life. You should be able to imagine how many people in Yin country envied you." I guess there were a lot of sarcastic remarks. Li Binhui looked up at the ceiling, let out a long breath, and then said, "Later, I understood how those who revolve around me and those who work for me feel about me. They think I am the god of wealth, Tang Monk, and Sun Wukong. People who need investment think that I can take out any money and think that I am the god of wealth with great love, who can give money at any time. Those who revolve around me and work for me on the surface think that I am like Tang Monk meat, who eats from the bowl and looks at the pot all day long, and lies down when he is full and does not do anything practical. They think that I can bring in broadcasters, I can bring in traffic, and I am omnipotent like Sun Wukong, but these bastards don't understand that broadcasters and customers need their service. Everyone feels that it is awesome to follow me, Li Binhui, and they can't put themselves in the right position." Li Binhui couldn't help but swear when she said this. If no one does real work and just muddles through, it would be abnormal for a company not to collapse. I thought I was omnipotent at the time, and thought those people would work hard for me and share my worries for my sake, but the facts proved that I thought too much and my face was slapped. Li Binhui still couldn't hide her excitement when she said this. Seeing that he had finished speaking, Shi Hao didn't say anything else. He patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, and then walked out of the office. Some of the people who received bionic pets in the hall were going through the owner recognition procedure, some were playing with the pets, and more people were still waiting in line. Shi Hao was just about to go out for a walk when he saw Wang Yukai and 3 people coming out of the elevator. He nodded and spoke to the person walking in front of him. The person first pointed at the bionic pets in the hall arrogantly, and then loudly rebuked Wang Yukai. Chapter 83. Wang Yukai and several others walked towards the registration desk in the hall. Shi Hao heard the man walking and saying sternly, "Stop selling immediately and check it out first." At this time, Wang Yukai saw Shi Hao and ignored the man. He trotted over to Shi Hao and said, "Boss Shi, the man said that he received a complaint that our bionic dog hurt someone and asked us to stop selling." The man also walked over, took out his ID and showed it, and shouted at Shi Hao, "You are the person in charge here, right? Close the door and stop selling immediately." Shi Hao listened and said slowly, "Excuse me, our bionic dog hurt someone. Do you have any evidence? Who is the victim? How was the injury?" The man stammered, "Someone complained. We will go to collect evidence immediately. You can close the door first." After listening to this, Shi Hao realized that someone might be behind this, so he turned to Wang Yukai and said, "Boss Wang, send someone to investigate the bionic dog's injuries. If there is evidence, we will compensate them as we should. If there is a problem with the product, we must stop selling it." Then he looked at the man and said, "If anyone dares to frame us, tell me." The man looked at Shi Hao, and his momentum was inexplicably shortened. He said in a panic, "Hurry up, otherwise, I won't be able to report to the higher-ups." Wang Yukai asked him, "Excuse me, where is the complainant? Let's go over and express our condolences. If there is a problem, we will definitely take responsibility to the end." Just now, Yu Ruifeng had someone take Brother Lewin away. Because the injury was not serious, he didn't call the police. He taught them a lesson and let them go. When has Brother Lewin ever suffered such a loss? The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He called his father and cried to him, asking his father to help him vent his anger. The reason why Brother Lewin could become so arrogant was inseparable from his father's long-term indulgence of him. Brother Lewin didn't expect that this phone call was the beginning of his betrayal. The man just now often took advantage of Brother Lewin's father Huang Xinbing. When he received Huang Xinbing's call, he immediately patted his chest and promised to help him vent his anger. This time, he had no reason to do so, and he was not confident. In addition, his momentum was suppressed by Shi Hao. When he heard Wang Youcai's question, he stammered for a long time and said, "It was Huang Xinbing who complained, saying that his son was bitten." "What's his son's name?" Wang Yukai continued to ask. "His name is Huang Alan. He said he was bitten this morning and is now in the hospital." The man gritted his teeth and continued to speak, thinking that no matter whether it was true or false, he would make the words round first. But Huang Alan was indeed in the hospital at this time. Yu Ruifeng and others did not break his bones, but he also peeled off a layer of skin. He was applying medicine in the hospital. When Shihao heard the 3 words Huang Alan, he asked, "Is it Brother Lewin who is very well connected with both the black and white worlds?" The man heard Shihao's question and said hurriedly, "You know Brother Lewin, so you should know what to do, right?" Shihao said, "Mr. Wang, there is no need to investigate, I know what to do." He called Xie Guangyun and turned on the holographic projection. After the call was connected, Xie Guangyun seemed to be standing next to them, and all the images here were projected to Xie Guangyun. When Xie Guangyun saw that it was Shihao, he immediately said, "General Shi, long time no see, you have made great contributions to the public security of Los Angeles, and I have never been able to thank you in person." Shihao said, "Director Xie, those things are not worth mentioning, you are welcome. I have something to trouble you today." "What trouble are you talking about? Just tell me if you have anything," Xie Guangyun said with a smile. "Do you know this person?" "And Huang Xinbing, Huang Alan." Shihao pointed at the man and said. Xie Guangyun looked at the man and said, "Isn't this Deputy Director Wang?" "Hello." Shihao snorted and said, "He is not good at all. You can check Huang Xinbing, Huang Alan, and this Deputy Director Wang. I can guarantee with my credit that there is something shady going on between them. It should not be difficult to find evidence." He was thinking about saving the world and looking at space. These people were bullying the weak and acting as local tyrants. They were not on the same level at all. He didn't want to waste too much time, so he went straight to Xie Guangyun to clean up these cockroaches and bedbugs. How could that Deputy Director Wang not know Xie Guangyun? Seeing how polite he was to Shihao, and then hearing what Shihao said, he felt a chill on his back and his legs went weak. He said in a trembling voice, "You can't frame me. You are bullying me." Shihao stared at him and said sternly, "How many ordinary people have you cheated? You should know in your heart. Are you the only one allowed to bully others? I bullied you today." Hearing Shihao's words, Deputy Director Wang rolled his eyes and fainted. His 2 colleagues quickly helped him and carried him to the sofa to lie down. Not long after, an ambulance came and took him away. After hanging up the phone with Xie Guangyun, Shihao asked Wang Yukai to call Su Wuqing, Shi Xiaorui, and Lin Yunshan together for a meeting, and the 2 of them rushed to the Haoshi Bionic Technology Building. The college and stone warehouse on the 4th floor below ground in the Haoshi Bionic Building has been put into use, so the security system is very strict. All security personnel are retired Special Forces soldiers, who patrol 24 hours a day with bionic guard dogs. Cards are required to enter each floor. 2 more buildings are planned behind the building and are under construction. One building is for Tianming Entertainment, and the other is the College and Stone Trading Center. Wang Yukai and his team plan to promote the listing of College and Stone futures when the time is right. In the conference room of Haoshi Bionic Technology Building, Shihao, Wang Yukai, Shi Xiaorui, Su Wuqing and Lin Yunshan sat at the conference table, with Shihao sitting at the top. Without any nonsense, Shihao came up and announced the start of the meeting. Everyone talked about the recent work progress. Wang Yukai briefly introduced his recent work situation, and then said, "During this period, many people came to me and Wuqing through various relationships to buy bionic pets through the back door, but we blocked them all. Many people have great power behind them. I am afraid that it will affect our future development." After hearing this question, Shihao said, "I may retire after a while, and the focus of my work will be put here. It is right not to receive those who come through the back door. If you can't stand it, let them come to me. There are many things in this world that are unfair, and we can't control them, but we can manage our own little piece of land and try our best to do it fair. We now have bionic pets, bionic guard dogs and bionic robots, which are the most advanced technologies and products. It is too easy for us to make money. Now I want to talk about spending money. Today, there are so many people queuing in the Los Angeles Sales Center. Our service is not good. There are too few registration windows and incomplete facilities. We need to install a calling system in all sales centers, so that customers can see the queue status no matter where they are in the sales center. Water, drinks, fruits, snacks and other things must be available, as well as pretend seats and children's entertainment facilities. Don't be afraid to spend money. We want to provide the best service. Mr. Wang, please plan to cooperate with the orphanage to send a batch of bionic pets to the children so that their childhood will not be so lonely. We can also do other charity activities. You can play your own role." Wang Yukai heard Shihao's words and said, "I will arrange these things immediately after the meeting. I really admire Mr. Shi's vision." Shihao smiled and said, "Strictly speaking, I am not a qualified entrepreneur. I don't have business in my eyes, and I don't think about how much money I can make." Wang Yukai laughed when he heard Shihao's words and said, Mr. Sher still remembers the bionic guard dogs. At that time, we supplied them to the school at cost price. We didn't make a penny, and even lost money. However, the stock prices of our 3 companies, including Laughing Group, have been rising for several consecutive days. Now they are still rising slowly, and making more money. Several people on the side also laughed when they heard Wang Youcai's words. Su Wuqing said, "This shows that the eyes of the masses are sharp. Word of mouth cannot be bought. If the word of mouth is good, money will run into your pocket. So I agree with Mr. Sher's suggestion to spend money," Wang Youcai added. Su Wuqing introduced that the military bionic robot workshop is now producing Huangshan-level robots for the military, and the military bionic pet workshop is still producing bionic guard dogs. The war pets produced for the Panlong Brigade have all been delivered, and there are no new orders yet. Lin Yunshan introduced that the Tianming Entertainment Civilian Bionic Pet Production Workshop is currently in full production, and pre-sale orders have been scheduled for 2 months later, and orders are still growing. The current production capacity of Yuyun Textile Factory can be supplied on demand. Shirue is the executive vice president of Laughing Group. She is busy every day, and has become familiar with the various departments and processes of the group. The group recognizes her very much. When they finished, Shirhao asked Su Wuqing, "Can the military bionic pet workshop produce civilian bionic pets? Can it share part of the production capacity?" Su Wuqing thought for a while and said, "The orders for bionic guard dogs are almost delivered, and there are not many follow-up orders. We can start producing bionic pets in 3 days. I will contact General Manager Lin at that time." Shirhao saw that there was no problem with the production of bionic pets, and then said, "The work of civilian bionic robots should also be accelerated. What is the current situation of the robots tested in space?" Su Wuqing replied, "It is mainly the Yin Country Moon Mining Company that is trying it out. They have put forward some modification suggestions. Overall, it is okay. No protective equipment is needed, and it can adapt to the lunar environment. After the test, if Su Yan and Director Wu feel that there is no need for improvement, they will start small-scale production. Wuqing should keep up." Shirhao instructed Su Wuqing. After that, Shirhao turned to Wang Youcai and said, "Boss Wang, you have always wanted to produce high-end cars. I can help you with the technical issues. How about we jointly build a high-end car factory?" Wang Youcai's eyes lit up when he heard Shirhao's words, and he immediately said, "Boss Shir, are you serious? There is no problem in building a factory. But I be frank. If you mention laughing, I always think of laughing, which doesn't sound very suitable for high-end cars." Shirhao always felt that the word laughing gave laughing cars a low-end label, and this perception should be deeply rooted in the bones of ordinary people. Chapter 84. "No problem, Mr. Shir, we do whatever you say. I still say money and people." Wang Youcai only wanted to build the high-end flying car he dreamed of, and everything else was secondary. Shirhao heard Wang Youcai's statement and said, "This is what I envisioned, to set up a Haoshir Yueshan Flying Car Company, Limited, with Laughing Group holding 30%, Haoshir Bionic Technology holding 51%, and Panlong Fund holding 19%. Shirhao then explained the situation of Panlong Fund. Wui had recently responded that he would take out another 24.3 billion, a total of 30 billion, to set up Panlong Fund. All the income from the fund would be used to compensate and reward Panlong team members after they retire. The brand name of the high-end flying car is Yueshan. What do you think? I think the country will open up the space market sooner or later, and Yueshan may have a chance to produce starships." Everyone present agreed. Wang Youcai said with emotion, "I haven't been with Mr. Shir for long, but the development speed is faster than my decades combined. Haoshir Bionic Technology, Tianming Entertainment, and then the establishment of Yueshan Flying Car, there is also a Panlong Fund behind it. Mr. Shir, I think you should consider setting up a group company. I want to merge the entire Laughing Group into it." Shirhao was a little surprised to hear what Wang Youcai said. The current size of Laughing Group is much larger than that of Haoshir Bionic Technology, so he said, "Mr. Wang, Laughing Group is developing so well, are you willing to give it up?" Wang Youcai smiled bitterly and said, "As Mr. Shir just said, Laughing Group mainly focuses on low-end and medium-end flying cars, pursuing volume, and the profit is pitifully low. It won't be long before Haoshir Bionic Technology and Tianming Entertainment will exceed Laughing Group in market value. Looking at these bionic pets, bionic robots, and high-end flying cars, I don't even have the face to look at the products produced by Laughing now. Incorporating into Haoshir Group will only benefit Laughing Group without any harm. It depends on whether Mr. Shir is willing to take on this burden." Wang Youcai was telling the truth. The net profit of traditional flying cars is only a dozen %, and the market competition is fierce. A slight mistake will lead to losses. However, all sectors of society feel that the development of Laughing Group is just at its peak. It takes a lot of courage for Wang Yukai to take the initiative to propose to merge into Hausher Group. A few years later, the successful case of the merger of Hausher Bionic Technology and Laughing Group was widely praised by economists and written into some books related to economics. After more than a month of continuous work, through targeted share issuance, stock exchange and other means, Hausher Group came into being, with Hausher Laughing Flying Car Company, Limited, Hausher Bionic Technology Company, Limited, Hausher Tianming Entertainment Company, Limited, Hausher Yueshan Flying Car Company, Limited and Hausher Panlong Investment Company, Limited under its jurisdiction. Shi Hao is appointed as the chairman of Hausher Group, Wang Yukai is appointed as the general manager, Li Liangwei is appointed as the general manager of Laughing Flying Car, Su Wuqing is appointed as the general manager of Hausher Bionic Technology, Lin Yunshan is appointed as the general manager of Tianming Entertainment. Zhe Xiaorui is appointed as the general manager of Hausher Yueshan Flying Car, and begins the preparatory work. The general manager of Panlong Investment is temporarily vacant, and Wang Yukai is in charge, and starts the preparatory work. Currently, the best high-end flying car on the market has a gravity offset rate of 35%. The gravity offset rate of the first product of Hausher Yueshan Flying Car is set to 45%. This is the result of Shi Hao's personal efforts, and he became the supplier of military high-end flying cars. Once the news was announced, it caused a sensation around the world. In order to form Hausher Group, Laughing Group, Hausher Bionic Technology, and Tianming Entertainment were all suspended. After accounting by professional accounting institutions, the stocks were reorganized by means of absorption, merger, fixed increase and other means. After the resumption of trading, the stock of Hausher Group rose by more than 30 consecutive daily limits, becoming a myth for a while. As the stock rose, a person was widely reported by major financial media, saying that he was the Buffett of Yin State, because he had continuously bought Tianming Entertainment from the secondary market a few days before the reorganization of Hausher Group. Hausher Group made a lot of money after the reorganization and resumption of trading. This person was Liang Wenhui. He managed 1/3 of the Liang family's industry and had a certain social influence. This battle made him famous and pushed him to the peak of his career. Although it seemed glorious on the surface, Liang Wenhui knew what was going on in his heart. He bought Tianming Entertainment for another purpose, but he was just lucky. He thought so in his heart. The more the outside world praised him, the more uncomfortable he felt. Then a sensational news broke out. Liang Wenhui resigned from all his positions in the Liang family and left the house, causing an uproar across the country and even the world. Liang Wenhui said in an interview that he had hit the ceiling and it was difficult for him to make any further progress. He took this step to seek greater progress. The melon-eating crowd didn't understand. You are in this state, and you still say that you can't make any progress. How embarrassing for us. We can't even eat melons with peace of mind. Liang Wenhui told his father the whole story, and then moved to a mid-range residential community. After settling in, he came to the headquarters of Hausher Group alone and asked to see Shi Hao. The front desk first reported to Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai knew Liang Wenhui's identity, and did not neglect him. He received him personally. Liang Wenhui insisted on seeing Shi Hao. Wang Yukai contacted Shi Hao and arranged for him to come to Shi Hao's office. After he came in, he bowed to Shi Hao and said, "Mr. Shi, I apologize for my ignorance and rudeness." Shi Hao stopped his work and walked out from behind his desk and said puzzledly, "What are you talking about? I was one of the people who bid for the number 6666 Bionic Chinese native dog on the internet that day. In the end, I was the one who disrespected your company and said harsh words." Liang Wenhui explained the situation. "I originally wanted to secretly acquire Tianming Entertainment, but I didn't expect that you guys reorganized it first and let me make a lot of money. This incident made me feel that I was overestimating my own abilities. I used to be arrogant, and success blinded my eyes. I would like to ask Mr. Shi to let me join Hausher Group to help. Sir, please rest assured that I have resigned from all positions in the Liang family and left the house with nothing. I am willing to start from the bottom in Hausher Group." When Liang Wenhui was talking, Shi Hao kept staring at him. After listening to his explanation, he smiled and said, "It seems that you are very lucky. Just now, Mr. Wang also introduced your glorious history to me. I am sure here. We are really short of people. If you really want to join Hausher Group, I will definitely welcome you warmly, and give you the best position to play your strengths. We also have Hausher Panlong Investment Company, Limited, which is now temporarily managed by Mr. Wang. I wonder if you are interested. Liang Wenwei heard Shi Hao's words and said calmly, I think I have some experience in investment, so I am willing to take over, but you believe me so easily, aren't you afraid that I am an undercover? Shi Hao laughed and said, Mr. Liang must like to watch Infernal Affairs decades ago. The goal of Haoshi Group is space. I feel that Mr. Liang is definitely not an ordinary person. Look at the heart of a person. I am confident that I am not wrong this time. Liang Wenwei knew about bionic pets, bionic robots and collagen stones, but he didn't expect Shi Hao's goal was space. He underestimated the Haoshi Group, which made him more determined to stay. So he said, Wenwei is willing to follow Mr. S' arrangement. He spoke like Li Benhui, and they both liked to be pedantic. Seeing that he agreed, Shi Hao said, don't doubt people when you employ them, and don't employ them if you doubt them. Just do it. I cover the bottom if there are any problems. In this way, a Panlong fund with an operating style as stable as an elephant and as agile as a cheetah appeared in the Yanhua investment market, and it slowly rose with the Haoshi Group. After the establishment of the Haoshi Group, Wang Yukai and several others performed their duties, and the company operated in an orderly manner. Shi Hao slowly became idle again. With nothing to do, he called Su Yin. Although Su Yin was on the moon, there was no difference between calling through a quantum satellite and on Earth. Su Yin, I want to ask how the bionic robot experiment we sent over was effective? Shi Hao asked directly. General Shi, to be honest, the overall effect of the bionic robot is okay, but the power is a little weak, and the endurance time is a little short. Our mechanical equipment on the moon is 24 hours a day, and the bionic robot's bionic brain will be disordered after working for more than 10 hours, and it must rest for a few hours before it can continue to work. Su Yin told Shi Hao the test results truthfully. After hearing the problem reported by Su Yin, Shi Hao said, I will ask Director Wu to find a way to solve it. When the time comes, you can arrange someone to communicate more with Su Wuqing. Bionic robots can speed up the pace of human conquest of space. As long as you have any requirements, I will provide the best. Su Yin quickly replied, I asked the engineer of Yanhua Lunar Mining Company to communicate with Mr. Su. In addition, I have an idea. Yanhua Lunar Base will start to attract investment and open to the civilian market soon. Do you want to set up an office here? Shi Hao immediately said after hearing Su Yin's proposal, leave me a good position. I will send someone to register a company as soon as possible. Su Yin readily agreed, no problem. When the person arrives, just come to me directly. I will help him with it. Shi Hao thanked Su Yin again, then hung up the phone and came to the military bionic robot and military bionic pet production factory. After Wu Ruinfa was kidnapped last time, the military strengthened the protection of the Research Institute personnel. A Tinglong team was stationed here, and the new Research Institute was also built here. Arriving at the laboratory, Shi Hao told Wu Ruinfa about the two problems Su Yin mentioned. Wu Ruinfa smiled and said, you came at the right time. We have just developed a new gadget that can solve the problem of bionic brain disorder after fatigue. He asked the staff to bring a square box, which was as big as 2 cigarette boxes and had a thickness similar to that of a cigarette box, with 2 wires on it. This is a biological battery, which can charge the bionic brain. Because it produces biological waves, it will not bring any sequelae. This biological battery can be used for the Huangshan-class robot 30 times, the Lingshan-class robot 10 times, and the Taishan-class robot 3 times. Wu Ruinfa introduced the function of this battery. This is a power bank. Shi Hao remembered the power banks that mobile phones often used decades ago. Wu Ruinfa heard Shi Hao's words and said, you can think so too. The Huangshan class can be used 30 times, which is equivalent to a month, which is good. The endurance problem has been solved. So what should we do if the civilian bionic robot is not powerful enough? Shi Hao continued to ask. Wu Ruinfa said casually, you can increase the amount of collagen stone and get closer to the Huangshan level. Shi Hao is a person in charge of the matter. The indicators of bionic guard dogs are higher than those of bionic pets. Of course, the same can be done for bionic robots in space. The problem was solved. Shi Hao happily walked out of the Research Institute and prepared to find Su Wuqing. At this time, his phone rang. It was Wu Yi calling. After the call was connected, Shi Hao asked, Old Wu, are you going to hold a retirement ceremony and a press conference? Wu Yi smiled bitterly and said, we have to wait and see. Now there is a mission that requires you to go out in person. Chapter 85. Shi Hao felt that things were not simple after hearing Wu Yi's words, and immediately asked, what happened? Wu Yi began to talk about the ins and outs of the matter. After the global climate became extremely bad, All the ice and snow in Antarctica melted, and the average temperature there reached more than 30 degrees. The Antarctic continent has become the world's largest swamp. In order to have a deeper understanding of the changes in Antarctica, he instead sent a scientific expedition team to the heart of Antarctica. One day, the contact was suddenly cut off. In order to rescue the scientific expedition personnel, the higher-ups sent a Panlong team, led by Lao He, to Antarctica to carry out rescue work, but they also lost contact yesterday. The higher-ups realized the seriousness of the problem, and after discussion, decided to let Sher Hao lead the team to investigate the situation and act according to circumstances. After listening to Wu Yi's story, Sher Hao felt that the matter was not simple. He rushed to Wu Ruinfa and brought 20 biological power banks. Then he went home and took Jupiter on his special flying disc to Panlong Base at high speed. On the way, he informed Wang Yukai, Su Wuqing and others that Wang Yukai was fully responsible for the work of Haosher Group during this period, and drafted a notice with his personal exclusive electronic seal and issued it to them. When they arrived at Panlong Base, Wu Yi was already waiting there. Wang Ping, Mickey, Laura, Big Guy, Black Feather, No Wind and Pigeon were all ready to go. They came to the conference room, and LV Wei began to explain the situation in Antarctica. After the Antarctic ice and snow melted more than a decade ago, the temperature rose. The current climate conditions are similar to those of the tropical rainforest on Earth 40 years ago, humid and rainy. It is estimated that 1/3 of the Antarctic continent currently has normal surface characteristics due to its high altitude. 2/3 of the area is partly submerged by sea level, and a large part has become swamps. From the satellite, most of Antarctica is covered by thick fog all year round. Due to this reason, the light in Antarctica has further decreased. Although the vegetation has gradually begun to increase, most of them are short plants, and the number of animal species has also gradually increased. Because the first scientific expedition team we sent was in danger, the information obtained about Antarctica was extremely limited, and the fog also limited the effectiveness of satellite reconnaissance, so you need to act according to circumstances after you get there. At present, Antarctica is in the polar day period, which provides us with a lot of convenience. After Lu Wei finished speaking, Wu Yi emphasized that Sher Hao and his team should pay attention to safety in this operation, and not force things that cannot be done. Sher Hao asked the pigeon to carry a sufficient number of quantum road signs, and 2 sets of communication equipment. Quantum road signs can display coordinate information, use high-energy polymer batteries as power, and can work continuously for several years. Quantum waves have strong penetration, and encountering obstacles or being buried deep underground will not affect the road sign guidance function. After the meeting, Sher Hao took Wang Ping and everyone's pets on a brand new flying disc. The diameter of this flying disc was twice as large as the previous one. It was equipped with a small ion engine and had a gravity offset rate of 60%. It was the latest product of a military-industrial enterprise in the Central Plains War Zone and could carry 30 people. Sher Hao and 8 other people took 8 pets and everyone's equipment with them. It was not crowded at all. The flying disc rose directly to an altitude of 30,000 meters and flew quickly towards the South Pole. The flying speed was about 3,000 kilometers per hour. This flying disc was heavy. Sher Hao's special flying disc was light. Although the gravity offset rate could reach 60%, the maximum speed was only about 2,000 kilometers, and it was not suitable for high-altitude flight, but it was also twice as fast as the flying disc when they first established the Panlong team. More than 3 hours later, the flying disc landed on a giant ship, which was a swamp exploration ship converted from an icebreaker, with a displacement of 15,000 tons and powered by 2 nuclear reactors. At this time, the ship was located 10 kilometers outside the Antarctic continent. The ship was full of supplies and equipment just delivered by the supply ship, and a team of experts from multiple fields was organized to accompany it. After Sher Hao and his party boarded the ship, the captain ordered to sail towards the Antarctic continent. The expedition ship slightly adjusted its direction and sailed in a straight line towards the Antarctic continent. In the command room, the captain was introducing the situation to Sher Hao. We compared the quantum road signs placed by the scientific expedition team and the Panlong team after entering. Most of the routes overlap. We will first drive in the direction indicated by the road signs they placed. At first, the sea water was blue. As the ship moved forward, the sea water began to become turbid, and water and yellow mud rolled out from the bottom of the ship. Weeds, shrubs, and low trees gradually increased. The unknown animals and fish in the swamp were frightened and fled or swam away. The expedition ship moved forward slowly like a broadsword, leaving behind the swamp split in half. When the road was blocked by more trees, the two mechanical arms on the bow stretched out in time to uproot them and throw them into the swamps on both sides, slowly disappearing without a trace. The route chosen by the scientific expedition team and the Panlong team is a good route for the expedition ship, but the swamp is much more complicated than the ice and snow routes in Antarctica decades ago. The speed is only half of the ice-breaking speed, and it can only move forward dozens of kilometers in 24 hours. It is now in the Antarctic polar day period, but because of too much water vapor, the sky you see when you look up is always gray, and the rain comes when it rains. When it rains, there is fog everywhere, and the visibility is only a few meters. When it is not raining, the visibility is quite good, and you can see 100 or 200 meters away. When visibility is good, the expedition ship goes at full speed. When visibility is bad, it slows down or stops for safety. According to the 24-hour day calculation, this is the third day they came in. On this day, a strange phenomenon was discovered. A quantum signpost deviated greatly from the direction they were heading. The bow needed to turn 90 degrees to sail. After weighing the pros and cons, the captain decided to follow the signpost. When turning around and moving forward, the surveyor kept calculating the route and found that there was a slight deviation after each calculation. After checking several times, there was no mistake. Then he guessed that there was something wrong with the signpost. He stared at the signpost and continued to observe. He found that the signpost was moving slowly at a very low speed. At this time, a heavy rain came and visibility immediately decreased. The captain instructed to stop the ship and wait. The surveyor continued to observe the signpost. The signpost was still moving slowly. After the ship stopped for a few hours, the distance the signpost moved was clearly visible. The captain explained the situation to Sherhow and discussed the next plan. Sherhow thought for a while and said, "We came out this time to explore the situation in Antarctica and save people. We need to find out the reason when we encounter abnormal phenomena." After the discussion, the expedition ship continued to move towards the signpost, but slowed down. Stop the ship quickly. There is a big obstacle in front of us. We are about to hit it. Stop the ship quickly." The observer shouted loudly. A thick fender at the front of the expedition ship was originally tilted upwards, but now it was directly lowered and slowly inserted into the swamp in a vertical state. The same is true for the back. The expedition ship quickly began to slow down. When it stopped completely, the bow was about to hit the obstacle. Sherhow looked carefully and saw a small hill in front of him, about 20 meters high and 40 to 50 meters long. After a few seconds, Sherhow felt that the hill moved. After careful observation, he confirmed that it was moving slowly. He immediately left the command room and came to the bow. He saw that the thing was thick in the middle and slowly became thinner at both ends, like a big meatworm. At this time, a circle of ripples appeared on the skin outside the head. This circle of ripples slowly transmitted from the head to the tail. The whole body of the big meatworm moved forward a little, and the big meatworm slowly crawled forward. Sherhow asked for a holographic camera and recorded the big meatworm carefully. At this time, the bow was about 10 meters away from the big meatworm. He asked others not to act rashly. He jumped onto the back of the meatworm with force, took out a dagger and cut a palm-sized piece of meat from the meatworm, and then jumped back to the ship immediately. After a few seconds, the middle body of the big meatworm suddenly bounced up, as if to bounce off the things on its back, and the whole body shook together. For 1 or 2 minutes, there was no fluctuation on the head of the meatworm. I saw its head slowly turning back. The head was smooth and round, about 2 meters in diameter. There were 2 eyes the size of car lights on the upper part of the head, and a wide mouth below. There was no nose or ears. Its head swung back and stared at the back, then turned back and continued to send out fluctuations, crawling forward. The captain and the crew did not expect Sherhow to be so bold. When the big meatworm turned its head, it did not dare to breathe. Sherhow felt that the skin of the big meatworm was a little hard, but it was very tough and ductile. It was more laborious to cut it with a dagger, and ordinary people might not be able to cut it off. It was obvious that this big meatworm was an ancient creature with high research value. He put the cut things into a special container for the biological experts on the ship to preserve. For fear of disturbing the meatworm, the ship stopped there quietly. After more than 20 hours, the body of the big meatworm slowly crawled in front of the ship, leaving a deep ditch filled with water. All the weeds and soil were swallowed up by the big meatworm. The Quantum Road sign was probably placed on its path and swallowed into its stomach. After the big meatworm disappeared, the expedition ship adjusted its direction and headed for the next Quantum Road sign. Following the road sign for another 2 days, there were no dangers in the middle. When there were only 2 road signs left in front, Shirhao asked the pigeons to keep the communication with the Panlong base open at all times. If there was a communication interruption, they should report it immediately, and start placing new quantum road signs from here. They had already arrived near the place where the scientific expedition team and the Panlong team were in danger, and everyone began to get nervous from the bottom of their hearts. The carrier pigeon's pet was also released to explore the way 1 kilometer ahead of the ship. The expedition ship was traveling at a snail's pace. If it was too fast, it would not be able to stop at any time when it encountered danger, and it would be troublesome to rush into the danger zone. After several hours, it arrived near the second to last signpost. The expedition ship passed the signpost and continued to move forward. The carrier pigeon's pet also continued to fly forward. Suddenly, the carrier pigeon found that it had lost contact with the pet and no signal was sent back. Chapter 86. The carrier pigeon immediately reported the situation to Shirhao, who ordered the boat to slow down and stop. Shirhao looked forward and saw a thick fog 1 kilometer away. He had seen this phenomenon a lot in recent days. Every time thick fog appeared, it meant that it was going to rain or had just rained. According to experience, the thick fog would gradually dissipate after 1 or 2 hours. The boat waited quietly for 2 hours, but the thick fog did not dissipate at all. Shirhao felt a little strange, so he asked the captain to launch a small swamp boat powered by a nuclear battery. He and Wang Ping sailed forward in the boat, and soon reached the edge of the thick fog. The thick fog in front was white with a little gray, as dense as a sudden fog, and visibility was almost 0. They did not rush into the thick fog. Shirhao took off his watch and activated the positioning function, tied it with a thin rope and threw it into the fog. When the watch entered the fog, the red dot on Wang Ping's watch representing Shirhao disappeared, and the carrier pigeon also lost the communication connection with Shirhao's watch. Shirhao pulled the watch back through the string, and the communication function returned to normal, but a thin layer of gray-black substance was attached to the string and the watch. Shirhao and Wang Ping drove back with a multifunction detector and returned to the periphery of the dense fog. They put the measuring instrument into the dense fog and transmitted the real-time data back to the ship. Relevant experts analyzed that there were highly toxic components in the dense fog, and ordinary people would die after entering, just like miasma. The dense fog was highly toxic, and visibility was almost 0. After entering, the communication function and positioning function were completely ineffective, which was a bit tricky. Back on the ship, Shirhao frowned and thought about how to break the deadlock. Bionic robots are not afraid of highly toxic, and ordinary people wearing gas masks and protective clothing can also solve this problem. The problem now is that it is not clear how large the range of the dense fog is, and which direction to go after entering. If you use the flying insect robot to go in, the image cannot be transmitted back, but the mechanical compass can be used. When the problem of the direction of travel is not solved, using the compass is not very meaningful. Shirhao asked the carrier pigeon to release another bionic pigeon. This time, it did not enter the thick fog. It kept flying high outside the thick fog. When it flew about 2,000 meters up, the image sent back by the pigeon showed that there was no thick fog at high altitude. It continued to fly high. From a high altitude, it can be seen that the thick fog is about 300 meters thick, forming a circle with a diameter of about 10 kilometers. There is a 2 or 3 kilometers wide land next to the inner edge of the thick fog inside the circle. There is a lake inside, and there is a small island in the center of the lake. Judging from the image sent back by the bionic pigeon, this layout looks like someone deliberately did it. According to Shirhao's instructions, the carrier pigeon controlled the bionic pigeon to fly about 1 kilometer inside, crossed the circular fog below, and then slowly descended. When it descended to the same level as the upper edge of the fog, the bionic pigeon lost contact again. It seems that the communication signal will be lost if you go in from above. The area inside seems to be covered by an invisible cover. After entering, all electronic and quantum communication methods will fail. After finding out the thickness of the fog and knowing the direction, Shirhao, Wang Ping and Mickey took a small swamp boat, Laura, the big guy and Hey you took a small swamp boat, and Woofing and the carrier pigeon stayed on the big boat. Just in case, everyone was equipped with 2 biological power banks. A traditional compass was fixed on the bow of each ship to determine the direction of travel. The 2 ships slowly drove into the thick fog and drove forward in a straight line. There was a dead silence in the thick fog, without the sound of insects and birds, and the ships were unimpeded. The plants seemed to have died one after another, because they could not withstand these poisons. After driving slowly for more than 10 minutes, the 2 boats emerged from the thick fog. Shirhao and his crew were not uncomfortable, except for a layer of black and gray things. The two boats drove forward for more than 100 meters and stopped when they encountered land. Coming out of the dim fog, it felt like a paradise, with green grass, red flowers, and even butterflies and bees dancing. They carefully checked the land and found nothing wrong, then dragged the two boats from the swamp to the land. Hao carried the bow, Wang Ping and Mickey carried the two sides of the stern, and the other boat had a big man at the bow. Laura and Hey You carried the stern. They wanted to go to the small island in the center of the lake, so they had to use the boat. After arriving at the lake was calm and peaceful. Hao ordered everyone to push both boats into the water. At this time, Wang Ping stopped him and said, "Captain, I think I should go down first to explore the way. I always feel something is wrong." Wang Ping, who was born as a scout, is always cautious when encountering things. The disappearance of the scientific expedition team and the Panlong team in front of him made him feel a sense of crisis all the time. At Wang Ping's insistence, only one boat was pushed into the water. He and Mickey boarded the boat and drove to the small island in the middle. When the boat was halfway, Wang Ping felt something was wrong. He felt that the boat was sinking slightly. He stood up and clearly felt that the bottom of the boat had become softer and thinner. He immediately asked Mickey to turn around and speed back. Hao and others saw that something was wrong. When they were still more than 10 meters away from the shore, Wang Ping felt that the bottom of the boat was about to be penetrated. In order to prevent accidents, he grabbed Mickey without saying a word, lifted him up and threw him to the shore with all his strength. Mickey saw the bottom of the boat fall in the air, and Wang Ping fell down with it. Wang Ping fell into the water above his thighs. He walked towards the shore with all his strength. At first, he felt a burning sensation in his legs, and after a while, it began to hurt. He knew that the lake water here was strange, so he did not dare to adopt a swimming posture, trying to keep his upper body from getting too much water. When he was still a few meters away from the shore, he felt that his legs were powerless. When he began to stagger and was about to fall, a hand grabbed him, and then carried him to the shore. It turned out that after Mickey landed, he saw Wang Ping sinking, and rushed back without thinking much, and caught him in time when Wang Ping was about to fall. After landing, Wang Ping's legs had turned black and were corroded horribly. Mickey's calves also began to turn black, and he finally sat on the ground unsteadily. The water splashed on their bodies' corroded holes in their protective suits, which was shocking. Wang Ping and Mickey felt the burning sensation in their legs getting stronger and stronger, and the pain came in waves, and their brains began to become dizzy and depressed. Hao asked Hey You to pick up Wang Ping, Laura supported Mickey, and he and the big guy lifted another boat and ran quickly back to the way they came. After putting the boat in place, Hao took an iron container from the boat and scooped some lake water for sampling. After everyone got on the boat, they checked the direction. Because of the experience of the trip, the boat was driven at the maximum speed and soon returned to the side of the big ship. After placing Wang Ping and Mickey in the lounge, Hao called Wu Ruinfa and turned on the holographic image. Wu Ruinfa was really shocked when he saw the situation of Wang Ping and Mickey, but he quickly calmed down and instructed how to amputate the legs of Wang Ping and Mickey, because the bionic cells of the corroded parts had been completely destroyed and could not heal themselves, and would constantly feedback the information of the injury through the bionic nerves, causing dizziness and boredom in the brain. After the amputation, Wang Ping and Mickey felt much better, but the bionic nerves of the amputated section would still feedback the injury information to the brain. There was no bionic robot hypnosis equipment here, so Wu Ruinfa asked them to use a biological power bank to charge when they felt they could not bear it to relieve the discomfort caused by the bionic brain. Wang Ping and Mickey nervously asked Wu Ruinfa if they would not be able to go on missions in the future. Wu Ruinfa looked at them with contempt and said, "As long as your brains are not broken, I will make you jump around in a minute after you come back. Don't doubt my strength." After saying that, he hung up the phone proudly. They also secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Wu Ruinfa's words. After returning to the big ship, Hao asked Laura to send the half-melted iron container to the expert group. The team quickly analyzed the results. This is not ordinary lake water. The water contains a large proportion of strong acid. After the results were obtained, it was a bit difficult to pass through the lake by boat. Now that one boat has been destroyed, it will not work even if all the remaining 3 boats are used. Hao took a small swamp boat with a small ordinary flying car on board. This flying car was used by the staff on the expedition ship. The big guy, Laura, and Hey You followed in a small swamp boat and came to the lake again through the thick fog. After arriving on land, Hao first tested the flying car and found no problems. It seemed that only the communication function was affected here, so the battle pet of the carrier pigeon would be ineffective. Xiahou did not stop and flew a few hundred meters low to the lake surface about 10 meters away from the shore. There was no problem. He drove the flying car directly across the lake to the island. This is a volcanic island with a maximum height of about 200 meters in the middle. Seeing that the flying car could fly over the lake without any hindrance, he returned again to pick up the three big men. The flying car found a flat place to land, and then began to search the island. When they climbed up the crater and just crossed over and were about to go down to the other side, they looked down and were stunned. They saw a disc-shaped object with a diameter of more than 200 meters inserted obliquely by the lake below, with a thickness of more than 50 meters in the middle, which was no different from the legendary flying saucer. A small part of it was submerged in the lake water. It was dark black with a slight blue glow, revealing a sense of heaviness and vicissitudes. The flying disc used by the Panlong base was like a model toy in front of it. Wang Ping and Mickey's injuries made Xiahou more cautious. He asked the big guy, Laura and Heiyu to wait here, and explained, the disappearance of Lao He and others may be related to this thing. If something happens to me, don't worry about me, don't get close, and go back and report the situation here immediately. Xiahou asked the big guy for a biological power bank for each of them. He brought 5 in total. He was also worried about being trapped. The more preparations he made, the more hope he had of escaping. The big guy and his friends didn't act pretentiously. They watched Xiahou walk over there step by step. Xiahou came to the edge of the disc and wanted to reach out to touch it. As a result, his hand was blocked by the invisible airflow 10 centimeters away from the surface of the flying saucer. He came to the lake and saw that there was also a vacuum zone of about 10 centimeters between the lake water and the disc. The lake water did not touch the surface of the disc, but was blown to the edge by the invisible airflow. Xiahou saw that there was no big problem, so he walked towards the center of the disc. The big guy, Laura and Heiyu saw it clearly. When Xiahou was about 10 meters away from the center of the disc, a blue light flashed, and then Xiahou disappeared. Chapter 87. Xiahou felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a few seconds later his body slammed down onto the hard ground. Just as he was about to stretch out his hands to prop himself up, his body began to slide down. After sliding for 30 or 40 meters, his body encountered an arc-shaped wall, slowed down after being buffered, and then slid back and down for another 2 or 3 meters before completely stopping. Xiahou looked up and saw that it was pitch black. At this time, a light not far from Xiahou lit up and moved towards this side. With the help of the light, Xiahou could see the face of the person coming and shouted, Lao He, it's me, Xiahou. Lao He immediately walked towards this side quickly after hearing this voice. He walked too fast and fell to the ground. He also slipped towards Xiahou by inertia. As he slipped, Lao He said in surprise, Captain, how did you get in? After the surprise, Lao He said in a slightly frustrated voice, Captain, you shouldn't come in. You can't get out here. At this time, several more lights lit up around, and others also turned on the lighting function on their watches. Xiahou saw 8 Panlong team members, 2 of whom were lying on the ground. Xiahou walked over and found that their legs were corroded by the lake water like Wang Ping and Mickey. One of the soldiers had half of his body black and was listless. Xiahou took out a dagger and followed Wu Ruinfa's instructions to amputate and clean the severely corroded parts of the 2 soldiers. Then he took out 2 biological power banks for them to use. After he was done, he asked, Are you feeling better now? The 2 soldiers' expressions obviously improved, and they nodded repeatedly. Xiahou joked in a slightly relaxed tone, Although you 2 look miserable now, Director Wu has said that as long as there is nothing wrong with your brains, he can make you jump around in a few minutes. Don't worry, these are not a big deal. After hearing what Xiahou said, the soldiers did not relax as he expected. Instead, they looked even more sad and kept silent. Only Lao He said, Captain, it's all my fault for not commanding well. I am willing to accept all the punishment. Xiahou asked and found out that when Lao He and his men were about to reach the shore, the bottom of the boat was about to fall off. Seeing this, a soldier named Shaolin jumped into the lake and pushed the boat to the shore. When it was still a few meters away, the 2 soldiers also jumped into the water to push the boat, but Shaolin never came up again. This means that Shaolin really sacrificed himself. Xiahou felt bad after hearing this. He could only compensate his family more after returning. Xiahou said, Everyone has worked hard, but it is our responsibility and obligation to defend our country. It is inevitable to pay and sacrifice. Now that things have come to this, we must cheer up and live up to the hope that Shaolin gave us with his life. Shame on us It's all us who dragged down these young comrades." At this time, a voice came from the other side. Lao He immediately introduced Shihao. "This is Professor Chiu, the leader of the Antarctic expedition team." The UFO was inserted into the lake at an angle of 50 degrees. After they were sucked in, they all slid to the bottom, which was actually the edge of the UFO cabin. Afraid that someone or something would be sucked in and hit them, Lao He and the expedition team stayed on both sides. Shihao walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Lao He raised his arm to illuminate, and saw an old man in his 60s, who was in good spirits standing there. "Professor Chiu, are your people doing well now?" Shihao asked with concern, as the physical fitness of the expedition team members was not as good as theirs. After the two talked, Shihao learned that there were 5 people in the expedition team who were sucked into the UFO. All 5 of them had undergone genetic modification and carried concentrated nutrient solution with them. With sleep, they could support themselves for 3 months without any problem. Some of the crew members on the ship the expedition took were ordinary people, and entering Antarctica was even more difficult. When they first came in, they encountered a small-scale dense fog and miasma. The ship passed through it in tens of seconds, but ordinary crew members still had slight poisoning phenomena, so they would wear gas masks for prevention when they encountered fog. The poisonous fog outside did not have a great impact on them. Although the black substance on their bodies made their skin itchy, it was not fatal after treatment. They did not know the thickness of the dense fog, and could not determine the direction. They circled inside for a long time before passing through the dense fog safely. The position where the ship came in was facing the UFO. After finding the UFO by the lake, they were very excited and did not notice that the communication with the headquarters was interrupted. When they encountered the lake water, they conducted a test out of professional habit and found that the water contained strong acid. They thickened the bottom of the boat and sprayed the outer shell of the boat with a nano coating. After discussion, the 5 of them came to the island and studied the UFO. When they reached the middle position, they were sucked in like Shihao. Lao He and his crew followed the scientific expedition team signposts to find the area near the thick fog. They did not notice anything unusual about the thick fog, so they plunged into the thick fog and circled around for several hours before they emerged from the thick fog. After Lao He and his crew came in, they searched on land for a long time, but did not find any members of the scientific expedition team. However, they found a flying saucer, so they launched a small boat to the island. According to Lao He's description, the straight line distance from the land to the island there was half that of Shihao's side, otherwise Lao He and his crew might have been wiped out. The scientific expedition team's boat probably saw that Professor Chiu and his crew were in danger and could not communicate, so they drove away to save themselves. Seeing that no one was in danger, Shihao began to observe the situation inside the UFO. The light on his watch was still a little weak, and the range 10 meters away looked a little blurry. The floor of the UFO cabin was also dark and smooth, and it was difficult to climb up without leverage. Shihao called Lao He and the 6 Panlong team members, who were unimpeded to build a human ladder. The people lay on the floor and stretched their arms up to hold the people on top. In this way, 8 people including Shihao built a human ladder of about 20 meters. Shihao was at the top, holding 3 watches in his hand for lighting, and could barely see farther. Shihao tried to open his eyes wide to see more clearly, but due to the light, he could only vaguely see something protruding in the middle of the UFO. Shihao half-crouched and tried hard to jump up, but the height was still not enough. However, he saw 2 chairs in the middle with the light, and it seemed that someone was sitting on the chairs, and then slid down again. He tried several times but failed. He threw a rope to catch the middle seat, but it was not long enough. The special dagger can only leave some shallow marks on the floor of the flying saucer. Using a laser gun to burn, only a small pit was burned. After the laser gun stopped for a few minutes, the small pit disappeared and the burned area returned to its original state. After a lot of trouble, Shihao stopped and sat on the ground to think about what to do. Professor Chiu came to Shihao and said, "We scanned the material of the flying saucer when it was outside and not sucked in. Its molecular structure arrangement is very special. I have never seen it before. The structural diagram is like a perfect work of art. High hardness and high toughness are perfectly combined, and it also has self-repairing ability. Such a molecular structure has never appeared on the Earth. There was no way to break through, no way to get up. It was like being stuck in a dead end. Think of ways and then try, keep thinking and keep trying, just like that day, after almost 10 days, there was still no progress. The people inside were in darkness all day, and most of the time it was terribly quiet. Irritability and pessimism gradually emerged. Hao had survived 35 years in space. Of course there was no problem, but he knew it was not pleasant. That day he gathered everyone together, turned on the lights on the watches, and said he wanted to have a tea party, although there was no tea, but there could be conversation. The Panlong team members did not have too much problem. In addition to relieving boredom, no matter how long it took, there was no worry about their lives. The members of the scientific expedition team were different. Although they had been genetically modified, they still needed concentrated nutrient solution to supplement their nutrition, which could last up to 3 months. If they could not get out, they would be one day closer to death every day, and the countdown to death destroyed their will. Everyone gathered together. Hao smiled and said, "I always believe that there is always a way out. Otherwise, I would have flown out of the solar system by now." He paused and continued, "Everything is destined by heaven, but everything can be done by people. We are trying to find a way inside, and there are many people outside trying to find a way for us. It is only a matter of time before we get out. Since we are all gathered together, how about we introduce ourselves? I will go first. My name is Hao. I am the leader of them. I have been in space for 35 years. I have nothing to do, but I have become a general after returning." Professor Chiu couldn't help laughing when he heard what Hao said. "General Shi, you have been in space for 35 years, and everyone in the world knows about it. It is of great significance. My name is Chiu Gusheng. I am over 120 years old this year. I am the same age as Yan Guo. Because I have lived a long life, I know a lot of things. I am good at many things. Others say that I am proficient in many fields. I know that I have only learned the basics." A middle-aged man next to him said, "Mr. Chiu, you said that you have only learned the basics. How can we, the younger generation, put our faces? You are too modest. My name is Lin Wenda. I mainly study geology. I came here to see the geological changes after the melting of Antarctic permafrost. My name is Han Cheng. My mission this time is to see the reproduction of animals and plants in Antarctica." A long-haired woman in her 30s said shyly, "My name is Chao Yang. I study climatology. The climate in Antarctica changes a lot. I came here to collect climate data. General Shi, do we still have hope of getting out? I am going crazy." This is a 30-year-old, strong man, who said anxiously. He has been more irritable these 2 days. A young man in his 20s, at the back leaned forward and said, "My name is Xia Yunhan. I majored in electronic information. I came here to measure instruments." After saying that, he retracted his neck again. Hao was a little curious after hearing the young man's introduction, so he asked, "What instruments can be measured in Antarctica?" Xia Yunhan leaned forward again and said, "We have newly developed a telekinesis switch, installed it on the instrument, and then sunk the instrument into the swamp, and then tried to control it with telekinesis to test the control effect. The main thing is to see whether the telekinesis can penetrate the swamp, and how far it can penetrate." What is telekinesis? Hao heard this term for the first time, and was a little curious. Chapter 88. It's the will, the mental power. We call it telekinesis in the research institutes that do this kind of research. Xia Yunhan explained patiently. Can anyone do it? How is it achieved? Hao was still very interested in new things. Everyone has telekinesis, but the strength of each person's telekinesis is different. Most people's telekinesis is not strong enough to reach the conditions for triggering the telekinesis switch, or the triggering lasts for a very short time. After Xia Yunhan's explanation, everyone learned that telekinesis is divided into 10 levels. Ordinary people are level 1. Xia Yunhan was originally level 3. Before he came to perform the mission, he underwent genetic modification, and his telekinesis was greatly enhanced. Now he is level 5. He can control the telekinesis switch or telekinesis controller 300 meters away. The control range of level 2 is 1 meter, level 3 is 10 meters, level 4 is 100 meters, and level 5 is theoretically 1,000 meters, but in the Earth's atmosphere, or under the influence of other obstacles, it is actually 300 meters. In order to distract everyone and relieve the tension, Xia Yunhan came to the middle to teach telekinesis control at Hao's request. Everyone should empty your mind first, enter the state of meditation, and look inward at your forehead. If there is a telekinesis switch or controller nearby, a waveform will appear at the position you look inward. Use your mind to flip the waveform you see, and the switch will be triggered. Listening to Xia Yunhan's instructions, Hao also did it. When he looked inward, he found a bright yellow trapezoidal wave at the position he looked inward, so he used his mind to try to flip the trapezoid. After more than 10 seconds, Hao felt dizzy, and his hand immediately clenched the biological power bank. His brain instantly became much clearer, and the trapezoid also flipped over. At this time, Sherhow heard a noise on the floor of the flying saucer, and then something seemed to slide down. He immediately pushed several people from the scientific expedition team to the side. Lao He also found something unusual and called the Panlong team members to retreat to the other side. As soon as everyone moved away, they heard two dong, dong sounds, and something fell down. Sherhow hurriedly moved his watch over to illuminate it, and saw two bodies that looked like humans, but not humans lying there. It was said to be human because it had hands, legs, and a head. It was said to be not human because its body was very narrow and short, with a long cylindrical head on top. The head was bald, with a long vertical eye on the forehead, a small bulge on the nose, no nostrils, two small ears, and a small mouth. Sherhow first used a dagger to test it, but there was no movement. He touched its skin with his hand, and it felt like neither iron, wood, nor muscle, but these feelings seemed to be mixed together. There were many fine holes on the skin, as if it had been corroded. This might be the root cause of their death. The two aliens were only about 1.5 meters tall. Sherhow wanted to lift them up and put them aside. He took all his strength to lift one and move it over. Lao He and the others lifted the other one over. Sherhow asked Lao He and the others to build a human ladder again. He climbed to the top and squatted like he did at the beginning and then jumped up. This time, he did not see the seat in the middle. The two alien bodies below should be the two people who sat on the seats at the beginning. After Sherhow came down, he asked Xia Yunhan to sense it with his mind. Xia Yunhan stood there, closed his eyes, and spread his legs slightly. After a few seconds, a yellow disc appeared in front of him. The diameter was about 1 meter. There were many grooves on the disc. After a while, trapezoids, squares, triangles, stars and other patterns flew into the grooves one by one. After a while, many complex patterns appeared, and various combinations of figures or curves also flew into the grooves. Xia Yunhan closed his eyes, and looked inward at his forehead. The pattern he saw was exactly the same as the one displayed outside. Sherhow asked him to open his eyes. Xia Yunhan was startled by the yellow pattern floating in front of him. The yellow disc and pattern all disappeared. Sherhow also opened his eyes, and tried to use his mind to look inward at his forehead this time. After a few minutes of effort, and with the blessing of the biological power bank, the trapezoid appeared. This time it appeared in front of Sherhow, but there was no yellow disc like Xia Yunhan in front of him. He used his mind to change to another pattern, and a square appeared to push the trapezoid off. The one behind it pushed the other off, and they were all single shapes, squares, and circular patterns, without complex combination patterns. I don't know if it's because of insufficient mental power, or the bionic robot. Xia Yunhan seems to have a 5G mobile phone, and Sherhow is at most a 2G mobile phone. The difference is obvious. After more than an hour, Sherhow simply gave up and asked Xia Yunhan to show the yellow disc again, and then pressed the trapezoidal button. After turning it over, Sherhow went up the ladder to observe again, and found that the seat appeared again. At this time, he was sure that the flying saucer was controlled by telekinesis, and each pattern corresponded to a different function. When he came down to continue studying other functions, he found Xia Yunhan lying on the ground. It turned out that he fainted because of excessive use of telekinesis. After Xia Yunhan woke up, he replenished the concentrated nutrient solution, and Sherhow asked him to have a good sleep. Lao He and the other 8 Panlong team members, and the other 4 people in the scientific expedition team could not make the pattern appear no matter how hard they tried. It seems that the control switch of the flying saucer requires a high level of telekinesis. However, seeing that there was hope to get out, they felt much more at ease. After a long struggle, it was night outside, and Sherhow asked everyone to sleep and rest to keep energetic. The next morning, Xia Yunhan continued to summon the control disc with telekinesis. It was known that the trapezoid was used to control the seat. This time Sherhow asked him to press the square. When it was reversed, they saw a blue light flashing more than 40 meters above their heads. Sherhow remembered that when he walked to the center of the UFO, there was also a blue light flashing first, and then he was sucked in. This was undoubtedly the transmission switch for entering and exiting the UFO. The range of blue light transmission is about 10 meters. It is a bit difficult for them to go up, and they still can't get out. Sherhow did not continue to worry about how to get out, and asked Xia Yunhan to press the circular pattern again. There was no obvious response. After a while, it felt that the UFO was slowly sinking, and then the floor began to slowly rise again. When the UFO tilted at an angle of about 30 degrees, the UFO stopped moving again, and everyone cheered. If you observe from the outside, you will find that when the round switch is pressed, the invisible air cover on the surface of the UFO disappears, the UFO slides down a little, then is lifted up a little by the lake water, and finally regains its balance. At this time, Shihao asked Xia Yunhan to take back the control disc. Since they can get out, the first thing to do is to get the people out safely. He called Lao He over and said, "Lao He, you get ready and go out first." As soon as Shihao finished speaking, he heard a rooster who seemed to be strangled by the neck shouting hoarsely, "You are soldiers, you should go out last, shouldn't we ordinary people go out first?" Shihao turned his head, and saw that it was the man named Chao Yang, who was blushing, waving his arms, and shouting angrily. Seeing this, Shihao did not say anything, but made way, and made a gesture of invitation. Chao Yang immediately climbed to the center of the UFO with his hands and feet. Shihao asked Xia Yunhan to summon the disc and press the square pattern. After the blue light flashed, Chao Yang disappeared. After seeing Chao Yang go out, Professor Chiu said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, General Shi. The four of us will follow your arrangements." After 2 minutes, Shihao estimated that Chao Yang had moved away from the UFO, and turned the square pattern over again. After the blue light flashed, only a strange cry of "ah ah" was heard. After everyone slid down, everyone saw that it was still Chao Yang. Because the UFO was tilted, the exit position was several meters above the ground. Chao Yang was not prepared and fell down and broke his calf. At this time, someone outside saw Chao Yang and was running to save him, but before he could, he was sucked back again. When he slid down, his broken leg was strained and hurt even more. Han Chong saw Chao Yang's miserable appearance, but when she recalled how he couldn't wait to go out just now, but ended up being sucked back again after breaking his leg, she remembered a joke about Aladdin's magic lamp circulating on the internet. She came to Lin Winda and whispered, 3 people picked up Aladdin's magic lamp in the desert. The genie asked each of them to make a wish. One of them said, "I want to go home and have 2 beauties to serve me," and the genie fulfilled his wish. Another person said, "I want to go home and have a lot of money," and the genie also fulfilled his wish. The last person said, "I want to play landlord, you call back the 2 bastards just now," and the genie also fulfilled his wish. After hearing this, Lin Winda couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Han Chong also laughed. The 2 felt embarrassed, but they couldn't help it, so they had to laugh and say sorry. After this episode, Shihao still arranged for Lao He to go out first. At that time, he asked Lao He to take the lead to explore the way. After Lao He came out, he also fell from a height of several meters. His physique was not comparable to Chao Yang, and he didn't have any injuries. Lao He stood up and saw a group of people standing dozens of meters away. Laura, the big guy, and He were among them. He immediately ran over there, explained a few words briefly, and ran back to the place where he came out according to the agreement with Shihao. Shihao and him agreed that he would start the switch again in 5 minutes to suck him in. After Lao He entered again, he said that he and the big guy would stand under the exit to catch the people coming out, and let 1 person out every 2 minutes. In this way, the members of the scientific expedition team went out first, and Chao Yang suffered again. Then came the 2 injured soldiers. After everyone had gone out, Shihao and Xia Yunhan came to the middle together. Shihao grabbed Xia Yunhan's arm to prevent him from falling and getting hurt when he went out. After everyone had come out, Xia Yunhan was about to faint from exhaustion again. Shihao asked Laura to bring a stool for him to sit and rest. At this time, Wu Yi and Wang Guiyong also rushed over after receiving the news. Wang Guiyong's voice came before he arrived. "Haozi, the thick fog is about to dissipate. Hurry up and think of a solution." Chapter 89. Shihao immediately looked into the distance, and saw that the fog was not as dense as it was at the beginning. He knew that Wang Guiyong was not joking, so he immediately asked Xia Yunhan to bring out the control disc and then flip the circular pattern over. After the flip, the trend of the fog dissipating was alleviated, and after a while, it began to gather again. After the operation, he asked Xia Yunhan to continue to rest, walked towards Wu Yi and Wang Guiyong, and asked, "Why are you 2 here? The day you disappeared, I received the news and rushed here. Lao Wan heard that the UFO was found and ran here by himself." Wu Yi briefly introduced the whole story. Wang Guiyong said with a serious face, "How could I, Wan, come here for the UFO? Haozi was in trouble, and I was worried. I rushed here in a hurry." Shihao looked at him with contempt and said, "I believe you said I came here for the UFO. My personal charm is not that great." Wang Guiyong laughed and said, "You don't know? Our new starship design has reached a critical moment, and the anti-gravity device has not made any major breakthroughs. When the engineers heard that the UFO was found, they almost brought me here immediately. I had no choice but to come here. I have brought them here. They are not afraid of being sucked in. They use various instruments to fiddle with the edge of the UFO every day. You know what? They really found something. Although there is no way to break the outer shell of the UFO, there is a perspective instrument that can explore the general structure inside. Shihao heard Wang Guiyong's words and immediately asked, "How is it? Is it helpful to the new starship?" Wang Guiyong curled his lips and said, "After I brought them here, they didn't have time to pay attention to me. Seeing how excited they are, I guess they have made a lot of gains." While they were talking, they walked to a house. Shihao looked around and saw that other places were also under construction. A bridge had been built on the lake. He asked Wu Yi, "Are you going to stay here permanently?" Wu Yi pointed at the flying saucer and said, "That thing is too big. It is estimated that it cannot be transported in the short term. For safety reasons, we have to build a scientific research station here. We will announce it to the public after it is completed." Many engineers have built many pillars around the flying saucer. The island is full of building materials. It seems that Shihao has been busy outside since he went in. The three people entered the room. Shihao made a brief report on the situation in the past few days. Wu Yi and Wang Guiyong were surprised that Xia Yunhan could control the switch of the flying saucer, but they did not show much surprise. Mind control is not a new thing. The gaming helmet is based on this principle, but the gaming helmet uses sensors as an auxiliary to amplify the mental power and establish a connection between the helmet and the computer. Many people believe that the phenomenon of quantum entanglement is also caused by thoughts. Mind power switches are also used in some fields. I didn't expect that this control method can be connected with the universe. It seems that a team should be organized to conduct special research. After the three of them finished talking, Wu Yi saw that Shihao had escaped safely, so he went back to the general command of the Yunnan-Guizhou war zone. Before leaving, he told Shihao that the major war zones had already placed orders, and each war zone wanted 100 war pets, a total of 500. Wang Guiyong continued to stay and wait for the research results of those engineers. After Xia Yunhan had a good rest, Shihao talked to him, and then the two entered the flying saucer again to study other control patterns. After entering, Xia Yunhan called out the control disk, and various patterns corresponded to the grooves one by one. When the two were about to start researching, another person was suddenly teleported in. This person was obviously not prepared, and rolled down. Shihao slid down quickly, and saw that it was a big guy. It turned out that the big guy was curiously circling the flying saucer and looking at it, and he came to the entrance without noticing, and was sucked in. It turned out that after the square pattern was turned over, it was equivalent to the entrance being always open. Shihao and his team were also sucked in without any defense. It was obviously a bit unreasonable that people or things could be sucked in at any time. Shihao asked Xia Yunhan to control the square pattern and control the telekinesis to slowly turn it over. When it turned 90 degrees, it stopped. Shihao walked to the exit and was not teleported out. Then he turned 90 degrees again and was teleported outside. He tried to go in and out several times and found that when the square pattern was turned 90 degrees perpendicular to the control disk, it was impossible to go in and out. The entrance and exit were locked. After studying the square pattern, they continued to study other patterns. After the triangular pattern was turned over, the inner walls of the flying saucer emitted fluorescence, and the interior was as bright as day. The brightness of the entire space was very uniform, and the floor was still dark. The entire interior space is a circle with a diameter of about 50 meters. After the trapezoidal pattern is flipped, for seats and a round table appear 10 meters above the center. The chairs and the table seem to have grown out of the ground. The two aliens should have been sitting on the two chairs below. The exit and the round table are at a 45-degree angle, about 10 meters above the center. After the star pattern is opened, a sci-fi control console grows on the lower left side of the center. There are 8 combination patterns that Xia Yunhan has never been able to activate. As soon as 2 patterns have a little movement, Xia Yunhan faints on the ground with a thump. It is estimated that his telekinesis level is not up to standard. Shihao had to summon the square pattern himself, let the big man hold Xia Yunhan and stand at the exit, and get out of the flying saucer together. At this time, several conscripts in white coats came to the UFO with a stretcher. The person in charge came forward and introduced himself to Shihao. They were affiliated with a confidential research institute, and wanted to secretly transport the 2 aliens away. Shihao touched their stretcher, looked at their bodies and said, "Your stretcher is not good, it will fall apart. Give me the wrapping cloth, I will find someone to carry it to your car." Not only was the stretcher not strong enough, but these researchers had at best undergone genetic modification, and their strength was far inferior to Shihao and his team. They could not lift the 2 aliens at all. Shihao asked the big guy to call Laura and a few others over, and after some trouble, they carried the 2 alien bodies to the designated location. In the next few days, every time Xia Yunhan had a good rest, Shihao took him to continue research, but there was no progress. Xia Yunhan was also tossed around and became thinner and haggard. Shihao had to give up. The starship engineers brought by Wang Guiyong asked Shihao to send them to the UFO cabin for structural scanning, which yielded a lot of results. Then they returned to the starship manufacturing plant in Luo City for practical verification. Shihao and Wang Guiyong returned to Luo City together. After the Antarctic Research Station was established, the higher-ups would summon several people with high telekinetic power to continue studying the UFO there. His mission was successfully completed this time. Because Wu Ruinfa's Research Institute had all moved to Luo City, the injured Wang Ping and Mickey were also placed in Luo City. After Shihao came back, he first went to visit them. They had not yet undergone body repair work, but after Wu Ruinfa treated the amputated parts, they no longer felt any discomfort and looked very good. Shihao wrote a report on the injury process of Wang Ping and Mickey, attached Wu Ruinfa's injury assessment, and submitted it to Wu Yi, asking him to report it and wait for the higher-ups' opinions. From the bottom of his heart, Shihao hoped that Wang Ping and Mickey would take this opportunity to upgrade to the Taishan level, and he also explained this idea to Wu Yi. Wu Ruinfa told Shihao that the new experimental space bionic robot had been manufactured and implanted with the latest moral risk control system using fuzzy algorithms. It was of the standard Huangshan level, and equipped with a large capacity charging device that could repeatedly replenish bioenergy. When working at full load, it could last for more than a month. 5 robots had been manufactured and delivered to the moon for use. In the following days, Shihao walked from home to the office of Hausher Group every day to work. He now liked this leisurely and slow-paced life. Hausher Group is developing rapidly under the management of Wang Yukai and others. The production capacity of bionic pets has stabilized, and the phenomenon of queuing for appointments has been greatly alleviated after several batches were sold in succession. Bionic guard dogs can already meet the supply. Many foreign companies have called to inquire and want to buy them, but they cannot reach cooperation before obtaining the export rights. Bionic prostheses have also begun to accept customization and have gained a lot of reputation in the market. The price of products of a foreign prosthetic company has been reduced again and again, but they are still unsaleable. Many pharmaceutical companies were jealous of Hausher Bionics prosthetics and wanted to obtain the agency rights. After learning that they mainly sold them in the form of kickbacks to doctors, Shihao asked Su Wuqing to reject all of them and increase the publicity of bionic prostheses, reducing the price by 10%. Shihao did not mind disrupting these bad social trends. The last thing those pharmaceutical companies lacked was money, and they tried to use connections to trip up Hausher Bionics. 2 blind people took bribes and found various excuses to investigate Hausher Bionics. As a result, they were directly taken down by Shihao with tough means. The specific means can be referred to that of Deputy Director Wang. It was simple and crude, and the effect was simply too good. Shihao's goal now is very clear: to get things on Earth back on track as soon as possible and focus on space. As for who he accidentally hits in the face or steps on whose tail, he doesn't care. He doesn't mind getting rid of cockroaches and bedbugs. Li Binhui and Yang Mingyu also sent back news. When they heard that England wanted to buy the surrounding sea area, they laughed at him without hesitation. Li Binhui didn't care. With his smooth talk, he made the gang happy and spent 1 billion yen Gui Yuan to buy another 10 square miles of sea area and completed the complete procedures. After returning to China, Li Binhui heard that the establishment of Hausher Group would also put his own 5 square miles of land into Hausher Group. Although Shihao knew that the space dome would be built in the future and the sea level would definitely drop, it might be a few years or even decades later. The value of the land was difficult to estimate, so he set up another Hausher construction investment company and handed it over to Li Binhui to manage. Put all of Li Binhui's 5 square miles and the newly purchased 10 square miles of land into this company. Shihao initially suggested that Li Binhui hold 10% of the shares and Hausher Group hold 90% of the shares, but at Li Binhui's strong request, Li Binhui held 8% of the shares. Yang Mingyu, who has now basically become Li Binhui's good friend, held 2% of the shares, and Hausher Group held 90% of the shares. Although Li Binhui and Yang Mingyu hold a small share, Shihao is considering using this company to operate whether he buys land abroad or on the moon in the future. The tax collected after development is not a small amount. Shihao's leisurely days passed a few days later. Wu called early in the morning and asked him to rush to Lan City, Gan Province as quickly as possible. Chapter 90. Wu Yi's voice on the phone was quite anxious. Without saying anything, Shirhao took Jupiter and flew to Lon City on a special flying disc. Soon the mission briefing came over. A soldier named Liang Wenlong from the Panlong Brigade secretly ran out of the base last night. His current whereabouts are unknown, but according to analysis, he is most likely to return to his hometown in Lon City. His sister Liang Pan committed suicide by jumping off a building half a month ago. Liang Wenlong asked for 3 days off to go back to attend the funeral. He has been in a bad mood since he came back. The Panlong team are all Lingshan level. Any one of them can fight a group of ordinary people alone. If they have evil intentions, it will cause great harm to the society. At present, Yin country has only Shirhao, a Taishan level, who can easily subdue the Lingshan level, so he was sent to the place where Liang Wenlong is most likely to appear. After Shirhao arrived in Lon City, Laura and He, you were already waiting here to assist Shirhao. There were also 3 local public security personnel next to him, one of whom was the deputy director of the Lon City Public Security Bureau, and the other 2 were the police officers who received the news of Liang Pan's suicide. Shirhao didn't say anything polite, and directly said to the 2 policemen, "Tell me about the situation." One of the policemen said, "Liang Pan jumped off the building at the Lihao Hotel at 2 o'clock in the evening. After we received the alarm and went to the scene, we didn't find any other suspicious circumstances. It is said that she had a quarrel with her boyfriend, drank some wine, and jumped off the building." "Where is her boyfriend now?" Shirhao asked. "Her boyfriend's name is Fang Jia. After Liang Pan jumped off the building to commit suicide, he has been in a daze, and his mind is not very clear. Sometimes he even talks nonsense." The policeman was evasive and didn't answer Shirhao's question directly. "Where is he now?" Shirhao continued to ask, staring into the policeman's eyes. "We detained him for a few days and let him go home after eliminating the suspicion." The policeman did not dare to look directly at Shirhao and looked down slightly while answering. "Is there any record of the hotel surveillance? I want to take a look." Shirhao felt that things were not as simple as the policeman said. At this time, the deputy director smiled and said, "To be honest with Captain Shir, they went to adjust the surveillance at the first time, but there was a problem with the surveillance circuit that night, and the surveillance of the entire hotel was broken." After hearing this, Shirhao did not continue to ask, and knew that he would not get any valuable clues. He immediately said to Laura, "You go to Lihao Hotel, I want all the information about it." He said to Heyu, "You take my frisbee and bring Fang Jia here." Laura and Heyu asked the police for the detailed address and acted separately. It took only 15 minutes for Heyu to bring Fang Jia here. At this time, Laura called and said, "Captain, 3 people took Liang Pan to the hotel room that night, one of whom was the owner of Lihao Hotel. The monitoring information was deleted that night at the instruction of the owner. The hotel owner is called." In the general manager's office of Lihao Hotel, Laura moved the head of the king cobra towards the hotel manager's face while talking to Shirhao. "Wang Erzu." After the hotel manager said the name, Laura repeated, "Where is he now?" Laura shook the cobra on her arm. "Lanlu Villa, Lanlu Road." Obviously this method is very efficient. After hanging up the phone, Shirhao asked directly, "Who is Wang Erzu?" The 3 policemen were about to speak when Fang Jia pointed at them and shouted hysterically, "They are in the same group." Xiao Pan died with his eyes open. "It was all my fault." Through Laura's preliminary investigation, he could sense that Shirhao felt that there might be something wrong with these policemen. He didn't want to waste time on these details and said directly, "Sorry to bother you. Can you please go back?" The deputy director immediately disagreed and said sternly, "Captain Shir, this is against the rules, isn't it? When handling cases in Lon City, our people should." Shirhao saw that the other party had torn off his face and said bluntly, "I don't know if you guys have any problems. If you do, you should do it as soon as possible, otherwise you will regret it." After that, he ignored them and walked straight to Fang Jia. The 3 policemen wanted to follow him, but Heyu opened his arms to stop them. Jupiter and Heyu's pet Shuju stood in front of Heyu and growled with their ears erect. The momentum of the 3 policemen was suppressed, and they had to leave in dissatisfaction. "Tell me, who is Wang Erzu?" Shirhao continued to ask the same question. "He is a beast, a bastard, and Xiao Pan was killed by them after being abused." Fang Jia cried and cursed. After a few minutes, his emotions gradually calmed down, and he told the story of this incident. Fang Jia used to follow Wang Erzu. Wang Erzu ran hotels, shopping malls, and other industries on the surface, but he was actually the largest drug dealer in Lon City. These industries provided convenience for him to launder money. Fang Jia didn't have a proper job before, but he had a special skill, which was to control the telekinesis switch with his mind from a distance. He occasionally made some money by live broadcasting. The content of the live broadcast was flying objects. The principle was to install rotors in different objects, which were controlled by telekinesis switches, and then placed a few hundred meters away. He controlled them to fly to his side by mind control. Over time, he also accumulated a lot of fame. One day, Wang Erzu found Fang Jie and said he was his fan. He invited him to dinner and gave him gifts. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Wang Erzu offered him a high salary and asked Fang Jie to follow him. Fang Jie agreed. At first, Fang Jie controlled the drone to deliver goods according to Wang Erzu's requirements, but he never asked what was inside. If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. Once, the drone was captured by the police, and the drugs inside were confiscated, which scared Fang Jie. However, these drones were assembled by buying parts, and there was no clue at all by mind control. It was a false alarm. Later, Fang Jie gradually got used to it and became bolder. Wang Erzu offered him more and more salary. Once by chance, Fang Jie met Liang Pan while shopping and was attracted to her. He pursued Liang Pan through unremitting efforts. More than 10 days ago, it was Wang Erzu's birthday. Fang Jie really regarded Wang Erzu as his elder brother at that time, so he took Liang Pan to Lihao Hotel to wish him a happy birthday. Wang Erzu and his two confidants kept urging Fang Jie and Liang Pan to drink. The two soon fell down from the alcohol. Wang Erzu and his two confidants carried Liang Pan to a room upstairs and raped her. After Liang Pan woke up, she looked at the three naked men and was dumbfounded and motionless. After the incident, Wang Erzu asked his two confidants to carry Fang Jie to the room again and shamelessly said, "Girl, did you enjoy it today? You can always come to me, your big brother, in the future. Fang Jie is my cash cow. You will never escape from my palm in this life. There will be no result between you two." After Wang Erzu and his three men left, Liang Pan opened the window and jumped. From then on, there was an evil ghost on the road to the underworld. Fang Jie, who was shaken awake by the police in the middle of the night, looked at his beloved, who was separated from him by the yin and yang, and his heart was torn with pain. He found Wang Erzu and asked what happened. Wang Erzu said, "Brother, what do you do? How much flour have you transported? Don't you know it yourself? You still want to be a good person. Do you have a chance to turn over? I just want to stop your thoughts and work for me wholeheartedly. I will give you as many women as you want, but don't ever think of being a good person again." Fang Jie returned home in a daze, and couldn't stop feeling heartbroken when he thought of Liang Pan lying in a pool of blood. He picked up the flying sword he used during the live broadcast, and came to the door of Wang Erzu's house. When he came out, he used his mind to control the sword to fly towards Wang Erzu, but was easily blocked by his bodyguard. That night, Wang Erzu brought people to Fang Jie's house, slapped him twice, and then said, "I will treat you as someone who just broke up and went crazy. I can let you go this time, but if it happens again, I will make you die without a burial place." After that, he forced Fang Jie to deliver goods for him twice. Wang Erzu was also frustrated. If he could find someone with half of Fang Jie's ability, he would not raise a tiger to harm him. However, finding such a strong person is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. On the day of Liang Pan's burial, Fang Jie was not in a proper position, and could only watch from a distance. When he saw Liang Wenlong, he recognized that he was Liang Pan's brother. Liang Pan often showed Fang Jie her brother's photos, and always said in a proud tone that his brother was very powerful, and was a special forces soldier. After Liang Pan's funeral, Fang Jie stopped Liang Wenlong and told him the truth of the matter. After listening, Liang Wenlong angrily kicked the cement pillar of the flower bed to pieces, and then turned and walked away without saying a word. Shihao looked at Fang Jie, whose beard was untidy, and whose hair was messy like a bird's nest, and said, "What is the farthest distance you can control the drone?" Fang Jie didn't expect Shihao to ask this question. He frowned and thought for a while, and said, "The farthest distance has not been tested. The farthest distance I have used a drone to deliver goods for Wang Erzu is 2 kilometers. Shihao looked him up and down and said, "No wonder Wang Erzu didn't kill you. Okay, now tell me the address of Wang Erzu's house, and we go there." Shihao got on the frisbee and signaled Hey you to take Fang Jie. Then the 3 people and 2 dogs flew quickly towards Lan Lu Villa on the frisbee, and soon stopped at the door. The whole villa was quiet. There was no response when he rang the doorbell. Shihao jumped in directly, opened the door from the inside, and came to the living room to see 3 bodies lying there. Fang Jie trembled and said, "It's them 3. Xiao Pan's revenge has finally been avenged. The three bodies were neatly arranged together, and the right hands of the three people were all missing. Shi Hao let Juxing and Shuju sniff the scene, then Shi Hao carried Fang Jie and Heyu and ran with the two dogs, with the flying disc flying above in the automatic follow mode. After running for more than 20 minutes, Shi Hao and Heyu followed the battle pet to a cemetery in the suburbs, and they stopped at the gate of the cemetery. Shi Hao put Fang Jie down and walked into the cemetery, while Fang Jie sat on the ground and vomited. There was a man squatting in front of a grave in the middle of the cemetery, and it was Liang Wenlong. There were three hands in front of the tombstone. Liang Wenlong stroked the photo on the tombstone with his hands and said, "Pan Pan, no one dared to bully you at home before, and I couldn't be with you. It was my fault. I killed those scums. I wanted to bring their heads, but I was afraid of scaring you, so I used their hands to commemorate you." After that, he poured a bottle of white wine on it, and then lit the three hands. After doing all this, Liang Wenlong turned around, knelt on one leg facing Shi Hao, and said, "Captain, I have failed you and the expectations of the higher-ups. I will go back with you and obey the punishment." Shi Hao walked over and helped him up and said, "Privately speaking, you did nothing wrong. Publicly speaking, you broke the law and should not be lynched." Shi Hao patted his shoulder, sighed, and said, "Let's go." Outside the cemetery, Laura had already rushed over. Fang Jie had felt better after vomiting. Shi Hao walked in front of Fang Jie and asked, "Are you willing to go with me?" Fang Jie didn't say anything, but knelt down in front of Liang Wenlong, kowtowed 3 times and said, "Brother Liang, I am sorry for Xiao Pan, you can kill me." Liang Wenlong turned and walked to the side and said, "What if I kill you? You can go with the captain." Fang Jie stood up, wiped his tears and said, "I am willing." Laura came up and prepared to put special handcuffs on Liang Wenlong, but Shi Hao waved his hand to stop her. When everyone was about to reach the Panlong base, Shi Hao stopped the flying disc and took Liang Wenlong off the flying disc. Chapter 91. After coming down, Shi Hao said to Liang Wenlong, "You go back to Panlong base and surrender yourself." After that, Shi Hao got on the flying disc alone. Laura asked Shi Hao, "Captain, aren't you afraid that he will run away?" Liang Wenlong is not a bad person. I want to give him a chance to reduce his sentence. If anything goes wrong, I will take the responsibility," Shi Hao said while looking at Liang Wenlong running on the ground. "Captain, if something goes wrong, Heyu and I are willing to share the responsibility. We are comrades in arms." The flying disc followed Liang Wenlong and flew slowly in the sky. Liang Wenlong went straight into Panlong base. Shi Hao's flying disc could enter and exit Panlong base freely. He sent Laura and Heyu to the base, and then asked Laura to find a place to temporarily place Fang Jie. Shi Hao took a flying car to the Yunnan General Command. He reported Liang Wenlong's situation to Wu Yi. Wu Yi said that the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. He immediately contacted LV Wei to understand Liang Wenlong's specific situation, and then wrote a comprehensive report and submitted it. Wu Yi was very busy. Shi Hao just sat there quietly. After 2 hours, Wu Yi came to inform Shi Hao to go to the conference room. LV Wei and Li Yinshu were already sitting in the conference room. Wu Ruinfa and Director Zhang of the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute appeared on the chairs through holographic projection. There was also a director of the Southern Theater Metal Research Institute, whom Shi Hao had met when he was deciphering the liquid metal robot. A few minutes after Wu Yi and Shi Hao sat down, Lei Shiyu, Wang Guiyong, Quang Yuni, and Zhong Ziyu all appeared and were projected. Liang Wenshan immediately announced the start of the meeting after he appeared. Yesterday, a member of the Panlong Brigade named Liang Wenlong escaped from the base and killed 3 people. To be honest, there are differences in the establishment of the Panlong Brigade and even the application of Huangshan-level bionic robots, just to prevent accidents. These robots are like superhuman beings to ordinary people. Once out of control, they will cause great harm to society and the people. Liang Wenshan did not say any polite words, and he came up and made the problem very serious. After a pause, Liang Wenshan continued, "Today we have the head of Panlong Base, technical experts, and the heads of various war zones. Let's speak freely and discuss how to go forward." LV Wei spoke first, but all he said was admitting mistakes and taking responsibility. Liang Wenshan interrupted him and said, "Xiao Lu, today we will not talk about responsibility or the ins and outs of the matter. We will only talk about how to go forward." Li Yinshu continued, "I have been in Panlong Brigade for a while, and I have talked to many soldiers. I feel that they are like a new species. Some of their ideas and concerns are. I can't understand it, so I want to apply to become one of them, Apply for body conversion and memory dump, which will be of great help to my political work. Liang Wenshan said, I can understand what you said, but this requires great sacrifice. I admire Shi Hao, Lu Wei, and every member of the Panlong Brigade for their self-sacrifice. Shaoli, if you have considered it, and your family has no objection, write a written application to General Wu. I can approve it, and I also thank you for your self-sacrifice. Li Yunshu let out a long breath, leaned back slightly on the chair, and did not continue to speak. Seeing that no one was talking, Lei Shiyu cleared his throat and said, in fact, we discussed it last time. The current situation is the result of social contradictions, including Shi Hao's metal robot body at that time, and the metal robots that have been eliminated. They are all driven by various factors. It just happened that the technology has reached the point where they have to do it. I personally think that bionic robots are indispensable at this stage. Since its establishment, the Panlong Brigade has completed tasks that ordinary manpower cannot complete. Whether it is the Huangshan class, Lingshan class, or Taishan class, I think more and more should be built in the future. Lei Shiyu is relatively conservative and very cautious. Now that he said this, it still has a great impact on the other people. Kuang Yili continued Lei Shiyu's words. I think it must be done. If we don't do it, others will do it. If we lag behind, we will be beaten. That's not okay. Kuang Yili always talked about fighting and killing, and it's not his fault. The Xinjiang war zone has always been unpeaceful. Wang Guiyong had a lot of contact with Shi Hao in Los Angeles, and many things happened in Los Angeles. He believed that the establishment of the Panlong Brigade was the most wise decision, and supported the vigorous development of bionic robots, and said, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, technology is not guilty. Zhong Ziyu said, Old one, technology is not guilty, but if the technology is not used correctly, it will be a big pain. Liquid metal robots have caused great trouble to our southern theater. Don't forget that more than 50 years ago, emerging technologies were developing rapidly, and wireless payments were booming. At that time, everyone thought it was a great thing that benefited the country and the people, right? Society gradually uses mobile payment, and more than 90% of people no longer carry cash in their pockets. Zhong Ziyu took a sip of tea and continued. But more than 40 years ago, an unprecedented super-strong solar storm continued to hit the Earth, causing the world's power grid to be paralyzed for several days. At that time, everyone basically lived back to the Stone Age and bartered. Without electricity, mobile phones are just decorations, because everyone has no cash in their pockets, and the cash reserves in society are very small, and they can't circulate normally. Technology is innocent, and it seems to be very beneficial to mankind, but sometimes the harm it brings is irreparable. I am not against the development of bionic robots, but we should develop them under the premise of control. After they are developed and produced, we should put a tight ring on them. Zhong Ziyu's words are not unreasonable. Bionic robots can be regarded as sharp spears, but they must be controlled by shields. Liang Wenshan looked at Wu Ruinfa and the other three and said with a smile, when it comes to technical issues, we have to ask these experts. You guys can talk about it. The director of the Metal Research Institute said, as technology developers, we all want to create the most advanced and best products in the world. In fact, when the concept of liquid metal robots first appeared, the scientific and technological community praised it. However, the country of Ria used this technology to kill people, which is obviously unethical. When the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb, these weapons of mass destruction, were first introduced, the scientific and technological community was more worried than happy. However, from the history of the past 100 years, human morality, and the balance of power between countries have put a tight ring on these weapons of mass destruction and established a certain balance. I think no matter what, with the emergence of new technologies, humans will surely be able to create such a balance again. It is only a matter of time. Director Zhang still habitually touched the corner of his eye with his hand, and then said, at the beginning, we also rejected or dared not release genetic technology because the Earth's environment is becoming increasingly harsh, and there are many special positions. Now it is starting to be open to a limited extent. I think this is also a manifestation of social progress. Since those malicious forces made the gene fusion technology public, we have suffered a lot of losses, but the bionic guard dogs that appeared later completely restrained those genetically modified cats and dogs. Although the process is a bit dangerous, the result is good. I believe we can also find such a balance in the development of bionic robots. Seeing that they had finished speaking, Wu Ruinfa also straightened up and expressed his own opinion. The original robots did not have the integration of human memory and thoughts, and they were all equipped with self-destruct devices to ensure safety. With the development of technology, We have entered the era of human-machine integration, relying on human morality to restrain robots. The incident that happened this time should be said to be caused by human moral risks, coupled with the super capabilities of bionic robots, which brought major risks to society. Last time Mickey had problems, he finally survived. Afterwards, we analyzed all the data of his bionic brain fluctuations during this period and created a fuzzy algorithm that can control moral risks. Because the test samples are limited, it will take some time to determine the final results. The preliminary judgment is that the efficiency is more than 90%. Liang Wenshan was very happy when he heard about this moral risk control system for the first time, and said to Wu Ruinfa, "Thank you very much, Director Wu. It seems that what Lao Tzu said is right. Things will turn to the opposite when they reach their extremes, and opposites complement each other. If we can restrain the behavior of bionic robots from a deep level, we can make great strides with confidence. Report the final results to me immediately." "Sure, Hao, you haven't said a word since the meeting." "I agree with Li Yunchu's opinion. We can't put ourselves in your shoes, so I want to see what you think in your heart." Sure Hao saw that Liang Wenshan pointed at him, turned his body to the main seat, and then said, "Bionic robots must be vigorously developed. If the problem, this time, is placed on ordinary people, it is just a moral issue. The Panlong team members have strong strength, so it will touch our nerves. I think we should not only vigorously develop, but also increase the number of Taishan-class bionic robots." This time Liang Wenlong ran out of the base, and I, a Taishan-class robot, was the only one who could suppress him, which is also a big risk. I agree with the idea of political commissarly just now. Political workers, like soldiers, can know their perspectives and solutions to problems. Coupled with Director Wu's new moral risk control system, I don't think there will be any big problems. In addition, our strategic goal focus has changed, contradictions will also shift, and we will face more challenges, so it is urgent to speed up development. Liang Wenshan saw Sure Hao finish speaking and expressed his own opinion. He would organize the minutes of this meeting in detail, and discuss the information at the highest meeting. The application of Wang Ping and Mickey to upgrade to Taishan level will not be approved for the time being, and a decision will be made after the opinions above are unified. When the meeting was about to end, Wang Guiyong asked Director Zhang to talk about the results of the breeding test of gene-fused animals. After many tests, the results show that these gene-fused animals can reproduce, and the genes of the animals after reproduction are basically mutated. These mutant animals have different personalities, some are gentle, some are irritable, and most of the physical fitness is not much different from that of gene-fused animals, but they are much stronger than ordinary animals. Through the analysis of the genes of mutant animals, there is a probability of 1% to 1/1000 that a mutant animal with a comprehensive physical fitness comparable to that of a Lingshan-level battle pet will appear. Such a result is obviously not satisfactory, which means that mutant animals will be all over the world in the future. Chapter 92. Everyone present became worried after hearing the news. If someone released the gene-fused animals back into the forest, the situation in a few years would be unimaginable. Liang Wenshan asked Director Zhang several more related questions in detail, and recorded them solemnly. After the discussion of these two questions, the three experts turned off the holographic projection and disappeared from their seats. LV Wei and Li Yunshu left the meeting. After the others left the meeting, Liang Wenshan announced an order. The purpose of establishing the Antarctic Research Station was to build a flying saucer, and the Central Plains Theater was developing a new starship, so the Antarctic Research Station was directly under the Central Plains Theater. After the meeting, Sure Hao said to Wang Guiyong, "I found a talent for you, who should be helpful for the research of flying saucers." Then he talked about Fang Jia's situation, and Wang Guiyong urged Sure Hao to take Fang Jia there immediately. Wu Yi said that the higher-ups paid 100 million yen currency as a pension to Shaolin who died in Antarctica, and Sure Hao decided to withdraw another 200 million yen currency from the Panlong Fund as compensation. The project of building a space dome for the Earth has been approved, and the project team is negotiating with countries around the world. Once all countries agree to sign the agreement, it will be announced to the world. Wu Yi asked Sure Hao to prepare as soon as possible, and it will not be long before the layout is made all over the world. The news came back from Lon City that except for one of the three policemen, the deputy director and another policeman were in collusion with Wang Erzu, and a separate case has been filed for investigation. Sure Hao saw that the matter had been handled, and came to Panlong Base, took Fang Jia on the flying disc and flew towards Luo City. Fang Jia still had a beard and messy hair like a bird's nest, looking miserable and decadent. Wang Guiyong looked at Fang Jia in front of him, and looked at Sure Hao with suspicion. Sure Hao glanced at him and said, "Don't look at me like that." We know if he can do it after trying. Wang Guiyong immediately contacted the Starship Research Institute to make a telekinetic drone. Everyone came to an open aircraft training ground. The two engineers from the Starship Research Institute saw the decadent Fang Jie and thought, if I had known he was such a person, I would have just made a drone to fool him. The products produced by the Starship Research Institute are indeed extraordinary. Although they are temporary prototypes for testing, they are made of exquisite materials, fine workmanship, and diverse functions. Not only can they control flight with telekinesis, but they can also control shooting and bombing with telekinesis. This is no longer a drone, but an unmanned aerial vehicle. Fang Jie felt better when he saw this aircraft. He used to fly temporary stalled goods that were put together, and he only needed to fly to the location. He had never seen such a delicate aircraft. Seeing the gun barrel and test bullets above, he asked, "Can I fire all these bullets and bombs?" For safety, Wang Guiyong and the engineer entered the bunker. Shi Hao and Fang Jie stayed outside. Fang Jie tried to operate with his mind, and gradually became familiar with the functions of several telekinetic openings. First, he conducted a limit distance test, and saw the aircraft flying farther and farther. Shi Hao looked at the various data of the aircraft on the holographic screen, and the images sent back by the aircraft camera. The aircraft flew faster and faster. Shi Hao asked Fang Jie to fly in a straight line without slowing down. When the screen showed a distance of 2,800 meters, Fang Jie lost control of the telekinetic switch, and after a while the aircraft flew back through the intelligent control operating system. Shi Hao looked at Fang Jie's mental state. He still looked like he had no desire to live, and he didn't have the same fatigue as Xia Yunhan. Shi Hao then asked him to control the aircraft to do various actions, such as low-altitude flight, flipping, and rapid climb. Fang Jie even used the spray on the aircraft to draw a hard shape and added a crack, turning it into two broken hearts. Seeing that he was so skilled in control, Shi Hao asked him to look at the image on the holographic screen and shoot and drop bombs at the target 2,000 meters away. At first, he was not very skilled and missed the target. After more than 10 minutes of training, his hit rate became 100%. This is a genius. The most powerful one in our institute can control the distance of no more than 1,000 meters with his mind, and he can't control multiple lines. This guy can not only control multiple lines, but also so accurately. Awesome. The engineer of the Starship Research Institute had forgotten his initial criticism and praised Fang Jie. Wang Guiyong had no idea about mind control and telekinesis, so he asked after hearing their conversation, "Is this kid really that powerful?" General Wan, he should be classified as one of the top people in Yin country. His telekinesis level is at least level 6. If targeted genetic modification is carried out, it is estimated that it can be upgraded to at least level 1. The Starship Research Institute also has a mind control research project, so it is more familiar with the situation. Fang Jie operated for 3 hours in a row, just like a child who got a favorite toy, temporarily forgetting the heartache. After more than 3 hours, his face gradually began to turn pale, and Shi Hao asked him to stop. After many tests, seeing Fang Jie's powerful telekinesis control efforts, he was overjoyed. I wonder if he can activate the complex combination pattern switches of the Antarctic UFO. Shi Hao also tried to control the aircraft with his mind, but it was the same as in the UFO. He could only control one switch at a time, and the control distance was only 200 meters. He could barely control it more than 300 meters with the help of a biological power bank. After several attempts, he gave up helplessly. Shi Hao later discussed the issue of mind with Wu Ruanfa. After consideration, Wu Ruanfa said that although the current bionic brain is very advanced, it is compared with decades ago, and compared with metal robots. The structure of the human body is very complex, and the secret of the overall operation cannot be understood, and the current technology cannot be fully replicated. Only a single mind switch can be controlled, which shows that there is still a big gap between the bionic brain and the human brain structure. Wu Ruanfa could only sigh and say, "The revolution has not yet succeeded, and we still need to work hard." Then he went back to his busy research work. Wang Guiyong now looked at Fang Jie with a completely different look in his eyes. He pulled him and said affectionately, "Xiao Fang, are you tired? Come sit down." Fang Jie didn't know how high the official in front of him was, but it was definitely not small, so he acted very awkward. Shi Hao looked at Wang Guiyong's unpromising look and said with a smile, "Old Wan, how do you thank me?" Wang Guiyong smiled and said, "Aren't you planning to build a high-end flying car production line? I will ask the relevant departments to raise the approval threshold for gravity offset rate to 50%. Shi Hao was a little surprised. For the civilian market, 45% is already very high. A gravity offset rate of 50% is estimated to cause a revolution in civilian flying car technology. All high-end flying cars on the Earth are hard to catch up. He asked in disbelief, "Are you sure?" After the engineers from the Starship Research Institute came back, they analyzed the scan results. Although they were not very clear, they still got a lot of inspiration. Conservatively speaking, it is not difficult to break through the 80% gravity offset rate in the short term. Wang Guiyong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. If Xiaofang goes to Antarctica, he can activate the flying saucer and let the internal operation for reference. The gravity offset rate may exceed 90%. When Wang Guiyong said this, Shi Hao felt that he kept looking at Fang Jie with the eyes of a big bad wolf. Wang Guiyong explained the situation to Fang Jie. As for the previous drug trafficking, he would not pursue it for the time being, but he had to enlist in the army immediately and his personal freedom would be restricted. After Fang Jie agreed, Wang Guiyong brought him and the engineers from the Starship Research Institute to Antarctica again that day. Fang Jie was stunned for a long time when he saw the legendary flying saucer. After a while, he came to his senses after being reminded by Xia Yunhan. Xia Yunhan has now been transferred to the Antarctic Research Station, specializing in the research of flying saucer control. He can now quickly summon the control disc and control 2 or 3 single pattern switches at the same time, but he is still helpless with those complex patterns. Xia Yunhan took Fang Jie into the flying saucer and began to teach him how to operate it. After listening to it once, Fang Jie easily summoned the control disc and each pattern flew into the groove. Fang Jie could easily control the 4 single patterns at the same time. When he wanted to activate the complex pattern, the edges of the patterns remained motionless after a yellow light flowed. He stopped after studying for more than 3 hours, feeling dizzy and nauseous, and his face turned pale. After stopping, Xia Yunhan stared at him with shocked eyes. Xia Yunhan could only hold on for more than 10 minutes at best, and the operation was still stumbling. It was not that he was not good, but Fang Jie was too good. Just like the engineer of the Starship Research Institute said, he was at the top level in the country. In the following days, Xia Yunhan and Fang Jie could not activate the pattern control switches, no matter how hard they tried. Fang Jie rested when he was tired, and went to study after resting. He was in a nearly crazy state. He would not feel sad only when he worked wholeheartedly. Wang Guiyong saw that there would be no results in the short term, so he sent someone to watch there, and he returned to the Central Plains war zone. Shi Hao walked to and from get off work every day in the office of Hausher Group. He was afraid that there might be a mission at any time, so he kept the dagger and flying cone with him, and Jupiter followed him every day with his tail shaking. He left the office when it was almost dark that night, and walked home as usual. On the way, he passed through a park and walked on a relatively remote path. A faint cry for help came from the grove next to him. He ran over immediately after hearing the sound. In the dim light, 2 men pressed a girl to the ground and were stripping her clothes. Shi Hao saw this and threw 2 flying spikes at the 2 men's legs. After 2 screams, the girl broke free and ran over here. Her half-removed top swayed in the wind, and her black bra inside was also half-removed. The unrestrained little white rabbit was jumping. The girl was adjusting her bra with her hands while running. When she was almost in front of Shi Hao, she suddenly took out a small and exquisite pistol from her bra. A bright light flashed inside the gun. Before Shi Hao could react, Jupiter jumped high and hit Shi Hao's body, knocking Shi Hao to the ground and his body tilted. The bright light flashed by and left a half-centimeter deep cut on the outside of his right shoulder. Chapter 93. It was a laser pistol. Shi Hao had never seen such a small laser gun before, so he was careless. If it hit Shi Hao's head, under the high temperature of the laser, Shi Hao would really go to see the King of Hell. The woman saw that she didn't hit it, and waved her arm to aim again. Shi Hao dodged and twisted her arm, snatched the laser pistol, and then pinched the woman's cheek with his hand, and took out a tightly wrapped pill from her mouth. It was highly poisonous. Shi Hao was also scared for a while, but his mind was not confused. The yellow-skinned person wanted his life. At present, it was unlikely that anyone else would want to kill him except for Ya. If it was Xin Xinsha, he had to prevent her from committing suicide. It was impolite not to return the favor. He had to dig out some clues from the killer. Sure enough, when he came to the 2 men, the 2 had already committed suicide by taking poison. They also knew that if they missed the target, all their efforts would be wasted. It was unlikely that they could escape from Shi Hao. When they took on this mission, they were prepared to die, and they planned to exchange their lives for others, but they failed. Shi Hao called Wang Guiyong. When Wang Guiyong heard that there was an assassination in his territory, and the target was Shi Hao, He was furious. From the moment he received the call, Los Angeles was restless all night. The army and the police joined forces, imposed a curfew, checked ID cards in hotels, mobilized all forces to collect abnormal information, and dug out several foreign spy organizations and drug dealers. They also dealt with some small fish and shrimps. Since Sherhow returned to Los Angeles, whether actively or passively, the public security in Los Angeles has become better and better because of him. After the call, Sherhow searched the woman's body from head to toe. There was no identity information, no other weapons, only the laser pistol. Soon, Wang Guiyong came with his men and collected the two bodies. Sherhow grabbed the woman's arm and lifted her up into the car. Interrogation room of the Central Plains War Zone headquarters. No matter how Sherhow and his men questioned her, the woman didn't say a word, but just stared at Sherhow with hatred. When the situation was at a stalemate, the soldiers outside told Sherhow that Wu Ruinfa had come and asked to see him. Wu Ruinfa saw Sherhow and asked with a smile, "General Sher, I heard that you were assassinated. And someone was arrested. Did that person confess?" Sherhow was a little touched when he saw Wu Ruinfa, who would never leave the laboratory easily, rushed over immediately after hearing that he was assassinated, and said, "Thank you, Director Wu, for coming to see me." "She hasn't confessed yet. Why doesn't she say anything?" "Oh, that's not right, Director Wu, why are you smiling so happily?" Sherhow saw that Wu Ruinfa's smile became even bigger when he heard his words, and asked unhappily. Wu Ruinfa immediately stopped smiling and said, "General Sher, I'm very sorry for your assassination. But it's a good thing that the killer didn't confess now." "What's good about that?" "I'm going to get clues and report them. If that doesn't work, I'm going to use some tricks." Wu Ruinfa quickly said, "General Sher, don't use tricks. How about handing the person over to me? I promise to make him obedient." After the conversation, Sherhow learned that Wu Ruinfa heard that Sherhow was assassinated and caught a killer. He felt that this killer was a good test subject, which was rare. The purpose of the test was to verify the effectiveness of the fuzzy algorithm moral risk control system. The lack of such test samples in the moral risk control system has affected the research progress. There are many Yen people, but there are not many who are determined to do the opposite of Yen, sniper behind the scenes, and create various difficulties for Yen or Yen people. The worse the test subject is, the more hateful the things he does are, and the most effective test is the one who is determined to kill you. Wu Ruinfa plans to transfer the killer's memory to the bionic brain of the Lingshan-level bionic robot, and then implant the fuzzy algorithm moral risk control system. Sherhow immediately expressed his support when he heard Wu Ruinfa's idea. This can kill two birds with one stone. He also knows that such test samples are really hard to come by, and the test results are the most convincing. Considering that if this experiment is successful, this killer may have other uses, such as infiltrating the enemy, Sherhow asked Wu Ruinfa to create a bionic robot based on the killer's appearance. Soon the bionic brain and bionic body were manufactured, and Sherhow took the killer to the bionic robot laboratory. Wu Ruinfa injected her with hypnotic, and completed the body transformation under hypnosis. After the conversion, there was no gene fusion. After she was awakened, she was first trained in language. After the training, she said to Sherhow in stiff Chinese, "Sherhow Juan, I am sorry for putting your life in danger. Because I can't move my body, I can't salute you. Please forgive me." Sherhow saw that she could speak well, so he continued the unfinished interrogation. The killer was Kita Sakurako, a senior member of Xuanqin society. Because of Sherhow's successive bad deeds, the layout of Rya country and Yen country suffered a major blow. In particular, Sherhow led the Panlong team to destroy the submarine base of the Rya country, which aroused the anger of the top leaders of the Rya country and issued a high-level killing order. Before accepting the task, they analyzed Sherhow's personal information obtained from various channels, and believed that Sherhow was extremely dangerous. No single combat power in Xuanqin society could threaten Sherhow, so they adopted the plan of breaking with honor. They monitored Sherhow for a long time, and finally found that Sherhow had a relatively fixed routine during this period, so they designed such an assassination plan. In order to make Sherhow less defensive, the scene just now appeared, including stripping clothes, how low to strip underwear, and where to hide weapons. They practiced many times. Facts have proved that when the little white rabbit of Kita Sakurako jumped, Sherhow did lower his defense in his heart. They also formulated 3 plans in order to use different plans in different scenarios. When formulating the plan, they ignored Jupiter, so they failed. The laser pistol used by Kita Sakurako is a new weapon developed by the Kingdom of Rya, specially for killers. Because of its small size and small battery capacity, it can only be activated 3 times. Unfortunately, they only have one chance in front of Shihao. Kita Sakurako revealed the 3 strongholds of Xuanqin society in Yin Kingdom. Because she is a senior member, these strongholds are also of high level. These 3 strongholds are distributed in Kyoto City, Yungue City and Luo City. Shihao reported to Wu Yi, who asked Lu Wei to arrange Laura to lead a Panlong team, to Gu and Hei Yu to lead a team, Lao Hei and Wu Feng to lead a team, and the pigeons were responsible for all communications. At the same time, the 3 strongholds were launched and attacked. After the 3 strongholds were successfully destroyed, Shihao asked Wu Ruinfa to perform gene fusion on Kita Sakurako and arranged for someone to guide her in recovery training. Shihao reported the news of the successful test of the fuzzy algorithm moral risk control system to Wu Yi, and the superior sent people to verify the details, and finally officially named it Wu's Dao control system. After the implantation of the Wu's Dao control system, there was no effect on the bionic robot, because it was a system derived from Mickey's body, using fuzzy algorithms instead of mental control, which dispelled the control conspiracy theory that some people were worried about. The superiors quickly approved and agreed to Wang Ping and Miki to replace the new bionic body and upgrade it to the Taishan level. Li Yunchu's application was also approved, and the superiors also sought the opinion of Lu Wei, upgrading Lu Wei to the Taishan level, and Li Yunchu directly converted to the Taishan level. In this way, the high-end combat power immediately became sufficient, which also provided conditions for Shihao's fake retirement. Kita Sakurako strongly requested to stay with Shihao to atone for her sins and protect Shihao. Shihao also needed a helper, so he kept her and got a new identity information. Her name was Tianying. She was 26 years old, and she was from Yin. Tianying was about 165 centimeters tall and petite. If you didn't know that she was a killer, you would think she was a delicate and gentle little woman. She usually followed Shihao as his secretary. Shihao specifically asked him about a person, the one who pretended to be Feng Yinchuan, and made the human-animal gene fusion and animal-animal gene fusion technology public on the internet. Tianying thought for a while, and said, Shihao Juan should be talking about Ishida Wuyong. He is also a senior member of Xuanqin society, but he has been lurking in Yin for many years, and I have never seen him. Later, I heard that he escaped from death in the former Ming country, and went to the United States Federation for recuperation. Shihao began to value Ishida Gora from the bottom of his heart. This man was elusive, and had a long life. He must be completely destroyed if he had the chance. Shihao also told Tianying not to call him Shihao Juan anymore, not to add the word Jun when addressing others, and not to bow to others at every turn. After all, her nationality is Yin country now. Shihao started to follow the routine of 2 points and 1 line again, except that there was 1 person and 1 dog and 1 woman. Inside the flying saucer of the Antarctic Research Station, Xia Yunhan also became untidy like Fang Jia, with messy hair like a bird's nest. Both of them had red eyes. Under the stimulation of Fang Jia, Xia Yunhan challenged the limit of his telekinesis control every day. He made great progress in the past few days, and the control limit distance increased to about 400 meters. The fact that telekinesis can be increased through training gave him great confidence. Fang Jia continued to compete with the combination pattern on the yellow control disc. Every time he was so tired that his face turned pale, he went back and fell asleep, and continued to work hard after waking up. The lack of progress for a long time made him very bored and frustrated. He sat there motionless that day, staring at the yellow disc, watching the yellow light ball that kept spinning around the edge of the disc. Every time the light ball turned to a place, it would disappear for 2 seconds, then reappear and continue spinning. It was the same every time when it reached that place. He got closer and found a very small circular pattern there, like a button. He reached out and pressed it. After pressing it, the entire disc did not respond, but the small light ball disappeared for 2 seconds at a place 60 degrees below the button. He pressed it again, and a total of 6 circular patterns appeared. When all the patterns were pressed, the small light ball disappeared, and a layer of yellow light appeared around the entire yellow disc. At this time, Fang Jia found a slightly simple combination pattern and tried to activate it. The pattern trembled slightly a few times, and then stopped moving. At this moment, Fang Jia felt very tired, which was obviously caused by excessive consumption of mental power. Chapter 94. Xia Yunhan, as the leader of their 2-person team, immediately reported Fang Jia's discovery and test results. Wang Guiyong flew over in person when he heard about the progress. Now the heads of the 5 major war zones are equipped with special flying discs like Shihao. Wang Guiyong sat down with Fang Jia face to face and said kindly, Xiao Fang, are you tired? Take care of your health. I heard that you have made great progress recently. Thank you for your efforts. Whether our Yin country can take the lead in space depends on what results you can produce. Fang Jie already knew Wang Guiyong's identity and became more cramped. He whispered, but my telekinesis is not strong enough to activate those complicated switches. Wang Guiyong stood up and paced back and forth for a few steps, then asked Fang Jie, Xiao Fang, have you heard of genetic modification? Genetic modification technology is already very mature. I am over 80 years old, but do you think I am very energetic, like a middle-aged man? According to our research, if you can perform genetic modification, strong telekinesis can activate those complex switches. The speed should be greatly improved, but this requires your consent. Today I just want to ask for your opinion. Fang Jie heard Wang Guiyong's words, raised his head and asked, after the genetic modification, will I forget Xiao Pan? Wang Guiyong sat down again, looked at Fang Jie and said, genetic modification will only improve your physical fitness, prolong your life, and be able to withstand more severe environments. It will not have any effect on your memory, personality, emotions, and behavior. After hearing Wang Guiyong's words, Fang Jie immediately said, I do. After Wang Guiyong consulted Fang Jie's opinion, he immediately flew back to Los Angeles and went to the Biological Gene Research Institute to find Director Zhang, asking them to make a perfect transformation plan for Fang Jie, while improving the overall physical quality and focusing on increasing the strength of the mind. That morning, Wu informed Shihao that the higher-ups had come up with a preliminary plan for the problem of gene fusion animals being able to reproduce. First, they would conduct a comprehensive check of gene fusion animals in densely populated areas and conduct regular patrols. The higher-ups decided to integrate the Speed Dragon Brigade and the Tinglong Brigade, retaining only the name of the Tinglong Brigade. The Speed Dragon Brigade was originally formed by excellent ordinary special forces. Now, the Speed Dragon Brigade has been fully upgraded through genetic modification technology, with a focus on increasing strength, speed, endurance, and explosive power. The upgraded Speed Dragon members have become Tinglong members, and their capabilities in all aspects are no less than those of Huangshan-level bionic robots, and they have better autonomy. And all these new Tinglong members are equipped with battle pets, and the inventory of gene fusion animals and subsequent patrols are all the responsibility of the upgraded Speed Dragon Squad. The Wu's road control system has been verified in recent days, and is indeed very effective, which has made the higher-ups determined to integrate it. Wu called to place an order for the first batch of 1,000 war pets. The military dog training base has already started breeding and training high-quality military dogs for memory dumping. Considering the training cycle of military dogs, these tasks must be completed within 3 months, and the price of war pets is determined according to the market price. The words on the Haoshur Bionic Technology building have been changed to Haoshur Group. Shihao took Tianing and Zhu Xing to the office building as usual. Shihao asked for a standard room in the military compound for Tianing to live in. From an outsider's point of view, it is normal for a big boss like Shihao to have a beautiful, gentle, and capable mistress, and Shihao did not explain anything. When Shihao arrived at the entrance of the lady building, he found that many reporters were gathered there. There were too many people, and he couldn't squeeze in, so he walked nearby to see what was going on. I'm from Kyoto City, I'm from Sioux City, I'm from a county town under Luo City. These were several childish voices coming from inside. Our master has abandoned us and doesn't want us anymore. You have to make the decision for us. A slightly crisper voice came out. Shihao squeezed forward and found that several bionic dogs with dirty bodies and clumps of fur were standing pitifully in the crowd. Shihao pushed the person in front of him away with a little force and squeezed through. The man was about to get angry, but when he saw Shihao, who was tall and intimidating, he immediately shrank his neck and stopped talking. Shihao squeezed into the crowd and squatted down, asking kindly, "Who is from Kyoto City?" The crisp voice sounded again, "I am from Kyoto City? How did you get here?" Shihao asked again. Walk over here." "Oh, what's your name?" "My name is Qingzi." The one who called himself Qingzi was a Labrador. Shihao heard it and said again, "Qingzi, you have to tell the truth. How did you come to Los Angeles from Kyoto City? I can help you if you tell the truth." Qingzi obviously hesitated for a moment, then said, "I was homeless in Kyoto City, and I was caught by a man when I was wandering on the street and brought to Los Angeles. He threatened me not to tell the truth, otherwise he would kill me." Qingzi showed a scared expression while speaking. Bionic pets are still simple, and they are not subject to the intrigues of humans. Shihao easily asked the truth, and the other few were probably the same. "I'm the boss of Haoshur Group. How about you come with me? I promise to handle your problem properly." Hao felt that it was not a good idea to keep standing at the door of the company like this, so he wanted to take these bionic pets inside first. How do we know how you will deal with them? Maybe you will dismember them and recycle the raw materials. A reporter heard Hao's words and said immediately, "Hey, I know you. You are Hao, the chairman of Haoshi Group. Mr. Shi, I want to interview you. What do you think of these bionic pets abandoned by their owners? How do you plan to solve this problem?" A female reporter in a red coat said as she picked up the microphone and pointed it at Hao. Hao looked at the dozen reporters around him and said seriously, "We don't want to see this kind of thing happen. I promise here that Haoshi Group will handle this properly. When the time comes, we will hold a press conference and invite you to come. If you are worried about me bringing these bionic dogs in, you can send 2 representatives to supervise." Such a thing really surprised Hao. Finally, Hao looked at their press cards and asked 2 reporters with a background in Central Enterprises to take a few bionic dogs into the Haoshi building as representatives. He asked the staff to take the bionic dogs to be cleaned, and the 2 reporters followed. Hao returned to the office and notified Wang Yukai, Su Wucheng, and Lin Yunshan as soon as possible. The 3 of them soon came to Hao's office. After in-depth understanding, the supply and demand of bionic pets have gradually reached a balance. In order to increase sales, Tianming Entertainment has launched new varieties of bionic pets, as well as some limited varieties and beautiful varieties. Initially, in order to ensure their own safety, many customers were desperate and bought the pets for the purpose of buying them. Whether it was the type they liked was secondary. Now there are more choices, and some customers, who are not short of money, have bought their favorite bionic pets. Due to technical reasons, bionic pets can only recognize their owners once and cannot be resold or transferred, so those customers abandoned the bionic pets they didn't like. While they were discussing, Liang Wenwei hurried in and said, "Mr. Shi, there are bad news about Haoshi Group everywhere now, saying that many of our company's bionic pets have become stray bionic pets, which has brought great harm to social security. In my experience, it seems that someone is maliciously shorting our stocks." Wang Yukai and Su Wucheng also became anxious when they heard the news. Originally, all businesses of Haoshi Group were booming, but they didn't expect that bionic pets would have such problems. Hao was not panicked. He asked Wang Yukai, "Are our company's stocks pledged?" Wang Yukai said, "Several companies under the Haoshi Group are currently performing well and are not short of funds. The high-end flying car manufacturing plant is under construction and has already obtained a bank credit loan. We have not pledged stocks, and we have sufficient cash flow." Hao asked Liang Wenwei again, "How big is the current scale of Panlong Fund? How much funds can be mobilized?" When Liang Wenwei heard Hao's question, he said, "The current total scale of Panlong Fund is 60 billion, of which 20 billion has been invested in Haoshi Yueshan Flying Car Company, and 15 billion has been invested in the secondary market. It cannot be realized in a short time, and 25 billion can be mobilized. Mr. Wang, can Haoshi Group invest 40 billion in Panlong Fund?" Hao turned to ask Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai did not answer immediately, but called the chief financial officer for a few minutes to confirm some data, and then said, "No problem, it will be in the account tomorrow." Hao arranged for Wang Yukai to transfer 40 billion to Panlong Fund account as soon as possible, and signed a dividend agreement with Haoshi Panlong Fund in the name of Haoshi Group. Then he told Liang Wenwei to let Haoshi Group stock fall for a few more days, and let Liang Wenwei control the timing and price of buying a few days later, until 65 billion is bought, and notify him after the purchase is completed. Liang Wenwei did not ask why. The last reorganization of Haoshi Group made him have a blind trust in Hao. After Liang Wenwei left, Hao and others continued to discuss the problem of solving the traffic bionic dog. After 2 or 3 hours of discussion, a preliminary solution was drawn up, but Hao asked them not to announce it immediately, and wait until Liang Wenwei spent 65 billion before announcing it. Now the Yanhua stock market has a short-selling mechanism, which has led to the emergence of many short-selling companies. After selecting a target, they will analyze the company's operating data and search for negative news about the company. Haoshi Group has been rising recently, and it is already at a high level. Short-selling companies, like this kind of stock whose stock price has already stood at the top of the mountain. They only need to extend a finger and tap the keyboard to release negative news to add fuel to the flames. In a short period of time, a large number of stocks borrowed at a high price are sold to suppress the stock price, causing the stock price to fall sharply, inducing a large number of panic orders to surge. Just then, there was a phenomenon of abandoned bionic pets of Tianming Entertainment. A short-selling company took advantage of the situation and searched for abandoned bionic dogs everywhere, preparing to send them to the door of Hausher Group one after another. At the same time, they notified various media to expose them. Then they bought stocks again at the expected low price to repay the stocks borrowed at a high price. Liang Wenhui is proficient in this. He can estimate the price that the short-selling company is ready to buy. He did not move for several consecutive days. This morning, he had a hearty breakfast, put on a suit and tie, and came to the company with a relaxed face, blowing the horn of attack. On the first day, he kept the market sideways and bought secretly. The market closed with a slight drop of 0.1 yuan that day. Just like this, before the close of the fourth day, he released the price and pulled out a medium line. The next morning, after testing, he capped the stock price at the daily limit after 10 minutes. Now the stock price of Hausher Group has fallen by 40% compared with the highest price, and is at a relatively low level. When the daily limit appeared, there was a follow-up order immediately, and the daily limit price was locked until the closing. The borrowed stocks of the short-selling company had been used up, and it had no way to launch an attack again. Then, there were 2 more daily limits, and the short-selling company was anxious and began to rush to buy. If it continued to rise, he would lose a lot of money. At this time, Liang Wenhui called Shi Hao and said that the money was gone. Chapter 95. The money was spent, and the stock price basically returned to the level before the big drop. At present, Liang Wenhui's stock in Hausher Group has a floating profit of more than 20 billion. Shi Hao thought that it was enough to stabilize the stock price, but he didn't expect Liang Wenhui to pull the stock price up. He said, "Thank you for your hard work. Just hold the stocks of Hausher Group for a few days. As for when to sell them later, you decide for yourself." In actual operation, Liang Wenhui did better than Shi Hao, so Shi Hao would not interfere so much. Shi Hao instructed Wang Yukai to issue an announcement in the name of Tianming Entertainment that day, announcing the treatment plan for stray bionic dogs. First of all, I sincerely apologize to the public for the appearance of stray bionic dogs due to insufficient consideration. For the trafficked bionic dogs that appear in society, Hausher Group will send special people to collect them. Will the bionic dogs collected back kill their memories? Will they be converted into new bodies, and then donated to orphans and poor children in orphanages to give them a good childhood? The materials used to make the bionic dogs' bodies can be recycled again, which will not cause waste and environmental pollution. From the date of the announcement, the purchase of bionic pets must be done with real names. If you want to buy a new pet, you must properly handle the pet that has already been recognized by the owner. If you want to keep it, you must sign a guarantee letter before you can buy it again. If you want to transfer or give it away, the engineer will assist in the second recognition of the owner. If you don't want to keep it and don't transfer or give it away, Hausher Group will recycle it free of charge. A blacklist system will be established. If there is abuse of pets or malicious abandonment, Hausher Group will not sell bionic pets to him in the future. The day after the announcement, Hausher Group's stock price began to fall again, because although this announcement solved the problem, it imposed various restrictions on the purchase of bionic pets, and the market expected that the sales of bionic pets would decline. On this day, the stock price drew a mid line, and the short-selling company did not learn its lesson, and once again threw out the limited chips in its hands to suppress it. That night, Tianming Entertainment put out an advertisement in major media. The advertisement image showed a fiery red fire fox. Many people gathered in front of the holographic projection advertisement in the square to watch. Many beauties tried to hug it. That night, the fire fox occupied the hot search headlines, and many beauties suffered from insomnia. At the end of the advertisement, a line of words was printed: "New products will be released in 3 days. Please look forward to Tianming Entertainment." The day after the advertisement was put out, the stock price of Hausher Group rose to the limit, setting a historical high. After 3 consecutive days of limit up, the release date came. Customers who bought the first batch of fire foxes were ecstatic, and the stock price rose to the limit for 2 consecutive days. The company that tried to short the Hausher Group directly declared bankruptcy and liquidation after the explosion. Panlong Fund made a net profit of 100 billion in this battle. Liang Wenhui felt that making money had never been so easy, and he was even more determined to go all the way with Shi Hao. After this incident, Tianming Entertainment's strategic development became clearer, launching a new pet every quarter. The Fire Fox launch this time was to calm the public anger and stabilize the market and stock prices. Next, they are going to make bionic pets with the theme of the 12 zodiac animals, and they will sell them in limited quantities. While they are shouldering the social responsibility of recycling abandoned bionic pets, they also need to achieve results. Because Liang Wenhui quickly stabilized the stock price, the release of Firefox brought unprecedented popularity, which made the stock of Hausher Group reach a new level. In fact, Sherhao still has two cards in his hand that have not been played. The first one is the order of 1,000 battle pets, and the second one is that the gravity offset rate of Hausher Yueshan Company's high-end flying car will be increased from the original planned 45% to 50%. Now Sherhao will not play these two cards for the time being. The 1,000 battle pets are currently confidential. Before they are produced, the later the exposure, the better. After all these matters were dealt with, Sherhao convened a senior management meeting with Wang Yukai, Su Wuqing, Shi Xiaorui, Lin Yunshan, Liang Wenhui, Li Binhui, and Li Liangwei. Everyone reported on their work and talked about short-term and long-term plans. Although the entire Hausher Group is huge, each branch has formed a centripetal force around a few people, and these people have formed a centripetal force around Sherhao and Wang Yukai, and they are all developing in an orderly and rapid manner. At the meeting, Sherhao focused on introducing the Hausher Construction Investment Company that Li Binhui was preparing. After hearing this, Liang Wenhui strongly requested to invest. He found that any company created by Sherhao's instruction had strong development potential. Finally, Panlong Fund invested 50 billion in Hausher Construction Investment Company, accounting for 30%. Li Binhui personally holds 8%, Yang Mingyu holds 2%, Panlong Fund holds 30%, and Hausher Group holds 60%. Wang Yukai said that Su Yan invited Hausher Group to set up an office on the moon, and the moon's investment promotion work will be launched soon. If Hausher Group sets up an office first, it will seize a good opportunity. Sherhao and Su Yan discussed this matter and immediately agreed to send someone over, but the people present had important tasks. Su Wuqing nominated Yu Ruifeng from the Los Angeles Sales Center, who was more suitable. Sherhao remembered the person in charge of the Los Angeles Sales Center, who slapped Huang Ailin twice, and felt that it was very suitable. He also explained the handling process of that incident at the meeting, and everyone agreed to this candidate. Lin Yunshan proposed to expand overseas markets. Now many foreign companies want to represent Tianming Entertainment's bionic pets. Sherhao agreed to Lin Yunshan's application after consulting Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai announced the purchase and sales data of collagen stone at the meeting. At present, the supply of collagen stone of Yangui Weiyang Mining Company is relatively stable, and collagen stone is increasingly widely used in various fields. Wang Yukai expressed the idea of establishing collagen stone futures trading. He and Liang Wenhui have done sufficient market research and consulted the opinions of the regulatory authorities. This matter is more feasible. Sherhao does not have much experience in futures trading. He only heard that futures trading is very risky, and may lose all his money if it is not done well. He questioned his limited knowledge of futures. Liang Wenhui said that Hausher Group established a platform to match transactions and only hedge, and would not increase leverage for high-risk operations. In addition, the opening of collagen stone futures will make the pricing of collagen stone more reasonable. In short, this move will have more advantages than disadvantages, and Hausher Group is the biggest beneficiary. Sherhao felt that it made sense, so he asked Wang Yukai and Liang Wenhui to arrange it. Finally, he emphasized again that risk control must be done well, and people cannot be cheated, otherwise it would be better not to do it. Su Wuqing said that the newly developed Huangshan-class civilian robots have been transported to the moon. These robots have also been implanted with the Wu's road control system. Su Yan's feedback said that they are very useful, and they are very satisfied with their strength, flexibility, autonomy and endurance. It is very convenient to work in the lunar environment. It is estimated that a purchase order will be placed soon. Sherhao entrusted Su Wuqing with the task of 1,000 combat pets, which needs to be completed in the military bionic workshop. The military bionic robot and pet workshop are currently under the charge of Su Wuqing. At the beginning, Sherhao's original intention was to establish a prosthetic factory, but now prosthetics are the smallest business. Sherhao proposed at the meeting to install bionic prostheses for the poor and disabled soldiers for free, and it will continue to be free. The specific details will be formulated by Su Wuqing. After the announcement of this news, the stock of Hausher Group hit another daily limit. People often have a good impression of caring companies. In the stock market, many people don't understand it anyway. It doesn't matter who you buy. If you like it, you will buy more. If you have a high exposure, you will buy more. If you see others say you are good, you will buy more. The factory building of Hausher Yueshan Company is about to be built, and the production line has been customized, and is just waiting for installation. Sherhao said that the gravity offset rate of high-end flying cars has been increased to 50%, which attracted applause from everyone. The Laughing Flying Car controlled by Li Lianwei runs smoothly. Hausher Group is well known throughout the country, and Laughing Flying Cars also benefit from it. Originally, the Bionic Prosthesis and Bionic Pet Exhibition Center benefited from Laughing Flying Cars, but now it is the Bionic Pets that bring huge traffic to Laughing Flying Cars, and sales are also rising steadily. Under the influence of Shi Hao, Wang Yukai invested regardless of cost, and the quality was improved to a higher level. Advanced technology can be installed in it, and the salary of employees has increased significantly. In the end, he made more money. The meeting ended with high momentum, and everyone was eager to do a big job. Shi Hao was free again. With nothing to do in the office, he got a fishing rod and took Zhu Xing and Tianing to the park to fish. Tianing stood upright behind Shi Hao at all times, while Zhu Xing lay down beside Shi Hao in boredom, and only became active when a fish was hooked. In the UFO of the Antarctic Research Station, Fang Jie changed into a military uniform, shaved off his beard, and shaved his hair into a flat head. He changed his previous decadent look, and his face had some firmness, but his eyes were still melancholy. The genetic modification plan that Director Zhang personally formulated for him was effective, and the strength of his telekinesis was greatly improved. The maximum distance reached an astonishing 8,300 meters. According to the previous operating intensity, he could work for 24 hours without rest. From a level point of view, he rose from the original level 6.9 to about level 7.3, an increase of 0.4 levels, which means that it is more difficult to upgrade in the future. Since the genetic modification, his will has become much stronger. Thinking of Liang Pan, he will not be as heartbroken as before, and his face is no longer decadent. But after returning to Antarctica, he strongly asked everyone to call him Ziyi. He closed his heart. At this moment, Fang Jie sat cross-legged in the flying saucer with concentration, and Xia Yunhan was beside him. He easily summoned the control disc and pressed the 6 small round buttons around it. The disc was fixed in the air like a real object, and would not disappear easily. Fang Jie began to try to activate the first combination pattern. This combination pattern is composed of 3 single graphics. When he used his mind power to urge it, one of the patterns moved, and the flying saucer also moved. This pattern is not a simple flip, but can move up and down, left and right, forward and backward in a small range, and the flying saucer shook. This pattern should be to control the flying saucer's flight posture. From the outside, the flying saucer looks like dancing, lifting here and there, but Fang Jie and Xia Yunhan can't feel it. The floor they are sitting on always remains in a horizontal state. After trying this pattern, he began to try to activate the second pattern. This pattern could move up and down. When he moved it downward, there was no response, so he used his telekinesis to control it to move upward. The flying saucer whoosh broke through the roof and flew out vertically. Chapter 96. Fang Jie and Xia Yunhan felt a strong thrust coming from their lower body, and it was a little difficult to breathe. They also felt the flying saucer rising rapidly. The people outside only heard a bang, the roof fragments flew, and the flying saucer flew vertically to the sky in the blink of an eye and turned into a dot. Fang Jie was a little panicked, but he immediately forced himself to calm down, moved the pattern down, and moved as slowly as possible. The flying saucer fell vertically from the sky back to the original place. Although it was slow enough, it still showed the landing state, and the water splashed everywhere. The large building built to cover the flying saucer was directly collapsed. Fang Jie and Xia Yunhan were numb again, and it took them a long time to recover and come out of the flying saucer. Seeing the scene outside, the two had only one thought in their hearts, that they were in trouble. Wang Guiyong, who heard the news, immediately called Shi Hao. Shi Hao dropped the fishing rod, asked Tianing to take Jupiter home, and directly activated the flying saucer with his watch, and flew over to the Antarctic Research Station at a high speed. Wang Guiyong and Shi Hao arrived almost at the same time. Wang Guiyong walked to Fang Jie and Xia Yunhan, who had not yet recovered from their shock, patted Fang Jie's shoulders with both hands, laughed and said, "Good. Good. Xiao Fang did a good job. I really didn't misjudge you." Shi Hao thought to himself, "It was obviously me who found it. You were skeptical at first." Shi Hao pouted and walked towards the UFO without saying anything. Fang Jie and Xia Yunhan saw Wang Guiyong so happy, and their worries disappeared. They smiled awkwardly with a little shyness on their faces. In their hearts, they thought those buildings were very expensive, and how could they afford to pay for them if they were destroyed? But Wang Guiyong and Shi Hao were concerned about the major breakthrough in the UFO research, and everything else was just a passing cloud. Shi Hao saw that the UFO was still in the same place, but the higher part had collapsed, and was almost level with other places, and one side was completely supported by the soil. The arc of the bottom of the UFO was smaller, and about a quarter of the bottom area from the center of the circle was close to the ground, and it was no longer tilted. Sherhow summoned a square pattern with telekinesis, and then turned it over. He saw a flash of blue light in the air on his right side. His eyes went black, and he entered the UFO again. The blue light was very thick, and he couldn't see the process of entering. The inside of the UFO was as bright as day. Fang Jie and Xia Yunhan took back all the things inside. There was nothing. After a few minutes, Fang Jie came in with Wang Guiyong and engineers from the Starship Research Institute. The inner cabin of the UFO was about 50 meters in diameter and about 30 meters high. People looked very small inside. After entering, Fang Jie summoned the central control console, and then summoned 4 chairs and a square table. Then he walked a few meters to the side, brushed his hand on the inner wall of the flying saucer, and a control panel appeared. After a few operations, 4 more chairs and a square table appeared. There are also small round hidden buttons in those patterns. After pressing, the seats and square tables are unlocked, and then the seats and square tables are easily pushed to the vicinity of the central control console. The 2 square tables are put together, and the chairs are placed around to form a small conference table. Fang Jie introduced that there are several functional areas inside the flying saucer. There are control panels near the functional areas that can be controlled, and partitions can be raised from the floor to form a closed area. By observing that the formation principle of these chairs and tables is similar, they are made of very thin cylindrical materials stretched out and pieced together. Fang Jie said that the height and shape of the chairs can be controlled by thoughts, and there should be many changes, which are still being explored. Everyone sat on the chairs. Wang Guiyong turned to look at an old engineer with gray hair and asked, "Mr. Liu, what have you gained in the past few days?" Mr. Liu opened a notebook and saw a lot of content densely written on it. Then he said, "Let's first talk about the overall situation of this flying saucer. From the material point of view, it is not very heavy and can float on the water. It doesn't collapse much when it falls from a height. But the strength and toughness are very good, and it can also self-repair. Through observation, it is found that the molecular structure inside is very special and complex, and the technological level on Earth is not yet reached. Xiaofang has performed a lot of operations in it recently, including just flying into the sky. These all show that this flying saucer is intact. It is preliminarily judged that it did not land on the Earth due to a malfunction. If this flying saucer did not land on the Earth due to a malfunction, then how could the aliens in this flying saucer die? The aliens' technology is obviously several orders of magnitude higher than that of the Earth. If they can't even adapt to the environment of the Earth, it is a bit inexplicable." At this time, a middle-aged man next to Mr. Liu took over and said, "We are also a little confused. From the observation of the 2 alien corpses, their bodies seem to be constantly corroded by something. We dissected them, and found that the inside of their bodies was also severely corroded indiscriminately. We took samples, and tested them separately with known gases on Earth, and no further corrosion occurred. From the corrosion holes on their bodies, the corrosion speed was very fast at the beginning, and the corrosion speed became slower and slower as time went on. Now the corrosion has completely stopped. This phenomenon may be related to their death. We cannot make a conclusion yet on the specific cause of the corrosion." After discussing with the experts, Sherhao, Wang Guiyong and others agreed that this UFO was so powerful when it flew into the sky. If it was equipped with weapons or other unknown things, it would bring great danger to the Earth. If there was a communication transmitter inside, it would very likely expose the location of the Earth and bring unwarranted disaster to the Earth. The dark forest law of the universe is deeply rooted in people's hearts and must be prevented. So in order to ensure the safety of the Earth and mankind first, temporarily stop activating other switches. Fang Jie cooperated with Liu Lao and others to carry out the operations that have been proven, so that they can further study the manufacturing principle and internal structure of the UFO. Without approval, the UFO is strictly prohibited from taking off. After returning to the Central Plains War Zone, Wang Guiyong sent a colonel to the Antarctic Research Station to preside over the work. A larger and more solid building was built again around the UFO. In this way, the first interstellar battleship that can travel in space in the true sense of Yen state began to be nurtured in Antarctica. A month after Sherhao returned to Los Angeles, Suyuan had a holiday. Now it can only be called the Spring Festival holiday. Since the global climate has deteriorated, there is no winter anymore, and there is no concept of winter vacation. Su Wuching and Shi Xiaorui welcomed Suyuan on the day she returned and then returned to their busy work. Sherhao was the most free. Since then, Hao's daily commute to get off work has become a 4-person trip with 3 dogs, Xiaoji, Oyster and Jupiter, Hao, Tianying, Su Yuan and Yang Shui, which is quite happy. Su Yuan is just a freshman, and she is studying basic courses. The only courses related to her major are finance and basic economics. As for space economics, she will study it after completing the basic subjects. Although Yang Shui is a girl, she studied science and engineering, and studied flying car manufacturing. In her words, she originally wanted to learn starship manufacturing, but there was no such major in the country. During the Spring Festival, Hao, as the chairman, issued an order that all members of the Hausher Group would have a 3-day holiday and give generous year-end bonuses to employees. Hao spent money every time he appeared, but everyone was convinced by the money. The employees of the Hausher Group showed off their year-end bonuses in various ways, which made countless people in the country jealous. After the Spring Festival, as long as the Human Resources Department had a job posting, it would be immediately flooded with resumes of applicants. Soon the holiday was over, and Su Yuan and Yang Shui were ready to return to school. Wu Yi called him after the Spring Festival and asked him to go to Lei Shiyu. The Space Dome plan was specifically implemented by the Northern Theater Command and might be implemented after the new year. Hao was ready to take the opportunity to send Su Yuan and Yang Shui to Kyoto City with a flying disc. At this time, Ouyang Xiajie came and said that he wanted to go with Su Yuan. Since he knew Su Yuan's background, he would lower his proud head slightly every time he saw her. He knew that the overall strength of the Ouyang family was stronger than that of the Hausher Group, but the fact that he could choose the major of space economics proved that he had some vision and understood the prospects of the Hausher Group. The Ouyang family specially asked someone to drive the best high-end flying car on the market to send Ouyang Xiajie. The gravity offset rate of this high-end flying car reached 40%. Ouyang Xiajie also wanted to show off in his heart. He knew what grade the Lofeng flying car under the name of the Hausher Group was. Su Yuan was unwilling to go with him, so she packed her things and got on Hao's flying disc. The appearance of Hao's flying disc was civilian paint, which was very low-key. Ouyang Xiajie had no choice. In order to be with Su Yuan, he thought he would make do with it, so he moved his things over. Oyster followed behind happily. When it saw Xiuji wanted to rub against it, it showed its enthusiasm, but was stopped by Xiuji with a look of disgust. Hao's flying disc was very large. It was built to the standard of a Panlong team. There were not so many seats installed. It was not luxurious, but very comfortable. Ouyang Xiajie didn't expect the space to be so large when he got on. He was used to sitting in luxury flying cars, and reluctantly accepted it. When the flying disc began to take off and accelerate, Ouyang Xiajie didn't lean on the backrest, but fell backward. He only felt a strong push on his back for a few seconds, and the flying disc flew ahead at an incredible speed. Ouyang Xiajie was stunned until he got off the car. He had never seen a flying car with such speed. He thought he had lost again. How could the chairman of the Hausher Group use such simple things? He and Mullah carried things back to the dormitory like frostbitten eggplants. Lei Shiyu's office in the Northern Theater. Hao learned that after the Space Dome project was submitted to the United Nations, it was finally passed unanimously after nearly a month of discussion and research. Humanity has reached a consensus that saving the Earth is urgent. Each sovereign state bears the cost of building a space dome in its own country. Yen, the United States, the Russian Federation, the European Union and other countries represented by India will bear the cost of building space domes in the ocean and other unowned lands such as the North and South Poles according to the GDP ratio. The implementation of the entire project is expected to take 10 years. Yen is responsible for the manufacture of special glass for all domes and only charges the cost. When discussing the subsequent maintenance of the space dome, other countries or unions do not have the strength except Yen and the United States. The United States feels that it is not profitable and is unwilling to undertake maintenance work except for maintaining the dome in its own area. When Yen proposed this plan, it made the worst plan. Even if other countries do not participate in this project, Yen will complete it on its own. In desperation, Yen took the initiative to undertake the maintenance of the space dome. If a country's space dome needs maintenance, it will pay a certain maintenance fee. The United Nations will charge countries a certain fee for the maintenance of the dome on the ocean and the North and South Poles, but this fee is just a drop in the bucket, and most of it has to be borne by Yen itself. Hao was not as depressed as Lei Shiyu when he heard the news, but was very happy. He was a businessman now, and of course, he was better at calculating profits than Lei Shiyu. He said to Lei Shiyu, "Don't worry, Captain. We can double the money we spent." After that, he didn't explain much, but walked to the side and called Li Binhui directly and said, "You have to be busy, continue to buy land." Chapter 97. After Shi Hao finished calling Li Binhui, he called Wang Yukai and explained the situation in general, but asked for the content to be kept strictly confidential so that Hausher Group could seize the initiative. Wang Youcai's top priority is to form a team of talents covering planning, design, investment, legal affairs, finance and other aspects. Li Binhui will take them to buy land and lay out around the world wherever the space dome is to be built. Wang Yukai coordinates the overall situation and mobilizes funds. He can pledge the stocks of Hausher Group and take out loans. The minimum standard for the size of each piece of land is to be able to build a small city. The contract period is all signed according to the maximum period stipulated by international regulations. Because human lifespan has been greatly extended and there are various robots, the maximum effective period of the contract stipulated by international regulations is 499 years. If they don't abide by the contract, they will be punished. Shi Hao said loudly when he heard the question raised by Wang Yukai. Then Shi Hao told Wang Yukai that the country had handed over the maintenance rights of the space dome to Hausher Group. After hearing this news, Wang Yukai immediately understood the meaning. Shi Hao then called Liang Wenwei and asked him to follow Wang Youcai's arrangement and invest all the funds he could raise. Liang Wenwei agreed without asking why. After seeing Shi Hao arrange all this, Lei Shiyu looked at Shi Hao and said 2 words, "Swindler." Then he laughed. What had always been a heart-wrenching thing was actually a big bargain in Shi Hao's eyes. Lei Shiyu felt more motivated to promote the Space Dome project. If Wu Yi knew, he would have laughed at him long ago. Wu Yi was not as stubborn as Lei Shiyu. Soon, the first country to be confirmed to start construction was the old friend Baton. After many considerations, Wang Yukai and his team chose to buy land on the seaside near the original Kalaiki, and first built a port. Baton was very generous, and directly drew an area of 20 square kilometers for the permanent use of Hausher Group. Hausher Group also reciprocated. After the completion of the Space Dome, a large number of affordable building materials were transported to Baton, which accelerated the reconstruction of Baton. Although it was affordable, Hausher Group still made a lot of money through building materials, but these are all later stories. Shi Hao started his leisurely fishing days in Los Angeles again, but it didn't last for a few days. Wu Yi called and said that he was going to hold a retirement ceremony for him and asked him to prepare. The auditorium of the General Command of the Yunnan-Guizhou War Zone. Because Shi Hao is currently in the Yunnan-Guizhou War Zone, the retirement ceremony is also held here. More than a dozen countries sent military attaches or active military officers to attend Shi Hao's retirement ceremony. Katerina attended from the Russian Federation. She looked more heroic in her military uniform. Her beautiful eyes looked at Shi Hao from time to time. What was more surprising was that Ilyev was also among them. He was wearing a colonel's uniform and had lost a lot of weight. Shi Hao wore a major general's uniform and a National Medal of Honor on his chest. He was resolute, majestic, and stood there without anger. He was undoubtedly the most dazzling person at the scene. He wore a red flower on his chest. Liang Wenshan also attended the ceremony and personally awarded him a first-class Independence and Freedom Medal and a first-class Merit Medal. After wearing the 2 medals, Shi Hao raised his right arm and began to swear a sonorous oath. "I am a soldier of the Yan People's Army. I swear to be ready to fight at any time and defend the motherland to the death." Swearer, Shi Hao. Every word struck the hearts of everyone present. The military attaches and officers who attended the ceremony heard the determination and sacrifice for the country, even though he was about to retire. Liang Wenshan issued the retirement order signed by the Minister of Defense, and Shi Hao handed in his epaulets and other military rank insignia. After the ceremonies were over, the staff let in the media from various countries, who had been waiting outside for a long time. After everyone was seated, Shi Hao walked up to the podium and began to deliver his retirement speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored that you can attend my retirement ceremony. 35 years ago, I almost became a speck of dust in space, but I have no regrets. What I did was just the duty of a soldier. While floating in space, I thought of my family and my country countless times. In the dead and vast space, there is nothing but loneliness and insignificance, which makes people crazy. Although I am a robot, I still want to kill myself countless times and destroy the consciousness in the bionic brain. But I know there are in space. There is a planet called Earth. Its surface is colorful, with blue and light green. That is my home. Whenever I think of the tender green grass, the crisp sound of birds, the sound of the waves, I can hold on a little longer and it is this persistence that allows me to return to Earth 35 years later. But when I saw the dark brown and devastated Earth in space, I felt very sad, because I don't have a heart and I don't feel heartache. This kind of sadness that has not appeared in 35 years is enough to make me feel collapsed. This is my home that I miss day and night. How could it become like this? Why is this happening? Shirhao had already turned into a low murmur when he said this. I hope that the human beings on Earth will have less intrigue and less competition for interests, more mutual understanding, more cooperation, and save our Earth. The goal of mankind should be to conquer space based on the Earth, but the premise is to manage our own, the only home we rely on for survival. Everyone stood up and gave warm applause. This was also the inner voice of most people. Now that Shirhao said it, it resonated. Then it was time for media questions. General Shir, what are you going to do after you retire? Asked a media reporter from a state-owned enterprise in Yin State. I will manage the Hausher Group well, work hard to repair our home, and help humans enter and conquer space. Shirhao answered firmly. General Shir, the outside world speculates that your retirement is just a cover. Do you have other unspeakable tasks? This reporter is from the United States Federation. Shirhao's movements have always been monitored by the United States Federation. Such questions are like throwing a bomb into the water casually. Whether it is fish, shrimp, or water plants, there will always be something coming out. This is also their usual trick. Sir, I think you are wasting your talent as a journalist. You can write novels and win the Nobel Prize. Are you people from the United States always so self-righteous? Shirhao did not answer the question directly, but replied, yes, so what, no, so what. He was unwilling to pay attention to these questions. Everyone laughed, perhaps because they thought Shirhao was humorous, or perhaps because they were happy to see the people from the United States get humiliated. Mr. Shirhao, we have recently noticed that the Hausher Group has become a rising star. Some economic experts predict that the Hausher Group will definitely be among the top 500 in the world within 3 years. What do you think of this? This is a reporter from the European Union. When it comes to business issues, he did not call Shirhao a general. I think those experts underestimated the Hausher Group. It only takes 1 year to be among the top 500 companies in the world, not 3 years. Besides, the goal of the Hausher Group is not how many places it ranks in the world, but how many places it ranks in the universe. After Shirhao finished speaking, he felt elated, and the others laughed again. After answering, the media officer next to him reminded, the last question. Mr. Shirhao, there is no doubt that you have become a world-renowned business leader. How did you make such a big leap from a soldier to a business leader? This time, the opportunity to ask questions was given to a beautiful reporter from the United States Federation. The questions she asked were quite appropriate. Shirhao cleared his throat and said, no wonder this lady is so beautiful. She is so good at praising people. I am not a business leader yet, but I understand the truth that the higher you praise someone, the harder they fall. I will take it as a warning. As for the transition from a soldier to a businessman, it is very simple. I have read hundreds of excellent books in the business field, such as Mr. Buffett's Snowball, and famous books such as The Wealth of Nations, and The Theory of Capital Wealth, as well as many journals and papers. I am quite interested in the economic models and actual cases in them. If you read more, and then apply what you have learned, some things will not be so difficult. The most important thing is not to be too greedy. Shirhao added at the end. No matter what others do, he did so. The whole retirement ceremony was declared over. After the meeting, the headlines of major media were all about Shirhao's news. Shirhao's speech attracted countless resonances and praises. Since then, Shirhao has also been given the title of the first in the universe. Shirhao was helpless when he knew about it. Just let it go, and take it as an encouragement to himself. Shirhao came down from the rostrum, and Katerina came up to him quickly, hugged him directly, and said, I envy General Shir so much that he can retire after a successful career. Being hugged by an overly beautiful woman in front of the crowd in the hall is very hateful. Shirhao pretended to clear his throat and said, I haven't seen you for a few months. Your Chinese level has improved by leaps and bounds. You can even use idioms. Katerina smiled from ear to ear after hearing the compliment. After she separated from Udo City, she went back and found a Chinese teacher to cram for a period of time, just to meet Shirhao again and communicate smoothly. At this time, people kept coming to greet Shirhao. Katerina stood aside tactfully, and exchanged a few words with people she knew from time to time, but her eyes always glanced at Shirhao from time to time. When Shirhao saw Ilef, he almost thought he had made a mistake. Ilef was much thinner than when he was in Udo City, but he had a more fierce feeling. Ilef gave Shirhao a brief introduction of the recent situation. After all, Udo City belongs to Mongolia, and he is a Ukrainian. As Ilef became famous, the Ukrainian military sent people to contact him, hoping that he could serve the country. After consideration, they put forward a condition that he must also accept dozens of orphans he adopted. After reaching a consensus, Ilef became a colonel in the Ukrainian military. Finally, Ilef proposed to meet Shirhao alone to ask for something. After Shirhao, and he confirmed the time and place, Ilef hurriedly left. Chapter 98. Shirhao sent Lian Wenshan to the car, and then Wu Yi, Wang Guiyong and Lei Shiyu, who came to attend the retirement ceremony, also left by car. Before leaving, Wu Yi told him that he would still contact Shirhao for various tasks and reports and summaries. Shirhao could contact Wang Guiyong directly for the Antarctic Research Station and the Starship, and Lei Shiyu directly for the Space Dome project. Katerina was the only one left in the auditorium. Shirhao said he would send her back, and took the lead to walk out of the auditorium. The hotel where Katerina lived was about 6 or 7 kilometers away from here. She said that this was her first time in Yin country, and she wanted to go shopping and see the city, scenery, and people of Yin country. Shirhao had to take her to the hotel while walking. Tianning saw this situation and took the initiative to avoid suspicion and wait for Shirhao on the flying disc. The devilish figure, graceful Russian beauty, and the blessing of military uniform, Shirhao has attracted countless eye-killing glances, and by the way, 2 men drooling have had close contact with the telephone pole. Katerina was close to Shirhao like a little fangirl, and said mischievously while walking, "Brother Hao, you accepted my indenture contract. When did you accept me?" Hearing Katerina's words, Shirhao stumbled and almost tripped over a 2-centimeter high step, and then said awkwardly, "The indenture contract is at home. I will return it to you later. I am not a human trafficker." Katerina saw Shirhao's appearance, covered her mouth with her jade hands and laughed wildly, and then she asked, "Brother Hao, the little beauty next to you is not bad. You said you have a robot body, so can you be humane? Have you accepted her?" Shirhao was so angry when he heard this. It was a mess. It didn't matter whether he explained or not. He simply stopped talking. After walking a few steps, he said to Katerina, "Miss Katerina, if you do this again, don't blame me for being rude. Go back to the hotel by yourself." Although Shirhao said this, the emotions in his mind could not be calmed down. Although robots can live longer, they have lost a lot of fun, such as food and beautiful women. There is gain and loss, and there is loss and gain. He shook his head slightly, and walked forward silently with Katerina. He secretly made up his mind to keep a distance from this outspoken woman in the future. It was too embarrassing. When they reached the door of the hotel, Katerina said solemnly, "General Shir, I came here to attend your retirement ceremony on the one hand, and on the other hand, our country wants to cooperate with your country. Specifically, I was sent here to maintain cooperation with you. If nothing unexpected happens, I will retire next month. I will come to see you after retirement." After saying these words, Katerina left Shirhao standing there, still a little confused, and turned around to walk into the hotel. When she reached the door, she turned her head and blew him a kiss. Shirhao almost tripped himself when his right leg was halfway out, and his head hurt. Seeing that it was still early, Shirhao took the shuttle bus to the vicinity of Panlong Base, and then got off the bus and walked a few hundred meters to enter the base. After all, Tianning was a member of Xuanqin society, so she still had to avoid suspicion, so she was not brought here. Although the retirement ceremony was held, all of Shirhao's privileges were not cancelled, and he could freely enter and exit Panlong Base and the headquarters of various war zones. Shirhao went to say hello to Lu Wei, then went straight to the equipment research room and found the chief researcher. He described the laser pistol that Tianning had used to assassinate him, and asked the researcher if he could manufacture it. After several hours of research, modeling, and comparing the capacity, size, and other information of existing small high-energy batteries, the researcher finally completed the design of a laser pistol, which is about the same size as Tianying's. Tianying's laser pistol is designed to be easy to hide, and pursues small size and lethality when fired. As for the number of times it is fired, it is secondary. The size is like a small revolver. Shirhao asked the researcher to design a larger size, and increase the number of times it is fired. Finally, a laser pistol the size of a Mauser pistol during World War II was made. Theoretically, it can be fired 10 to 15 times, and the battery can be replaced. Shirhao took the design plan of the laser pistol to LV Wei, asked him to help coordinate and optimize the plan with colleagues in the equipment research room, and then customized 2 for him. LV Wei has now been upgraded to the Taishan level. Although he is engaged in civilian work most of the time, He now exudes a fierce aura in his every move. Wang Ping and Miki have both been upgraded to the Taishan level, and returned to the Panlong base to start work. As the deputy captain of the Panlong base, Wang Ping has been busy since he came back, and Miki is the combat skills instructor in charge of combat training. Since being upgraded to the Taishan level, Miki's favorite thing is to challenge the entire Panlong team. At the beginning, he could easily wipe out a Panlong team, and those Panlong team members were beaten up one by one, with bruises on their faces. After a period of training, the Panlong team gradually cooperated tacitly. As expected, Miki was beaten up by a group of people. Since then, he has learned his lesson and no longer challenged a group. However, soon those Panlong team members fell into hellish training, and their overall strength continued to rise. After Li Yunshu changed her body, she had a personal experience with the bionic robot. She gradually began to get along with the soldiers, and became the intimate big sister of Panlong base. The emotions of Panlong team members remained stable, the atmosphere was peaceful, and Panlong base was steadily exporting talents to various fields. In a room of a foreign affairs hotel in Yunnan in Guizhou, Ilef was lying on the ground, curled up, his face full of pain, veins exposed, and sweating profusely. 10 minutes later, he stood up with difficulty with his hands, staggered to the table, picked up a bottle of water and poured it into his mouth, then fell into the sofa and did not move. After a while, the doorbell rang. Ilef jumped up from the sofa immediately after hearing it, tidied his clothes, straightened the crooked tables and chairs, and then opened the door, and Shihao walked in. After entering the door, Shihao glanced at Ilef, then looked inside the room, and Ilef hurriedly extended his hand to invite him to sit down. Shihao saw Ilef sitting down opposite him and asked, "Ilef, I haven't seen you for a few months. You have changed a lot. Is there something wrong with your health?" Ilef smiled bitterly and said, "General Shi is really a discerning person. I came to Yin country to ask for something." Shihao replied, "It's not that I am a discerning person. You look very bad. Anyone can see it. Tell me, what's wrong?" When Ilef had health problems, the first person he thought of was Shihao, because only Yin country and the United States Federation could solve his problem, and he only knew Shihao. It happened that Shihao was going to hold a retirement ceremony, so he applied to Wu country to make it happen. After parting in Wutuo City, Hashila drew a small area in the underground city for Ilef, and he began to adopt orphans. Suddenly one day his head began to hurt, and he felt a bit of brutality and bloodthirstiness. He thought it was the sequelae of the fusion of the leopard gene, so he ignored it. But later, the headaches became more and more frequent, and the emotion became stronger and stronger. Just then, someone from the Ukrainian military invited him to return to join the army. He knew that the military had a biological sedative that might be useful to him, so he agreed. But he was worried that something would happen to him, and it was not safe for the orphans to stay in the underground city. After all, the security environment in Udo City was still a little poorer, and the overall strength was a little weak. He proposed that he must take dozens of orphans back, and Ukraine agreed to his conditions after discussion. Ukraine paid, and a part of the area was covered by the space dome of the Russian Federation. Compared with the underground city, the conditions were much better, and the military strength and various supplies were much more complete. Ilef also found sedatives. Those sedatives were very effective at first. Every time an attack occurred, an injection could easily suppress the emotion, but as the number of times increased, the sedative effect became worse and worse, until it was completely ineffective. After Ilef returned to China, the military gave him a genetic research laboratory to manage. He also taught himself biological genetic technology. After each attack, he analyzed his own genes, and compared them with the previous data. He found that the proportion of his own genetic characteristics in his body was decreasing, while the proportion of leopard genes was increasing. Every time he had an attack, a small part of his own genes would be eroded. Ilef believed that it would not take long before his genes were completely eroded by leopard genes. At that time, it would be hard to say whether he was a human or an animal. Ilef also studied the genes of his brothers, who also accepted human-animal gene fusion. After a long period of tracking and comparison, he found that their gene ratios were very stable, and there was no erosion. So Ilef judged that the person who captured him at the beginning might have gone wrong in the first step of genetic modification, and the modification was not complete, or the modification effect was not good. Then he was subjected to human-animal gene fusion, which left sequelae. Every time Ilef felt a little uncomfortable and had symptoms, he would quickly find a place where no one was to hide. Every time he had an attack, he endured unbearable pain. In addition, he was worried that one day he would be discovered and executed as a monster. In this way, he became thinner day by day. This time Elef came to Yin country just to ask Sher Hao to help him and save his life. Sher Hao expressed deep sympathy when he heard about Elef's experience. After all, they had fought side by side. Although Elef was a human-animal genetically modified person, he did not hurt innocent people and was able to insist on adopting orphans, which made Sher Hao very admired. After Sher Hao understood the situation, he did not refuse at all. He immediately asked Tian-Ing to fly the flying disc over and took Elef on the flying disc to the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute. Director Zhang of the Los Angeles Gene Research Institute conducted a detailed data analysis of Elef's genes and found that the gene structure had changed greatly compared to ordinary people. Elef's own genes accounted for only 23%, and the remaining 77% were all cheetah genes. If it was delayed any longer, Elef would really become a human-shaped beast. The fused genes have spread throughout the body and penetrated into every cell. It is impossible to reverse it through existing biological genetic methods, which means that Director Zhang has no way to solve Elef's problem. Chapter 99. After Sher Hao came forward to coordinate, Director Zhang agreed that Elef could stay at the Gene Research Institute temporarily. If Elef had another attack, he would use biological genetic means to relieve his pain. Elef also took the initiative to ask the institute to use him as a sample for genetic research. For safety reasons, Sher Hao asked Tian-Ing to stay at the Gene Research Institute. With Tian-Ying's Lingshan level strength, a genetically modified person like Elef could be easily suppressed. After Sher Hao made all the arrangements, he went to the Haosher Bionic Technology Research Laboratory to find Wu Ruinfa. He wanted to see if it would work to change Elef's body. After listening to Sher Hao's description of Elef's situation, Wu Ruinfa thought for a few minutes, and then opened the bionic software system and Wu's Dao control system to perform computer simulation operations. I can't guarantee that Elef can suppress the cheetah's genes after changing his bionic body, but it is certain that changing his body can block the cheetah's genes from invading Elef's genes, and the gene sequence will not change after the bionic cells undergo gene fusion. After the computer simulation was completed, Wu Ruinfa came to this conclusion. In addition, the Wu Dao control system has been proven to be effective against battle pets, and it should also have a suppressive effect on Elef's cheetah gene. Wu Ruinfa added. After hearing this result, Sher Hao felt quite satisfied. If there is really no other way, he can only try to switch bodies, but this matter still needs approval from above. Sher Hao directly took the flying disc to find Wu Yi. Why do you want to help him? Wu Yi blew out a smoke ring and asked Sher Hao. Sher Hao said with some emotion, I was moved by his help to those orphans, and he is not a bad person by nature. He was forced to accept human genetic modification, but he did not do anything that harmed the world. From the perspective of human ethics, the fusion of human-animal genes and animal-animal genes is indeed immoral, but things have come to this point. These technologies have now been spread, and it is difficult to identify modified humans. Instead of marginalizing them or even killing them, we might as well win over those with good natures and make them do less evil. Not to mention that we can't kill them all. Sher Hao said these words with emotion. Wu Yi sighed when he heard Sher Hao's words and said, I will apply to the higher-ups immediately, but you must ensure absolute safety. I will find you if there is any problem. Helping Elef is also Sher Hao's personal matter. When he heard Wu Yi's words, he expressed his deep gratitude and promised to take all responsibilities. The day after Sher Hao returned to Los Angeles, Wu Yi called and said that the higher-ups had approved the use of Lingshan-level robots to replace Elef's body, and asked Sher Hao to consult Elef and whether he could issue a notice in the name of the country. After Elef asked the Ukrainian military for instructions, the other party quickly gave an approval reply. If Elef could replace the Lingshan-level body, he would become the strongest individual combat force in Ukraine, which Ukraine wanted. Afterwards, the Ukrainian government sent a letter to express its gratitude to Yin State. Replacing Elef's body has risen to the national level. In order to ensure the success rate, Wu Ruinfa and Director Zhang jointly designed a plan. During this period, Sher Hao only said one sentence to Elef. If the conversion has no effect and you become uncontrollable, I can only. Sher Hao did not say the rest of the words, but made a small gesture of wiping his neck. After the design of the plan was completed and simulated by computer, Wu Ruinfa and Director Zhang jointly implemented memory dump and gene fusion for Elef, and the process went smoothly. This cooperation also benefited Wu Ruinfa and Director Zhang a lot, thus bringing new breakthroughs to the fusion of bionic technology and genetic technology. Sher Hao called Mickey from Panlong Base to help Elef with recovery training. During the training, Mickey, who was a bad mouth, certainly did not let Elef go. After completing all the training subjects, Elef, who was frustrated, immediately challenged Mickey. In his impression, Mickey, and he should be about the same strength. As a result, he was beaten up as expected. If Shirhao had not stopped him, Ilef would probably have a shadow. However, after this tossing, Ilef controlled the new body more freely. Tianning was also eager to try next to her. Since she changed her body, she has not had high-intensity actual combat. Ilef was seen in the training ground, dodging and jumping, with his legs and waist slightly bent. When he captured the target position or was attacked, he would jump up quickly, and then attack with a weapon in his hand. Like Mickey, he won by agility and speed. Tianying's characteristics are a bit similar to Laura, but she is not as tough and decisive as Laura. After several rounds, Tianying was gradually suppressed and then defeated by Ilef. After these two matches, combined with the previous physical test data, it can be judged that Ilef's overall strength is about a quarter higher than Lingshan level, but it is still a long way from Taishan level. Wu Ruinfa believes that this should be the result of the Cheetah gene addition. After nearly half a month of observation, Ilef's body has not had any headaches, nor has he shown any negative emotions such as bloodthirstiness and irritability. Yen Country and Baton Country have signed an agreement to build a space dome, and the 20 square kilometers of land assigned to Hausher Group have also been processed. This day, Ilef, who was full of energy, found Shirhao. He had just received a task from the Ukrainian military, asking him to discuss cooperation with Yen Country as the plenipotentiary representative of Ukraine. The first cooperation project was to build a space dome. The negotiation of the space dome has always been handled by the Northern Theater, so Shirhao brought Ilef directly to Lei Shiyu's office. After explaining the purpose of the visit, Lei Shiyu called the Space Dome Project Department to make specific contacts. Only a small area of Ukraine is covered by the Space Dome. After the United Nations approved the Space Dome construction plan, Ukraine immediately took action. It happened that Ilef was in Yen Country, and had a good relationship with Shirhao, so he was entrusted with an important task. Ukraine has conducted a detailed investigation of the cooperation between Yen Country and Baton Country, and also knew that Shirhao was the boss behind the Hausher Group, so it directly authorized Ilef and Hausher Group to sign a land transfer agreement, and also allocated 20 square kilometers of land for free for permanent use by Hausher Group. The location is determined by Hausher Group. Originally, Ukraine intended to allocate 50 square kilometers of land, but considering that it was afraid of being accused of breaking the rules by other countries, it did not break this balance and also followed the standard of 20 square kilometers. Ilef also passed on a message to Yen Country, agreeing to share all the alien data and suspected alien items collected by Ukraine over the years with Yen Country for research and use. Ukraine hopes to show such sincerity in exchange for cooperation in entering space. After discussing the space dome, Shirhao took Ilef to Wang Guiyong without stopping, because it was more appropriate to talk to Wang Guiyong about aliens. Ilef's trip to Yen Country was fruitful. He solved his physical problems, and also finalized the construction time of Ukraine's space dome. At the same time, he also received a verbal promise from Yen Country that it was willing to cooperate with Ukraine when entering space. When Ilef returned to China, Hausher Group sent a team to go with him to select the site, handle the procedures, and make plans. After sending Ilef away, Shirhao focused his work on Hausher Group. All 1,000 war pets required by the military were delivered and put into use. Yanwu Lunar Mining Company, Limited placed an order with Hausher Bionic Technology for 100 Huangshan-class bionic robots for space exploration and mining. The production line of Hausher Lunar God Flying Car Factory was installed. Wang Yukai transferred one-third of the backbone personnel from Lofeng Flying Car to operate the Lunar God Flying Car production line. 1 month later, the first prototype was produced. The 50% gravity offset rate once again ignited the market and the world, and the stock price soared. More than a month later, Wu Yi called and asked him to attend a meeting with Wang Guiyong. The only participants were Shirhao, Wu Yi, Wang Guiyong, and Lei Shiyu. These people were old acquaintances. They said they were having a meeting, but it was not so serious. Howzy, do you know that the UFO in Antarctica is so advanced? There are many areas inside, such as leisure area, rest area, control area. When will I take you there to play? As soon as Shirhao entered, Wang Guiyong kept talking excitedly. When will the UFO fly? I'm only interested in this. Shirhao was thinking about whether the UFO could fly near the sun. Speaking of this topic, Wang Guiyong's face turned bitter and said, I want to, but I dare not activate the remaining switches. If a group of aliens come, the Earth will be finished. Whether it is a delusion or not, as long as there is this possibility, we must guard against it. However, through the research on UFOs, the anti-gravity device has made a major breakthrough, and the gravity offset rate has reached 90%. Now it has begun to be installed on the new Starship, and it is estimated that it will be ready for test flight in half a month. Wang Guiyong's voice was full of pride. At this time, Wu Yi and Lei Shi both sat down, and the meeting was chaired by Wu Yi. At the meeting, Wu Yi gave him an unexpected task. As we all know, the environment of the Earth has deteriorated, and the environment of the Earth's outer space has also deteriorated seriously. In the past 100 years, many countries have launched tens of thousands of artificial satellites. With the development of technology, a quantum satellite can replace dozens of traditional satellites. Over time, these scrap satellites and the debris brought by the damage of satellites, space stations, and aircraft have increased, and countless space garbage has been generated around the Earth, forming a thick layer of garbage belt. When Yin State built the space dome, it cleaned up the corresponding area, and finally the space dome was built, but it only cleaned up the orbital space where the space dome was located. The new space dome plan is to wrap up the entire Earth. In order to reduce the construction area, the height of the new space dome must be much lower. These space garbage must be cleaned up before the plan is implemented. After more than a month of efforts, the United Nations has reported and counted the satellites of various countries that are currently working normally. Among them, more than 10,000 satellites are the masterpieces of the Iron Madman Minsk. These satellites have only served mankind for more than a decade, and then they were eliminated by more advanced satellites, and became part of space junk, constantly circling the Earth. Although these satellites have been eliminated, they belong to Minsk's property rights. If you want to clear them, you need Minsk's autograph. However, Minsk invested all its assets and energy in building a Mars base a few years ago, and stayed on Mars all year round without returning to Earth. Chapter 100. Wu Yi's task was to get Shihao ready, and when the time was right, he would go to Mars and get Minsk's autograph. Wu Yi also revealed that when Minsk marched into Mars, the strength of the starship could not meet the standard, so he asked Yin Country for help and got some Hausher nano-coating liquid. After Minsk established a country on Mars, Yin Country first recognized it. Later, Yin Country also got help from Minsk when it established a base on Mars. He shared a lot of information and data about Mars. If it was just to get Minsk's signature, the staff of Yin Country's Mars base could complete this task, but Minsk also proposed that a large number of laser guns and laser cannons, as well as a large number of oxygen production devices and preparations, and a set of nuclear fusion reactors were needed. Minsk would use silica mined from Mars as an exchange. A large amount of silica was needed to build a space dome. Shihao was responsible for transporting the silica back. Lei Shi repeatedly emphasized the importance of exchanging silica with Minsk at the meeting. In the past decade, Yin State has spent most of its energy on building a lunar base. The construction of the Mars base has just begun, and there is no exploration and mining capacity. There are relatively few silica ore on the moon, and the content is not high. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the Earth Space Dome project, another way must be found. In view of the importance of this trip to Mars, Wang Guiyong promised that the first starship built will be handed over to Hausher Group for use as a transport ship. When fully loaded, the gravity offset rate of the new starship reaches 90%, which can easily take off from the Earth and inner space, let alone take off from the Moon and Mars. At this meeting, the ownership of the first interstellar transport ship in space was finalized. A state-owned enterprise of Yin State and Hausher Group jointly established a joint venture company named Huahao Space Transport Company. Limited. Yin State leased this starship to Huahao Transport Company to engage in interstellar transport business. For this trip to Mars, Yin State had to pay Huahao Transport Company a transportation fee after deducting the rental fee. The purpose of the country's operation was to build a space transport fleet and seize the opportunity before the outbreak of space trade. After a month of preparation, Hausher Group issued an announcement stating that it participated in the establishment of Huahao Space Transport Company, limited to undertake the transportation business between the Earth, the Moon and Mars, and announced the relevant data of the first transport ship. Yin State defined this starship as Earth class, and the first two starships as Moon class. At the same time, it was announced that Shihao, chairman of Hausher Group, would set off for Mars in a month to complete the first space trade with Minsk. In order to ensure the safety of the first starship and obtain complete driving data, the driver was sent by the military, and 2 engineers accompanied the ship for a long time to collect data. Wang Guiyong recommended 2 retired pilots to Shihao to accompany the ship, preparing to train them as reserve forces. It was during the summer vacation. Su Yuan knew that Shihao was going to Mars. She was very proud of her grandfather. She studied space economics. On Earth, Shihao's Hausher Group would soon become the originator of space trade. Su Yuan wanted to go to Mars in the name of practice. It was Hao's first time to Mars, and the first time for the new starship to sail. There were too many unknown factors. Hao would not take it lightly, and sternly rejected Su Yuan's request. However, seeing her pitiful appearance, he promised to take her to space for internship when she was a junior. Whether it was the moon or Mars, she could choose whatever she wanted, but there was one rule: her academic performance must be among the best. It has always been the tradition and hobby of the elders of Yin country to urge the younger generation to study hard. After the announcement was issued, it immediately attracted the attention of countries around the world. Although Yin country currently has passenger and cargo space routes from the Earth to the Moon, they all need to be transported to near-Earth space by space elevators, and then transported to the Moon by passenger and cargo ships. If the new starship is used, the transportation capacity will be greatly increased, the speed will be faster, and the anti-gravity device can be used to take off vertically from the ground directly to outer space. The charge for the same weight of goods to the Moon is almost the same as before. Although many countries and customers want to cooperate at present, there is only one starship, so they can only schedule. Small tonnage is still transported by space elevators, while large tonnage or large goods can only wait slowly. Hua Transportation Company also proposed to lease a new starship from the military, but it is expected to be delivered and put into use in a few months. 10 days before the departure, Wu called Hao over again and said that because the new starship visited Mars, it was proposed to take the opportunity to transport a large amount of materials to Mars and officially expand the Mars base. However, according to feedback from the staff of the Mars base, if they want to expand the Mars base, they must first find a way to clear the potential threats on Mars. As for what threats, I am not sure. They asked to bring some high-end combat power. In addition, they also put forward the same requirements as Minsk, requiring laser guns, laser cannons, oxygen manufacturing equipment and preparations, and a large number of small high-pressure gas tanks. Expansion also requires energy, so the superiors asked to bring an extra set of nuclear fusion reactors. In addition, in order to solve the problem of ground communication on Mars, a quantum communication satellite was brought. When the new starship arrived over Mars, it would first release this satellite into the orbit of Mars. As for high-end combat power, the superiors had notified Wu more than 10 days ago to start upgrading Laura, Big Guy, Old Black, Black Feather, Windless, and Pigeon. All of them were upgraded to Taishan level. It is expected that in another 5 days, these people can all be upgraded. Together with Wang Ping and Mickey, a Shenlong team will be formed. The Shenlong team will face the complex environment of space and complete various tasks in space. After returning to Luo City, Wu Ruinfa asked Hao to bring Jupiter over, and the battle pets were also upgraded to Taishan level to match their combat power. The Earth-class starship is larger than the Moon-class, with a length of about 450 meters and a diameter of about 150 meters. The head area is the central control room and cabin, which is divided into the crew cabin and the passenger cabin, occupying about a quarter of the space. There are 2 nuclear fusion reactors in the rear. One nuclear fusion reactor is dedicated to the anti-gravity device, and the other nuclear fusion reactor is for the entire starship function. It occupies about 1/5 of the space in total. The remaining space is all cargo hold, which is filled with containers. The containers are filled with laser guns, laser cannon components, nuclear fusion reactor components, and many intelligent construction robots, exploration and mining robots, small hemispherical special glass for the Moon, and other building modules for building a Mars base. These modules can be assembled directly on Mars. Other things such as living supplies, production materials, office communication equipment, etc. fill the entire cargo hold. Just 3 days before departure, Ilef and Katerina came to Yin country to find Hao. Katerina, who was tall, wore a long off-shoulder dress, her beautiful collarbone was faintly visible, and the purple gems inlaid on her 2 earrings made her look elegant and mysterious. In 2 words, she was charming. Tianying saw Katerina pouting slightly. Katerina said that she had retired and was now the boss of a company. Her goal was to enter space and cooperate with Hausher Group. This time, she came to Mars to investigate on behalf of the company. As for whether she represented the company or the Russian Federation, Hao did not investigate in detail. She must have come prepared. The Russian Federation had an unmanned base on Mars, so it was not difficult for Katerina to go to Mars, and Hao was happy to do her a favor. Ilef was very direct. He came on behalf of Ukraine and hoped to follow Hao to explore space. Ukraine hoped to build a base on Mars in the future. Before the arrival of these 2 people, The Russian Federation and Ukraine had already communicated with Yin country in advance. They came with relevant documents, which saved a lot of trouble. Wang Ping brought Laura, Miki and other 8 people to Los Angeles with their respective war pets. All of them were Taishan level. They looked more powerful when standing together. Everyone's temperament had a sense of heaviness, more like Shihao. Everyone's war pet was also built according to the standards of Taishan level bionic robots. Ahu still had the image of a scabby dog, but after consideration, in order to increase agility and strength, Wang Ping asked Wu Ruinfa to make it thinner, but the size was 1/3 larger. Considering that the Moon and Mars have no atmosphere, or the atmosphere is very weak, they cannot spread their wings and fly. The original flying pets of the carrier pigeon cannot be used, so they directly brought 10 drones. The paint color refers to the Martian camouflage for easy camouflage. There are 4 small ion thrusters around the drones, which are propelled by ion vortexes. The cost of each of these 10 drones is comparable to that of a bomber. The pets of other people have not changed much. The teeth of each pet are still made of the materials used for special daggers. Each pet has a built-in rice earphone, which is connected through quantum communication. After activation, it can actively establish a connection with the owner's earphones. Each pet is tied with a special armor. The fabric is the same as the protective clothing fabric of Shihao and others. There are straps and buckles around the armor. Before going on a mission in space, it can be equipped with ion thrusters to avoid drifting into space and unable to return. Shihao and Wang Ping's protective suits were also modified, thickened, and added with a radiation protection layer. The headgear was directly connected to the protective suit and could be put on at any time. In theory, Taishan-class robots are safe in the space environment, but these protections are necessary just in case. There are also straps and buckles on the protective suits. They also need ion thrusters to enter space, so that they don't get lost in space. The pigeons have not been idle recently. They have developed a pair of glasses that look a bit like swimming goggles. They can be tightly fixed on the eyes. The lenses are also a screen. After wearing the glasses and turning on the screen, it feels like there is a large-size projection 3 or 4 meters away. This projection can project the content on the holographic phone watch screen. If they encounter a battle again, they don't have to stare at the small watch screen to find their teammates. They can see it clearly through the lens screen. Everyone activates the positioning function. The screen represents their position with a red circle, their own battle pet is a red solid dot, and other teammates are green circles. The green solid dots represent the battle pets of teammates. The weapons are special heavy laser guns, which can fire magnetic storm bullets and metal bullets. The size of magnetic storm bullets and metal bullets is also relatively large, which is not a problem for the Taishan class with abnormal load-bearing capacity. Flying cones and special daggers are still standard, but everyone has an additional laser pistol that can be fired 30 times. LD Wei lived up to his trust and contacted a military energy research institute to find a newly developed battery with a smaller volume and larger capacity. The battery can be replaced and recharged. On the day of departure, Ilef was in a military uniform and Katerina was in a tight suit. Both of them had weapons in their backpacks. Katerina still carried the bulging messenger bag. According to regulations, the weapons of non-Yin country personnel must be handed over to the crew for safekeeping, but Katerina said that she would carry the bag herself. Shihao agreed to it when she saw her insistence. Tian Ying's equipment is the same as Wang Ping's, but it is equipped with a light laser gun. Because the first stop of this Earth-class starship's maiden voyage is Mars, Shihao directly named the starship Earthfire. Wang Guiyong sent a new type of military flying disc, and they were ready to set off. Chapter 101. The starship manufacturing base is located in a mountainous area 50 kilometers away from Luo City. There is no space dome covering the area within a radius of 30 kilometers. It is hot all year round, with no grass and few people. It is said on the internet that this is the 51st district of Yin country, but the official has never responded. The flying disc flew over the bare mountains, and there was a large basin inside. The first thing that caught the eye was a circular special glass cover with a diameter of 3 kilometers in the central area. This cover was spliced, and there were several buildings under the cover. Wang Guiyong introduced that it was the central office area and living area, mainly a comprehensive office building, a design building, a leisure and entertainment area, a residential area, and a park. There are 6 rectangular super-large factory buildings around the circular glass cover. The roofs are all equipped with special glass without exception. Each factory building is 1,000 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 200 meters high. It is the Starship Manufacturing Workshop. The outside world feels that this place is very mysterious. In fact, with the development of satellite technology today, for some countries, this is not a secret, so it is not a leak to Ilef and Katerina. However, they can only go to the manufacturing workshop where the Earth fire is located, and other areas are prohibited from entering. Considering the long time and monotony of interstellar voyage, the cabin is designed to be very comfortable. There are many entertainment projects in the leisure and entertainment area, and there is a holographic film and television center. There is also a professional fitness center. The Panlong team members often exercise to strengthen the cell memory and habits of the bionic body. If someone feels really bored, there is also a hypnosis center, and the bionic robot can stay asleep all the way to the destination. At present, the Earth fire does not have the conditions for ordinary people to be hypnotized. The engineers and staff on board have all been genetically modified, and their body's ability to resist radiation, cold, and heat has been greatly improved, but they still need to wear space suits and equip oxygen generators in space. Genetically modified personnel can also enter deep sleep through hypnosis. Supplementing a sufficient amount of concentrated nutrient solution before sleeping can ensure that they do not need to wake up for 1 to 3 months. The longest limit is 3 months, and then they have to get up and move their bodies to avoid problems. The staff started the 2 nuclear fusion reactors, and the roof of the Starship workshop began to slowly open. The Earth fire was overall cigar streamlined, with both the head and tail in an arc shape, the head slightly thinner, and the tail slightly thicker. The entire hull lit up with a milky white light, and the middle circle and the bottom were brighter. The hull vibrated, and the anti-gravity device began to work, changing the direction of the Earth's gravitational waves through a strong magnetic field and other means, and then using the attraction of many gravitational waves in outer space to achieve the effect of anti-gravity. The core structure of the anti-gravity device borrowed from the structure of the flying saucer in Antarctica, and some principles could not be explained clearly. 10 minutes later, the Dihua slowly took off, gradually accelerated, until it turned into a white light and disappeared in the sky. The engineers and staff on board were busy analyzing massive amounts of data and keeping in close contact with the ground control center. During this voyage, the Dihua also had a mission to place quantum beacons in outer space. All starships in Yin country will unify quantum communication standards, and these quantum beacons with different numbers will become guiding lights in the vast space. After the Dihua broke away from the Earth's constraints and entered space, on the one hand, it turned on the plasma thruster at the tail, and on the other hand, it adjusted the disturbance and utilization of gravitational waves by the anti-gravity device, double acceleration, and moved forward rapidly. The maximum speed set by the Dihua is 380 km per second, and the usual navigation speed is 300 km per second. Now the distance between the Earth and Mars is not the shortest, about 190 million kilometers away. According to the theoretical speed, it takes 7 days to reach Mars, but minus the placement of quantum road signs and other test tasks, the entire voyage is expected to take about 15 days. The anti-gravity device can disrupt, shield and capture gravitational waves, so the starship can simulate gravity inside. The current gravity intensity is similar to that of the Earth, and the oxygen generator inside the starship provides oxygen around the clock. The Earth-class starship is equipped with an interstellar radar. The radar at the head position will remain open. If it encounters space rocks and asteroids, it will give an early alarm, and then the starship's control system will slow down or adjust the direction to avoid according to the distance and size of the object. 24 hours after departure, after flying about 20 million kilometers, the Earth fire stopped and arranged the first quantum beacon. The beacon is the size of a satellite and is equipped with 2 large-capacity nuclear batteries, one in working condition and the other in standby. The solar panels are unfolded towards the sun, and the beacon is equipped with ion thrusters. When the beacon is attracted by other gravitational waves and deviates, it will be pushed back to its original position. The quantum beacon also has a space telescope, which has both observation functions and a communication module, which can serve as a transfer station for quantum communication. During normal operation, it will continuously emit universal electromagnetic waves and quantum signals, as well as its own number information. Every time a quantum beacon is placed, the control center on Earth will detect its signal around the clock. After the placement, the Dihua made a 360-degree turn in space to test its steering ability, and then aimed at the direction of Mars, and started accelerating again. Every time the beacon is placed, since Mars is always orbiting the Sun along its orbit, the Dihua will fine-tune the direction of travel. Each navigation direction seems to be a straight line, but when connected, it presents an arc. The next day, when they were about to stop to place the beacon, one of the starship pilots said by Wang Guiyong, who was also the acting captain of the Dihua, reported to Sherhow that a space rock appeared 10,000 kilometers in front of the ship. After spectral analysis, it looked a bit like the structure of diamonds on Earth. After flying for nearly 40 million kilometers, Sherhow encountered a space rock for the first time. He was in high spirits. He asked the acting captain to arrange the quantum beacon at the designated location first. After the beacon was arranged, he flew towards the space rock. The space rock was moving at a very leisurely speed of about 1 kilometer per second. The shape of the space rock was irregular, and the widest part was about 30 meters. After flying near the space rock, the Earth Fire also flew at a speed of 1 kilometer per second. Sherhow and a staff member went out of the cabin to collect samples. Sherhow put on a protective suit hood and a small ion thruster on his back. He was connected to another staff member with a rope. The staff member wore the latest space suit. Because of genetic modification, his adaptability in space was relatively strong. The space suit was not very heavy, and there was an oxygen generator and ion thruster on his back. The two entered space through the mission cabin. Sherhow was very excited to step into space again. After going out, he first turned over twice. The researcher who was traveling with him was very nervous, and was almost scared by Sherhow. However, he knew that Sherhow had been in space for 35 years. Under his influence, the researcher gradually relaxed. The two controlled the ion thrusters to approach the space rock. The whole rock was black. They wanted to take a sample, but they couldn't cut off even a little bit with the tools in their hands, including the special dagger in Sherhow's hand. The researcher used a simple analyzer to analyze its structure and took photos to send back to the ship for further analysis. It was found that the whole space rock was black diamond, which was hard and tough, and very rare on Earth. Sherhow and the researcher had to return empty-handed. After returning to the Earth Fire, Sherhow simply followed the rock. Asteroids as big as EP52 were intercepted, so such a precious diamond, which was not big in size, could not be allowed to escape. But when they came out, they were not equipped with any tools to capture small stars. After thinking for a while, he asked to talk to Su Yan through the quantum communication function of the beacon that had just been debugged. Soon Su Yan's phone was connected. "Xiao Su, I found a good thing on the road, a black diamond with a diameter of 30 meters. This thing must be valuable. It would be a pity to give it up, but we don't have any capture tools. Do you have any way?" Sherhow said directly. Su Yan learned about the speed and status of the space rock in detail, drew a picture on a drawing, analyzed it for a while, and said, "This space rock is not very fast. I think you can place a few ion thrusters on it, and then adjust the direction, accelerate it to 30 kilometers per second, and push it near the moon. We will catch it." After a while, Su Yan sent the data and the overall plan, and the ground control center also approved the plan. When placing the ion thrusters, Sherhow and his team also need to place a quantum beacon on the space rock. The ground control center will track the route of the quantum beacon throughout the whole process, and then capture it. This time, Sherhow, Wang Ping, Laura, Mickey and Lao He went out of the cabin, brought 4 ion thrusters and a quantum beacon, adjusted the angle, and started the ion thrusters after the arrangement was completed. After everyone returned to the cabin, the Earth Fire followed the space rock for 3 hours. After confirming that there was no deviation in the direction, it returned to the vicinity of the quantum beacon just arranged, adjusted the direction and flew to Mars again. During the walk, Laura, Katerina and Tianning discussed the value of black diamonds while watching a movie, gesturing whether it would look better as a necklace, a ring or earrings. Women are born to love beauty and gossip. There is nothing wrong with that. Elif and Wang Ping were also having a great time. They challenged their strength limits in the gym. As for diamonds, they didn't leave any waves in their hearts. It's just a piece of stone, black and ugly, and they didn't take it seriously at all. It seems that they were either single dogs, or had been married for many years, and were an old couple. During the journey, Sherhow stayed in the central control room, paying attention to the space rocks and asteroids he encountered. He did find a few, but gave up exploring because they were too fast or too small to be valuable. When approaching Mars, he encountered an asteroid about the size of 3B52s. Spectral analysis showed that there were many valuable minerals on it, but because it was too large and the flight speed was about 120 kilometers per second, which was relatively fast, he gave up the plan to land and explore. However, Sherhow still commanded the Earthwood to approach, put a quantum beacon on the asteroid, and notified the ground control center to track closely and calculate the orbit. Due to the exploration of space rocks and asteroids, the time on the road was delayed more than expected. It was not until 18 days later that everyone saw an orange-red planet. The distance was getting closer and closer, and the mountains, plains, canyons, sand dunes, and the large and small craters that could be seen everywhere were all in sight. Chapter 102. The Earth Fire did not rush to land, but released a quantum satellite in the synchronous orbit of Mars. This satellite covers positioning and communication functions. The atmosphere on Mars is very thin, and the gravity is about half of that on Earth. The gravity offset rate of the Earth Fire's anti-gravity device is only 1/5. At this time, the Earth Fire received a quantum beacon from Mars, which was sent by Minsk. The first stop of the Earth Fire landed near the Mars base in Minsk. The name of the Mars base established by Minsk is Nikola Country, which is said to be in memory of his idol Nikola Tesla. Minsk believes that human civilization existed on ancient Mars, and the people on Earth may be descendants of Martians. He said that he wanted to build a great country on Mars to reproduce the glory of the past. People from all countries on Earth can live in the Nikola's kingdom, and they are allowed to set up their own countries in the Nikola's kingdom. Minsk regards the establishment of the Nikola's kingdom as his own responsibility. He said, "When the Nikola's kingdom shines on Mars, and even the universe, I, Minsk, will leave quietly, leaving only the glory of Nicholas." In fact, Minsk built a platform on Mars, and then invited like-minded people on Earth to build Mars together. The location he chose was a large area near the equator of the southern hemisphere of Mars. The area where Yinhua established a Mars base is near the equator of the northern hemisphere of Mars, and the two are more than 1,000 kilometers apart. Sherhao is considering sending Minsk's things first, pulling up the silica stone, and then transporting the materials to the Yinhua base to help the staff there expand the Mars base, and then return to Earth. As the Dihua got closer and closer to the Martian land, the gravity offset rate of the anti-gravity device was turned on more and more, until it was equal to the Martian gravity, and landed smoothly on the Martian surface. From the air, it can be seen that the place where the Dihua landed was a huge meteorite crater with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. It looked like a crater as a whole. Over time, the bottom of the meteorite crater became relatively flat, and Minsk's Mars base was built here. The Dihua stopped 1 kilometer away from the base. Minsk brought 2 people to wait below. Through the image, they saw that they were wearing space suits, and there was a layer of space suits wrapped tightly outside. There was some orange-red Martian dust on their bodies. After opening the mission cabin door, the 3 of them walked in. After the mission cabin door was closed, they took off the outer layer. Outside the mission cabin was a larger circular cabin, and then a corridor of more than 10 meters. Beyond the corridor was another small circular cabin. After they took off the outer layer of protection, they came to the corridor according to the instruction sound and stood still. The ion wind blew to give them a full range of dust removal. After a few minutes, they came to the small cabin inside. After the hatch opened, Sherhao, Wang Ping and Laura came to greet them behind the door. The 3 Minsks had taken off their helmets at this time, and all 3 of them had long hair and unshaven beards. Before coming, Sherhao had learned that the people in the Minsk Mars base were ordinary people who came to Mars after genetic modification. "General Sherhao, it is a great honor to meet you. Thanks to the Hausher you sent back to Earth, I was able to come to Mars as I wished." "Thank you so much. Welcome to Mars," Minsk said to Sherhao very enthusiastically. "Mr. Minsk, even without Hausher, with your strength, we can land on Mars a few days later. We are just the icing on the cake." Sherhao was very modest in front of this legendary figure. Laura smiled and said, "You two should stop flattering each other at the door. Please take a seat inside." Minsk laughed and said, "This lady is really good at talking, but I have to correct it. In your Chinese, it should be sending charcoal in the snow instead of icing on the cake." As he spoke, he followed Sherhao and the others to the reception room of the Dihua. Although the personnel on the Dihua have all been genetically modified, they are still flesh and blood. In order to relieve the tension, loneliness and other negative emotions of long-distance voyages, there is a restaurant on it. Satisfying people's appetite is very helpful in regulating emotions. The chef is a star chef, and the dishes are complete and varied. After Minsk and the other 2 sat down, Tianyi immediately served a freshly fried steak and top-quality red wine. When the 3 saw it, their eyes lit up. After a few polite words, they began to eat voraciously. As for the knife and fork etiquette, they had long forgotten it. To avoid embarrassment, Sherhao, Wang Ping and Laura took the red wine glasses and poured some wine to pretend that they couldn't drink it, but it was still okay to smell it. Each of the 3 of them tore and bit 3 steaks and a bottle of red wine, then wiped their hands and mouths, and raised the red wine glasses to Sherhao and the other 2 embarrassedly. Minsk explained, "At the beginning, they brought a lot of fresh food from the Earth, but they finished it soon. Then they relied on artificial greenhouses to grow vegetables with culture fluid, but they only grew a few kinds of vegetables, and they were tired of them. Later, many people simply took concentrated nutrient solution to maintain their daily needs. After a few months, some beetles came from nowhere and attacked the base. Many people died. We finally tried our best to kill the beetles and withstood the attack. Later, the beetles would still come to attack us in 2s and 3s. When we built the base, we chose a site on a meteorite cave. We used that cave to build it, and then gradually moved it underground. Vegetables could not be grown. Minsk was not as ambitious as Sherhao imagined. Instead, he felt helpless. Sherhao was surprised to hear about the beetle attack and asked, "Are there many creatures on Mars? Why are there not many reports on Earth?" Minsk smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. When I first discovered it, I concealed these truths in order to let more people follow me to Mars, and to maintain the growth of the Martian population. Later, I felt that it was not advisable to harm people in this way, so I temporarily stopped accepting Earthlings, but still did not announce the news of the Martian beetles. I want to find a way to deal with the beetles, and then recruit people from Earth to build Mars. Am I a little selfish?" Minsk looked at Sherhao and asked. Sherhao didn't expect there was such a hidden secret, so he had to say, "It's not easy for anyone, and this is not your intention. I think the great Nicholas Kingdom will eventually be built. There is a famous saying that Rome was not built in a day. Are you all living underground now? You can't do anything outside? How strong are those beetles? Are they difficult to kill?" Sherhao changed the subject. "For safety, we usually live in meteorite caves. The area is not large, and there is an oxygen supply device. But we have never stopped the construction of the base. Although it is a little slow, it is gradually taking shape. I will take you to visit it later." Minsk introduced the current situation of Mars. Those beetles stand up to half a person's height, and their heads and necks are protected by carapaces. One person like me cannot beat them, and the only thing I can do is run. 2 people can fight them, and 3 people can kill them. We have studied their bodies. In theory, we can kill them by cutting the spinal canal connecting the head and neck with a dagger, but this position is protected by a layer of carapace, which makes it difficult to do. Hitting other parts of the body with a laser gun other than the head will affect its mobility, but it cannot kill it. They seem to have no sense of pain. When their legs are broken, they crawl over to attack us with their bodies. So if you want to kill them, you must hit their heads with a laser gun." Sherhao understood the purpose of their need for laser guns and laser cannons. Through understanding, there are currently 287 people in the Mars base in Minsk. There were originally more than 500 people, and half of them died because of the beetle attack, which is a heavy loss. When Sherhao proposed to visit the base, Minsk said embarrassedly, "General Sherhao, I want to ask for an unreasonable favor. Can you sell me some steaks? I want to take them back for them to taste. So many brothers and sisters died, and the remaining people are very depressed. I think food should make them happy." Hearing Minsk's words, Sherhao was quite touched. He fantasized about the delicious food of his hometown more than once, when he was on the B-52. When he was in the army, he especially liked the crispy pork in Los Angeles. It was said that it was an ancient palace delicacy, tender, refreshing, fat but not greasy. There were not so many steaks on the Dihua. After all, the Yin people like Yin food, so the Western food materials were limited. Sherhao asked the chef to make 4 large dishes, each of which was enough for 50 people, plus steak, rice and bread, and loaded them into the space insulation vehicle and transported them to the Dihua with the supplies. "Mr. Minsk, you have less than 300 people, but you need so many oxygen generators, and oxygen cylinders. This is probably enough for 1,000 people." Sherhao said, as he looked at the space vehicles filled with supplies. Minsk looked at the supplies and said happily, "We have tried many other methods to attack those beetles, and found that they are very afraid of oxygen. Oxygen is a necessity for humans, but it is poisonous gas for Martian beetles, so we are going to make some poisonous gas bombs. From the human point of view, oxygen is a beneficial gas, so we think that oxygen is beneficial to many other organisms, but from the perspective of Martian beetles, human ideas are preconceived and a bit one-sided." Sherhao looked around and saw a small square city located a few hundred meters away. The layout was a bit like an ancient fortress, surrounded by walls, and there was another wall after entering a door, and the innermost was the building. These walls and buildings were all built by construction robots. The outer wall is 1,000 meters long, 10 meters high, and about 3 meters thick. There is a 20-meter passage between the inner wall and the outer wall, and the inner wall is higher than the outer wall. The outer wall of the entire city has been built, and the inner wall is only half built. There are 3 buildings in the city, which have just been capped. The materials have been transported to one of the buildings. This is planned to be a material warehouse. In an open space in the city, there are many broken space capsules, planting capsules, and other equipment that Minsk originally transported to Mars to build a Mars base. These were destroyed by beetles, and are now covered with a layer of orange-red Mars dust and are idle there, which looks very sad. All the materials for building the city here are locally sourced. Stones are mined from nearby mountains, cut, and then transported here, and glued together with special building glue brought from Earth as an adhesive. The whole city is orange and red, just like iron rusting modeled. Before getting off the Earth fire, Minsk told Sherhao and his team to take good protection. Martian dust is corrosive to human skin and easily sticks to clothing, corroding it. Space suits are no exception, but because the material is better, it has a stronger corrosion resistance. Sherhao and his team wore the protective suits directly outside, just to do a test. Just as Sherhao and his team were touring the entire base, a shout came from the loudspeaker, "The beetles are coming." Chapter 103. Hearing the shout, Minsk ran toward Sherhao and said, "General Sherhao, please get out of the way immediately. We have fought with beetles many times, and have rich experience. We can guarantee that you will be unscathed." At this time, everyone in the base ran out. The laser guns had not been unloaded and distributed yet. They were holding all kinds of firearms in their hands, including ordinary long guns, short guns, light laser guns, and 5 heavy laser guns. Wait, Sherhao looked carefully and found that someone was holding a harpoon-like thing. How did he bring this thing to Mars? Is he going to fish on Mars? Sherhao's head was full of black lines. The main force here is 8 metal structure robots. Later, Sherhao learned that the structure of these 8 robots is the same as the semi-bionic robot structure he used to explore B-52. It was considered a very advanced technology more than 20 years ago. They came to Mars as the first group of Pathfinders. These 8 robots are holding a broadsword, which looks extremely sharp. Sherhao looked at Minsk's nervous expression and wanted to stop Sherhao and the others behind him. He was also grateful. He patted Minsk on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Minsk, since we are here, you should take a rest, or at least distribute the laser guns first. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools." This also makes sense on Mars. After that, Sherhao walked forward a few steps, squatted slightly, and jumped high with his legs. On Earth, Sherhao can jump about 15 meters high, but on Mars, he jumped more than 30 meters high. He saw dozens of ant-like beetles in the distance crawling towards this side quickly, but they were much larger than ants, and their length was about the same as that of Jupiter. Sherhao informed Wang Ping to organize the Shenlong team to prepare for the battle. After all the people of the Shenlong team were equipped, they quickly arrived with their pets. The carrier pigeon debugged the quantum communication switch, and everyone activated the positioning device of themselves and their pets. Tianying, Ilef and Katerina returned to the Earth fire, and quickly put on their equipment and ran down. When Minsk and everyone in the Mars base saw Sherhao jump high, they felt like they saw the god of war descending to the Earth. When the Shenlong team was lined up, they felt deeply dwarfed. Judging from Minsk's description, the Mars beetle is not very powerful, at least it does not pose much threat to them at the Taishan level, but Sherhao did not take it lightly, and asked everyone to aim their guns and prepare to shoot. When the beetle was visible to the naked eye, Sherhao shouted, "Aim at the head and start shooting." Tianying, Ilef and Katerina also started firing after hearing the order. Only 11 white lasers shot out, and soon half of the beetles were burned through the head and lay motionless. The other beetles were not afraid, and continued to crawl over quickly. When there were only a dozen left, Sherhao ordered to stop shooting. He drew out his dagger, rushed out first, and stabbed the first beetle in the head. Sherhao's strength made it difficult for the beetle to move forward, but its body kept twisting, and its legs were digging the ground. Obviously, the dagger did not completely destroy its brain. Sherhao drew out his dagger, grabbed the beetle's head with one hand, and inserted the dagger into the gap between the head and neck with the other hand, then lifted it up with force and cut off the head. After the dagger was drawn out, some sticky blue liquid was seen sticking to the dagger. Wang Ping and his men fought on their own with daggers in hand, and even the carrier pigeons rushed forward with daggers. They wanted to feel the fighting power of the beetles through close combat. Seeing that there were too few beetles to share, several war pets caught a beetle in groups of 2 or 3, and gnawed hard until the beetle was torn into pieces. In the past, every time the beetles attacked, Minsk and his team of 3 fought against a beetle, and it took a lot of effort to kill one. This time, it was a large-scale beetle attack for them, and they were wiped out before they even approached the wall of the Mars base. They only had one feeling in their hearts, too violent. It was impossible not to envy, it was impossible not to be jealous, and it was impossible not to be happy. Everyone cheered. Seeing that the danger was lifted, Minsk quickly mobilized everyone to unload the goods and distribute laser guns. 2/3 of the laser guns were light, 1/3 were heavy, and there were 8 laser cannons. After all the beetles were killed, Sherhow arranged for pigeons to start taking pictures of the whole beetle and the dissected beetle from all angles, and used a scanning imager to make a 3D model. After studying for a while, Sherhow found that the beetle's shell was very strong and could resist ordinary daggers and ordinary gunshots. The high temperature of the laser gun could easily cause fatal damage. Finally, they took 2 isolation boxes from the earth fire, put 2 beetle corpses into the boxes, and then carried them back to the earth fire. These were precious research samples. Sherhow thought about catching 2 alive before leaving. Minsk looked at Sherhow, who had returned to the Mars base after finishing his work, looked at Jupiter next to Sherhow, and looked at the protective suit on Sherhow's body, and kept his TSK in his mouth, with envy and admiration on his face. General Sherhow, if I had your skills, I would have established the Nicholas Kingdom long ago. I didn't expect that Yan's technology would develop so rapidly. Minsk wished he could turn into Sherhow. Sherhow smiled and asked, are there always so many beetles? This time it's relatively large. If we rely on ourselves, we will probably lose a few people. Most of the time, there are usually more than a dozen. But you know what? The number has gradually increased recently. We have records. I go and see. At this point, Minsk's face turned ugly, and he asked Sherhow to follow him, and immediately ran into the base. Sherhow brought Jupiter and followed Minsk to an underground entrance. They walked down the slope for more than 20 meters and encountered a metal door. Minsk entered the password, and the door opened. After entering, it was a cabin with similar functions to the Earth Fire mission cabin. Minsk took off the outer layer, revealing the space suit, took off the helmet, and also had to remove dust, but it was not as advanced as the Earth Fire. Then he opened the door and went in. It was about 700 to 800 square meters in size. It was completely enclosed. The oxygen generator provided oxygen around the clock. There were bunk beds everywhere, each with 5 layers. Minsk came to the office area. There was an old computer, which was turned on. Minsk entered the number of beetles just now, and then an analysis curve came out. The curve showed a slowly upward state, and the number of beetles on the surface increased each time. Minsk said to Sherhow, it seems that I remember correctly. There were only 3 beetles in the first attack, but we were not prepared. They killed 20 to 30 of us. Later, the number gradually increased. Today, the number of beetles has reached more than 50. I wonder how many will come next time. How many times will they come? Minsk's face showed a trace of despair. After a while, he turned to Sherhow and said, General Sher, please save the Mars base and my brothers and sisters. I will do anything for you. I can give you all the silica stones in stock, as well as some other rare minerals. Sherhow carefully looked at the statistics and looked around. Everyone inside looked at him expectantly, and even pleadingly. He sighed and said, I don't know if I can save the Mars base, but I can guarantee your personal safety. You have to promise me that when things are impossible, you must obey my orders and retreat when it is time to retreat. Minsk stood up and bowed deeply to Sherhow. Others bowed to Sherhow to express their gratitude, just like Minsk. I promise, Minsk said after bowing. He knew that he could not hold on any longer. If Sherhow had not come, they might have died in battle, and had no way to retreat. Sherhow explained the situation to the members of the Shenglong team, Tianying, Ilef and Katerina, as well as all the staff of the Dihua, and finally said, I and the Shenglong team will all stay, and the rest of the people will all retreat to the Dihua. Tianying, Ilef and Katerina insisted on staying, and the staff of the Dihua wanted to stay but were stopped by Sherhow. They had more important tasks. In case the ground personnel were defeated, they would airdrop oxygen tanks to relieve the pressure and assist the ground personnel to evacuate. After understanding, the pattern of the appearance of these beetles is not very certain, but every time when Minsk and others are building a base on Mars or have other activities, the beetles will come to attack soon. After Sherhow and Minsk discussed, they decided to build the base as soon as possible and try not to stop work when the beetles come to attack. In order to speed up the construction progress, Sherhow unloaded the construction robot carried by the Earth Fire, which was prepared for the expansion of the Yen country Mars base. The stopgap measure can only be used here first. There were dozens of people in the meteorite cave under the base because their space suits were damaged in the battle, so they had to stay underground all day. Sherhow allocated 100 new space suits to Minsk, because some people's space suits were damaged and about to fail. After these people put on new space suits, they put on the damaged space suits outside. They were so precious that having a space suit on Mars was like having a second life. Manpower suddenly became sufficient, and people kept shuttling back and forth during various construction holidays. Cut stones were continuously transported in. The base wall was quickly closed, and 2 more buildings appeared inside. During this period, beetles appeared 3 times, more than 80 the first time, 150 the second time, and 260 the third time. In the first 2 times, Sherhow led the Shenglong team and Ilef, and Katerina could easily suppress them with laser guns. Under their training, the battle pet began to master the skills of hunting beetles, specifically biting the head or the connection between the head and neck, and the efficiency was greatly improved. By the 3rd time, Tianying and Ilef suddenly found a problem, because they used a light laser gun, and originally only needed 1 shot to kill one, but he had to make up another shot for the 3rd attack. The heavy laser guns used by Sherhow and Katerina did not find this problem. Because there were many beetles, Sherhow and his team fought and retreated, and the battle pet bit a beetle and ran back, biting them to death while running, and slowly they were forced to the base of the outer wall of the base. Outside the base, there were beetle corpses all the way. Sherhow checked all the way, and found that some beetles were still the original gray-black color, but 1/3 of the beetles had faint red lines on their bodies. Chapter 104. Sherhow took out the dagger and stabbed it hard, and found that the shell was not pierced as easily as before. He held the dagger with both hands and stabbed it hard to penetrate it. The piercing process was like cutting cowhide with a blunt knife. With a heavy laser gun, it is still easy to burn through the entire head of the beetle, but after changing to a light laser gun, it can only burn half the depth and cannot kill the beetle with 1 shot. Sherhow looked at the direction where the beetle came from, and had a very bad premonition. Where did the beetle come from? Why are the number of beetles increasing? What's the matter with the light red lines on the beetle? The lines came from nothing. At first, they were gray-black, and now light red lines appeared. The body strength and attack power have increased. Will there be further mutations later, such as changing from light red to red? These are all unknowns, and the unknown is the most terrifying. After returning, Sherhow asked Minsk and others to continue working and fill the oxygen cylinders as soon as possible, and at the same time notify the staff on the Earth Fire to fill the oxygen cylinders. Afterwards, he led the Shenglong team, Ilef and Katerina, to follow the beetles' crawling traces. Several battle pets sniffed the smell of the beetles and ran happily in front, and they followed behind. Tianying and Ilef had already changed to heavy laser guns and slung them across their bodies with straps to maintain stability. After running 2 or 3 kilometers, the battle pet suddenly stopped and barked woof 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 towards the front. I saw 6 beetles in a row, followed by a row behind each beetle, crawling towards this side. Sherhow found a high place, and saw the beetles lined up in a long dragon. Just like the ant colony on Earth, but these ants are a bit too big. Sherhow asked everyone to stay where they were, and then he ran in front of the beetles, trying to attract them away. But no matter how Sherhow lured them, the beetles stubbornly crawled quickly along the previous route. In desperation, Sherhow jumped high over the beetle group and prepared to return to Wang Ping and his group. When he landed, several nearby beetles stopped, turned their heads toward where Sherhow landed, and then crawled toward Sherhow. Sherhow stepped back a few steps, and the beetles stopped moving after reaching where Sherhow landed, and after a while, they returned to their original route. Sherhow took a look and jumped several times in a row, and found that these beetles were very sensitive to vibrations. The vibrations caused by their running were not enough to attract these beetles, and the vibrations caused by jumping from a high place were stronger. Now I think it should be that when Minsk and his group were building the Mars base, vibrations were generated, which attracted the beetles. Sherhow ordered everyone to open fire to eliminate these beetles, while he kept jumping in front to attract the beetles to change their route. Wang Ping and his 10 companions and several pets were hunting the beetles on the side, but the beetles ignored them and continued to chase Sherhow. In this way, they gradually killed more than 500 beetles. After stopping, Sherhow felt dizzy and tired, so he quickly used the biological power bank to replenish his energy. After inspection, half of the beetle bodies had light red lines, and the lines on several of them had turned bright red. The more they killed these beetles, the more they would automatically upgrade. Sherhow felt a little numb on his scalp. Relying on jumping like today to generate vibrations is not a long-term solution. If the number of beetles increases, it will be difficult to deal with. Sherhow returned to the base with a heavy heart and explained his conjecture to Minsk. After discussion, they decided to temporarily stop all work, cut off the vibration source, and see if the beetles would stop attacking. But the preventive work did not stop. 2 Mars transport vehicles were deployed, filled with cut Mars stones. When the beetles attacked again, they were ready to throw stones to create vibrations to change their route. The next day, Shihao asked the pigeon to equip Minsk with a device that could communicate with the Shenlong team, the kind that could only communicate but not locate, and told all of them to stay in the cave and not come out. Then Shihao led people to continue searching along yesterday's route. This time they advanced about 10 kilometers, and saw the mighty army of beetles appear again. Shihao used a telescope to observe, and found that all the beetles this time had red stripes, and the dozens of leading ones were all bright red stripes. There was also something like a sedan in the middle, carried by several beetles with bright red stripes. On the sedan was a beetle with a completely red head and bright red stripes on its body. Its body length was about 1 person tall. Shihao notified Minsk to arrange for someone to drive the transport vehicle over. They retreated to 5 kilometers from the Mars base, where the transport vehicle was already waiting. The transport vehicle followed Shihao. When the beetle was about to reach him, Shihao threw the stone high up, so that it would save more effort to create vibration. The beetle in front sped up, and crawled toward Shihao. Wang Ping and his men continued to fire from the side, as they did yesterday. More than a dozen beetles were hit in the head, and lay still. At this time, the beetle on the sedan chair screamed, and waved its front legs. Some beetles with bright red stripes changed their behavior yesterday, and no longer ignored Wang Ping and his team. They attacked the 10 of them separately. The beetles with bright red stripes can be killed by hitting their heads with heavy laser guns, but they will not be killed if they miss a little. When encountering injured beetles, the battle pet will take the opportunity to pounce on them, and bite them to death. The efficiency of killing beetles is decreasing, and yesterday's strategy has also failed. Shihao hurriedly called everyone together, and started to circle with the beetles. He wanted to attract the beetles with firepower, take them away, and away from the base. When they deviated significantly from the beetle's scheduled attack route, the beetle commander with a bright red head would scream in varying lengths, and wave his front legs from time to time. After hearing the order, the beetles separated a group of beetles to attack Shihao and his team, and the other beetles continued to move forward along the scheduled route. Shihao notified Minsk to let everyone at the Mars base go up to the wall. It seemed that this fierce battle was inevitable. Shihao and his men retreated towards the base while fighting. It was estimated that there were more than 1,000 beetles attacking this time. The evolutionary ability of the beetles was a bit unexpected. A commander appeared and disrupted the original deployment. It was unrealistic to rely on the 12 of them to fight guerrilla warfare. They retreated to the base, and came to the wall. Shihao asked Heiyu, Wu Feng, and Mickey to operate a laser cannon each. These 3 laser cannons were facing the direction of the beetle attack. At this time, the beetles were only a few hundred meters away from the base wall. The beetle commander issued a command through voice. The beetles in the front stopped, and the beetles behind lined up facing the base, gradually forming a square formation, with the beetle commander in the middle. Mickey was delighted to see this, and said through the call channel, "Don't fight with me, I shoot in the middle, and kill the arrogant red-headed beetle first." Shihao gave an order, and Heiyu, Wu Feng and Mickey immediately opened fire. After one shot, 3 circles appeared in the middle, and on the left and right sides of the square formation, and the circles became a vacuum zone. No beetles were left, and the beetle commander was also killed. After losing command, the surrounding beetles crawled towards the base. The laser cannon fired again, and the laser guns kept firing. The beetles became fewer and fewer. After everyone's efforts, the beetle attack was disintegrated. There was no time to rest. Shihao asked people to use a forklift to push all the beetle corpses a few hundred meters outside the base to block the beetle's attack route. The 3 laser cannons fired 6 times, consuming a lot of energy. The entire base was powered by a nuclear fission reactor, which was difficult to support the continuous attack of the laser cannon. As for the nuclear fusion reactor that was transported, it would not be installed in a short time. Fortunately, the beetle's crawling speed is not very fast, about 60 kilometers per hour, which is much lower than the speed of Lingshan class and Taishan class robots. The battle pet is no longer useful at this time, and can only follow the owner to provide protection. Shihao asked the carrier pigeon to send out a drone to hang in the air for reconnaissance. Shihao recalled the process of the battle and felt powerless. He found Minsk and told him about his concerns, and prepared to retreat. Minsk also understood the seriousness of the current situation. He organized everyone to get busy and transport the materials that had just been unloaded to the earth fire, and then transported silica and ore. Then all the movable things were sent to the underground cave, and the entrance was sealed with stones. Shirhao searched among the beetle corpses for a while, found a beetle commander's body, packed it in a box, and sent it to the earth fire. 5 hours after the last attack, the carrier pigeon discovered through the drone that the beetles were out again. They were so dense that they could not see the end, and there was a beetle commander every few hundred meters. Shirhao and his war pets took the initiative to attack. They planned to fight and retreat while destroying some of them first. Shirhao and his team rushed out and started an encounter 8 kilometers away from the base. The red stripes on the beetles in front became wider and brighter, and it became more and more difficult to kill them. In desperation, they no longer pursued killing beetles, but chose to kill them on a large scale, mainly attacking their legs to reduce their travel speed and threat. The number of beetles in front was increasing, and the speed of advancement was becoming slower and slower. The beetles behind made an unexpected move and began to eat the injured and dead beetles to clear the road. It seemed that there was no concept of detour in their minds. Shirhao and his team did not stop. The laser guns continued to fire. The energy consumption increased sharply. Black Feather and Windless had the fastest firing speed, and a battery had been replaced. In this way, Shirhao and his team killed and injured, and the beetles ate, advancing strangely and slowly. Suddenly, several beetles mutated, grew short wings and flew up. They were startled. Although the flying speed was not fast, once a large number of flying beetles appeared, they would be under greater threat, and even the earth fire might be in danger. Everyone raised their laser guns and shot the winged beetles first. After shooting the winged beetles, they changed their strategy and retreated, and notified Minsk to arrange for people to use a forklift to push the beetle corpses piled on the beetle attack route to the side. Through the drone, it was observed that beetles were pouring in from a distance. Shirhao ordered everyone to retreat to the inner wall, including Tian-Ing, Ilef and Katerina. Ilef and Katerina saw Shirhao's gloomy expression, and did not disobey and retreated. Tian-Ing insisted not to go over, so Shirhao asked Ilef and Katerina to carry her back. Notify the Earth Fire to take off immediately, and hover over the Mars base. The Earth Fire is defined as a transport ship and the first test ship. Earthlings have always believed that there is no life on Mars, and will not pose any threat to the Earth Fire, so it is not equipped with offensive weapons. The laser gun batteries were also replenished. Each person had 1 battery in their laser gun and 2 batteries on their bodies. All members of the Shenlong team connected to the biological power bank on their backpacks to keep them in the best condition at all times. The beetles soon arrived at the periphery of the base. Shirhao ordered the laser cannon to attack at full capacity without considering energy consumption, and to give priority to attacking the beetle commander. In this way, they withstood several waves of beetle attacks. As more and more beetles arrived at the periphery, there were 7 or 8 beetle commanders alone. Shirhao ordered Minsk to put down the mechanism, and a dozen square doors lined up under the outer wall slowly rose, to let the beetles crawl in. Soon, more and more beetles gathered, and the passage was completely occupied by beetles. Minsk closed the mechanism again, and the square doors began to fall. These doors were made of metal, very thick and heavy. After the door was closed, they began to throw oxygen cylinders with the valves opened. The beetles slowly lay on the ground like drunken beetles. Compared with the beetles that kept coming in, the number of beetles killed was less than 1/10. Captain, those bright red striped beetles are starting to gnaw at the wall. At this time, Wang Ping shouted loudly. Chapter 105. Shirhao heard the shouts and looked down, only to see the beetles with bright red wide stripes gnawing at the orange-red wall one by one. After Heiyu, Wu Feng and Miki fired another round of artillery fire, Shirhao ordered the Shenlong team to retreat and jump back to the inner wall. He also ordered the Dihua to lower its altitude, approach the inner wall, and open the wide cargo door in the middle. Because the Dihua was too big, it couldn't get close to the inner wall, with a drop of 7 or 8 meters. Shirhao asked Lao He, Ilef and Katerina to go up and catch up. The people in the Mars base lined up in 3 rows. Shirhao, the big guy and Wang Ping threw these people one by one onto the cargo hold of the Dihua. After more than 10 minutes, the outer wall collapsed to the ground with a bang. Minsk was the first to be thrown up. After he went up, he immediately organized people to throw oxygen cylinders down to delay the attack of the beetles. Heiyu, Wu Feng, Miki, Laura, and Xingge kept shooting the beetles near the inner wall with laser guns. Tianning saw that the situation was critical, and refused to go up. She insisted on staying with Shirhao. Her thin body and heavy laser gun were very inconsistent, but it was very visually impactful. There were fewer and fewer people on the wall, but the beetles had almost eaten the corpses and fragments of the wall below. Flying beetles kept appearing. Laura and the others gradually became overwhelmed. More than a dozen flying beetles flew around them. They were bitten and scratched by beetles from time to time. The mutated flying beetles had very sharp teeth and claws, and the protective clothing began to be damaged. Tianning stood behind Shihao, holding the heavy laser gun with her thin arms and shooting. The protective suits on the backs of the big guy and Wang Ping became torn apart, and their backs were covered with scars. Finally, the last person was thrown up by Shihao. At this time, Shihao felt a push from behind. He turned around and found that Tianning had fainted and was about to fall to the ground, so he immediately hugged her. I saw a shocking cut on Tianying's face, extending from the top of her head to her mouth. A large piece of the protective suit was torn off, and her body was covered with scars. Shihao saw the wounds on Wang Ping and the big guy's backs and understood how many attacks Tianning had blocked for him. He handed Tianning to the big guy and ordered him to take Tianning to jump into the cargo hold immediately. Wang Ping and Laura also rushed up with Heiyu, Wu Feng and Mickey. Shihao, Wang Ping and Laura finally jumped onto the Dihua. Shihao caught a flying beetle that fell from the sky and threw it into the cargo hold as a research sample. The three people were at the door of the cargo hold, each holding two heavy laser guns and shooting wildly. The earth fire rose to a height of more than 100 meters, and the flying beetles did not catch up. Minsk watched the Mars base that he had worked so hard to build being eaten away by beetles bit by bit, and he felt mixed emotions. Shihao did not use the biological power bank for Tianning, wanting her to sleep more. Shihao looked at the injured members of the Shenlong team and felt a little scared. They have always been almost invincible on Earth, and any mission was completed by crushing means. But they suffered a disastrous defeat just a few days after arriving on Mars. Everyone was injured. If they had not retreated decisively, they might have died here. After a while, Shihao ordered the acting captain of the Earth Fire to fly along the attack route of the beetles, and finally found a round hill 15 kilometers away from the base. There was a hole on one side of the hill, and the beetles crawled out from here continuously. After the entire Mars base was devoured, the beetles began to retreat, one by one, back into the cave. It was unknown how big it was, and how many tens of thousands of beetles could be accommodated. The Earth Fire landed again at a high altitude nearby. Shihao felt a little unwilling to find out the situation in the cave. But he did not act immediately, and had to wait for a few days. Wang Ping and his team's protective clothing were all damaged, and could not be used. Everyone wore a space suit without a helmet. The strength and toughness of the space suit were not as good as the protective clothing specially made for them, but it was much better than ordinary clothes. After Tianning woke up, she looked at her face, and was very sad. That woman didn't love beauty. Shihao didn't know how to comfort people, so he had to ask Laura to comfort her. After Tianning calmed down, he said, "Ingzi, thank you for blocking those attacks for me, but you are not allowed to do this in the future. Who is stronger, you or me? Don't do stupid things in the future." Tianning felt wrong when she heard this. The robot has no tears, but it doesn't mean it has no emotions. Shihao saw that her face was about to turn gloomy, and immediately said, "I will ask Director Wu to upgrade you to Taishan level when I go back, so as not to get hurt again. After the upgrade, your face will be so beautiful." Tianning was immediately happy when she heard this, but in order to avoid causing discomfort to others, she wore a headgear every day on Mars. 3 days later. In order to ensure the safety of the Shenlong team members, Wang Ping and others did not follow at Shihao's strong insistence. Because the atmosphere on Mars is thin, the flying insect robot cannot take off. For reconnaissance purposes, the ion propulsion drone of the carrier pigeon is a bit large, and it is afraid of being discovered. Shihao came to the cave entrance about 500 meters away, but did not rush in. Instead, he released 2 reptile robots, which were activated and controlled by carrier pigeons. The reptile robots stopped at the cave entrance. The diameter of the cave entrance was about 7 or 8 meters, and it was pitch black inside, so the scene inside the cave could not be seen clearly. The pigeon controlled the robot to continue to climb inside. The deeper it went, the darker it got. In the end, there was only darkness on the image. After hearing the pigeon's report, Shihao ordered the Earth Fire to take off and hover in the air, and then released 2 drones equipped with powerful searchlights to fly into the cave. Wang Ping asked the starship pilot to fly the starship directly above Shihao's head. He tied his body with a safety rope on the inner wall of the mission cabin, and then stood at the door of the open mission cabin with a bundle of more than 100 meters long rope. If he found something wrong, he would throw the rope down to save Shihao. Shihao saw the Earth Fire flying over and hovering above him. He did not order them to fly far away. A warm emotion surged in his mind. He knew that if something happened to him, they would definitely come down to save him as soon as possible. Shirhao asked the pigeon to turn on the drone's light and slowly fly inside. After flying in for dozens of meters, the whole cave became wider, with a diameter of about 10 meters. The whole cave was long and serpentine, and the ground was horizontal. There was no trace of the beetle, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. The cave was silent. Shirhao looked at the image sent back by the drone, found nothing, and prepared to go in to investigate. Before going in, the carrier pigeon told Shirhao that when he was in danger, he could step on the top of the two drones with both feet and evacuate from the air. Shirhao took out a head-mounted searchlight from his backpack, turned it on, and walked into the cave carefully with a heavy laser gun in hand. The color of the wall inside the cave was completely different from that outside, just like the gray-black color of the beetle that first appeared. Although the shape of the cave was curved, it had an indescribable charm, which seemed natural but not natural. Shirhao continued to move forward, and two drones were hovering and exploring the way not far in front of his head. After entering the cave entrance and moving forward for about 100 meters, Shirhao saw a door, the same gray-black color as the cave wall. Shirhao looked at the ground and found nothing unusual, but he was not careless. He squatted down and stabbed the dagger into the ground. There was a sound, a metal collision sound, but it didn't go in at all. He scratched it hard with the dagger, but there was no scratch. The hardness was very high. Shirhao walked slowly towards the door. When it was still 10 meters away, he saw a fluorescent light on the door, and then there was a bright light on the cave wall. There were two beetle-shaped lights on the wall every few meters, extending all the way to the cave entrance. The wall was moving slightly. Shirhao looked closely, and saw that the wall should be crawling. There were beetles crawling densely on it. Shirhao's scalp was numb, and he turned around to retreat. However, with a crash, 5 beetles with light red stripes appeared in front and behind his body. Shirhao observed the surroundings. The beetles on the wall were not trying to attack him except for wriggling. Forget about that. Let's deal with the danger in front of us first. Shirhao raised the laser gun and prepared to deal with the 5 beetles blocking the way to the cave entrance. After 3 consecutive shots, 3 beetles died, some were injured, and 2 had already crawled over. Shirhao aimed at the neck of a beetle and stabbed it with a dagger, then raised it and pulled it out. There was a little blue liquid on the dagger. Another beetle had opened its pliers-like mouth and bit Shirhao's leg. Shirhao jumped forward and rolled on the ground to avoid the beetle's attack. While getting up after rolling, Shirhao picked up the laser gun slung across his body again and fired at the 6 beetles. He retreated while shooting and easily eliminated the remaining beetles. Shirhao walked over and killed the injured beetles with a dagger. After killing the last one, a fluorescent light flashed from top to bottom in the middle of the door, and then split into 2 and slowly opened to both sides. By now, Shirhao had understood that these beetles were controlled by someone, and the hole they came in from should also be artificially made. Killing 10 beetles seemed to be a condition for opening the door. Thinking of this, Shirhao did not retreat, and simply went in to investigate the truth of the matter. After entering this door, there was another curved hole like the outside, and the wall of the cave turned black and red. There were undoubtedly beetles with red stripes on the wall here. This hole was shorter, and Shirhao encountered the second door after walking about 50 meters. This door was black and red, and it felt a bit weird under the fluorescent background. Shirhao came directly to the door, and stood still 10 meters away. 3 beetle commanders appeared this time. Under close observation, the beetles had blood-red heads and bright red and pure black stripes on their bodies, each one a finger wide, like zebra stripes all over their bodies. Shirhao did not hesitate. He opened fire with his laser gun the moment the beetle commander appeared. This time, he did not shoot at the head, but aimed at the beetle commander's legs. Each beetle has 8 legs. The 2 front legs are relatively small, and do not touch the ground. They do not use force, and their movements rely entirely on the 6 thick and hard long legs. Shirhao only had time to fire 2 shots, injuring the legs of 2 beetle commanders. The last one pounced on Shirhao. The speed of the beetle commander was twice as fast as the 10 light red striped beetles just now. When Shirhao shot just now, his body was still retreating rapidly to distance himself from them, but he was still caught up by this beetle commander. Chapter 106. The beetle commander kicked the ground with his legs and pounced toward Shirhao. Shirhao let go of the laser gun in his hand, and didn't have time to draw out the dagger. Seeing this, he had to grab the 2 front legs under the beetle commander's neck and stretched out his arms to push the beetle's upper body upwards. The beetle commander opened his mouth and struggled to bite Shirhao. On the Dihua, Wang Ping and others were anxious. The carrier pigeon controlled the drone to hit the beetle's back. The force was not strong enough, and there was no lethality, but the impact made Sherhao's arm obviously bend, and the carrier pigeon was scared and dared not act rashly again. Sherhao stretched out his arms again, holding up with his left hand, and grabbed one of the two antennae on the beetle's head with his right hand, and pushed upwards to tear its head apart, so that he would have a chance to get rid of the current dangerous situation. When Sherhao grabbed the tentacles with his right hand and pulled them back, the three legs of the beetle commander that were holding Sherhao on the same side of the tentacles suddenly loosened. Sherhao's left hand pressure suddenly reduced, and he grabbed another tentacles. The beetle commander's legs were all spread out to both sides. It seemed that these two tentacles were the life gates of the beetle. Sherhao grabbed the tentacles, and then turned his body 360 degrees, and threw the beetle commander out in the posture of throwing a hammer, hitting the second door heavily. When Sherhao pulled out the dagger and prepared to kill the three beetle commanders, the second door opened. Sherhao understood what the man inside meant, and did not kill them. Sherhao walked into the door. This time it was a straight hole, only more than 20 meters long. The wall was blood red. Under the light, it felt creepy. Sherhao came to the third door. This time there was only one beetle, a flying beetle, less than half the length of the gray-black beetle. Most of its body was blood red, with many black round spots. It had two black antennae on its head, and its wings were a dark red mixture of black and blood red. At first glance, it looked like a large ladybug. This time, Sherhao was empty-handed, and the flying beetle flew over quickly. Its speed was 3 points faster than that of the beetle commander. When they were about to collide, Sherhao used his right foot as the axis, turned 180 degrees, stood facing the back of the flying beetle, and then held the antennae of the flying beetle with both hands. When he was just preparing for the next move, the third door opened. It seemed that the people inside still valued the lives of the beetle commander and the flying beetle. Sherhao did not let go of the flying beetle, and carried it into the third door. There was a spherical stone room inside, with steps to walk down at the door. There was a circular platform in the center below, and there was a throne in the center. On it sat a beetle more than 2 meters tall, with a blood-red body, wearing a blood-red robe, a wide black belt around the waist, and a black cloak. The antennae on the head were red and black stripes, the mouth was black, the eyes were black, and the ends of the 8 legs were black and red. Sherhao thought it must be the Beetle King. The Beetle King stared at Sherhao for dozens of seconds. Sherhao suddenly felt that there was an invisible thing invading his brain, but he couldn't catch it or drive it away. "Don't be afraid, young man. I just want to understand the language and history of your race, but your brain is really weak. You have no defensibility at all. My thoughts are like entering an unmanned area." A deep voice with some friction sound was heard. After saying this, the Beetle King stretched out his hand and pointed. Just now, he flew into the third door. The drone hovering above Sherhao's head gradually turned into red dots floating in the air, and the door behind him closed. "I don't want others to know the content of the following conversation. You should know what to do when you go back, right?" The Beetle King stood up from the throne, walked to the center of the round platform, and said to Sherhao, come down, and can you release the stone-patterned insect in your hand?" Sherhao saw that the door was closed. He probably couldn't beat this stone-patterned insect king, so he didn't think too much and said, "If I release it, what if you want to kill me? I have to catch a bug as insect material." The stone-patterned insect king opened his mouth slightly, and from the expression, he should be laughing. After laughing, he said, "It's too easy to kill you. The one in your hand." He paused for a moment, and then said, "Using the level you know, it should belong to the Taishan level. You may not be able to defeat it 100%. No matter how powerful it is, it was caught by me," Sherhao said, and raised the flying stone-patterned insect in his hand. "That's because you are too cunning. If you have the ability to fight face to face, you will know how powerful it is." The Beetle King said a little angrily, obviously dissatisfied with Sherhao's face. What a joke. Since ancient times, war has always been fair and square. This is the fine tradition of our ancestors. Sherhao also fought back without hesitation. No matter whether he could win or not, he would not give in. The stone-patterned insect king waved his front legs, and 9 flying stone-patterned insects flew out to surround him. It was a naked demonstration and intimidation. Seeing this, Sherhao let go and said, "A good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. Let's spare it for now." The stone-patterned insect king waved his front legs again, and 10 flying stone-patterned insects flew back and disappeared. Sherhao saw that the stone-patterned insect king had no intention of killing him, and he felt much more at ease. He walked down the steps to the stone-patterned insect king, and then stared at the tentacles on the stone-patterned insect king's head, and said to himself, I don't know what its reaction will be if I grab its tentacles. After hearing this, the stoneworm king stepped back, pointed a front leg at Sure Hao and said, Boy, don't go too far, be careful, I will kill you. At worst I will wait a few more years. Sure Hao heard this, and he stopped talking nonsense. He thought it was a complaint to kill himself, so he started to ask about the real business. It turns out that the stoneworm is not a Martian creature. The stoneworm king was sent to Mars by his master 1 million years ago. His identity is a watcher. His mission is to wait for the arrival of the new race on Earth. He doesn't know what race it is, or what it looks like. More than a decade ago, he knew that there were creatures coming to Mars through the vibrations on the surface of Mars. According to the mission, he had to test the strength of these creatures. If they met the minimum standard set by the master, he would further understand the specific information of these creatures, such as where they came from, racial characteristics, history, etc. So it will determine the intensity of the next attack based on the number and level of the stoneworms killed each time. The group of people you just came with were too weak. I sent out a few Huangshan-level stone-patterned insects, but they couldn't resist. You know, I was very disappointed at that time. This damn place is not for insects. The stone-patterned insect king spoke more and more fluently in Chinese, and began to gossip. So I tried it out after a while, and luckily you showed up. When you used that damn oxygen to kill the stone-patterned insects, I had a feeling that you were the ones I was waiting for. I hate oxygen. The stone-patterned insect king said this, and shook his head slightly, and it seemed that he was very cautious about oxygen. Hearing this, Sure Hao said angrily, You can't kill so many people even if you try it out? Do you know how determined they were, and how many hardships they went through to get to Mars? The stoneworm king also got angry, waving his two front legs and saying, Who made them so weak? This little casualty is nothing. We stoneworms have gone through so many battles to become strong. Besides, how many of my descendants have died in the past few days? In your eyes, you humans are noble, but in my eyes, we stoneworms are noble. What about the equality of all beings that you keep saying? Sure Hao fell silent. The rules on Earth are like this, and the rules in the universe are also like this. The fittest survive. Then why did you destroy the Mars base they built with so much effort? The cabins they brought at first were just playthings. If I don't destroy them, they will be corroded by the Martian dust in no time. Later, they actually use Martian rocks as materials to build houses. If they move in, I guarantee that within a year, all of them will die of poisoning in your words. After saying this, the stoneworm king approached Sure Hao, patted Sure Hao's shoulder with one of his front legs, and said, Brother, since you can come here, you may be able to go further in the future. I can't say much else, everything depends on you. Then what kind of materials do you think are suitable for use on Mars? Sure Hao asked after hearing it talk about the construction of the Mars base as useless. The round, shiny things in your ship should be more suitable, but they can only be used for a dozen years. But if some materials unique to Mars can be added during manufacturing, it can completely resist the corrosion of Martian dust, and its service life will be greatly extended. After saying this, the stoneworm king did not give Sure Hao a chance to continue, and continued, The task assigned to me by the master has finally been completed today. I am here mainly to guard a door. You need to open this door by yourselves. I just need to give you the key. The door is buried deep below. As for when it can be opened, it depends on you. The stoneworm king said, while pointing down with one of his front legs. After that, he took out a palm-sized box with black and red stripes and summoned a flying stoneworm. The stoneworm king waved his hand at the box, and the flying stoneworm gradually became smaller, and then lay in the box, as crystal clear as a ruby. This stoneworm is the key. When you have the ability to transform Mars, dig deep down, it will lead you to find the door and help open it. Remember, never open this box on Earth, it will die. As long as it is not opened, it can stay in it for 1,000 years without dying. The stoneworm king said, and solemnly handed the box to Sure Hao. I remind you that you can collect some corpses of stone-grained insects and study them carefully. It will be very beneficial to you. Your physical fitness is not weak, but your whole body has been transformed into a mess. Your mind is very weak, and there is no defense. If the master knows, I don't know if he will be angry to death, alas. The stone-grained insect king said helplessly. What was Mars like in its original state? What did that door look like? Where did you come from? Who is your master? Sure Hao asked several questions in succession. The stone-grained insect king shook his head and said in a profound manner, The secret cannot be revealed, but you earthlings are really smart. I believe we will meet again. Okay, don't say too much, otherwise the master will punish me when I go back. You go out. After the Stoneworm King finished speaking, he waved his front legs, and Hao's eyes went dark. He also heard a sentence vaguely. The Martian sandstorm is coming. Remember to find a sheltered place for your ship that is still a bit decent. Hao felt his feet on the ground. He looked around and saw that he had arrived on the surface of Mars. He saw Wang Ping, Laura, and Mickey standing nearby in confusion, and the two drones were hovering above their heads intact. When the Stoneworm King pointed and let the two drones fall to the ground, the pigeons completely lost the signal and could not receive Hao's positioning information. After discussion, Wang Ping, Laura, and Mickey decided to go into the cave to explore and rescue Hao. When they came to the first door, the road was cut off. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't open the door. The laser gun couldn't burn it, and they couldn't find the mechanism to open the door. They couldn't pull or push it. When they felt frustrated, their eyes went dark and they were teleported out, and they found Hao standing near them. Hao put the box in his backpack and walked towards them. At this time, they suddenly felt the ground shaking, and the ground near the cave entrance gradually cracked. Hao and his team quickly retreated. The big man saw Hao and his 4 people running towards them quickly, and immediately threw the rope down. The 4 people quickly climbed up along the rope, and the earth fire flew behind them. After a while, a round stone ball with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters rose from the ground. The lights on the ball flashed, and the flashes were getting faster and faster, and then it soared into the air with a whoosh and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 107. The original hills and cave entrances disappeared, replaced by a large round bottom pit, which was flatter and more regular than the meteorite crater. The personnel on the earth fire stared at the large pit on the ground in a daze, feeling as if they were in a dream. Is this the legendary alien UFO? Hao looked at the flat pit surface, and did not find the door that the stone pattern Worm King said. At that time, it was pointing to the bottom. Hao thought that it should be buried deep underground. After dusting in the cargo hold, everyone entered the cabin area. Laura arranged Minsk's men to the restaurant. The chef was busy. Although they were all Chinese home-cooked dishes, they tasted like delicacies because they had not satisfied their appetite for too long. The earth fire flew back to Minsk's Mars base and landed on the open space next to it. Hao and Minsk got off the ship and came to the base. They saw that the ground was flat, with only a few remaining Martian stones. All the bodies of the stoneworms disappeared. They should have been eaten up by other stoneworms, just like the walls and buildings. As for the construction machinery, it was fine. I don't know if the Stoneworm King left them here on purpose, or if they don't like them. Hao didn't say what happened in the cave, and Minsk didn't ask. Hao walked to the center of the open space, picked up a piece of Martian rock and said, "Mr. Minsk, Martian rocks are poisonous to humans. Do you know this?" Minsk sighed and said, "We know that, but this is not like the Earth. Materials are extremely scarce. There is no other way except to use local materials. The threat of the beetle can be confirmed to have been eliminated. What are your plans for the next step?" Hao concealed the name of the stoneworm and directly replaced it with the beetle. Minsk took 2 steps forward, looked around and said, "As long as those beetles don't come to mess with me, I will continue to build my Nicholas kingdom, and I will never back down." Hao stamped on the ground with his feet to test the hardness of the Martian soil, and then said, "Did you see the round glass cover in the cargo hold of the Earth Fire? The Yin Country Moon base uses this kind of glass cover to provide the outermost protection for buildings and personnel. It can effectively filter ultraviolet rays, and has good sealing. These covers were originally intended to be used to expand the Yin Country Mars base, but I can apply to the higher authorities to sell you some." Hao wanted to help Minsk. Minsk gave Hao a bear hug and said excitedly, "Hao, you are my brother. I will never forget this kindness in my life. In addition, you can see that although we have undergone genetic modification, we are very powerful on Earth, but we still can't move on Mars. You and your team members have great physical fitness. If we have your physical fitness, or half of your fitness, the difficulty of building a base on Mars will be greatly reduced. So, I would like to shamelessly ask you to apply together." Minsk did not continue to speak, looking at Hao with expectant eyes. At this time, the call of a carrier pigeon came from Hao's headset. Captain, the satellite shows that there is a sandstorm in the southeast area more than 1,000 kilometers away from us, and it is expected to reach our area in 15 hours. Hao immediately asked Minsk after hearing the message, "Mr. Minsk, have you ever experienced a sandstorm on Mars? If you have, please tell me about it." Minsk's face changed drastically, and he asked, "Is there a sandstorm coming?" After getting Hao's affirmative answer, he continued, "We have experienced it 3 times. Because the atmosphere on Mars is thin, the dust particles on Mars are very small, and the power of the sandstorm is not great. The biggest threat is not the sandstorm itself, but the pervasive Martian dust. The Martian dust particles are very small, and can penetrate into any hole. They will drill into the gaps of mechanical equipment, posing a great threat to the equipment. After each sandstorm, some of our equipment is damaged or scrapped. Minsk's face looked very painful. After hearing Minsk's words, Sherhow grabbed a handful of Martian soil from the ground, and then spread his palm to see that the Martian dust was finer than flour, very dry, and as slippery as quicksand. After studying, he said, "The sandstorm will not arrive here until 15 hours later. We should hurry up and dig a foundation with machinery, install a glass cover first, cover the equipment, and test the effect of the glass cover." The two immediately returned to the earth fire. Minsk began to arrange the work, and Sherhow also arranged for people to transport the glass cover down. After more than 300 people worked hard for nearly 10 hours, the glass cover was deeply buried on all sides. Because the cover could not be cut, a large part of the machinery was parked in the center in advance. When the glass cover was hoisted by the crane, they were covered. The glass cover was 20 meters in diameter and 15 meters high. The open part extended 5 meters forward vertically, which could increase the volume of the glass cover. When the crane that stayed outside was covered with tarpaulin, the sandstorm was about to arrive. During this period, Sherhow took a quantum beacon out for a trip. Compared with quantum navigation beacons, quantum beacons are much simpler and only serve as location guidance. The control center does not track it in real time. Sherhow replaced the battery of the quantum beacon with a new one, and then buried it deep in the deep pit left by the flying saucer of the stone insect king after it flew away. He was worried that after several sandstorms, this place would be filled up, and he would not be able to find the location in the future. Sherhow asked the driver to park the earth fire on a flat ground behind a small hill, and then turned on the plasma device on the hull to form ion wind to protect the entire hull. Soon, the sky in the distance changed drastically, and the wind was raging, giving people a sense of doomsday. The orange dust covered the sky, and the sandstorm rolled in. Although the sandstorm on Mars looked huge, it was not strong due to the thin atmosphere. The earth fire stood still, the plasma wind was blowing, and the entire hull was spotless. It is said that this idea was borrowed from the design of the flying saucer in Antarctica. The people in Minsk had no time to clean up the blocked meteorite cave, so everyone had to return to the Dihwa to take shelter. The sandstorm raged for more than 10 days. They watched movies, held cocktail parties, and sang karaoke on the Dihwa. Some people even learned to play mahjong, bridge, landlords and other games, just like a long vacation. For those couples, Sherhow asked Laura to arrange them in a room, so that they could do whatever they wanted. Reproducing offspring on Mars was part of Minsk's plan. He also had a girlfriend, but hundreds of people were crowded in the meteorite cave, and there was no condition for that. Having a wild battle on Mars would be a life-threatening thing. Sherhow has submitted Minsk's application to the Yin country's top leaders, and received a positive response, but Minsk's transformation is limited to Lingshan level, and is limited to 20 places. Minsk told his girlfriend about his decision, and then the two of them were inseparable, and spent 10 crazy days in the room. He was on top, and she was on the bottom. He was on the bottom, and she was on the top. Left and right, front and back. All kinds of postures, all kinds of experiences. Fortunately, it was genetically modified and durable. He did not agree to his girlfriend's request to change her body, because he wanted a child born on Mars. After the sandstorm ended, it was found that a meter of Martian dust had accumulated at the root of the glass cover. Sherhow arranged for the intelligent construction robot on the earth fire to dig away the surrounding dust, open the sealed meteorite cave, and clean up the dust on the glass cover. The mechanical equipment inside was still the same, without a bit of dust on it. Sherhow carefully observed the glass cover, and found some tiny white spots that were almost invisible to the naked eye. These were all corrosion caused by the dust on Mars. It seemed that what the Stoneworm King said was true. Facts proved that this old monster knew a lot. The Stoneworm King had been here for 50 million years. At that time, the dinosaurs on Earth had completely become extinct. Could it be that the master he mentioned had calculated that there would be humans on Earth? Or more precisely, new higher life forms would appear. These higher life forms had the ability to come to Mars, so he asked him to stay here. Humans have been looking for extraterrestrial life, but have found nothing, and have been exploring the secrets of the universe, but have no clues. However, this old monster encountered on Mars shows that the appearance of humans has always been in their calculations. Thinking of this, Sherhow felt his scalp tingling again. The unknown feeling of being controlled was very scary. He calmed down and found Minsk to discuss the next plan. Minsk asked the crane to lift the glass cover, opened all the machinery, dug a cave somewhere in the crater on the edge of the crater, and transported all the silica and other rare minerals inside. He said to Shirhao, "Brother, you take away all the inventory here. I don't know if it is enough to buy these glass covers and those Lingshan-level robots. If not, I will make up for it later. The silica for buying laser guns, laser cannons, and other supplies has been loaded on the Earth Fire, and the remaining ones are all Minsk's assets." Shirhao did not act pretentiously. He arranged for people to load the ore on the Earth Fire, and then left a lot of food, daily necessities, and even mahjong, bridge, and poker. Minsk and Shirhao agreed that he would bring 15 people back to Earth to undergo body transformation in half a month. In the past half month, he will lead everyone to carry out the base construction work. Shirhao left a total of 10 glass covers. Minsk plans to connect the 10 covers with underground passages, just like the Yin Country Moon base, and then gradually hollow out the entire underground and divide it into multiple functional areas, such as parking lots, warehouses, etc. Because the Martian soil is more harmful to humans, the houses are built on the surface. After they saw that the biggest threat of beetles was eliminated, they had hope again, and they were in high spirits and full of energy. They used 100% effort to build the Nicholas Kingdom in their hearts. After everything was arranged here, the Earth Fire took off again. At Katerina's request, she was first sent to the North Pole of Mars. Now it is the polar day period of the North Pole of Mars, and then it was agreed to pick her up here in half a month and leave together. Almost a month after arriving on Mars, the Earth Fire arrived at the Yin Country Mars base. Chapter 108. The Earth Fire also found the Mars base of Yin Country through the quantum beacon and landed nearby. The buildings of the base are arranged in the shape of a sun. The experimental cabin, planting cabin, living cabin and other functional cabins are surrounded by a rectangle with a passage in the middle. The components of these functional cabins are built in several batches. The first batch of components are modularly produced on Earth, and then launched into outer space by high-power rockets. After several orbit changes, they are dropped on Mars. Due to the high cost, only 2 experimental cabins were dropped at that time. Later, after the Starship was successfully built, 3D printing equipment and printing materials were directly transported to Mars, and the components of each functional cabin were printed on site and then assembled. Some other experimental equipment and living facilities are also printed by 3D printers, formed in one go, and have a sense of science fiction. The staff and scientific researchers stationed at the Mars base are all genetically modified like Minsk. After the Earth Fire landed, 3 people were already waiting below. Shirhao led all the members of the Shenglong team to line up and salute them, and then shook hands. Ilef, Tianning and other personnel did not come down from the Earth Fire. On the one hand, the base space was too small, and on the other hand, some secrets could not be exposed to too many people. The nature of the Yingwa Mars base and the Minsk Mars base is different. Minsk is determined to establish a Nicholas country. The Yingwa base represents the will of the country. Most of them are scientific researchers who conduct multiple experiments and research on Mars. The ultimate goal is to come up with an optimal and long-term plan to build a Mars city with comprehensive functions, and find and improve the plan to transform Mars. After the deterioration of the Earth's environment, the authorities paid more attention to the construction and search for the second and third planets suitable for human habitation and life. Shirhao and his team were not in a hurry to enter the base, but visited the base. When they walked to the other side, they found that there were 2 experimental cabins and a planting cabin idle there. The 2 experimental cabins were smaller than the functional cabins currently used, and the planting cabin was a little damaged and deformed. Under the guidance of the base personnel, Shirhao and his team entered through a door and entered the base after dust removal. A man who took off his helmet came to Shirhao and saluted and reported loudly, "General, welcome to the Mars base to guide the work. I am Zhuanlong, the head of the base." Shirhao immediately returned the salute. Zhuanlong was a colonel in his 30s. Everyone sat down in the conference room. Zhuanlong said apologetically, "General, the conditions at the base are not very good. There is no special reception room. Please rest here for a while." Shirhao smiled and said, "We are all family. Don't be polite. You have been here for several years. Thank you for your hard work. I have been instructed before I came. Because the new starship is completed, it will often transport personnel and goods between the Earth and Mars, so your rotation period will be shortened to once every 6 months." Zhuanlong couldn't help wiping his wet eyes when he heard Shirhao's news, and then smiled awkwardly and said self-deprecatingly, Alas, I am getting less and less restful. I am sorry to embarrass you. His Mandarin pronunciation was a little unstandard. Laura handed over a tissue and said, Colonel Zhua, we have been on Mars for a month. We are very familiar with the difficult conditions here. It can be imagined that you must have been through the gates of hell several times. Shihao then talked about Yan's decision to expand the Mars base. Zuanlong stood up to apologize and asked Shihao and the others to wait for a while, then walked out. A few minutes later, he came back with 3 people. He introduced them one by one. This is Professor Shi, this is Professor Li, and this is Professor Tang. As soon as he finished speaking, the professor standing in the front said, Xiaozhua, it's Shi, not C. I will be pissed off by you sooner or later. After saying that, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Zuanlong scratched his head and said, Calm down, you know my pronunciation is not standard. Everyone laughed at this authentic Southern Mandarin, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. After everyone took their seats, Professor Shi spoke, and it can be seen that he is the leader here. General Shi, I like to get straight to the point. In fact, more than a month ago, the higher-ups had already asked for our opinions on the expansion of the Mars base. I replied at the time that there were still some unresolved issues, and we had to wait. In addition, we tested the special glass cover used on the moon and found that this kind of glass is easily corroded on Mars, and will be scrapped in about 10 years at most. If we force the expansion, we will have to rebuild it in a few years. It will be a waste of money and labor for the people. It will not be worth the cost. In the past, it cost a lot of money to transport a piece of plate or a piece of glass to Mars, not to mention expanding a base. Professor Shi said with great pain. This is the respected old expert of Yen country. He can sacrifice his life to come to Mars, but he still thinks about saving money for the country. After hearing what Professor Shi said, Shihao said, Professor Shi, I understand your concerns. I will not answer your questions for the time being. I would like to invite you to move to the Dihua starship as a guest. What do you think? Professor Shi was a little puzzled, but he nodded and agreed. Zuanlong and 2 other staff members helped the 3 professors put on their space suits and left the base to board the Dihua. The 3 professors listened to the introduction of the Dihua staff, touched the console, chairs, tables, and other items, walked around the cabin area and said good, good, good repeatedly. When they came to the cargo hold, they saw the huge space, the stacked glass covers, and the latest intelligent construction robots, and their eyes were filled with tears. After the tour, Shihao took them to the restaurant, and Tianning served authentic chicken soup and home-cooked dishes. The 3 of them ate, drank, and laughed. From that moment on, they felt that the hardships they had suffered before were worth it. Shihao said on the side, Don't worry, even if the glass cover needs to be replaced once a year, I, Shihao, can pull it for you. The cost is just a drop in the bucket compared to before. The garrison personnel at the base have already risked their lives for several years. What I can do is to try my best to create a good environment for you and build a safe base. Professor Shi was relieved to see such a powerful Dihua, and he said, General Shi, we will fully cooperate with the expansion of the base, but there is one thing that must be solved first, otherwise we will always be worried. What is it? Please tell me. At this time, Zuanlong said, Let me tell you. One night when we were sleeping, we suddenly heard the alarm. The monitoring showed that the cabin was leaking, and then the cabin was automatically separated, cutting off the hidden danger. When I and several security personnel put on space suits and drove out, I vaguely saw a big bug biting our planting cabin. Fortunately, there was no one in the planting cabin at night, otherwise there would definitely be casualties. Zuanlong still felt scared when he recalled it. At that time, we only had the laser guns we brought with us at the beginning. The power was very small. After hitting it, the bug ran away. We didn't dare to chase it at night, and we didn't find it the next day. At this time, Shihao remembered the damaged planting cabin placed next to the base. Shihao brought Zuanlong to the cargo hold again and opened a box. Inside was the corpse of the Huangshan class, that is, the gray-black stone-grained worm. Zuanlong nodded and said that it was such a worm. Shihao thought that it seemed that the stone-grained worm king had arranged spies all over Mars. I wonder how many were left on Mars. Will they reproduce? Back to the restaurant, he said, the base in Minsk was destroyed by these bugs, but the source of the bugs has been solved, and the remaining ones are not to be feared. The laser guns and laser cannons we brought can easily kill them. If there are more bugs coming, kill them directly. In addition, they are most afraid of oxygen, so they can be killed with oxygen. Zuanlong also described the corpses of the bugs he had just seen to the 3 professors. Sherhow also talked about the characteristics of the bugs and how to get rid of them. After listening, they felt much more relieved. Next, they began to discuss the specific implementation plan for the base expansion. When discussing the problem of dust corrosion on Mars, Professor Tang said, "The thing that is most abundant on Mars is dry ice. We can install a dry ice cleaning machine on the glass cover and clean the cover regularly." Professor Lee added, "There is no atmosphere on the Moon, so a single-layer glass cover is fine. Although the atmosphere on Mars is thin, it still exists. Its flow may cause heat loss inside the cover. I think the glass cover of the Mars base should be made into 2 layers." Sherhow did not bring up the idea of extracting materials from Martian soil and mixing them into special glass. After all, it has not been verified yet. He plans to take some Martian rocks back to verify it first. Soon, the base expansion plan was completed, and the staff on the Dihua and the base personnel all took action. The construction robot re-leveled and excavated the land next to the base, fully carrying forward the fine tradition of the infrastructure maniac. 10 days later, all the glass covers were installed and the underground passages were excavated. The new building modules transported from Earth were designed and manufactured according to the shape of the glass covers. After installation, they fit tightly, and there was no waste of space. The only regret is that the diameter of the glass cover is too small. It seems that the next step is to build a special glass manufacturing plant on Mars. The water used in the Mars base is transported back from the 2 poles of Mars. The transport vehicles are 2 old Mars transport vehicles that can fly 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Although a lot of pure water was brought to Mars this time, Sherhow still arranged for the Dihua to go to the North Pole and transport a large amount of water ice and dry ice back. After the construction of the base was completed, all the researchers made a long list of materials for the experiment and asked the Dihua to bring it over next time. The Quantum Satellite Control Center of the Mars base has been activated, and they can access the internet and make phone calls at any time. The soft and hard power of the entire base has been upgraded. No food was left on the Dihua, and all was left to the base personnel. Dozens of tons of Martian rocks were loaded into the cargo hold and Katerina was picked up as agreed. At this point, the Yin Country Mars base began to transform and gradually grew into a springboard for Yin Country to enter space. Chapter 109. 10 kilometers away from the edge of the Arctic ice cap, this is a flat area with high terrain. The Russian Federation Mars Arctic base is located here. Looking north from here, you can easily see the white Arctic ice cap in the distance. There are water ice, dry ice, and a mixture of the two, which usually contains mud and sand. The Russian Federation built the Mars base in the Arctic based on the strategic planning of water resources. However, the polar day and polar night of the Arctic of Mars are distinct. The temperature is higher during the polar day, and there are people stationed. During the polar night, the station personnel are withdrawn to the vicinity of the equator, which means that the Russian Federation has established 2 small bases on Mars, and most of the station personnel are soldiers. In the conference room of the Russian Federation base, more than a dozen people stood or sat around the conference table. "Katerina, all this is caused by you. You are a disaster." A 180-centimeter tall but very thin man standing by the conference table waved his fist and shouted at Katerina hoarsely. "Kirill, are you a man? You push the responsibility onto others when something happens. Besides, she is a woman. Where is your gentlemanly manner?" said an officer sitting at the main seat of the conference table. "Ponlev, don't think I don't know. Since she came, you have never taken your eyes off her. You have been here for a few years. If a sow is placed next to you, you will probably do it. Wake up. She is a robot." Kirill's face was bulging with veins. He put his hands on the edge of the table and bent over to yell at Ponlev. Katerina sat there leaning against the back of the chair, with a laser gun on the table in front of her. She looked up at Kirill and said, "Kirill, it is not your turn to say what kind of person I am. You are afraid of death. No matter how you scold me, you can guarantee that you will survive. Go and reason with those bugs." As she spoke, she stood up, put the gun on her shoulder and said, "Although I am a robot, I have a man. His name is Sherhow. He will come to pick me up today." After that, she put on the hood and walked out of the meeting room coolly. It turned out that the night Katerina arrived at the Russian Federation Mars base, the base was attacked and an experimental cabin was destroyed. Because it was too late, she didn't see who the attacker was. At noon the next day, the patrolling soldiers found 5 big bugs crawling towards this side and sounded the alarm. Katerina rushed over as soon as possible. Seeing the familiar gray-black beetles, she used a laser gun to eliminate them all in a few minutes. Then she told the people at the base about the destruction of the Minsk Mars base by the stone beetle. From that day on, everyone was shrouded in the shadow of the stone beetle. In the following 10 days, the stone-grained worms appeared at night, and during the day, sometimes 4 or 5, sometimes more than 10. Every time they appeared, they would first eat the dead stone-grained worm bodies. Katerina knew that they would evolve, so every time they killed the stone-grained worms, she asked everyone to throw the bodies far away, but the bodies would still be found and eaten. In the past few days, the number of stone-grained worms has not decreased, and several light red striped stone-grained worms have appeared. Today, when discussing countermeasures in the conference room, Kirill, who was in a state of mental collapse, provoked accusations against Katerina. Because after Katerina arrived at the base, the stone-grained worm attack incident occurred immediately, and several people represented by Kirill accused her of bringing bad luck to the base. Katerina initially defended herself a few words, but finally stopped talking. Anyway, she was leaving Mars today, so let them go. Just as Kirill was jumping up and down and wanted to roar, the shrill bass alarm sounded. The people in the conference room put on their helmets and ran out. Kirill's hands were shaking, and it took him a long time to put on his helmet. He then ran out quickly with a laser gun in his arms, following the large group. Katerina was the first to rush out when she heard the alarm, and saw dozens of stone-grained worms approaching the base. Although the garrison personnel were all soldiers, they were all genetically modified a few years ago. There were a few robots, but they were not equipped with weapons and had no combat effectiveness, so there was no way to expand the alert range. Katerina surrounded the stone-grained worms and shot frantically. These stone-grained worms attacked in a disorderly manner, unlike those attacking the Minsk base. A dozen soldiers who ran out later shot from a long distance, but they could not guarantee that they would hit the head or legs, and they all used light laser guns, so the killing efficiency was very low. Gradually, several people were accidentally surrounded by stone-grained worms, including Kirill. No matter how they blamed her, Katerina rushed over to save people when human lives were at stake. Katerina leaped to the center of the encirclement. After continuous shooting, several stone-grained worms lay down and did not move. Kirill saw that she was safer, so he hid behind her and occasionally shot sideways. Suddenly, a red-striped stone worm jumped towards Kirill. Kirill grabbed Katerina's arm with his hand, trying to pull Katerina in front of him to block the worm, but he failed to pull her over. Instead, Katerina let go of her laser gun and threw it out. She kicked Kirill several meters away in anger, then held the stone worm's head with one hand and pulled out a hilt from her messenger bag with the other hand. A laser sword appeared under her mind, and she chopped the worm's neck with the laser sword, and the worm's head fell to the ground. After killing several stone worms with the laser sword, Katerina shouted "Run!" and picked up the laser gun on the ground and retreated quickly. A small number of stone-grain insects were busy gnawing at the functional cabin, while a large number of them were chasing Katerina and others. At this time, the Dihua arrived above the Russian Federation Mars base. When it was more than 100 meters away from the ground, the staff found something unusual and immediately reported the situation to Shirhao. Shirhao clearly saw dozens of stone-grain insects chasing Katerina and others through the zoomed-in picture, and immediately ordered, "All members of the Shenlong team are dressed and ready to attack. The Dihua is as close to the target as possible." Hearing the order, Wang Ping and his team acted quickly. Tianning and Ilef also quickly put on their equipment and followed the Shenlong team to the mission cabin. When it was about 80 meters away from the ground, Katerina was surrounded by more than a dozen stone-grain insects again in order to cover the rear. Shirhao jumped down first when he saw this, and stepped on a stone-grain insect, and it burst when he landed. After seeing Shirhao help her out of the siege, the wounded Katerina collapsed on the ground, laughing and shouting, "I knew you would come to save me, Shirhao, I love you." When Shirhao heard Katerina shout, he stumbled as usual and almost tripped. He quickly pretended not to hear it, stood firm and shot at the stone-grain insects. He wondered in his mind, how could robots love each other all day long? Are female robots different? He made up his mind again to stay away from Katerina. Soon, dozens of stone-grain insects were all destroyed. Tianning helped Katerina walk over. When she approached Shirhao, Katerina rushed toward Shirhao, hugged his neck, and rested her head on his shoulder. Shirhao felt two soft things pressing on his chest, making him at a loss. It was not right to hug her with both hands, nor was it right not to hug her, so he had to pat Katerina's shoulder gently. Seeing Shirhao's embarrassing look, Laura couldn't help laughing, while Wang Ping and the other men stood on the ground and looked up at the sky, almost saying "nice view." When Katerina hugged Shirhao, she felt a special sense of security. The grievances she had suffered in the past 10 days slowly dissipated. After calming down, she whispered in Sherhao's ear, "It's great to have you." Then she let go of Sherhao, came to Laura, and thanked Wang Ping and the others one by one. Ponlev looked at Katerina and Sherhao, and was full of jealousy, but he couldn't beat anyone. In addition, he was the person in charge of the base, so he had to be presentable on the scene, and expressed his gratitude to Sherhao and the others with a smile on his face. Sherhao asked Wang Ping to bring the battle pet down from the earth fire, and prepared to try to find the nest of the stone vein worm. At this time, Kirill came over and said with hatred on his face, "Are you Katerina's man? Don't think that you are strong and I am afraid of you." After he said this, he pointed his finger at Katerina and said, "You son of a bitch, you want to murder me? I will sue you in the military court." At this time, a Russian Federation soldier standing at the back shouted, "Kirill, enough. I saw you dragging Katerina's arm with my own eyes. You want her to be your scapegoat. You should go to the military court. I will testify." Kirill wanted to make a noise, Sherhao kicked him, and Kirill flew out in response. To deal with Kirill, Sherhao and Katerina acted in the same way. Ponlev took one look and said coldly, "Mr. Sherhao, I am very grateful that you saved us. But I am afraid it is not appropriate to treat my men like this." Sherhao did not look at him straight in the eye and said disdainfully, "Is this the moral character of the legendary fighting nation? Whether you want a one-on-one or a group fight, I will accept it. As for him talking dirty again, I will beat him every time I see him." While speaking, Sherhao pointed his finger at Kirill, who was struggling to get up from the ground. Ponlev stammered and said nothing, and drove everyone away to count the losses of the base. Kirill staggered to Ponlev, with a sinister look on his face, and gritted his teeth and said, "Ponlev, send me back, I want to become stronger. It is now certain that the stone grain worms left on Mars can reproduce and evolve and mutate, which will be a great hidden danger for humans. Whether for others or for himself, Sherhao decided to find the nest of stone grain worms. Ahu and Jupiter led the way in front, and soon they came to the vicinity of the Arctic ice cap. There is a big hole left by ice mining, in the ice mining area of the Russian Federation Mars base. There are many traces of stone grain worms crawling at the entrance of the hole. The stone grain worms are likely to crawl out from here. Sherhao and his team did not rush in, but released a crawler robot to explore the way first. After entering, they found that it was a big hole, which was a bit similar to the Kars caves on Earth. Finally, it was decided that Sherhao, the big guy, Laura, Mickey, and He, he would enter the cave, Wang Ping would take Lao He and Wu Feng to meet outside, and the carrier pigeon would open the quantum communication switch to keep everyone's communication open. After learning from the last lesson, Sherhao did not let Tianning follow him. Ilev knew that his strength was low, so he took the initiative to stay. Katerina said that Sherhao came here to help her, and she had no reason not to follow him in. Sherhao said that her clothes were torn and she was injured, and it was very dangerous without protection. She directly found an identical protective suit from her backpack and put it on. Sherhao had nothing to say, and could only let her go with him. Chapter 110. The further you go, the higher the top of the cave becomes, reaching a height of several dozen meters. The ground may have been washed by water for a long time ago, and it is very smooth. The cave is more than 10 meters wide. Going forward along the road, twisting and turning, you will encounter one or two or several stone vein insects from time to time on the road. You will kill them all the way. You will encounter several forks in the road. You will try several times and walk into several dead ends. Just keep walking and trying, and gradually go deeper into the interior. After walking for more than an hour, you can see an arch at the end of the road. It looks a bit like it was formed naturally, but there are also some traces of artificial cutting. The group walked through the arch and was stunned. There was a huge space inside. The ground was a large irregular circle, with a rough diameter of more than 2,000 meters. Looking up, the high top is getting narrower and higher from the edge to the center, in the shape of a gourd. The top of the center should be an open-air opening, which is covered with white water ice. All these were normal. What surprised them was that there was a black pyramid in the middle, with a side length of about 300 meters and a height of about 200 meters. The top of the pyramid was facing the opening of the cave roof. There were hundreds of stone-grained insects crawling around the pyramid. After being shocked, Sherhao and his team started to clean up the stone-grained insects one by one from the archway. After killing dozens of them, the stone-grained insects seemed to have heard the order and all crawled over here. Sherhao ordered everyone to fight and retreat at the same time. They retreated to a narrow position and stopped. It became a situation where they fought, and the stone-grained insects behind ate the bodies of the stone-grained insects in front. In this way, more than 2 hours passed, and dozens of flying stone-grained insects with wings evolved. These flying stone-grained insects did not continue to attack them. As long as they grew wings, they would retreat. There were fewer and fewer stone-grained insects crawling over, and finally there was no movement. Sure Hao and his team entered the arch again, and saw a Taishan-level stone-grained insect flying in the air at the foot of the pyramid, eating the last flying stone-grained insect that had just evolved. Laura and his team saw this large ladybug-like stone-grained insect for the first time, and they were very nervous. Sure Hao walked towards the stone-grained insect slowly. When the stone-grained insect saw someone approaching, it stopped eating and flew towards Sure Hao at a high speed. Sure Hao repeated his old trick, turned 180 degrees, and quickly grabbed the 2 tentacles of the stone-grained insect with both hands. The stone-grained insect twisted its body and flapped its wings wildly to break free. Laura and his team saw that the seemingly cool boss-level monster was taken down by Sure Hao, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Katarina looked at Sure Hao, and her eyes were full of little stars in admiration. Sure Hao came over and asked them to take out the rope to tie up the body of the stone-grained insect. He didn't tie its wings for fear of hurting it and affecting the research. After tying it, Sure Hao tied the rope to a stone pillar next to it, which looked like flying a kite from a distance. Next, Sure Hao approached the pyramid and observed it carefully. The pyramid was black in color, with mysterious patterns carved on it. It was divided into 7 layers from top to bottom, with a 1-meter-wide platform between each layer as a dividing line. Sure Hao climbed to the top of the tower by stepping on the patterns, and found that the top was not pointed, but a small square platform with a side length of about 3 meters. Sure Hao observed and studied from top to bottom layer by layer, but never found anything unusual, so he had no choice but to come down and join everyone. Several people gathered together and discussed their views on the pyramid. I've read a novel that says the pyramid is the center of the formation. According to this, there should be more than one pyramid on Mars. Mickey said seriously. Seeing his serious look, if he has not stopped, he might really start a journey to find other centers of the formation. Laura knocked on his head and said, "Do you still want to survive the disaster?" Everyone laughed when they heard it. Mickey stuck out his tongue, shrank his head and stopped talking. Haifeng looked at the pyramid and said, "I have read some books on the study of the pyramid, and there are different opinions. Some people say that the pyramid is the tomb of the pharaoh and a symbol of status. Some people say that the pyramid is an energy tower built by ancient civilizations to collect energy. Some people say that the pyramid is a transmission tower or a signal transmission tower built by aliens. Anyway, there are many different opinions, and it is confusing." After listening to Haifeng, the big man patted him on the shoulder and said, "It turns out that what you have said for a long time is nonsense. I think it is a flying saucer. Look at the workmanship and the pattern. It is 100 times better than the big stone ball that flew away." When Sure Hao heard the word flying saucer, he thought of the flying saucer in Antarctica, and then he came to the first platform and sat down. He sat there and closed his eyes and began to look inward at the position of the forehead. Gradually, a group of white mist appeared at the position of the forehead. To be precise, it seemed that there was something, but he could only see a white mist. He went up to the second step, and this time it turned into yellow mist. The third step was green, and the fourth step was black. After sensing 4 levels in a row with his mind, Sure Hao felt very tired. He activated the biological power bank to replenish his energy, and came to the 5th level. This level was red. He almost fainted after sensing this level. This time he activated the biological power bank and connected it to his body, and came to the 6th level. He vaguely saw that this level was purple. He fainted on the ground before he could see it clearly. Laura and the others saw this and quickly went up to straighten Sure Hao, using a biopower bank to continue to replenish his physical strength. After a few minutes, Sure Hao woke up. Sure Hao roughly explained the trick of telepathy, and everyone went down to the first floor to try it. Only Katarina stood beside Sure Hao with a smile, and did not move. At this time, Sure Hao was still a little dizzy, sitting cross-legged on the platform. Katarina sat cross-legged beside him, grabbed one of Sure Hao's hands with her own hand, and then the two crossed their fingers, clasped their palms together, and clasped the other hand in the same way. Sure Hao was about to break free, but felt his palms warm, and the dizziness disappeared immediately. His mouth, which had been opened to speak, closed immediately, and he looked at Katarina in surprise. Katarina let go of her hands, smiled and said to Sure Hao, "Do you think I want to take advantage of you? Is it much better now?" Katarina looked at Sure Hao's surprised look, and felt indescribably comfortable in her heart. The most important thing is that she can help him around a man who is better than herself, which makes her very happy. Katerina explained, I was born with special abilities. In today's terms, my telekinesis is very strong. My telekinesis can not only control telekinesis switches, but also enhance the biological voltage of the human body. As I get older, my abilities become stronger and stronger. Finally, I was recruited into the army by a secret department of my country. Last year, I had an accident while performing a mission and became disabled. I had no choice but to undergo body modification. After Katerina's explanation, Sherhao learned that in order to preserve her special abilities, the Russian Federation found the Telekinesis Research Institute, the Robotics Research Institute, and the Biological Research Institute to jointly develop a plan, and finally transferred her entire brain to the body of a bionic robot, controlling her body through biological nerves. Before the brain was transferred, her disabled body was genetically modified. The focus of the modification was to increase her brain. In the end, her telekinesis level reached level 7.9, and her brain cells had strong repair and anti-aging abilities. The Institute of Biology also customized a biological oxygen supply device for her, which was installed in the abdominal cavity. It can be used for 10 years after replenishing the oxygen generator. The brain is covered with a bionic membrane, which can shield space radiation and keep warm. According to the characteristics of her brain, the Telekinesis Research Institute also made a small brain protection device, which was installed near her brain. In harsh environments such as space, she can activate it with telekinesis to form an invisible telekinesis protection shield to protect her brain. After listening to Katerina's story, Sherhao looked at her head and touched it with his hand. He didn't expect that there were so many layers of protection inside. He always thought that Katerina was a robot like them, but with different materials, craftsmanship and technology. No wonder she kept shouting about love all day long. Sherhao shook his head and sighed slightly, thinking that it was good to have a brain, which was more sensitive to joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, and closer to people. Of course, Sherhao was thinking about the brain of an ordinary human being. Katerina became more excited when she saw Sherhao's inexperienced look. She pulled out the hilt from her bag, and then with a thought, the laser shot out from the hilt. This laser sword is controlled by telekinesis. I activate it with my mind, and then I have to wrap the laser with my mind, otherwise the laser of this sword will shoot far away and have no power. As she said this, she released her mind and extended the laser on the sword to about 40 meters. The center of the laser sword was originally orange-red, and the outer part was bright white. After it was extended to 40 meters, it became completely white. You exposed all this to me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you and eliminate a potential strong enemy for our country? Sherhao said in a teasing tone. Katerina raised her face and said, I have sold myself to you, and you can do whatever you say. There is a saying in your Yin country that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. When we sent me here, we had already made the worst plan. Besides, your current strength is much stronger than ours. I am here to hug your thighs, brother Hao. Katerina said the irrelevant words with a serious face. Sherhao patted his forehead, a little headache, and thought, forget it, let her go. I feel that this pyramid can explore some things with the mind, can you? Since Katerina's telekinesis is so strong, Sherhao must take the opportunity to find out the secret of the pyramid. After hearing what Sherhao said, Katerina put the laser sword into her bag and said in a sweet voice, Brother Hao, I am all yours. You don't even need to ask. I will agree to whatever you ask. She also threw a wink at Sherhao. Sherhao felt a headache again and quickly leaned back against the pyramid. Katerina laughed so hard when she saw him. After laughing, she sat down cross-legged with a straight face. After a while, she stood up and said, I saw a circle of purple light on this platform surrounding the pyramid, and nothing else. After hearing this, Sherhao said, then from the first to the 5th floor, there should be white light, yellow light, green light, black and red light. After that, Sherhao climbed to the 7th floor, and Katerina followed him. Soon Katerina confirmed that the 7th floor was orange light. They came to the top of the tower. Katerina sat down cross-legged and frowned slightly. After a few minutes, she stood up and said, Brother Hao, there is something strange here. I think it would be better for you to take a look. After that, Katerina pulled Sherhao to sit cross-legged. The two faced each other and held hands again.